The light cascaded onto the ground as Shan Haochuan rubbed his eyes and sat up. "Where am I?" he pondered, filled with confusion. He gazed towards the window, where an endless expanse of ice and snow lay beyond. At that moment, a deep voice resonated within his mind. Current location: the surface of the frigid Mercury. Present environment: cold 20 degrees, visibility high. Population count initiated: 2 million. It seems I have traversed dimensions, Haochuan mused, surprisingly unperturbed. Having grown up relying on his sister, he maintained a composure beyond that of his peers, despite having only worked for 2 years. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the walls composed of silver metal, riddled with cracks through which tendrils of cold air seeped in. A closed iron door loomed further away. On the ground lay an object resembling an oil lamp, emitting a faint glow and warmth, providing a modicum of comfort against the biting cold. At that moment, he felt a gaze fixed upon him. Looking up, he discovered a green eyeball peering through the crack. Seemingly aware that Haochuan had noticed, it ceased its concealment and extended 2 hand-like appendages resembling fish fins, forcefully prying open the gap in an attempt to enter. "What is this?" Haochuan exclaimed, startled as the crack emitted a tearing sound, gradually widening under its brute strength. Soon, it would be able to squeeze through. Simultaneously, the deep voice echoed once more, its gender indiscernible. "You must have realized? Indeed, this is a world blanketed in ice and snow, with a thick layer of ice covering a bottomless sea beneath. You currently reside within a dilapidated submarine on the icy surface, which shields you from the biting winds and snow, serving as your home in this realm. On the ground lies a small booklet titled Deep Dive Log, containing numerous functions that allow for seamless communication. You will discover it for yourself. Subsequent missions will be communicated via announcements. Farewell." The voice faded away. Haochuan groped around the corner and found a black booklet, roughly the size of his palm. This must be the item described by the system. With that in mind, Haochuan decided to take a gamble. He gripped the black booklet tightly and approached the fish-headed creature, which had managed to push a small part of its body through the crack. With all his might, he hurled the booklet at its eye, and what initially appeared fragile shattered the eyeball, sending green ichor splattering. The creature let out a howl, struggling desperately as it became lodged in the crack, eventually falling silent. Indeed, the item provided by the system proved resilient against destruction. Wiping away the ichor, Haochuan examined the booklet closely. The cover shimmered softly, inscribed with the words, "Deep Dive Log." Upon opening it, the first page outlined the usage rules. 1. During the day, aberrant creatures will attack the submarine. Defeating them may yield random supplies. 2. You must repair the damaged submarine to restore it. 3.3 Reward tasks will be updated daily. You may choose one to claim, and completing these tasks will significantly aid in the submarine's repair. 4. This manual is soul-bound and can be accessed in your mind. 5. Strive to survive. It seemed that the fish-headed creature was indeed one of those aberrant beings. The booklet felt metallic and icy to the touch as Haochuan flipped to the second page, which displayed personal information. Name: Shan Haochuan. Status: healthy. A diagram of a human figure, all in green attributes. Strength 3, Agility 3, Spirit 3, Constitution 3. The upper limit for normal individuals is 10 points health. 100100 race. Human skills: none. Evaluation: possesses the strength of a mere chicken. Upon reading this assessment, Haochuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Turning to the third page, he found information regarding the weather. Clear, temperature 20 degrees. I knew it felt rather chilly. Sitting on the ground, he inched closer to the oil lamp, emitting warmth. Continuing to flip through the manual, he reached the inventory interface, containing 20 slots, all empty except for a bottle of water and 3 loaves of bread. The final page featured a chat function, divided into world, area, and private chat. As Haochuan opened the world channel, a cacophony of notifications erupted. Is anyone there? What on earth is happening? I was just in the restroom, and suddenly I'm here now. My pants are missing. What do you mean? I was about to watch a video and was all set, and now I've been transported here. Help! I'm so scared being alone. Can someone call for help? Who kidnapped me? Do you know who my father is? Daddy. Hey, good boy. Millions of messages flooded the screen, overwhelming him for a moment. Haochuan quietly closed the booklet, concern for his sister's safety and whether she had also been transported to this world. While the submarine shielded him from most of the cold winds, the cracks from its damage could not fully contain the chill. Feeling a slight chill, he leaned closer to the heat-emitting object resembling an oil lamp. Ding! Item detected. Name: damaged energy core quality. Ordinary item grades: ordinary, excellent, elite, epic, master. Description: the most common energy core on the frigid Mercury, providing power to the submarine. It contains unstable nuclear fusion, and due to the damage, it currently serves only for heating and illumination, consuming one piece of uranium every 48 hours. There's actually a miniature nuclear reactor in here. Haochuan was taken aback, realizing he was essentially living inside a bomb. After a moment of calm reflection, he thought, well, it's freezing, why should I fear the odds? Life is fleeting, why be afraid? He took out the bread provided by the system, broke a piece off, and washed it down with water, feeling considerably warmer. At that moment, an announcement appeared. Announcement: main quest initiated. Traverse the ice layer. Due to an unknown radiation source forming on the surface, players exposed to the radiation will face death or mutation. Quest: gather sufficient materials to repair the damaged submarine and pilot it beneath the ice layer. Time: 7 days. Due to the new player protection period, each person will receive a random treasure chest with a guaranteed cold-resistant code and other random items. Immediately, a wooden treasure chest materialized in front of Haochuan. Upon opening it, he received a cold-resistant coat 1 and an unknown seed 1. Cold-resistant coat quality: ordinary description. Basic warm clothing, unknown seed quality. Epic description. Information must be unlocked to reveal details. Though uncertain of its significance, Haochuan's intuition told him that this seed, no larger than a grain of rice, harbored a special secret. After reviewing the items, another notification popped up. Daily task: choose one of 3. 1. Explore the abandoned mine, E rank. Reward: 20 iron blocks, 3 planting boxes, 12 corn seeds. 2. Clear the abandoned camp rank. Reward: sled, old pistol. 3. Explore the sunken ship rank. Reward: 5 bleeding bandages, 1 stimulant. Please select or decline. Haochuan contemplated briefly before stating, choose to accept task 1, explore the abandoned mine. He believed that securing food was the most pressing need and that opting for an easier task would provide a more stable start. Moreover, it seemed there were other humans in this world. Where had they gone? Task accepted simultaneously. The system displayed a map with a route for guidance. Haochuan opened the world channel. Within the channel, people were also discussing. Have you all chosen your tasks? Choose what? I feel like every one of them is incredibly difficult. I choose to stay put. Looking for support. Same here. Haochuan thought for a moment and shared a screenshot of his chosen task in the channel. Wow, you're so brave. Another fearless soul, waiting for the feast. Not wise, let alone the danger level of the task. We don't even know what the rewards are. Do you think he can complete it? Cannot. A chorus of naysayers flooded the channel, casting doubt on Haochuan. However, he was more focused on a crucial piece of information. It appeared that only he could see the content of the rewards. Tightening the buttons of his cold-resistant coat, Haochuan opened the door and stepped outside. Chapter 2. Exploration of the abandoned mine. Before him lay a pristine world draped in shimmering white, where the surrounding icebergs dripped slowly under the humid warmth, slowly succumbing to the embrace of melting. How pure the snowy landscape appeared. Haochuan could not help but lament. As a southerner, he wished that instead of seeking survival in this place, he could be here to revel in the beauty of nature. The snowy scenery significantly alleviated his sense of displacement in this unfamiliar world after his traversal that moment. A protruding ice block tripped him. Ouch! His body thudded solidly against the icy surface. And the slightly melted snow water acted as a lubricant, causing him to slide forward several meters before coming to a halt. Slowly rising, he rubbed his shoulder. What is that? Before Haochuan, 3 to 4 meters away, sat a wooden chest, cloaked in a layer of frost, easily overlooked unless one approached closely. Upon nearing it, the system automatically identified it. Item: wooden treasure chest. Quality: ordinary. Description: high probability of obtaining basic supplies. Low probability of acquiring other items. Shall I open it? Yes. With anticipation, the chest creaked open. Inside lay 2 packets of bread, a bottle of water, and a flashlight. he continued to explore around the vicinity of the submarine, discovering a low ice mound to the west, where he found another wooden treasure chest. This time, he refrained from hastily opening it and instead stowed it in his system backpack. 15 minutes later, amidst the endless expanse of white, a diminutive yet upright youth strode across the icy surface, his reflection shimmering back at him, but a scar ran through his eyebrows, beginning from his forehead and trailing down to the corner of his eye. His gaunt cheeks were dusted with a light frost, and his prominent ears bore a slight reddening from the cold. Overall, he bore little change from before his traversal that it should be nearing the destination. Haochuan mused while glancing at the map route. A few minutes later, he stumbled upon another low ice mound to the west, revealing an entrance covered in ice and snow, difficult to discern without guidance from the map. He brushed aside the snow, exposing a metallic gleam that he retrieved the previously acquired chest and opened it, discovering an ordinary longsword and a set of thermal underwear. Ordinary longsword. Quality: ordinary. Description: an iron longsword with limited damage. Switching on the flashlight, Haochuan cautiously stepped into the cave entrance. Ding. Quest activated. Explore the abandoned mine. Rank 1. Collect useful ores. 2. It discovered the cause of the miner's demise. 3. Survive and exit. Under the flashlight's beam, the dimly lit mine began to reveal its secrets. Scattered across the ground lay abandoned ores. Picking up a green stone, he received the notification. Ding. Uranium ore. Quality: ordinary. Description: or formed from uranium deposits, useful in various applications. Isn't this the energy core material? Haochuan hurriedly gathered the remaining pieces, totaling 8. He felt a rush of excitement. With this many ores, he need not worry about energy depletion for the time being. As he ventured deeper, although many uranium ores lay scattered, they had already crumbled into powder, rendering them unusable. After rounding a corner, a small silver mine came into view. Small iron mine, 50/50. Quality: ordinary. Description: basic ore, can be utilized to craft and repair equipment. At the base of the mine lay a skeleton, draped in tattered clothing that barely concealed the ivory bones, bent in a grotesque posture, clutching a pickaxe. Ding. Undead miner skeleton. Race: undead. Description: a laborer in life. Now a mere specter. Damage: 5. This must be the unfortunate miner. If sensing an intruder, the green glow ignited within the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton, which rose to its feet, guarding. Iron mine. Guarding indeed, Haochuan thought, wielding his longsword to engage. The skeleton, still unsteady, stumbled and collapsed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Seizing the pickaxe dropped by the skeleton, Haochuan began to strike at the iron ore. And fortune smiled upon him. In no time, he had cleared 50 pieces of iron ore. With the rain providing an umbrella and mining providing a pickaxe, fatigue began to set in. He sat down, pulled out 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of water, and hastily consumed them. Half an hour passed without encountering another iron mine, but he did come across several more miner skeletons. These unfortunate souls were granted release one by one. Eventually, he reached the deepest part of the mine, an open area. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a small dark spot moving. Approaching cautiously, he gripped his longsword tightly. Ding. Biological detection. Extreme cold worm. Race: exotic beast. Description: a common hidden creature of the extreme cold planet, known for its speed and camouflage. Damage: 20. Health: 200. A massive worm emerged from the rock wall, its dark eyes swiveling slightly, its snow-white body blending seamlessly into the surroundings. Seizing the initiative, Haochuan leaped forward, his right hand gripping the longsword, slicing through the air like a swift swallow, piercing the worm's body. Silence enveloped the atmosphere for a moment before the worm emitted a furious roar, blood oozing from its wounds as it surged forward, its round head and crimson eyes glaring with menace. It reared up, towering half a meter high, desperate to rend Haochuan to pieces. With a violent thrash, it sent Haochuan flying, its green blood igniting its ferocity, and it swiftly slithered towards him. Haochuan rolled aside just in time, then sprang to his feet and dashed forward. The worm raised its head, its pincers glinting with cold light, aiming to stab him. He dodged to the side, narrowly escaping as the massive pincers shattered the ice beneath them. Shards flying everywhere. As he ran, dodging the shards and the worm's relentless attacks, he took the opportunity to turn and strike. the glinting blade of his long sword leaving several gaping wounds in its shell. After sprinting several dozen meters, fatigue began to creep in. He cleverly navigated the mine's complex layout, managing to shake the worm off his tail. Finally, he burst out of the mine, and shortly after, the worm followed suit. Upon reaching the icy surface, the extreme cold worm moved with renewed swiftness, closing the distance between them. Wait! Haochuan squinted into the distance and spotted an ice mountain, its center revealing a dark crevice. Deep and ominous. Salvation. As if propelled by an unseen force, he dashed towards the ice mountain, narrowly evading the worm's attacks. His left sleeve was even grazed. At last, he arrived at the base of the ice mountain. The crevice was narrow, just wide enough for a person to enter, resembling a navel on the great mountain. Haochuan quickly squeezed through the gap, the worm's pincers crashing down behind him in pursuit. Seeing its prey escape, it thrashed in frustration, lingering nearby, unwilling to depart. After what felt like an eternity, silence reigned outside. Though Haochuan longed to emerge, he feared the extreme cold worm might be lying in wait. He resolved to remain hidden a while longer. As he peered deeper into the crevice, he noticed a piece of wood protruding. Could it be a wooden treasure chest? He cautiously wriggled closer and finally reached out to grasp the chest. Quietly, he chanted the incantation to open it, and it surfaced from the snow. Ding obtained. 2 canisters of tear gas, 2 potatoes. What a stroke of fortune! Haochuan gazed at the tear gas canisters, already formulating a plan to teach the extreme cold worm a lesson. He leaped from the crevice, steadying himself just in time to hear a rush of wind. Chapter 3. Preliminary repairs of the submarine. He narrowly dodged to the side as a row of sharp teeth struck the ground nearby. Indeed, it was still there. Haochuan gripped his long sword, aiming the sharp blade at the worm's eye. However, the creature reacted with remarkable speed, evading the attack. Seizing the moment, Haochuan hurled a canister of tear gas towards its mouth. The extreme cold worm, not particularly astute, mistook the canister for a delicacy and snapped it up in a single bite. With a loud bang, the gas erupted. The worm felt a searing pain in its eyes. Engulfed in a cloud of smoke, causing it immense discomfort that it thrashed about. Desperate to escape, as the worm flailed in confusion, Haochuan seized the opportunity to inflict several more wounds. The injured creature became increasingly agitated, rolling on the ground and kicking up a flurry of icy mist. Timing his attack perfectly, Haochuan lunged forward, the frost striking his face as his sword pierced through the worm's body, driving deep into its head. The worm emitted a mournful cry, thrashing a few times before falling silent. Ding. Quest. Explore the abandoned mine. E rank. Completed. Reward. 20 iron blocks, 3 planting boxes, 12 corn seeds. B. Why slaying the extreme cold worm, the cause of the miner's demise. He received an additional reward, 30 iron blocks and 8 pieces of exotic beast flesh. This mission had been a challenging endeavor. Haochuan returned to the submarine, where the carcass of the fish-headed beast still remained wedged in the gap. He dragged it out, and the system automatically decomposed it into 5 pieces of exotic beast flesh. Entering the submarine, he settled beside the energy core, relishing a refreshing drink of water. Once again, he opened the world channel. The messages were sparse. Everyone must have ventured out in search of supplies. Look what I found. One shared a picture of a box of biscuits. Not too shabby. Another chimed in, showcasing 5 iron blocks. Lucky. Iron blocks are essential for repairing the submarine. I only managed to get these after opening 3 treasure chests. Everyone is working hard. Unlike me, who's just cooped up. Haochuan pondered for a moment and decided to share the rewards from his completed quest in the channel. This caused an uproar in the discussion. It is the one unafraid of death. My goodness, so many iron blocks. Astonishingly, they survived and even completed the task. How amusing. Could it be sheer luck? Exploring the abandoned mine. Perhaps there's nothing at all, just a quick circle around. I suppose I shall undertake an exploration mission as well. Most in the channel believe that Haochuan merely stumbled upon a simple task by chance. Haochuan, however, asserts that since you think this way, there is no need for him to explain. The truth will reveal itself in time. At that moment, a private message popped up. Bro, you're amazing. Clicking on the avatar revealed a bespectacled male university student named Shan Haochuan. Do you not think I'm just lucky? Haochuan replied. Of course not. I went out as well. With that, he sent a task image. Explore the abandoned port. E rank. There are no additional rewards. It seems the last source was not defeated. Haochuan chuckled in response. Likewise, let us share experiences. Closing the message, he took out 3 planting boxes, each capable of growing 6 plants, after planting 12 corn seeds. He reserved 1 box for an unknown seed. The information interface displayed. Planting box, quality, ordinary, description. An ordinary planting box with basic soil, suitable for growing common crops, requires uranium stones for photosynthesis, 1 stone every 72 hours. Frost-resistant corn, quality, ordinary, description, possesses certain cold resistance, harvestable in 72 hours. Upon placing the unknown seed into the planting box, the description changed. Mutated seed, quality, epic, a perfect fusion of flesh and plant. Resulting from an unexpected mutation, can grow but requires flesh for cultivation, germinates in 3 days. In the center of the planting box, beneath the soil, a faint purple glow emanated from a circular aura. Which was the mutated seed. Haochuan placed 5 pieces of mutated flesh around it. The purple aura spread 5 roots that burrowed into the flesh, as if experiencing a long-awaited rain, voraciously digesting. Above it, the uranium ore emitted an oily green light, intertwining with the flickering purple aura, bursting forth with resilient vitality, awaiting germination in 3 days, just as he was about to take a moment to rest. The system's voice echoed again. Announcement: 6 days until radiation arrives. The system has activated trading and basic construction functions. Opening the system and selecting the basic construction function, a series of messages appeared before him. Repair hull wall, 30 iron blocks. Repair energy core, 10 iron blocks, 3 uranium stones. Repair. Construct ordinary crafting table, 10 iron blocks. Haochuan decided to first repair the wall and the energy core. After a dazzling flash of white light, brand new iron walls emerged, covering the previously damaged areas, keeping the cold wind at bay. Even the traces of blood left by the deceased fish-headed beast vanished. Finally, he no longer had to huddle near the energy core for warmth. Next, he turned his gaze to the central area of the submarine. The energy core, which originally resembled an oil lamp emitting a ghostly green light, had expanded threefold, surrounded by an iron frame forming a square shell, with 3 uranium stones floating in the center, merging into a deeper dark green energy mass. Energy core. Quality: excellent. Description: a complete energy entity. Consumes 1 uranium stone every 72 hours. Gently placing his hand on the shell, as if activated, Haochuan discovered that the bottom of the energy core was connected to the submarine in an instant. The submarine's previously dark lights illuminated, and the heating and ventilation systems began to operate. At that moment, he finally had enough light to discern the structure of the submarine. Despite being termed a submarine, it appeared to measure only about 30 square meters. The front was the cockpit, the middle was the energy room, the surroundings were spacious, and the rear was the power room. Currently, there was only the energy core. Nothing else. Beep. The system transmitted a prompt. Repaired damaged submarine. Completion. 30. Feeling a bit safer, he consumed 10 iron blocks to construct a simple crafting table. Opening the menu, Haochuan found that aside from unlocking some basic tools, everything else was still locked. Turning to the trading function interface, he discovered only a few scattered items, such as exchanges of iron blocks for food. After finishing these tasks, it was already evening. Outside, the once bright environment rapidly dimmed until it was pitch black. Haochuan took out his dinner for the day: bread, bottled water, and canned fruit acquired through trade. These foods, which were typically consumed for breakfast and snacks before the crossing, now seemed incredibly precious in this frigid foreign world. Many others in the World Channel were still starving. After swiftly finishing his dinner, Haochuan combined an iron block to form an iron bed. Though lying on it felt a bit hard, it was certainly better than sleeping on the floor. He lay flat on the iron bed, quickly succumbing to sleep after a long day. In his dreams, he and his sister went to Hadaleo, enjoying a feast far superior to bread, just as Haochuan was lost in this dream. Saliva flowing, a sudden knocking sound jolted him awake. Bang, bang, bang. Not only was his beautiful dream abruptly interrupted, but he was also startled into rolling off the bed. What could be outside? Chapter 4. Crisis from the night. Haochuan listened intently from behind the door. Gripping his longsword, the wind mixed with the knocking sounded somewhat chaotic, but he still discerned what seemed to be a voice. "Who are you?" Haochuan questioned. The knocking ceased immediately, followed by a series of calls. Brother, it's me, Lan Ling." Upon hearing the name Lan Ling, Haochuan's eyes filled with shock and excitement. His heart raced, causing his fingers to tremble slightly. It was his sister, the sister who had gone missing after the crossing. Overwhelmed with joy, Haochuan instinctively reached to open the door. Just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, the planting box with the mutated seeds suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light. His attention was diverted, and his movement halted, followed by the purple glow dimming. As he was about to open the door again, the purple light flared up once more, repeating this cycle 3 times. He sensed something was amiss. Meanwhile, outside, his sister's voice grew louder. "Brother, please open the door. It's so cold outside, and I'm starving." As she urged him to open the door quickly, he realized that the situation was far from simple. Ignoring the calls and knocks from outside, Haochuan began to contemplate. Despite various inconsistencies, such as how she had arrived and why she hadn't sent him a private message, he suspected that the voice outside was a trick. Yet, he feared missing the real Lan Linged. That moment, an idea struck him. The cockpit's front had a large piece of hard glass that covered the entire area, allowing him to see a corner of the doorway from the far left. He quickly moved to the cockpit's glass, shining his flashlight towards the doorway. The light penetrated the glass and illuminated the entrance, revealing a massive silhouette standing at the door. Due to the angle, he could only see a small portion of it, blue, with gooey, writhing tentacles. If sensing the light, it swiftly retreated into the shadows. The chill ran down Haochuan's spine. Had he opened the door just then, he would surely have met his demise. As dawn gradually broke, light touched Haochuan's face. Groggily, he awoke and glanced outside. It was quiet, and the creature had likely departed. It had called out all night, knocking persistently at the door. Haochuan remained silent in the corner, eventually succumbing to exhaustion and falling asleep. Rubbing his face to rouse himself, he sat on the bed and scrolled through the world channel. Last night, nearly everyone had encountered deceased or missing relatives knocking and calling to be let in. Some could not resist opening the door. Their avatars had never lit up again. Discussions in the channel were intense, and Haochuan felt somewhat dizzy from reading. After some thought, he sent a message to Shan Haochuan. Looking at his still-lit avatar, "Did you encounter something last night as well?" Before long, he received a reply. "Yes, I not only encountered my brother asking to be let in, but I also managed to snap a photo before it left at dawn." Shortly after, an image arrived that depicted a slimy creature with numerous tentacles, resembling a slug. Beep. Recognition activated. Mimetic lure. Race. Undead. Description: death does not hinder longing. Formed from the accumulated thoughts of the deceased. Can read parts of living memory, imitating the voices of relatives to lure players. Physical damage is ineffective. Damn! Haochuan almost cursed out loud. This grotesque creature was mimicking his sister's voice. It was toying with his emotions. It would pay dearly for this. He silently vowed to make it regret its actions when he gained the ability. After venting his anger, Haochuan gradually calmed down. That moment, the long-awaited system voice echoed once more. Announcement. Main quest, Crossing the Ice Layer, Day 2. Newbie tip. In approximately 1 hour, alien beasts will launch an attack. Please prepare accordingly. Hastily, Haochuan checked his equipment. He currently possessed 1 iron sword, 1 winter coat, and a canister of tear gas. Rubbing his forehead, he sighed at how impoverished he felt. However, time was of the essence. He must prepare. Opening the trading function, he searched diligently. Ultimately, he exchanged 3 bags of bread for 3 disposable iron barriers. He quickly arranged them in a triangular formation at the submarine's entrance. Simultaneously, he poured a bottle of water onto the ground to make it slicker. Then, he hid in the right corner of the submarine. After about half an hour, he heard the sound of something running in the distance. It seemed to be a small group. As Haochuan shifted his gaze towards the horizon, he noticed several small dark figures rapidly approaching the submarine. They possess elongated limbs adorned with sharp, pointed spines at their extremities, bear the heads of fish, and open their mouths to reveal a mouthful of jagged teeth. Their bodies are cloaked in brown scales, and their tails resemble those of colossal fish, charging forward with an air of ferocity. Suddenly, the system identifies brown-scaled poison lizard, race, fish tribe. Description: both teeth and claws contain paralyzing venom, known for their group behavior. They emerge during the day to bask on ice surfaces under sunlight and return to the depths at night. Haochuan, armed with a glistening sword, hides in the shadows as the menacing poison lizards approach. A total of 5. The water he had previously sprinkled on the ground proves effective, causing them to slip. However, the poison lizards react with remarkable speed, their claws quickly securing their footing. Only 2 unfortunate souls lingered in confusion, just as they were poised to tear apart the nearby submarine. Without warning, their companion lunged and collided with the iron fence ahead, resulting in a gruesome scene, blood spraying everywhere. The remaining 3 poison lizards, catching the scent of blood, become even more frenzied, swiftly closing in on the submarine. Their claws and fangs alternately assault the metal exterior. Although the iron shell appears robust, it cannot withstand the corrosive damage inflicted by the poison lizard saliva that in less than 30 seconds, the outer wall is riddled with dents. Seeing the opportune moment, Haochuan hurls the last of his gas canisters. Landing it right beneath the feet of the poison lizards, the pungent fog slowly envelopes them. Although they are undeterred by the acrid scent, the gas causes their eyes to ache painfully, obstructing their vision. Driven solely by their bloodlust, they continue to attack the submarine with increased fervor. Haochuan maneuvers around the fog to the rear of the poison lizards, relying on his memory to endure the discomfort caused by the gas. He plunges into the mist, accurately plunging his sword into the abdomen of one poison lizard, drawing forth a spray of blood mixed with entrails. The other 2, sensing Haochuan's presence, instinctively launch their attacks. Fortunately, the gas hampers their movements, allowing Haochuan to narrowly evade their bites. However, this respite is short-lived as the gas gradually dissipates, and the poison lizard's assaults intensify, eager to rend the man before them to shreds. Maintaining his composure, Haochuan positions himself near the iron fence, and as one poison lizard lunges, he deftly sidesteps. The creature crashes violently into the iron barrier, caught between a rock and a hard place. The last remaining poison lizard grapples with Haochuan, who struggles to drive his sword deep into its mouth, ultimately piercing through to its brain, resulting in its demise. After clearing the scene, he collects a total of 25 pieces of flesh and 5 venom sacs, containing paralyzing toxin. Utilizing the basic construction function, he repairs the submarine and sits cross-legged on the ground, opening the world channel. Online users. 1.8 million. Just yesterday, the numbers had decreased by a few thousand, but this morning, the total had plummeted by over 100,000. Observing the pleas and final words of many in the channel, Haochuan realizes how clear his decision to undertake a mission on the very first day had been. Without sufficient iron blocks, he cannot even mend the outer shell. A mere scratch from the poison lizards would be enough to tear it apart. Furthermore, the various beasts attacking players exhibit their own unique traits. One individual in the channel encounters a towering, horned serpent, which effortlessly crushes both man and submarine with a gentle press. Such encounters are purely a matter of luck. Good news. There is only one. Bad news. It is merely the father. Chapter 5. Elimination of the mutants occupying the experiment center, Part 1. As noon approaches, the sky is clear with a gentle breeze. Haochuan hastily prepares a simple meal and opens the task list. The tasks have been refreshed. Daily tasks. Choose one that explore the missing lookout tower on the ice peak. D rank. Reward. Armor-piercing machine gun. Submarine auxiliary weapon. 50 armor-piercing rounds. Gene extraction fluid. Unknown. 2. Eliminate the mutants occupying the experiment center. D rank. Reward. Diving power suit. 6 carrot seeds. Plant growth liquid. For mutated seeds. 3. Kill the mimetic temptress. C rank. Reward. 3 mental resistance. Brainstorming skill. 1 hatred for mimetic temptresses. Upon seeing the reward details once more, Haochuan is thoroughly convinced that these are items unavailable to others. Although the reasons remain unclear, he decides to select the second task, eliminate the mutants occupying the experiment center. The rationale is simple. The reward includes plant growth liquid, which is currently essential for the mutated seeds. Haochuan recalls that without the sudden emergence of its purple light as a warning last night, he might have already succumbed to the jaws of the mimetic temptress. AS for killing the mimetic temptress. It is immune to physical attacks, which is currently insurmountable. He dons his warm coat and takes up his sword once more. Setting forth into the icy world. Following the task route, he encounters 2 wooden treasure chests along the way, yielding 2 cans of meat and a standard dagger. After a brief walk of several minutes, he finally arrives at his destination. Before him stands a colossal ice mountain at its base. A narrow crevice reveals that the entrance to the experiment center lies within. How secretive, Haochuan carefully surveys the area to ensure no dangers lurk nearby before decisively entering the crevice. The fissure is narrow, accommodating only a single person, resembling the navel of the ice mountain. Activating his flashlight, he illuminates the dark passage, squeezing through the one-person wide opening to find himself in a spacious clearing. In the dim corner of the space, a hole emanates a green glow, reminiscent of fireflies in the night. Haochuan retrieves his water bottle from his backpack, taking several hearty swigs. Finding the sight intriguing, he opens the world channel to share his discovery. At present, most individuals are outdoors, and the previously bustling channel now appears somewhat subdued. Has anyone encountered a green glowing hole? He inquires, attaching an image. Within seconds, responses flood in. Where is this? So eerie. Essay that the lucky chap. How envious. Floating away. Are we? Venturing into such a clearly dangerous place. Truly believes himself to be the chosen one, preparing for a feast. Feast 1. Haochuan closes the channel. Dismissing the comments, he edges along the wall towards the glowing hole, discovering that the walls are embedded with luminescent green stones. Adjacent to the entrance hangs a crooked sign, Experiment Center. Exercising caution, Haochuan crouches and tiptoes inside. Before him lies a dimly lit corridor, with the walls adorned by the faint green glow of the stones. Ding. Activating the task to eliminate the mutants occupying the Experiment Center. D-Rank 1. Investigate the cause of the mutants' emergence. Point 2. Kill all ordinary mutants. Point 3. Eliminate the mutant leader. He grips a glowing stone, receiving a detection report. Uranium stone. Quality, ordinary. Description, formed from uranium deposits. Useful in multiple applications. Haochuan's spirits soar as he pries them loose, ensuring he no longer has to worry about energy depletion. However, time is of the essence, and he decides to explore further. Crossing the steps and traversing the corridor, he arrives at a storage room, within which he discovers 3 cans of fruit and 2 bottles of water. The remainder consists of expired and spoiled food. Advancing further, he reaches the research lab, its door partially ajar. With a creak, he pushes it open, revealing a scene of overturned tables and chairs, the floor littered with dust and debris, indicating a long absence of human presence. Perhaps treasures could be unearthed in such a place. He opens a dilapidated drawer. Ding, item detected. A pair of foul socks and a bucket of instant noodles. Truly, a treasure. Ignoring the stinky socks, he collects the instant noodles and continues his exploration. Ding, arriving at a computer, the previously dark screen flickers to life, automatically playing a video. Welcome to Experiment Center number 2. I am the center director. By the time you see this video, the experiment base has been destroyed, and radiation has spread to this planet that we could not prevent it, and only managed to research an anti-radiation serum extracted from mutated organisms. The experiment spiraled out of control, the monsters escaped, and the experimental data has been preserved on the hard drive. Please take it with you. Ding. Activating hidden task, A-Rank retrieve the hard drive and deliver it to the commander of military base number 5. Reward, deep sea pressure resistant diving suit, up to 20,000 meters. Pulse main cannon, submarine. Unlock gene laboratory, submarine. The mere activation of hidden task information leaves Haochuan momentarily bewildered. However, the quality of this reward is evidently superior. Yet, where is military base number 5? Shaking his head. He resolves not to dwell on that question for now and focuses on completing the Experiment Center task, as the A-Rank task is currently beyond his capabilities. Continuing onward, he enters a pitch-black passage. Sensing an unseen presence lurking in the darkness, turning his head, he catches sight of red lights flickering in the distance, drawing ever closer. Hiss! A swarm of creatures emerges, their bodies entirely white, resembling a grotesque fusion of human and spider. They possess 8 spider legs for human arms and 3 crimson eyes, projecting a particularly menacing aura. Ding! Identifying the mutant creature. Corrosive Spider-Man. Quality, ordinary. Description, a product of human exposure to radiation, the laboratory infused spider genes. Resulting in this mutation, damage, 5, skill, acidic liquid, deals 10 damage per second for 5 seconds. Haochuan, now surrounded, feels a surge of terror as one lunges at him. He retreats, raising his iron sword to block. To his surprise, the impact he anticipated does not occur. Upon closer inspection, the corrosive Spider-Man is easily repelled by the iron sword. its left arm severed in the process. This creature is unexpectedly fragile. Green bodily fluid spills onto the ground, emitting a sizzling sound. Haochuan swiftly advances, seizing the opportunity to dispatch 3 more while they are momentarily distracted. Just as he prepares to press on and eliminate a few more, the remaining corrosive Spider-Men unleash a barrage of green liquid, splattering at his feet and releasing a thick, hissing white smoke. Heck! Haochuan hastily dodges, fearing that a drop of this substance might spell his demise. Glory lasts but 3 seconds. In the pitch-black corridor, a series of crimson lights flickered to life, heralding the arrival of a horde of arachnid beings. A dense spray of corrosive liquid surged toward Haochuan. With a swift motion, he wielded his long sword to deflect several attacks, yet the once pristine blade began to corrode upon contact with the acidic substance. Indeed, these creatures proved to be formidable adversaries. In a flurry of urgency, he dashed toward the opposite end of the passage, navigating through a labyrinth of twists and turns, ultimately concealing himself within a locker in the changing room. Hiss! The swarm of corrosive spiders, having lost their target, dispersed in search of him. Haochuan, hidden within the confines of the locker, held his breath, daring not to move. Chapter 6. Extermination of the Mutants Occupying the Experimental Center, Part 2. After what felt like an eternity, Haochuan curled up within the locker, striving to suppress the sound of his breathing. Only when the commotion outside subsided did he muster the courage to stir slightly. He surveyed his surroundings, discovering that he was ensconced in a forsaken storage unit. Upon careful exploration, he unearthed 2 candies and a cut-resistant vest tucked away in the pocket of a gilded jacket. With a sense of serendipity akin to finding treasure amidst refuse, he stowed the candies and vest away before gently pushing the door open. Before him lay a dilapidated, airless room cluttered with cabinets, the floor strewn with various work uniforms. Some cabinet doors were damaged, revealing glimpses of their contents. Since escape was not an option at present, he resolved to rummage through the cabinets, hopeful for a worthwhile find. As he methodically opened each cabinet, he eventually unearthed 3 items: a pendant, 3 explosive grenades, and a harpoon gun. Ding! Guardian pendant. Quality: excellent. Description: allows the wearer to withstand a fatal blow upon being attacked. Harpoon gun. Quality: ordinary. Description: usable both on land and underwater, equipped with 5 iron arrows, reusable. Haochuan hastily donned the pendant, recognizing its potential to save his life. Activating the trade feature, he sought to acquire defensive gear, as the corrosive spider's assaults were beyond the limits of his physical resilience. After perusing the offerings, he found nothing suitable. Just as he contemplated giving up, a message in the channel reignited his hope. A weapon was needed in exchange for defensive gear. Upon clicking the message's user profile, he encountered a petite girl with a heart-shaped face and ponytail, adorned with colored contact lenses, named Li Ruoxin. After a moment's thought, he messaged her, "I have a dagger. What will you offer in exchange?" A prompt reply followed. "I can trade an iron cloak." She then sent the details. Iron cloak. Quality: ordinary. Description: crafted from iron sheets, it possesses a degree of defensive capability. Though not an exceptional piece of equipment, it was certainly better than nothing. Ultimately, Haochuan exchanged his ordinary dagger for the iron cloak. With the cloak now draped over him, he felt a sense of reassurance. He then traversed the corridor back to the laboratory where he had previously located the hard drive. Upon entering, he immediately drew the attention of 3 corrosive spiders. With swift reflexes, he dispatched them before they could react. Within the laboratory, he discovered a map detailing the layout of the experimental center. The entire facility was divided into 2 levels, with the laboratory located centrally on the first floor, leading forward to the staircase ascending to the second floor. The upper left quadrant led to the power room, housing energy storage, while the upper right directed to the changing room. The lower left contained the administrative office, and the lower right housed the specimen processing room. The entrance to the laboratory lay beneath, through which Haochuan had entered. Having already visited the laboratory and changing room, he now made his way toward the administrative office. Arriving at the office door, he gently pushed open the ajar door. Rush of decay and dust assaulted his senses. Illuminated by his flashlight, he beheld a desiccated corpse, clad in a commander's attire, slumped in a chair, with disordered documents strewn across the table. His gaze was drawn to the lifeless hand of the corpse, which clutched a book tightly. Intrigued, he approached reward. Diving power suit, carrot seed 6, plant growth liquid, mutated seeds. Haochuan swiftly tidied the battlefield. Collecting the 5 pieces of exquisite mutated spider meat dropped by the defeated semi-evolved Spider-Man, along with a blue bead hidden within its body, and he also extracted the uranium stones embedded in the walls of the experimental center's hall. He hurried back to the submarine. Along the way, Haochuan felt his body gradually growing weary, and only after replenishing his fluids and food did he feel slightly better. Ultimately, he managed to reach the submarine. But just as he opened the door and had not yet steadied himself, his legs gave way, and he collapsed. "What is happening to me?" Haochuan groggily opened his eyes to find himself feeling rather weak. Lying on the ground, he adjusted his posture and struggled to sit up, muttering to himself, "Just as I stepped into the submarine, the next moment I felt as if my strength had been drained. And then I lost consciousness." He then opened the system interface and discovered a new gray attribute beside his personal status. Chronic poisoning. Description: as time passes, the degree of poisoning deepens, leading from sudden fainting to an inability to awaken. That treacherous spider leader, Haochuan thought resentfully. First, I must apply the plant growth liquid to the mutated seeds. He still remembered this task. Arriving at the planting box, he noticed that the seed emitting a purple glow appeared somewhat wilted. Haochuan hastily placed the 5 pieces of flesh back into the box, and in an instant, vitality was restored. He then took out frozen ice spider egg from his backpack and fed it to the mutated seed. After absorbing the egg, the seed transformed from a purple glow to a mesmerizing intertwining of purple and blue light. With its germination period reduced from 2 days to just 1. Finally, Haochuan poured the plant growth liquid onto the seed. Almost within 2 seconds of absorption, a dazzling purple light mixed with blue erupted forth, nearly blinding Haochuan. Moments later, the radiance began to fade, revealing a seedling with 3 purple leaves and blue thorns along its stem. Natural spirit wood seedling. Quality: epic. Description: seedling stage. Traits: cold resistant. Carnivorous. Talent: symbiosis. Unlock: plant technology. Beginner. Skills: healing dew and freezing technique. Symbiosis: merges with the submarine. Plant technology: capable of creating specialized tools and equipment. Freezing technique: fires a thorn that can freeze upon impact, with the duration of control influenced by the individual's strength. Healing dew: consumes 1 uranium stone daily for energy, producing 3 drops, capable of healing most injuries. Haochuan was astonished. He had thought it was merely a rather unique plant, planted out of curiosity, but it possessed such power. At that moment, he noticed the spirit wood seedling gently swaying its branches. "Are you trying to tell me something?" Haochuan inquired. The seedling seemed to understand. Shaking even more vigorously, he cradled the planting box, and, based on the intensity of the swaying, eventually approached the energy core. As he neared the core, the seedling's leaves emitted a faint purple light. And as it nearly touched the core, a miraculous scene unfolded. The seedling detached itself from the planting box, its roots gradually burrowing into the core, firmly adhering to the iron frame, its trunk securing itself at the center of the core. And then it began absorbing energy, only halting its growth after 3 consecutive infusions of uranium stones. Now, it stood half a meter tall, adorned with several leaves, its root system extending from the base of the energy core toward the submarine. At that moment, Haochuan noticed an additional entry beside his personal status in the system interface: Submarine Information Interface. Mini-submarine, unnamed, special, symbiosis, progress 35, submarine functional zones, cockpit, blank. Energy room, symbiotic with energy core, power room, blank. Skills: energy burst, high load operation of the energy core for 10 seconds. Others, unlocked. Description: a submarine symbiotic with the natural spirit wood seedling, possessing special abilities and a certain potential for growth. Haochuan could already envision the thrill of racing through the deep sea in this submarine. At that moment, he felt a wave of consciousness, sometimes present and sometimes absent, resonating in his mind. "Are you calling out to me?" Haochuan looked up at the natural spirit wood seedling and, upon receiving an affirmative response, engaged in a deeper conversation with it. "Let me give you a name. Calling you natural spirit wood seedling all the time doesn't feel right. How about Xiaoling? Or Xiaozi?" Natural spirit wood seedling. It twisted its leaves in vehement protest. "You bear a purple glow with frost. Henceforth, you shall be named Ziling this time." It did not sway, but instead responded in Haochuan's mind. As if in agreement, "Ziling. Did you just ask me to feed you a uranium stone? He took one out and placed it directly before Ziling, which quickly enveloped the stone with its leaves, leaving only a pile of powder moments later. Then, 3 drops of light green dew emerged from the sprout, which were the healing dew. After collecting them through the system, Haochuan consumed 1 drop, and his fatigue vanished instantly. However, his personal interface still displayed the state of chronic spider venom. The healing dew could not cure the poison. Haochuan opened the world channel. Perhaps everyone had gone exploring, as there was little information. Seeking antidote, price negotiable. After sending out the message, responses trickled in. Don't even mention antidotes here. I haven't even heard of cold medicine. Isn't that the guy with the dogshit luck? Did he complete this task? Seeing this, Haochuan shared the reward information for the task. Clear the mutants occupying the experimental center, D-class. A commotion erupted in the channel. This guy has done it again. Impressive. So what? He must be poisoned. Even if he died, completing the task would be pointless. Haha. Ignoring the malicious glee of those voices, he continued to wait, having explored the world for just 2 days. Antidotes were indeed scarce resources. Chapter 8. A brother's timely assistance after consuming canned meat and fruit. Haochuan reminisced about the days spent in Blue Star enjoying hot pot, barbecues, and beer. Although he was now satiated, the bread cans he had grown accustomed to felt inadequate compared to warm meals. Once he filled his belly, he took out the extreme cold worm gene extraction liquid and examined it closely. The pale blue liquid was slightly viscous. This substance had a chance of granting abilities upon use, but it could also lead to mutations, and he would only use it in dire circumstances. Suddenly, he felt his vision blur. The negative effects of chronic spider venom were creeping back in. Haochuan struggled to remain conscious, but to no avail. No, not now. After 2 seconds of holding on, he collapsed again. The vial in his hand shattered, scattering its contents. The pale blue liquid flowed slowly toward Haochuan. After several hours, Haochuan opened his eyes. This time, he had been unconscious longer than before, determined to find an antidote quickly. He discovered his body felt sticky. It turned out the gene extraction liquid had spilled all over him. He hurriedly checked for any abnormalities, and upon opening his personal information interface, he found a new passive skill in the skill list: cold resistance. Cold resistance. Quality: ordinary. Description: can withstand temperatures down to -10 degrees. Can endure -20 degrees for a short period. What luck! If he had received a mutated result instead, he would likely have become a mutated creature by now. With this skill, he could walk through the icy world without needing a winter coat, and it would be much more comfortable, as the coat could not shield his face and extremities. Haochuan approached the simple crafting table and opened the processing list, discovering a new section: natural tools and natural equipment. However, it was still locked, requiring the crafting table to be upgraded to a beginner natural crafting table. The system prompted, "Would you like to upgrade?" Haochuan chose to proceed with the upgrade. The somewhat dilapidated crafting table was immediately entwined by green vines sprouting from the bottom, replaced by vibrant green leaves exuding vitality. 3 minutes later, the upgrade was complete. Opening the crafting table list, the currently unlocked natural tools included fiber material seeds, transforming vines, healing wooden bed, fiber material seeds. Quality: ordinary. Description: cold resistant. Produces 1 unit of plant fiber every hour. Usable for crafting natural tools and equipment. Transforming vines. Quality: ordinary. Description: small vines worn on the arm that can transform into various tools like picks, axes, and shovels based on the user's needs. Healing wooden bed. Quality: ordinary. Description: a wooden bed that can slowly recover injuries. The fiber material seeds could be synthesized from 2 pieces of flesh. He immediately synthesized 6 seeds and planted them in the now vacant planting box. The other tools would have to wait for the plant fibers to be produced before they could be crafted. He then glanced at the natural equipment section. The currently unlocked natural equipment included vine armor, poisonous wooden bow, seed flesh machine gun, vine armor. Quality: ordinary. Description: ordinary armor that can withstand up to 20 points of damage in a single hit. Poisonous wooden bow. Quality: ordinary. Description: automatically generates 1 poisonous arrow per minute, storing up to 5. Poisoning can lead to paralysis, duration influenced by the target's vision. Seed flesh machine gun. Quality: excellent. Description: a modified cold-resistant seed with certain lethality. Installed on the submarine. Can store 100 seeds, each dealing 20 damage. Currently, Crafting these pieces of equipment required not only plant fibers, but also specific materials. For instance, the poisonous wooden bow required toxins, and the seed flesh machine gun needed a significant amount of fiber material seeds. Wait a minute, Haochuan suddenly remembered the 5 poison sacs, paralytic toxins, he had collected after defeating the brown-scaled poison lizard that morning. Thus, with a sufficient supply of plant fibers, synthesis became feasible at that moment. He noticed a reply in the private chat channel. It was from Shan Haochuan. I acquired a bottle of primary antidote. Have you been poisoned? Indeed, I accidentally fell victim to a monster's ambush. Are you selling it? I would trade it for healing dew. Haochuan replied with a wry smile. Haochuan attached a brief description. This is quite a valuable item. I would not take advantage of your misfortune. 1 drop of dew in exchange for 1 bottle of antidote. With that, Shan Haochuan sent a trade request. Aware of the rarity of antidotes, Haochuan sent the dew along with cold-resistant corn and carrot seeds to Shan Haochuan. Instantly, his warehouse reflected a decrease of 1 drop of healing dew and several seeds, while a small bottle of antidote appeared in its place. Thank you for the seeds, brother, Shan Haochuan expressed his gratitude. No, I should be the one thanking you. I owe this to your antidote, Haochuan sincerely replied. After closing the private chat, he consumed the antidote in 1 gulp. Moments later, the status of chronic spider venom vanished. Once restored, Haochuan proceeded to the power room, opening the system to locate the basic construction function. Previously, he had repaired the energy core and the submarine's outer shell. Now, he needed to repair the power room. Repair propeller, 15 iron blocks. Repair jet engine, 20 iron, 3 copper. Construct small oxygen generator, 10 iron. With enough iron blocks at hand and lacking copper, he decided to first create the propeller and the oxygen generator. After making up his mind, he clicked to begin, and a flash of white light ensued, completing the task. The brand new propeller occupied 40% of the power room's space. The silver-white small oxygen generator emitted a humming sound, blowing oxygen from its exhaust vents to various parts of the submarine. Haochuan immediately felt invigorated. Additionally, 5 oxygen tanks on the machine collected oxygen. While seemingly unnecessary at the moment, they would be crucial once submerged in seawater, as breathing would rely entirely on them. Returning to the energy room, he noted that evening was fast approaching. Taking out a can of fruit and some bread, Haochuan savored his meal, feeling a sense of disorientation from the otherworldly life he had experienced these past 2 days. After satisfying his hunger, he found himself with nothing to do and sat by the window, watching the sunset. Suddenly, he recalled the blue orb within the spider leader's body that he retrieved it from his pocket. Ding! Essence blood pearl. Quality: excellent. Description: an essence left behind by mutated creatures that have evolved to a higher level after being slain. Consuming it can enhance attributes. Haochuan held the glass-sized, smooth, and faintly glowing blue blood pearl, observing it carefully before placing it in his mouth. Gently biting into it, a warm, slightly sweet current spread throughout his mouth, causing his cheeks to flush and beads of sweat to form on his forehead. After a moment, the system chimed. Strength, constitution, and agility each increased by 1 point. Haochuan felt himself becoming stronger, with a slight improvement in reflexes. However, his mental power did not increase. As night fell, the submarine was brightly lit, while darkness enveloped the world outside. Haochuan lay on the iron bed, falling into a deep, dreamless sleep. Yet in the distant realm, something seemed to be brewing silently. Chapter 9. Wits against the brown-scaled venom lizard in the early morning. With a temperature of -20 degrees, overcast skies, and a gentle breeze, Haochuan sat on his bed, munching on candy and bread while gazing at the gray sky outside. In the corner of the room stood 3 planting boxes, now lush with verdant foliage. Ding! He received 600 corn kernels and 72 units of plant fibers. Approaching the crafting table, he utilized 10 units of plant fibers and 5 venom sacs to create a venomous wooden bow, paralytic toxin. He then crafted a shape-shifting vine and vine armor, using 5 units and 20 units of plant fibers respectively. Minutes later, the crafting table showcased a dark green garment, a small vine, and a vibrant green short bow. Upon donning the vine armor, tendrils spread and enveloped his body, covering all but his head and extremities, neither heavy nor too tight. Grasping the shape-shifting vine and applying it to his arm, it adhered on its own. Haochuan contemplated kneading an axe, and the vine instantly morphed into an axe shape. Its blade remarkably sharp, striking the armor with the axe produced a thud, the axe rebounding while the armor remained unscathed. He switched to various tools, and the shape-shifting vine adapted within seconds. However, it could not transform into weapons like swords or daggers. Ultimately, the crafting table yielded a vibrant green short bow, entirely woven from vines. With a bowstring made of an exceptionally resilient root, beside it lay a dark brown arrowhead. Haochuan grasped it. Ding! Venomous wooden bow, paralytic. Quality, ordinary. Description, automatically generates 1 venom arrow per minute. With a maximum storage of 5, the duration of the poison effect is influenced by vision. Uncertain of its power, Haochuan pondered silently. At that moment, an announcement echoed. Announcement. Main quest, crossing the ice layer, day 3. Newbie reminder. In approximately 1 hour, beastly creatures will launch an attack. Please prepare accordingly. Just as they said the devil's name, he appeared. The previous iron barriers had suffered damage, with only one remaining intact. Currently equipped with an iron cloak, damaged, vine armor, a longsword, harpoon gun, 5 arrows, and a venomous wooden bow, temporarily with 2 arrows, Haochuan took advantage of the remaining time to collect 5 drops of healing juice secreted by the purple spirit. Standing by the door in anticipation of the forthcoming beasts, half an hour later, the brown-scaled venom lizards arrived as expected. This time, their numbers increased to 8, appearing as if demons had descended, fierce and bloodthirsty. Haochuan gripped the harpoon gun, waiting for them to approach, stealthily aiming at one, and decisively fired. The sharp harpoon pierced the venom lizard's eye at incredible speed, emerging from the other side of its head. The force sent it flying several meters away. Lifeless .1 lizard, realizing the danger, charged toward Haochuan, its sinister teeth and claws approaching with rapid ferocity. Thanks to the protection of the vine armor, the venom lizard inflicted no harm, and even its tearing efforts had minimal impact on the armor. However, Haochuan's longsword failed to penetrate the lizard's scales, leaving him in a state of frustration. A spark of inspiration struck him, leading to a clever strategy. He transformed the shape-shifting vine into a shovel and attempted to stuff it into the venom lizard's mouth. The lizard, initially unwilling to bite, seized the unsharpened wooden shovel. Trying to snap it in half. As it gnawed, Haochuan commanded the shovel to morph into a pickaxe in an instant. A tearing sound resonated as the pickaxe pierced through the jaws of the venom lizard. The pain caused it to thrash violently, but the shape-shifting vine, unable to withstand such force, shattered and returned to its original form, falling to the ground. The venom lizard, now suffering deeper wounds from its struggles, lay gasping for breath. Haochuan seized the opportunity, plunging his long sword into the wound, and the lizard's struggles ceased. Meanwhile, the remaining venom lizards, engaged with Haochuan and 2 others, surged toward the submarine, launching an assault on its outer wall. Although the exterior was reinforced with a layer of bloody root tendrils from the purple spirit, enhancing its defense and providing minimal recovery capabilities, the sheer number of brown-scaled venom lizards and their toxic claws began to wear it down. It wouldn't be long before they breached the interior. At that moment, the purple spirit concentrated its flesh to form a blue-spiked vine, striking at the venom lizards. Caught off guard, several were hit, becoming immobilized by the freezing effect. Haochuan drew his venomous wooden bow, shooting 2 arrows at the immobilized lizards. 2 arrows struck home, activating the paralysis effect, causing one to stumble and fall. Haochuan hastily approached, kicking over a venom lizard that lunged at him, and thrusting his long sword into its heart. Thus, only 3 venom lizards remained frozen, while 2 were paralyzed. Haochuan swiftly dispatched the 2 paralyzed lizards by forcefully thrusting his long sword into their mouths, crushing their insides. The purple spirit's tendrils also infiltrated the lizards' bodies through their mouths and excretory openings, shredding their insides. Consequently, all the venom lizards that attacked the submarine on the 3rd day were eradicated. Haochuan collected 14 pieces of flesh that had fallen. Subsequently, he opened the trading function, exchanging 5 pieces of flesh for 2 planting boxes. He synthesized 12 seeds and planted them sequentially. While he was busy with planting, a system announcement sounded. Daily task completion rankings have begun. First place rewards 2 iron treasure chests. Second place rewards 1 iron treasure chest. Third to 5th place rewards 2 wooden treasure chests. And 6th place onwards rewards 1 wooden treasure chest. He opened the leaderboard to see. First place, Su Feng. Second place, Shan Haochuan. Third place, Zhou Qi. Fourth place, Shen Wen. He was ranked second. Clicking on the name displayed the task counts. Su Feng. 3 D-level tasks. Shan Haochuan. 1 E-level task. 2 D-level tasks. It dawned on him that this was the source of the disparity. Glancing at the treasure chests before him, he opened one, receiving a waterproof flashlight. Haochuan approached the crafting table, selecting to forge seed flesh machine gun, requiring 5 pieces of flesh, 10 iron blocks, and 20 plant fibers. He crafted 2 units, and shortly after, they were completed. Seed flesh machine gun. Quality. Excellent. Description. One of the submarine's weapon modules. Lightweight. Rapid fire. 5 points of damage. Firing 3 rounds per second. Natural system influence. Will self-repair slowly when damaged. He walked to the control room, opened the basic construction function, and chose to add weapon modules. A flash of white light occurred, and 2 dark silver machine guns emerged on the submarine's exterior. Their surfaces covered with writhing red flesh. The purple spirit extended 2 tendrils from the submarine towards the machine guns, activating its symbiotic ability. The flesh covering the machine guns became adorned with blue patterns. Opening the system's submarine interface, Haochuan noticed a new line of information in the control room. Control room. Seed flesh machine gun symbiosis 2. With bullets having a small chance of causing a freezing effect upon impact. The purple spirit informed him that the seed flesh machine guns utilized plant seeds, and slain creatures would not only drop flesh, but also additional plant materials. At this moment, Shinwen sent a private message. Impressive. I didn't expect you to be ranked 2nd. You too. At 4th place. What treasure did you acquire? Haochuan attached a waterproof flashlight. Mine isn't too shabby either, he replied. Hometown brand integrated stove. Quality. Excellent. Description. A stove with a pot. Consuming uranium stone, slightly enhancing the flavor of food. Brand slogan. Nothing tastes better than hometown flavors. Wow. Haochuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. It was truly marvelous. He hastily traded half a kilogram of corn and a box of canned food. Inviting Shan to try cooking. After several meals of bread, he genuinely longed to savor the flavors of Blue Star once more. It was time to select a new task, so he opened the task list. Chapter 10. Exploration of the Stranded Ship, Part 1. Daily Tasks. Choose 1-1. Explore the stranded ship. D-level. Reward. Old driving module. Icebreaker. Single use. 2. Investigate the disappearance of indigenous residents. E-level. Reward. 20 carrot seeds, 15 corn seeds, 10 potatoes. 3. Clear the brown-scaled poison lizard nest. Sea level. Reward. Poison lizard gene extract, poison lizard skin, material, early entry into the ice layer. Note. Failure to complete the task will result in a collective frenzy attack from the poison lizards on the submarine. Completing the task will incite the hatred of other poison lizards. Must enter the ice layer to escape within 3 hours. After a moment of contemplation, Haochuan decided to opt for the first task. The old driving module, once installed, could provide auxiliary steering, an essential for someone like him who knew nothing about submarines. The icebreaker was a crucial component for breaking through the ice layers. Fortunately, he could see the reward items. Otherwise, he would have to undertake numerous tasks to increase the probability of encountering them. Ready for departure, he opened the world channel. The channel was abuzz, and upon closer inspection, he saw many people extolling the virtues of Su Feng. Master Su Feng, teach me. The master is already prepared to leave, while I am still fretting over meals. We are all Blue Star people. Those who are capable should help us for free. 1. Haochuan was rendered speechless. White Lotus types were everywhere. He sent a message in the channel. Your mother isn't here. Hurry back to breastfeed. The moment this was sent, the channel erupted. Isn't this the second-ranked Haochuan? Laughing to death. We weren't even asking you. ISNT, that just sheer luck. What are you pretending for? Just as Haochuan was about to continue retorting, a girl commented. If it weren't for him letting me know that tasks could be completed, I wouldn't dare to go outside. Following that, several others chimed in, me too. Even the rarely seen Shan appeared. Brother Haochuan saved me with healing dew. No one is allowed to speak ill of him. Haochuan felt inexplicably moved. It turned out that his small act had inadvertently encouraged many in that moment. He felt the power of the collective. He silently wished for everyone to persevere until the end. Closing the messages, he approached the location of the shipwreck. Winding glaciers resembled the paths of life. No matter how twisted, they would ultimately lead to a destination. Haochuan reached his destination, a pitch-black ice cave, from which he could hear the sound of the sea surging within. Taking a deep breath, he donned his diving power suit and retrieved the oxygen tank he had brought from the oxygen generator. Inserting the oxygen tank into the breathing port and confirming his readiness, he took out the flashlight and dove into the ice cave. Haochuan's figure vanished into the darkness of the cave. With only the beam of the flashlight flickering in the shadowy depths below, he swam through the frigid underwater world, the low temperature causing discomfort, yet the diving suit and cold-resistance skill mitigated the effects. The temperature here was much colder than above the ice. Fortunately, the wreck lay not far beneath. He kicked his legs and swiftly descended. Along the way, he noticed numerous small fish with glimmering scales and many luminous plankton. Beneath the seemingly lifeless surface of the planet, such vitality was hidden. Continuing his descent, the vastness and silence allowed Haochuan's mind to empty, and he couldn't help but think of his younger sister. Just as a flurry of everyday memories flashed through his mind, the sudden appearance of the wreckage jolted him back to reality. As he drew closer, the faint light of the flashlight illuminated the contours of the shipwreck, which was several times larger than his submarine, resembling a colossal relic silently narrating history beneath the waves. The surface was riddled with rust and several gaping holes. Gazing inside, darkness engulfed the interior. As if a massive maw awaited his arrival, Haochuan swam to the entrance of the shipwreck and forcefully pushed the door, but it wouldn't budge. It seemed he would have to enter through the broken sections of the hull. Gripping the harpoon gun in his left hand and the flashlight in his right, he cautiously entered through the second floor of the wreck. Ding! Activate task. Explore the stranded ship, D-Level 1. Explore every area. Point 2. Find every crew member's remains. Point 3. Successfully escape. The interior was cramped and simply arranged, with a bunk bed in one corner and numerous lockers nearby. It was evidently the resting area for the crew. Bubbles from the oxygen tank slowly ascended in the water as he exhaled, swimming towards the lockers. Most were corroded and decayed by seawater, leaving only a few empty. He swam forward to the entrance. Where the door to the resting area was tightly shut, a red button was mounted on the wall. He lightly touched it, and the door opened immediately. It seemed that the control system on this sunken ship was not entirely inoperative. Due to the pressure difference, seawater surged in, sweeping him out of the room. Haochuan struggled to stabilize himself. The diving suit felt somewhat cumbersome, but he managed to regain his footing. The flashlight illuminated the surroundings, gradually revealing that he was in an armory. Weapons lay scattered across the floor, and Haochuan's face lit up with excitement as he quickly bent down to examine a gun. It was rusted and unusable. He tried several more, all in the same condition. That moment, he caught sight of an orange garment in the corner. Approaching, he realized it was a corpse. The body wore an orange uniform, likely belonging to a member of some organization. A name tag hung from its chest, Alung, maintenance worker. No wonder it clutched a rusted screwdriver. Just as Haochuan intended to further inspect the remains, the corpse suddenly moved. He jolted awake, eyes wide, as murky eyeballs stared back at him. The corpse's hands gripped him tightly, its yellowed teeth sinking into the diving suit, and no matter how Haochuan pushed, it would not relent. Startled, Haochuan, after a moment of panic, gradually calmed down. How could a person's teeth possibly pierce the thick diving suit? Upon closer observation, he realized the corpse was merely driven by instinct, devoid of any consciousness. Aiming his harpoon gun at it, he loosed a shot into its body, but the corpse still clung tightly to him. Changing his approach, he aimed for its head. The shot shattered its skull, and the corpse fell to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. Taking a moment to compose himself, he recalled the extreme cold mercury science handbook he had obtained earlier. It mentioned such situations, and upon flipping through it, he found that the special material would remain intact even when submerged in seawater. He unearthed a piece of information that brought him joy. Parasite, Alice threadworm, a living parasite that kills its host, subsequently controlling the corpse to attack other living beings and spread eggs. Once the incubation period has passed, determined by the host's immune system, it is incurable. Thus, this crew member had perished due to parasitism. After ensuring no other corpses were nearby, he continued to the next area. Again, a tightly shut door awaited him, but this time it required identity verification rather than a button to open. He returned to retrieve the name tag from the corpse and returned to the door. Pressing the tag against the verifier, it blinked, and the door swung open. Chapter 11. Exploration of the Stranded Ship, Part 2. This time, he learned from experience. As he opened the door, he sidestepped to prevent his body from being swept in by the incoming seawater. Upon entering, a dark figure flashed before him, and he was suddenly knocked to the ground. A corpse clad in black leather spread its decayed mouth, biting into the helmet of his diving suit. This time, Haochuan was prepared. He immediately shoved the harpoon gun into its mouth and shot it in the head. Kicking it away, he noticed the name tag on its chest read, Chris, Captain Da. Haochuan meticulously searched the room, discovering a captain's diary. This was the captain's reception room. The diary recounted. This exploratory vessel was on its return journey during a transport mission when a crew member became parasitized by the Alice threadworm. The captain made every effort to take action. However, regrettably, the infected crew member attacked the others, causing the situation to spiral out of control. The diary recorded 5 crew members: Along, maintenance worker; Chris, captain; Siki, medic; Lin Feng, guard; and Harry, gunner. At this point, Haochuan had already located the remains of the captain and the maintenance worker. Based on the diary's account, he speculated that the bodies of the other 3 crew members might also be hidden in some corner of this exploratory ship. A sense of unease crept into Haochuan's heart. How strange. If the task only required him to locate and eliminate the parasitized crew members, why did it also specify that he must successfully escape? After all, these parasitized crew members posed no significant threat to him. There must be more dangerous secrets concealed within this exploratory vessel, Haochuan pondered. After a thorough search, he found nothing beyond the captain's diary. He opened the next door, and this time, there was no influx of seawater since the room was already filled with it. He held the flashlight and quickly advanced, now traversing the ship's corridor. It was dark and elongated, the shadows enveloping both Haochuan and the ship, leaving only the flashlight as a solitary beacon. At the end of the light lay a partially closed door. After a minute, he reached the door. As he pushed it open, a faint smell of blood mixed with feces assaulted his senses. A corpse, half hanging from the wall, was accompanied by 2 brown-scaled poison lizards, their eyes glimmering with a red glow in the darkness. Sensing the presence of Haochuan, the 2 venomous lizards swiftly approached, launching an assault upon him. The exterior of the submarine was no match for the ferocious lizards, let alone the diving suit he donned. Haochuan drew his sword, positioning it defensively in front of his chest. The lizard's sharp claws scraped against the blade, producing a piercing sound. With a powerful kick, Haochuan sent one of the lizards flying, using the momentum to retreat rapidly and evade their subsequent attack. However, one of the lizards swiftly maneuvered back, showcasing a stark contrast in speed and agility when submerged, making Haochuan feel utterly outmatched. He could only rely on cunning tactics. He quickly swam out of the room and returned to the captain's reception area, the 2 lizards hot on his heels. Upon entering the reception room, Haochuan promptly sealed the door between the weapon room and the reception area. Turning around, he found the gaping maw of a lizard mere inches away. Seizing the moment, he brandished a harpoon gun and aimed it at the lizard. The weapon retained its power even underwater. Nevertheless, the lizard deftly evaded the shot. Haochuan had not anticipated an easy hit. He took advantage of the distraction to swim over and close another door. As the door clicked shut, the submarine's drainage system passively activated, drawing out the water. The water level in the reception area quickly fell, and the lizards, now out of their aquatic element, struggled to crawl on the ice. Their movements noticeably slowed. With a few swift actions, Haochuan dispatched them. He collected 4 chunks of flesh and realized that the most perilous aspect of the sunken vessel was not the crew members who had been parasitized, but rather the ferocious lizards lurking in the water. Yet, he had uncovered a secret. As long as he refrained from appearing within their line of sight and avoided the scent of blood, he would remain undetected. In compartments where the lizards resided, the doors would be damaged, accompanied by a distinct scent of blood. Haochuan continued his exploration, consciously steering clear of the damaged compartments and lowering his voice. After a thorough search, he had a rough understanding of the layout. The wreck had 2 levels, with the second level being relatively intact, comprising 5 rooms of which he had already explored 4. There were 3 rooms on the second level that he had yet to enter. He decided to venture into the last room on the second floor, returning to the spot where he had encountered the lizards. It was now silent, and on the floor, a half-corroded name tag bore the name Lin Feng, guard. It seemed he had been killed by the lizards, rather than being parasitized. Within this room, Haochuan discovered 2 grenades. Both in pristine condition, he carefully navigated past debris in the water and swam to the final room. This room was not equipped with a functional door, but was instead a watertight compartment designed for collision absorption at the bow of the ship. Now rusted and broken, seawater gushed in through the breach. He swam closer to the damaged area and peered inside. The sight made his heart race. 5 lizards were coiled within the compartment. In the distance, a massive breach in the wall hinted at a horde of lizards swimming in formation. It was evident that this ship had sunk near a lizard nest. Haochuan understood that his mission was to explore the wreck and locate his team members. Without hesitation, he retraced his steps. Passing through the guard room, he cautiously approached the door to the second-floor corridor, attempting to open it slowly. Placing the maintenance worker's ID card on the reader, he received no response. The electrical system below had likely become entirely inoperative. Determined, he pulled the door handle with all his strength, producing a sharp sound, yet it remained immovable. Resolute, he decided to take a gamble, summoning all his might. He yanked the door open. With a loud creak, the door finally yielded to Haochuan's force. As he stepped into the first-floor corridor, he turned just in time to see beams of red light from the second floor. The lizards had sensed him. He quickly retrieved a grenade and hurled it toward the second-floor corridor. After throwing it, he swiftly closed the door to sever the connection with the second floor. A tremendous explosion ensued, causing the ship to tremble slightly. Moments later, silence enveloped the area, only to be broken by thudding sounds as the lizards collided against the closed door with a dull thud. The lizard horde had detected him. Driven by their bloodlust and fearlessness, they would only be temporarily thwarted by the door. Without pausing, Haochuan hastened to search other rooms. He arrived at a left-side room on the first floor. Opening the door to find a materials room. Most of the materials were damaged, save for a leather box that remained intact beneath a table. Inside were 3 harpoon arrows equipped with bloodletting grooves. Providing a bleeding control effect superior to that of ordinary harpoon arrows, he also collected 3 large pieces of copper ore from the ground, materials suitable for repairing the jet engine. Haochuan decisively placed them into his backpack. He then moved to another small room with a hand-pulled door, which contained a bed and a medicine cabinet. All items were aged and rusted, and on the emergency bed lay a corpse bound tightly. Approaching for a closer look, he identified a man clad in a combat uniform, with a name tag reading, Harry Gunner. His face bore an expression of despair and agony, having evidently endured immense suffering in his final moments. After confirming his death, it was clear that during the onset of parasitism, they had implemented a series of isolation and treatment measures. The room held nothing of value, save for 2 vials of antidote and 1 vial of anesthetic found in the medicine cabinet. Although the packaging was deteriorated, the system still assessed them as viable. Just as Haochuan prepared to leave the treatment room, a resounding crash echoed from the second-floor corridor. The sound of the door being forced open heralded the arrival of the lizards. Chapter 12. Submarine repairs completed. Haochuan's heart raced, tension coursing through him. Yet his mind remained clear. He swiftly secured the syringes and swam frantically to the next room, closing the door just before the lizards could reach him. Ignoring the sounds of their impact and gnashing teeth from outside, he turned to survey the interior. This room was more spacious than the others, with a control panel and chairs at the front. Surrounded by various instruments and screens, this was the cockpit. The front glass had shattered upon collision with the rocks, leaving an opening wide enough for a person. A female corpse was lodged in the opening. Sensing the presence of the living and struggling to free herself, clad in a red-crossed white coat, she was presumably the last crew member. Siki, medic, Haochuan pulled her down, but just as they departed the broken glass, she reached for his arm. Reacting swiftly, Haochuan sidestepped her grasp. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as the cockpit door ultimately succumbed to the relentless assault of the lizard horde, crumbling like paper. The leading lizard swam directly toward Haochuan, launching an attack. In a desperate move, Haochuan hurled the struggling medic toward the lizard, then decisively swam toward the breach. Such a plan, though noble, was futile. A corpse driven by instinct stood little chance against the lizards. And within moments, she was torn asunder. Yet, this provided Haochuan with the precious seconds he needed. He used his sword to widen the breach further, propelling himself out of the sunken vessel with urgency. Using both hands and feet, he swam rapidly toward the ice cave, covering approximately 50 meters before glancing back to see the lizard horde in pursuit. They swam with their limbs pressed against their bodies, their tails propelling them with astonishing speed. In mere minutes, they would close the distance in the open waters, The outcome for him in the diving suit was grim. Thinking quickly, Haochuan aimed his harpoon gun at the fastest lizard. But it deftly evaded his shot. A second arrow found its mark in the lizard's abdomen, eliciting a sharp, piercing scream. Blood rapidly dispersed in the seawater, the scent of which incited the pursuing lizards. Instinct overtook reason, and they turned to tear into their injured kin. Seizing the opportunity, Haochuan finally reached the ice cave several minutes later. Climbing ashore, he removed his diving suit and concealed himself behind an ice mountain. No sooner had he settled than the lizards emerged, but they could no longer trace Haochuan's whereabouts, their frustrated roars echoing in the air as they expressed their rage toward the intruder in their territory. Once the surroundings fell silent, Haochuan cautiously peered out from his hiding spot. Ultimately, he returned to the submarine, completing the task of exploring the wrecked ship. Explore the stranded wreck. Rank. Mission completed. Rewards. Old control module. Icebreaker. One-time use. The sun had long set, and Haochuan sat on the iron bed, holding a steaming bowl of bread and corn chowder, a meal prepared by Shan Haochuan during the evening. Haochuan felt a surge of joy. After 3 days in this place, he finally enjoyed a warm meal, a comforting homemade soup. He gently blew on the edge of the bowl before taking a small sip of the chowder. Its temperature slightly scalding yet utterly delightful as he savored the soup, memories of cooking alongside his sister before his journey flooded back. The two had relied on each other through hardships, finding solace in one another as company. He silently reassured himself that one day, he would reunite with his sister. After finishing the soup and chewing the corn kernels, he felt satiated. After about half an hour. He traded the bowl, corn, and meat cans to Shan Haochuan and made his way to the cockpit. Shan Haochuan replied that he did not need so many ingredients, and Haochuan informed him he would assist in cooking. Providing his own food. In the cockpit, Haochuan activated the basic construction function. Build submarine control center. 15 iron blocks. Old control module. He gently clicked to create, and soon a somewhat antiquated control panel materialized before him. As the electrical current connected, the screen flickered a few times before lighting up, accompanied by a mechanical voice. Commander, please issue your orders. Just as Haochuan was about to attempt a command, Xiling in the energy room reached out to him, seeking a symbiotic connection with the control panel. Good, I was hoping for this, he thought, as Xiling's roots swiftly spread throughout the cockpit, a larger root creeping through the control panel as crevice. The once ordinary control panel gradually became enveloped in purple vines, morphing into a spherical shape. Finally, the sphere split open, revealing a framework woven from purple vines, with a white display screen at its center and blue spikes protruding outward. Ding, 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 the spirit could finally speak. A smiling face appeared on the display screen, accompanied by a cheerful voice. Haochuan marveled at the phenomenon and addressed the control panel. Are you Xiling? The central console revealed an awkward tension. Master, I am certainly not Xiling. I merely utilized the central console to facilitate our dialogue. For me to converse directly, I still require further evolution. Haochuan scratched his head, inquiring, how much do you know about this alternate world? Almost nothing, Xiling replied candidly. Since I became conscious, I have only seen you. My talents and skills are instinctive. This antiquated driving module primarily provides driving assistance and operation, with a scant reservoir of knowledge. Though it possesses learning capabilities, Haochuan, intrigued, retrieved the Extreme Cold Mercury Scientific Handbook and Sunken Ship Diary from his backpack, placing them before the console. Let us give it a try. Xiling responded, understood, but during the analysis process. Aside from passive defenses, active communication is not feasible. The base of the central console, where Xiling coexists, opened a crevice, and several short vines extended to pull the two books inside. Moments later, a progress bar appeared on the display. Data analysis in progress. 1.2.3. Fearing that this would take several hours, Haochuan promptly moved to the power room, where he completed the installation of the icebreaker and jet propulsion unit. With the final two devices installed, the submarine was now fully operational. A system announcement chimed. As the first individual to complete the submarine repairs, the submarine leaderboard is now activated. Congratulations to Shan Haochuan for being the first to finish repairs, securing first place. Reward: Submarine Promotion Scroll. Haochuan accessed the submarine information interface, which had been updated. Mini submarine unnamed, special, symbiosis, progress 65, submarine functional areas, control room, central console symbiosis, seed flesh machine gun symbiosis X2, energy room, energy core symbiosis, power room, oxygen generator, jet propulsion unit, propeller, icebreaker. As Xiling was wholly engaged in analyzing the information from the books, the three devices in the power room had yet to achieve symbiosis. The icebreaker, being a one-time use item, did not require symbiosis. Skill: energy burst, high load operation of the energy core, lasting 10 seconds. Others, unlocked. Description: a submarine symbiotically linked with natural spiritwood saplings, possessing special abilities and a certain potential for growth. Haochuan retrieved the reward item, the submarine promotion scroll, intending to use it. Usage failed. Must leave the ice layer first. Unable to proceed, he decided to gather the scrolls, as he was currently the only one to complete the repairs, with 4 days remaining until the radiation reached him. With ample time, Haochuan planned to undertake several more tasks to acquire additional equipment. In the perilous depths of this icy sea, each piece of equipment increased his chances of survival. Suddenly, he received a private message from Shan Haochuan. You should check the World Channel. Curiosity piqued. He opened the channel and was immediately taken aback. Chapter 13. A battle of wits against the poison lizard. Many were discussing the leaderboard within the channel. I told you I wasn't mistaken. He truly was the first to complete the repairs. What do you know? He clearly took advantage while Su Feng was still occupied with tasks. Exactly, otherwise Su Feng would have definitely been faster. Haochuan was genuinely surprised by the depth of prejudice this group held against him, initially believing he had simply gotten lucky with his first task, and now, having repaired the submarine ahead of others. It appeared that being exceptional often bred jealousy. However, the strong require no justification. Haochuan's goal was clear: to survive first, then assist others. He lay on the healing wooden bed, crafted from plant fibers, quietly contemplating his upcoming plans. Although uninjured, the natural wood materials used for the bed exuded a calming aroma. He calculated, tomorrow, I'll continue to take daily tasks. By the 7th day, I'll leave, and I should be able to collect numerous items and equipment. As he envisioned himself adorned with an array of equipment, feeling invincible in the lower oceanic depths, he gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, sunlight poured in, illuminating the previously dim room. In the control room, Haochuan sat at the front of the console, savoring a bowl of corn and meat porridge reminiscent of his homeland. With Shan Haochuan's assistance in cooking, he no longer had to rely solely on bread and canned food. The variety of food was still limited, with only corn and carrots available, yet he believed that as the submarine upgraded, the selection would expand. The progress of the central console had reached 50, and he anticipated that all analyses would be completed by nightfall. Suddenly, Xiling's voice echoed a warning from the console. A large group of creatures has been detected 3 kilometers ahead, suspected to be brown-scaled poison lizards. Haochuan approached the observation glass, scrutinizing the scene, where numerous dark specks were advancing towards the submarine. Why hasn't an announcement been made? He wondered, seeking confirmation from Shan Haochuan. Upon receiving Shan Haochuan's response, he was entirely convinced of his suspicion. Players who had completed submarine repairs would no longer receive warnings about beast attacks. Haochuan cursed under his breath. Had it not been for Xiling's symbiotic central console, which granted enhanced perception, he would have likely needed to wait until the poison lizards were less than a kilometer away to detect them, leading to a hasty and unprepared confrontation. These poison lizards, possessing powerful hind limbs, would reach him in under 10 minutes. Haochuan positioned himself beside the seed flesh machine gun, eager to see what kind of power it could unleash. Through the gun's sight, he could clearly see the poison lizard's forms, with a crosshair centered in the scope. Unfortunately, the light machine gun had a limited range, and its trajectory was somewhat unstable. Without closing the distance, he would only alert the creatures and waste ammunition as the poison lizards entered firing range. Haochuan decisively opened fire. The sound of gunfire echoed as the bullets tore through the lizard's resilient scales as if they were mere paper. Blood splattered, and the scent of blood drove the poison lizards into a frenzy, causing their speed to increase significantly. Despite the firepower of the machine gun, they could not evade fatal blows, as the bullets, enhanced by Xiling's symbiosis, had a chance to freeze their targets, effectively turning them into live targets. Haochuan reveled in the carnage, watching as numerous poison lizards fell, their numbers dwindling rapidly. They were merely bloodthirsty creatures, oblivious to the need for retreat. The ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of the slain and the mortally wounded. At that moment, Haochuan felt one word: exhilarating. as the poison lizards continued to collapse. The battle neared its conclusion, and Haochuan prepared to vacate his position at the machine gun. Just then, through the scope, he spotted a significantly larger poison lizard approaching, its scales gleaming silver, with 3 half-meter-long red spikes protruding from its back. It moved with such composure, disregarding the carnage around it, effortlessly crushing a severely injured lizard underfoot. Haochuan aimed the machine gun at it, unleashing a barrage of seed bullets. However, the silver-scaled poison lizard deftly evaded the projectiles. Displaying remarkable agility and control, the console then announced, Silver-scaled poison lizard, quality. Excellent. It is the backbone of the poison lizard group, possessing high agility and damage, yet weaker defenses, adept at camouflage in snowy terrains. Haochuan's gaze sharpened. He realized the silver-scaled poison lizard was no trivial foe, that he quickly adjusted the machine gun, firing the ice-infused bullets at the creature, but it continued to evade effortlessly, approaching the submarine. It struck the exterior with its claws, causing metal shards and flesh to scatter, exposing the fleshy tendrils and iron framework beneath. With another strike, a significant dent formed in the internal plating, causing several tendrils to snap. Warning: submarine under attack. Left exterior wall damaged by 1. Please repair promptly. The silver-scaled poison lizard continued its assault, striking the exterior multiple times, each hit causing 1 damage. Although the damage seemed minimal, the rapid attack rate meant that if not halted quickly, the exterior would soon be breached. Haochuan armed himself with a harpoon gun and a long sword, preparing to charge out and engage the silver-scaled poison lizard in close combat. Xilin's consciousness momentarily dispersed due to the attack. She informed Haochuan that he could expend energy, uranium, to briefly conjure entwining vines to impede the lizard's movement. I will create an opportunity for you. With that, Haochuan opened the hatch and circled the submarine from the right to approach the lizard. He arrived at a distance behind the creature, which was focused on damaging the submarine's exterior. Utilizing the noise of its assault to mask his footsteps, he stealthily crept closer until he was within range of the harpoon gun. Holding his breath, he waited for the perfect moment to strike. 2 minutes passed without an opportunity presenting itself, and listening to the system's damage updates, Haochuan grew increasingly anxious. As a beast, the poison lizard possessed instinctual instincts, especially the more advanced silver-scaled variant, making it difficult to land a shot from behind. At that moment, a bloodied tendril suddenly burst forth from the submarine's exterior, a strike from Xiling. The tendril she conjured aimed directly at the lizard's face. Swift and precise, if it had been an ordinary poison lizard, that blow would have left it bloodied and incapacitated. However, for the silver-scaled poison lizard, it was merely a minor inconvenience. As it turned, the tendril struck the submarine's exterior instead, leaving a dent in the hull. With a swift swipe of its formidable claws, the tendril was severed. Finally, Haochuan seized his chance. He pressed the trigger on the already aimed harpoon gun, the bloodletting harpoon shooting forth with fierce momentum, embedding itself deep into the silver-scaled lizard's left flank, blood gushing forth. The silver-scaled poison lizard let out an enraged roar, its gaze locking onto Haochuan, and it charged at him heedlessly. It seemed that it could not swallow its pride until it tore Haochuan apart. Haochuan fired 2 more arrows, both of which were evaded. Despite its injury, the lizard moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance rapidly. Xiling conjured 2 more tendrils, attacking the lizard's wounded abdomen, but they too were dodged. Gritting his teeth, clad in tendril armor and wielding his long sword, he charged towards the silver-scaled poison lizard. A beast and a human crossed paths for the first time. The silver-scaled poison lizard struck out with its sharp claws towards Haochuan, only to be met with his sword in defense. However, before he could regain his footing, the lizard swiftly turned, its tail whipping like a lash against his armor. Haochuan felt a tremendous force hit him, sending him flying and crashing forcefully against the submarine's hull. The impact left him sore and unable to rise immediately, while the silver-scaled poison lizard pressed a claw against his chest, rendering him immobile. The creature's crimson teeth, exuding a foul stench, loomed closer, intent on crushing Haochuan's skull. Chapter 14. Alliance mode activated at this critical juncture. Xiling sprang into action once more. While Haochuan had been engaged in battle with the silver-scaled poison lizard, she had secretly gathered her energy, and now it was time to unleash it. A vine, longer and sturdier than before, suddenly shot out from beneath the lizard, swiftly wrapping around its lower abdomen as soon as it ensnared the beast. The vine released blue barbs. These barbs not only significantly enhanced the grip of the vine, but also penetrated the lizard's silvery scales, piercing its flesh. The blue barbs could cast freezing spells. And though the restraint was temporary, it was sufficient to alter the tide of battle. The poison lizard, momentarily immobilized by the binding, glared fiercely at Haochuan and swung its claws at him. At the critical moment, the freezing spell took effect, instantly encasing the silver-scaled poison lizard in ice, allowing Haochuan to break free from the ground. He brushed off the ice shards and blood from his hands, looking at the lizard with a sense of triumph, saying, "Now, let's see how you move." Just as Haochuan finished speaking, he noticed the lizard shaking violently, the frost upon it beginning to melt. Ziling's anxious voice reached him. "Hurry up and finish it. The freezing spell won't hold much longer." The silver-scaled poison lizard was a higher-tier beast, and Ziling's level was not sufficient for a prolonged freeze. Haochuan swiftly pulled the arrow lodged in the lizard's abdomen, blood gushing forth, and thrust his sword into the wounded area with decisive force, striking at its vital point. The pain jolted the silver-scaled poison lizard, and its fierce thrashing nearly rendered the freezing spell ineffective. It was on the verge of breaking free at that moment. Ziling's vine surged into the lizard's wound, rapidly siphoning its blood and flesh, aiming to drain the creature's life away. Eventually, the vitality of the silver-scaled poison lizard waned, and it collapsed helplessly onto the icy surface. Haochuan, panting, sat on the ground. What was supposed to be a straightforward victory had turned into an arduous struggle due to the higher-tier beast's emergence. After resting for a moment, Haochuan rose to survey the battlefield, discovering a blue essence blood orb and 5 pieces of flesh that had fallen from the silver-scaled poison lizard. Lying further away on the ground was the previously gunned-down brown-scaled poison lizard, now sprouting green plants, an effect of the plant seeds, capable of continuously producing plant fibers until the lizard's flesh was entirely consumed. The downside was that it could not yield flesh. Approaching the damaged section of the submarine, the exposed roots and broken inner panels silently testified to the battle just endured. Originally, Haochuan would have needed tools from the submarine for repairs, but thanks to Ziling's symbiotic abilities, the damaged outer shell could now slowly self-repair. Tiny rootlets began to grow outward, gradually filling the gaps, with an estimated restoration time of 8 hours. Entering the energy chamber, Haochuan found the uranium stones nearly depleted, so he quickly added 10 more. Looking at the few uranium stones left in his possession, he felt a pang of despair. The 3 blood vines forcibly condensed by Ziling had consumed nearly half of the uranium stones. It seemed he would need to focus on gathering uranium stones again soon. He returned to the control room and swallowed the blue essence blood orb. The long-forgotten pain surged back, but it was noticeably milder than before. He understood that when consuming without feeling anything, it meant his attributes had reached their peak. Moments later, the system chimed. Strength, agility 1 point. Haochuan opened his personal information interface. Name, Shan Haochuan. Status, light injury, a humanoid figure resembling the letter, with arms colored yellow and the rest green. Attributes, strength 5, agility 5, spirit 3, constitution 4. Human limit is 10 points. Health, 100 race. Human skills, cold resistance evaluation. Excellent human. After consuming the essence blood orb twice consecutively, Haochuan now felt a more pronounced change. He could not only lift the long sword with ease, but also deftly dodge obstacles. He took out a drop of healing dew and consumed it. Having sustained a minor injury to his arm in the earlier battle, such a light wound was swiftly healed by the dew within minutes. Ziling, we can say we achieved a narrow victory in this battle. Do you have any insights from the earlier analysis? Haochuan inquired, gazing at the control panel. After a brief pause, her voice, tinged with melancholy, emerged. Based on the materials currently analyzed, this extreme cold water planet is fraught with peril. The poison lizards are merely the most common beasts, classified into tiers: brown, silver, and gold, with no higher existences detected. Haochuan felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. If just one silver-scaled beast poses such a threat, what if more appear next? Haochuan, have you considered why we encountered the silver-scaled poison lizard immediately after repairing the submarine? Ziling's human-like smile appeared on the display. Are you suggesting that once the submarine is repaired, the system stealthily increases the difficulty, forcing me to plunge into the deep sea? Suddenly, everything clicked for him. Thus, Haochuan opened the daily task list. Submarine repaired. The current phase of tasks has reached its conclusion. Daily tasks will no longer yield rewards. Detected that the submarine is repaired. Activating Alliance mode. Unlocking Ally System Interface. Acquiring Item. Portal. Commencing Ally Cooperative Tasks. Originally intending to merely assess the cost-effectiveness of daily task rewards. Haochuan now found his mouth agape in astonishment. He clicked on the Ally interface that appeared next to the System Personal Information panel. Level 0, Alliance Name. None. Allies. 03, Upgradable. Alliance Channel Information. 0. Alliance Upgrade Conditions. Complete 3 Ally Tasks. He then clicked on the Ally Cooperative Tasks. Ally Cooperative Task. Please possess at least one ally to commence. A line of small text at the bottom read. During ally task periods, the submarine will no longer be actively targeted by beasts, and substantial rewards will be earned from ally tasks. Although the danger level will significantly increase, Haochuan smiled knowingly. Opportunity coexists with danger. However, he seemed puzzled. The system urges him to enter the deep sea swiftly while simultaneously assuring him of the submarine's safety during ally tasks. What could this mean? Ziling's voice, slightly weary, responded. I suspect the system aims to differentiate between lone wolves and leaders. Haochuan chuckled quietly, but said nothing. It was amusing that he cared not for lone wolves or leaders. He would lean towards whatever benefited survival. However, the alliance mode promised greater rewards. He sent an invitation to Shan Haochuan to join the alliance. After a while, there was still no reply. Perhaps he was engaged in a task. By the way, Ziling, do you know how to evolve? Haochuan recalled the earlier battle. Still feeling a sense of trepidation, Ziling informed him that fragments of information within her genetic memory suggested her evolution could be achieved by consuming the flesh and blood of higher-tier beasts. However, there was no bottleneck. Being in the seedling stage, she had evidently reached her limit. To progress to the subwood stage, she needed to complete a promotion task. How can I initiate this promotion task? Haochuan asked. Puzzled, Ziling answered mysteriously. Place your hand on the energy core, and silently will the task to begin. With that, she fell silent, continuing to analyze the remaining data. Haochuan approached the energy core once more. Gazing at the purple-rooted energy core, its upper part brimming with vibrant green vitality, he slowly placed his hand upon the main trunk, mentally invoking the commencement of the promotion task, unbeknownst to him. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his consciousness slowly faded away. Chapter 15. Ziling's promotion task in the dark world. Haochuan, aided by the faint glow of a half-red moon that escaped the shroud of clouds, struggled to discern his surroundings. That he now found himself as a small seedling. Specifically, the seedling stage of Ziling. He vividly recalled the final moment before losing consciousness when a voice resonated in his mind. Please select the world for your trial. 1. Dark world. 2. Magma world. 3. Fertile world. After careful consideration, he decisively chose the dark world as Ziling had mentioned that promotion tasks could yield skills, and the skills from the dark world seemed most suitable for his current predicament. Upon making his choice, his consciousness transitioned into Ziling within the dark world. Simultaneously, the system presented him with the completion requirements. Survive for 100 days in the dark world. Haochuan surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in a desolate and barren expanse. The outlines of small shrubs were faintly visible on the ground. Attempting to move, he found himself utterly immobilized. All he felt was a sharp pain in his roots and the slight swaying of his branches. The perpetual darkness rendered him, as a small seedling, incapable of photosynthesis. As time passed, he sensed his vitality waning. Unable to move, deprived of water and light, he grew increasingly feeble. Days passed, and as a small seedling, he had done his utmost. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would not have chosen the dark world. The saying rang true. The beginning was akin to hell. His leaves transitioned from vibrant green to a dull yellow, followed by their gradual falling. His consciousness became increasingly blurred. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. Due to your prolonged exposure to darkness, you are growing weaker. Please select an option. 1. Absorb dark matter. 2. Absorb soil energy. 3. Kill animals to absorb energy. Option 1. Absorb dark matter. Haochuan replied weakly. It is evident that dark matter pervades this place. As for the soil, it has long since absorbed what it could. The vicinity lies barren and desolate. Where could any animals possibly be? He resolved to take a chance. With each breath he took, The surrounding dark material was gradually guided to the leaves, which transformed from their original dull yellow to a deep black. Soon after, a wave of pain surged through him, as the leaves tainted by dark matter stimulated every nerve in Haochuan's body, akin to an invasion by foreign entities. The sensation escalated from a slight prick to unbearable agony. Before gradually receding as the last vestige of discomfort faded, Haochuan understood that he had succeeded. At that moment, the sapling stood entirely enveloped in darkness, its lustrous black leaves swaying gently in the breeze. In the following days, the sapling grew rapidly, voraciously absorbing the nearby dark matter, increasing in height by several inches each day. Haochuan felt himself growing taller, his vision extending further. Where once he could only see the low shrubs nearby, he now beheld distant forests. Beneath those dark woods roamed a few plush creatures with single horns atop their heads, which spent their days feasting on the very leaves he had nurtured. Initially, these horned beings fed from a distance, but as Haochuan grew taller, they were drawn closer, torn between curiosity and trepidation, ultimately lingering just 2 or 3 meters away from him. Haochuan realized that as time passed and he continued to grow, they would eventually approach him. Finally, on the 20th day, the horned creatures could no longer restrain themselves and began to advance toward Haochuan. The mechanical voice of the system echoed once more, "Due to your burgeoning strength, you have attracted the attention of the indigenous dark world creature, the unicorn. Please choose a course of action. 1. Attempt to tame. 2. Observe calmly. 3. Fight to the last." How to decide? Firstly, fighting to the last was futile. He had observed their razor-sharp teeth for a full 15 days. Secondly, to merely observe would be tantamount to waiting for his own demise. After a moment of contemplation, Haochuan resolved to attempt taming them. He slowly released dark matter energy to soothe the approaching unicorns and offered them some tender branches as sustenance. 1. Must risk it all to gain anything. Haochuan's efforts appeared fruitful, as the unicorns underwent a miraculous evolution after consuming his leaves, sprouting a second horn. Furthermore, having fed on his foliage, they inexplicably developed an affinity for him. From that moment on, they gathered in clusters around the sapling, becoming Haochuan's guardians in this dark world. With the unicorns at his side, Haochuan was seldom disturbed in the ensuing days, allowing him to absorb dark matter at an even swifter pace. By the 50th day, Haochuan realized that the sapling he had nurtured had transformed into a towering tree, its immense branches and dense leaves entirely black. As the surrounding dark matter was absorbed at an astonishing rate, the unicorns beneath the tree had collectively evolved into bicornis a few days prior. Their strength significantly enhanced, and they no longer settled for the status quo. They yearned to expand their territory into the outside world. Initially, Haochuan could rein them in, but as time progressed, he began to struggle to maintain control. On the 60th day, the bicornis grew increasingly agitated, their numbers multiplying, making the barren land feel particularly cramped. At this pivotal moment, the system once again presented him with a choice. The bicornis wished to explore the outside world. You must decide. 1. Continue to restrain them. 2. Allow exploration. 3. Abandon the group. This time, his choice was unequivocal. 2. Allow exploration. With Haochuan no longer restraining them, the bicornis began to venture forth in groups toward the desolate expanse. Due to limited visibility, Haochuan could not discern the specifics of their exploration. All he could hear were distant sounds of battle, the clash between the bicornis and other dark creatures over territory. Having received Haochuan's protection, the bicornis evolved at an accelerated pace and swiftly claimed the surrounding lands. Haochuan, too, continued to grow, from a height of 100 feet to a staggering 1,000 on the 80th day. The bicornis encountered formidable foes in the far north, beings known as the Dark Feathers Dragon, powerful creatures cloaked in black feathers that provided them with formidable defense, colossal in size and ferocious in nature. A fierce battle ensued, with the bicornis gradually retreating under relentless pressure from the Dark Feathers Dragons, who drew closer to Haochuan's location. By the 92nd day, all the bicornis had perished, and the Dark Feathers Dragons discovered Haochuan's magnificent 1,000-foot magic tree. Roaring as they charged toward him, just as Haochuan prepared to accept the failure of his mission, a distant roar echoed, belonging to some powerful entity drawn by the overwhelming scent of bloodshed. All the Dark Feathers Dragons, sensing an imminent threat, displayed fear in their vicious gazes, a sentiment absent even in their confrontations with the bicornis. They scattered in all directions, yet that powerful being did not relent. Relentlessly pursuing the Dark Feathers dragons by the 100th day, the Dark Feathers dragons were utterly annihilated. After dispatching the last of their kind, the shadowy figure appeared beneath the tree. An intriguing voice sounded. And before Haochuan could react, he found himself collapsing to the ground, bisected at the waist. Consciousness faded. He beheld a three-eyed demon clad in azure armor, wielding a long blade and sporting a single white feather upon its back. Its malevolent gaze fixated on Haochuan, a chilling laughter resonating in the air. Haochuan's awareness returned to the confines of the submarine, his body jolting as he released his grip on the energy core. How terrifying! That creature resembled a demon from hell, Haochuan thought, shuddering at the memory. The mechanical voice of the system rang out. Phase 1 of the Purple Spirit's advancement task completed. Reward: Life Source Stone. Automatically utilized. Skills acquired from absorbing dark matter, dark absorption. Skills obtained from taming unicorns, group confusion. Dark absorption allows for the slow absorption of dark matter in the absence of sunlight to accelerate growth. Group confusion temporarily induces confusion in the consciousness of aberrant beasts, ineffective against mutated entities. Haochuan felt a surge of joy. He had made the right gamble. These two skills were precisely what he needed. Before he could fully relish the moment, a tremendous noise erupted from above him. Looking up, he was astonished by what he saw. Chapter 16. The first encounter with Shan. When the essence of the Purple Spirit, which had coexisted with the energy core, grew at an astonishing rate, ultimately breaching the thick steel of the submarine and creating a vast fissure in its top. Tendrils emerged from the trunk, extending outward to seamlessly fill the gap. The trunk pierced through the opening, extending 2 meters into the air before halting. Shortly thereafter, new branches sprouted, reaching outward, as violet leaves unfurled, resembling a purple crown resting atop the submarine. The trunk of the Purple Spirit displayed flowing purple patterns, emanating a mysterious glow, with blue spikes protruding from either side, glinting coldly. Haochuan carefully avoided the spikes and gently touched the Purple Spirit. Ding! Natural spirit wood. Quality: Epic. Description: Subadult stage. Characteristics: Cold resistant, carnivorous. Talent: Symbiotic. Unlocks: Plant technology, beginner. Skills: Dark absorption, healing dew, group confusion, and freezing technique. Symbiotic: merges with the submarine as one entity. Plant technology: capable of creating specialized tools and equipment. Freezing technique: fires a spike that, upon impact, will freeze the target. Control duration is influenced by individual strength. Healing dew: consumes 1 uranium stone per day for energy, capable of producing 3 drops, which can heal most injuries. Dark absorption: allows for the slow absorption of dark matter in the absence of sunlight to accelerate growth. Group confusion: temporarily induces confusion in the consciousness of aberrant beasts. Ineffective against mutated entities. Impressive! Haochuan marveled sincerely. Compared to the sapling stage, the now subadult Purple Spirit was significantly more powerful. The next time they encountered the silver-scaled venom lizard, it would surely be their nightmare. Observing the Purple Spirit as it continued to analyze data, Haochuan instinctively glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes had elapsed since the task commenced. He chose not to interrupt, instead replenishing his food supply and quietly sitting nearby. Perusing the information on the World Channel, he noted that the leaderboard for submarine repairs had gained another member, Su Feng. At that moment, he was sharing a photograph of his submarine in the channel. Upon closer inspection, Su Feng's submarine was an ice-blue vessel resting on the frozen surface, featuring 4 elongated wings and a streamlined design, with a singular cannon at the front, exuding both elegance and combat prowess. He claimed it was a reward for completing the task, inheriting the will of the wind, known for its speed. Haochuan recognized that Su Feng's submarine had a decisive advantage in terms of velocity. Many in the channel were praising Su Feng. Indeed, Su Lauda is extraordinary. Seeing him today is truly impressive. Ah, I wish to bear your children. Please take me in, please protect me. Suddenly, someone interjected, Su Feng is in second place, right? The first is Haochuan. The channel fell momentarily silent. After a while, another voice chimed in. If he weren't just lucky, how could he possibly be first? Exactly. He doesn't even dare to post a photo. Perhaps it's too ordinary to share. Haochuan chuckled to himself, thinking, since you're looking for excitement, I shall oblige. He promptly shared a screenshot of his submarine in the World Channel. The screenshot depicted the purple crown of the purple spirit seamlessly integrated with the submarine, presenting a most magnificent sight. Instantly, the channel erupted in shock, followed by a flurry of comments. Am I seeing this correctly? A purple tree growing on the submarine. The submarine's exterior appears to be composed of fleshy vines. How cool is that? I've never seen anything like it. Watching the discussion unfold in the channel, Haochuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew that the uniqueness of the purple spirit had captivated everyone's awe. He paid no further heed to the channel's clamor, instead accessing the ally system. 10 minutes prior, Shan Haochuan had accepted the invitation. He was now a member of the alliance. Hey, our handsome Shan, how's your submarine repair coming along? Haochuan asked playfully. Shan Haochuan spoke with a hint of melancholy. Mediocre, not at all comparable to you, the top scorer. Allow your elder brother to assist you. Haochuan smiled and produced a portal, placing it upon the ground. The portal, initially resembling a mere slab, instantly illuminated, forming a radiant aperture towering at a man's height. Haochuan retrieved a piece of uranium stone and embedded it within the groove of the portal's frame. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped the entire room in a shroud of mysterious energy. Haochuan sent a transmission request to Shan Haochuan, and upon his consent, stepped into the luminous circle. Vanishing from sight, only the ethereal Xiling remained to guard the submarine, ensuring that during his allied mission, the system's protection would deter any attacks from the venomous lizards, in a distant direction. Within a submarine faintly glowing with red light, Haochuan slowly opened his eyes to behold walls tinted with a soft crimson hue and a meticulously clean floor. Almost immediately, a wave of heat washed over him. The temperature here was significantly higher than that of his own vessel. To his left, a slightly plump boy dressed in short sleeves, with prominent canine teeth and long eyebrows, greeted him with a smile. It was Shan Haochuan. He rushed forward to embrace Haochuan, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother, you've finally arrived. It feels wonderful not to have to fight alone." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and he attempted to discreetly wipe them on Haochuan's shoulder. Haochuan, slightly repulsed, pushed him away and retorted, "I see your submarine is quite unique. It shouldn't be so bad, right?" "This is a long story," Shan Haochuan sighed, his gaze betraying a hint of helplessness. He led Haochuan to a table where they sat in chairs, and Shan Haochuan produced some bean juice to share with him. As they sipped and conversed, after half an hour of dialogue, Haochuan grasped the situation. It turned out that Shan Haochuan had indeed encountered a fortuitous event. During his first mission, he had acquired an item known as the Fire God Core. This core, when fused with an energy core, had transformed his submarine into the Fire God. It unlocked fiery equipment and constructions. The red walls they had just observed were a result of the Fire Stone's effects, enhancing insulation and providing resistance to corrosive liquids. However, this transformation came with its own set of challenges. The repairs and upgrades for the Fire God differed from those of ordinary submarines, requiring daily tasks of significantly higher difficulty, all involving mutated entities and extermination missions. This was why Shan Haochuan's repair speed lagged behind Haochuan's. Shan Haochuan shook his head with a bitter smile, stating that each repair was a hard-fought battle. Afterward, he guided Haochuan on a brief tour of other areas in the energy chamber. A Fire God core emanating red flames caught their attention, resembling a pulsating heart. "Shan Haochuan, what areas remain unrepaired?" Haochuan inquired curiously. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Haochuan replied, "Not many," and pointed towards the control room. "Just the control module. That's acceptable." Shan Haochuan is progressing quite swiftly, albeit this is the final missing component. Haochuan turned to Shan Haochuan and urged, "Brother, time waits for no one. Let us commence." Shan Haochuan skillfully opened the task list. Daily tasks. Choose 1-1. Exterminate mutated entities in the abandoned residential AR. Haochuan and Shan Haochuan were taken aback, with Haochuan tightening his grip on his sword in preparation for any unforeseen events. Chapter 18. Clearing the abandoned residential area, Part 1. They feigned calmness as they slowly turned around, only to find a girl in her early 20s standing behind them, smiling with curiosity. Haochuan responded with a natural smile, saying, "We are lost travelers from afar. May I ask where this place is?" The girl's south eyes curved into crescent moons as she warmly replied, "This is Mingyue village, and my name is Aelid. It has been a long time since we have seen strangers. Everyone will surely be delighted. Please, follow me." With that, Ali extended her hand enthusiastically, guiding them into the village. Shan greeted, "Hello, I am the head of Mingyue village. Ali, are they guests from distant lands?" The elder looked at them with a beaming smile. Upon receiving Ali's confirmation, the village head immediately assured them they could stay comfortably and arranged for them to rest in an empty house in the west. Along the way, Ali chatted with them for quite a while. And when they reached the entrance, she returned to her tasks that I in the western house. Though simple, the interior was particularly clean and tidy, showing no signs of abandonment. Haochuan gazed out the window at the children playing in the distance, remarking, "Everything here exudes an oddity. Bingshan Green Village, long untouched yet pristine, and Ali, who seems utterly lacking in caution." Shan quietly countered, "What do you intend to do? Let us act according to the situation. We cannot touch anything here. The system will not err," Haochuan replied calmly. Seeing that the day was still young, they decided to take turns resting. After 2 hours, it was Shanwen's turn, but at that moment, Ali knocked on the door. "Brother Shan, Brother Dan, tonight the village head plans to hold a gathering to welcome you. You must come." After receiving Haochuan's affirmation, Ali joyfully returned to prepare the meal. Shan, watching Ali's retreating figure, muttered, "The newcomers are not friendly." In the evening, the two strolled through the streets toward the open space where the village head was hosting the gathering. Along the way, they encountered small vendors who eagerly called out, selling various snacks. Haochuan feigned interest in the price of candied hawthorn, and the old man happily waved his hand, saying, "Child, it's a gift for you." He handed the candied hawthorn to Haochuan, his eyes flickering with anticipation. Haochuan accepted it but did not consume it immediately. Instead, he held it while conversing with Shan Wen. To their surprise, the old man abandoned his stall and followed them, anxiously urging them to eat before it melted. His tone grew increasingly urgent, almost coercive. Shan, feeling impatient, was about to respond when Ali approached with a cheerful expression. Haochuan handed the candied hawthorn to her, saying, "Ali, I thought you would enjoy this, so I brought it for you." Ali received the candied hawthorn with a sweet smile, but in a moment of distraction, it fell to the ground. "What a pity," she lamented, gazing at the dirty treat, before looking up and saying, "I'll enjoy it properly after the gathering." She spoke. She led the way, her laughter echoing with childlike innocence. The old man beside them looked reluctant, ready to speak, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Ali, prompting him to leave awkwardly. They arrived at the gathering space, brightly lit and filled with villagers seated together, laughing and chatting. However, upon seeing Haochuan's arrival, they all fell silent, wearing eerie smiles. Ignoring their expressions, Haochuan and Shan approached the village head, who warmly invited them to sit down. As soon as they did, the villagers resumed their lively discussions, recounting tales of the village. Haochuan vaguely heard them mention ghostly legends involving space travel and cryogenic chambers. Could these villagers be descendants of the natives? At that moment, Ali interrupted the conversation, gracefully stepping into the center of the square, adorned in a purple floral patterned dress, to perform a dance. The villagers clapped and sang along, while the village head, dressed in coarse linen, proudly remarked, "Ali is among the finest girls we have, but it's a pity." A pity for what? Shan pressed up. "So, nothing. By the way, esteemed guests, you have traveled far. Allow me to toast to you." The village head raised a cup. Nearby, a village woman hastily poured more wine for the both of them. Haochuan stood, addressing the crowd. "My brother and I have never consumed alcohol. We appreciate your kind intentions." The moment the words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room turned icy. The village head, still smiling, said, "Young friend, this is merely a homemade light wine. There is no harm." Shan quickly added, "If you don't drink, then don't. You all should enjoy it." The village head's expression gradually darkened, resembling autumn leaves withering into gray. The villagers quietly encircled them. Just then, Ali stepped forward. "All right, village head, if they don't wish to drink, let us not press them. Let them enjoy the food instead." Saying this, she picked up a piece of meat to feed to Haochuan. Haochuan scoffed, "I think I'll stick to my drink." He slowly raised the cup filled with clear liquid to his lips, but paused just before it touched his mouth. "How old are you, village head?" Haochuan inquired. The village head hesitated. The villagers exchanged glances, and the village head forced a smile. "I am 60 years old." "Young friend, please go ahead." Haochuan brought the cup close to his lips again, only to halt once more. The village head's forehead began to bead with sweat. "Young friend, what is the matter with you?" "Nothing, I just suddenly recalled something," Haochuan replied earnestly. He approached the village head, saying, "I was just thinking I should feed you this old man first." With that, the wine splashed across the village head's face. The crowd was stunned. Instead of the expected wrathful shout, a scream erupted from the village head. He clutched his face as blood streamed down, flesh melting away to reveal ghastly bones, as if corroded by acid. Yet the blood was green, presenting a horrifying sight. The villagers and Ollie glared at him with fury. "How did you discover this?" Ollie ground her teeth. Shan stepped forward. "Have you ever upon entering the room?" He was met with a gruesome sight of bones strewn across the floor and rusted blades scattered about, while the courtyard lay desolate and devoid of life. Haochuan cast a glance at the blades, their decay rendering them utterly useless. He traversed the courtyard and approached the main hall, where the door stood ajar, shrouded in darkness within. As he stepped forward, intent on pushing the door open, a sudden sound burst forth from the shadows. And before he could react, he was violently hurled backward, crashing to the ground. Staggering to his feet, he discovered a bone spike embedded in his chest. Having pierced only halfway through his armor point, 3 more bone spikes shot forth from the depths of the hall. But this time, Haochuan was prepared. He unsheathed his sharp sword, deflecting one spike, while deftly evading the remaining 2. Seizing the moment before the next onslaught of spikes could be launched, he drew his poisoned wooden bow and unleashed 3 arrows into the darkness. The first 2 missed their mark, but the third struck true, accompanied by a piercing scream from a woman. With a swift kick, Haochuan forced the door open, revealing a woman standing in the center of the room. Clutching her arm, blood dripped from her, pooling ominously on the floor. It was Li in that moment. She appeared a far cry from her previously innocent self. With a venomous glare, she fixed her eyes on Haochuan. Her lips pressed tightly together as her voice, dripping with malice, escaped through clenched teeth. "Damn you! If you had simply cooperated and drunk the poison to become one of us, you could have avoided all this trouble. Now you dare to harm me. You seek death." No sooner had she finished speaking than she transformed, her human skin splitting open like a cocoon, revealing a grotesque, greenish form adorned with crimson patterns, from which viscous slime dripped. Before Haochuan stood a monstrous creature, approximately 2 meters in length, resembling a maggot, yet possessing limbs. On its corpulent body was affixed a withered head, the very essence of Ollie. Mother of resentment. Quality, excellent. Description, the progenitor of the mutated resentful beings, cunning and a master of illusions, yet physically weak. The desiccated head emitted a raspy, vengeful voice. "Die, suffer in agony within my terrifying illusion." With that, it unleashed a series of dark, jarring sound waves. Haochuan pressed his palms against his ears, but the waves penetrated, reaching his very brain. In an instant, his vision blurred, and upon closing his eyes, he found himself standing amidst a bustling street. "Where is this? Blue Star, Jin Street?" he gasped incredulously. Just moments ago, he had been battling with that Ollie, and now he was here. Wait, who was he fighting? He strained to recall but found his memory slipping away. At that moment, a figure suddenly clasped his arm. "What's wrong, brother?" Turning, Haochuan beheld a girl in a floral dress, her hair flowing gracefully, her heart-shaped face marked by a hint of youthful acne. Smiling sweetly at him, it was his sister, Lanling. "Lanling, I thought you were gone," he exclaimed, pulling her into a tight embrace. "Foolish brother, I have always been here," Lanling replied, puzzled. She took his hand and led him on a shopping spree. They visited a mall, indulged in their favorite snacks, and even ventured to an amusement park to ride the pirate ship, where Lanling clung to him in fear, just like when they were children. Haochuan felt the scene before him was both mundane and strangely unfamiliar, yet he could not grasp what he had forgotten. As night fell at 8 o'clock, they returned to their small yet cozy apartment, a modest 50-square-meter space in the city where housing prices soared. After finishing their meal, they settled down to watch television when an urgent news bulletin interrupted the broadcast. "A murderer, Benjamin, has escaped from a city prison this afternoon. The police are currently pursuing him. Please secure your doors and windows and remain vigilant." Lanling spoke with trepidation. "Brother, a murderer has escaped right here in a city. How frightening." Haochuan felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, this Benjamin was known for killing young girls, so he urged Lanling to lock the doors and windows. Unbeknownst to them, outside, a man in a baseball cap was intently staring at their apartment. If Lanling were to see him now, she would recognize him as the stranger they had encountered at the amusement park earlier that day. Indeed, it was at that moment that Benjamin had set his sights on her. At 2 in the morning, the security door proved no barrier as the doorknob was gently turned. A shadow flitted through the living room, appearing at Lanling's bedroom door. She lay in a deep slumber when a swift-acting tranquilizer dart struck her arm. Jolting her awake, before she could react, she succumbed to unconsciousness. The following morning, as dawn broke, Haochuan awoke to find the front door ajar. A sense of foreboding washing over him, he hurried to Lanling's room, where the disheveled bed silently testified to her perilous fate. "Lanling, where are you?" he cried, searching every corner of their 50-square-meter apartment, but to no avail. Ultimately, he discovered a note hidden in the nightstand. "If you wish to find her, go to the old warehouse on East Street." Without a moment to lose, Haochuan dashed to the location. Upon reaching the ground floor, he rushed to his car. Just as he stepped onto the road, a white vehicle careened toward him, knocking him to the ground. Pain coursed through his body, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself bound to a wooden post, while Lanling lay tied to an iron bed beside him. Before him stood Benjamin, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he regarded Haochuan. "I hear you hold your sister dear," he taunted, and without warning, he tore at Lanling's clothing, brandishing a whip to strike her. Her screams pierced the air as her delicate skin tore under the violence, blood flowing freely and staining the iron bed. Haochuan roared in fury, "Let her go. Come at me instead. Don't be hasty." Benjamin replied, "I prefer to let you watch as I slowly torture your beloved." With that, he continued to inflict torment upon Lanling, treating her as a blank canvas for his sadistic artistry, carving into her flesh with a whip. Lanling, racked with pain, fainted several times, only to be revived by Benjamin's cold water splashes. "Damn you! What do you want?" Haochuan bellowed. "Destroy what you hold most dear, and you shall fall into despair," Benjamin uttered cryptically. Then, he resumed his gruesome dismemberment of Lanling before Haochuan's helpless eyes. Overwhelmed by despair and fury, Haochuan's struggles proved futile. In the end, Lanling was brutally slain by Benjamin, who mocked Haochuan as he hung limply from the post. "Aren't you mighty? Come save her. She died because of your weakness." Haochuan remained silent, his expression one of grim determination. Benjamin, reveling in his triumph, turned to leave. However, just as he did, a sound of tearing fabric echoed behind him. Startled, he glanced back to see Haochuan violently ripping apart his bindings, even as the flesh of his arms was torn in the process. "You," Benjamin gasped. Shocked, he swung the whip at Haochuan, but it did little to hinder his advance. Grabbing various instruments of torture from the table, Benjamin hurled them at Haochuan, leaving ghastly wounds in their wake. Yet Haochuan remained undeterred, his gaze fixed on Benjamin as he drew closer. Panic set in for Benjamin. He attempted to flee, but in his haste, he tripped over the whip and fell to the ground. "What are you doing?" he shouted, retreating in fear. Haochuan loomed over him, then bent down to meet his gaze. In that instant, a glint of cold steel flashed as a dagger plunged into Haochuan's chest. Benjamin erupted in triumphant laughter. "Fool, you dare to challenge me!" He believed Haochuan was finished, preparing to rise and leave. Yet, the anticipated scream never came. Instead, Haochuan slowly withdrew the dagger from his chest. Under Benjamin's astonished gaze, he uttered, "You should never have touched my Achilles heel." Before Benjamin could react, Haochuan plunged the dagger into him repeatedly, 1, 2, 3 times until Benjamin lay in a heap on the ground, reduced to a broken wreck. Haochuan rose, stating, "Your mistake was using Lanling to provoke me. That act has restored my memories." Benjamin breathed his last. The surroundings began to shift. The iron bed, wooden post, and walls vanished, and Haochuan found himself back in the inner hall of the village chief's house. A pained scream echoed. It was the mother of resentment. Haochuan had shattered its illusion, which sought to obliterate his most cherished person through Benjamin's identity, intending to slay Haochuan spiritually. Yet, cleverness had backfired. In his overwhelming rage, Haochuan had regained his memories and dispelled the illusion. The mother of resentment, now severely wounded, cast a vengeful glance at Haochuan before choosing to flee. But before it could take more than a few steps, A wooden arrow imbued with paralyzing toxins struck its body. Already injured and now poisoned, it struggled to escape in its terrified gaze. Haochuan approached, methodically dismembering it with his long sword. After a time, Haochuan sat beside the corpse, bloodied and smeared with gore. Shan Haochuan burst into the room, exclaiming, "So, you are here. Has the mother been slain?" Outside, the houses had reverted to their derelict state, and all mutated beings had perished on the spot. Haochuan wearily lifted his gaze to Shan Haochuan, offering a faint smile as he replied, "It is dead." With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hey! Shan Haochuan rushed to support him. At 10 o'clock that night, within the energy room of the fire god vessel, Haochuan gradually opened his eyes and sat up. Groaning as he held his throbbing head, Shan Haochuan entered, pouring him a glass of water. "You scared me just now. Thankfully, you merely fainted from exhaustion." Haochuan chuckled wryly. He had believed that a straightforward execution of the task would suffice. Yet he had come perilously close to being defeated by an illusion. Upon opening his system backpack, he discovered his rewards for the mission: an excellent double-barrel shotgun, 15 splitting shotgun shells, and 100 alliance points. "Thank you, brother," Haochuan expressed gratefully. Shan Haochuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "The gratitude should be directed at me. Without you, this mission would have been insurmountable." Indeed, Haochuan seemed to recollect something and asked, "How much time has passed?" "It is currently 10:20 p.m., Shan Haochuan replied. Understanding dawned upon Haochuan in an instant. Within the illusion of the residential area, time flowed as it did in the outside world, while in the mental dreamscape of the vengeful mother worm. Mere minutes had elapsed. After a quick wash, Haochuan and Shan Haochuan shared a late-night meal in the control room. Announcement: Congratulations to Shan Haochuan for completing the submarine repairs. Haochuan opened the submarine repair leaderboard and saw Shan Haochuan ranked at 100th. Since Haochuan had initiated the first repair yesterday, an increasing number of individuals had met the criteria to repair submarines. Not bad at all. The task for the fire god is even more challenging. So achieving a repair within 4 days is quite commendable, Haochuan praised. However, being complimented by the top contender was not particularly exhilarating for Shan Haochuan, who simply chuckled in response. At that moment, a flame-like pattern on the central console flickered to life, swirling in the center of the display. After a while, as if tired from spinning, it came to a halt, followed by a somewhat rugged voice emanating from the console. "The fire god is more powerful than other submarines. Hence, it is naturally more difficult to repair." This was the central console equipped with the explosive driving module, endowing the fire god with a semblance of consciousness. As the night had grown late, Haochuan decided to squeeze in for a night on Shan Haochuan's bed and return in the morning. A night of profound slumber ensued. The next day, it was overcast. Early in the morning, Shan Haochuan had prepared breakfast. Observing the porridge and stewed meat laid out on the table, Haochuan remarked, "Ah, with Chef Shan around, I'm in for a treat." "Charge 1,000 uranium stones," Shan Haochuan grinned. The two devoured breakfast with the ferocity of a whirlwind. With some leisure time on his hands, Haochuan planned to head back. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the control console. "The little crawlers are invading again, just 1 kilometer from the submarine. Let us exterminate them." "What a coincidence in that case. I shall take a look at what kind of beasts they are and lend a hand," Haochuan resolved. Shortly thereafter, a mass of black dots became discernible. Haochuan focused his gaze and discovered that they were old acquaintances. Chapter 21. The onslaught of the frigid worms. Previously, when Haochuan had been the first to complete a task, he had encountered the frigid worms. Frigid worm, species, aberrant beast, description: a common hidden creature of frigid Mercury, known for its speed and mastery of mimicry. Damage: 20, health: 200. Unlike the solitary ones from the task, at least 50 or 60 were now assaulting the fire god. Clad in snow-white scales, they blended seamlessly into the ice, their detection reliant solely on the fire goddess radar. Haochuan noted that 3 larger entities lingered behind the throng, evidently more formidable than the average frigid worm. They were considerably larger, their scales shimmering with a ghostly blue glow, unmistakably the leaders of this frigid worm pack. Haochuan followed Shan Haochuan to the firing position, where Shan Haochuan introduced him to the fire god's exclusive machine guns. Flame machine guns, 1 on each side. The bullets have a chance to ignite, and this fire is impervious to water, fueled by organic matter, Shan Haochuan boasted. Haochuan approached the firing port, and through the scope, he could clearly see the foremost frigid worm. Shan Haochuan observed from another machine gun. Let us open fire when they get closer. Time passed, and the worms drew nearer. Now, fire! Shan Haochuan commanded. Haochuan, already aiming, pressed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets that tore through the air like heated currents. The bullets struck the back of the frigid worm, penetrating its scales and causing it to writhe in agony. The chance ignition effect triggered, causing flames to erupt from the wounds of a few frigid worms, rapidly engulfing their bodies. Like blossoms of fire, accompanied by their mournful cries, it was a feast for the senses. As the two coordinated their fire, bullets rained down like a dense net, toppling the frigid worms, though some managed to evade the onslaught. They approached the fire god, rearing half their bodies and aiming their sharp mandibles at the submarine's hull to launch a fierce assault. The hull of the fur dark matter can only be harvested at night, thus consumption must be kept in check, and other aspects, such as firearms, remain unusable. Xiling has made commendable progress. She should continue her efforts. Haochuan recalled the burning barrier of the Shinwan fire god. Realizing that his dark matter barrier surpassed it was time to bestow a name upon his submarine, ensuring it would not be overshadowed by the fire god. After a brief moment of contemplation, inspiration struck him, and he declared to Xiling, from this moment forth, the submarine shall be named Giant Divine Wood. Xiling exclaimed in delight, Hooray, Giant Divine Wood. Although she was a plant, her intellect was akin to that of a 10-year-old. Haochuan inquired about the status of the data. Xiling's joyful tone quickly subdued, and she replied in a much lower voice, all data has been analyzed, and the approximate information about this world has been compiled from the captain's diary and popular science regarding the extreme cold planet. She then displayed the information on the central console. Haochuan meticulously read through the primary data. Upon finishing, he gasped in astonishment. His and Shunwen's conjectures were indeed correct. Humans existed on this planet. They were immigrants, but now they dwelled beneath the surface. The extreme cold planet is composed of 99 ocean, and initially, humans resided on the one of land. Later, an unknown radiation emerged, forcing the surviving humans to flee into the ocean. Subsequently, the radiation mysteriously dissipated, yet humanity did not return to the surface. Haochuan sensed an enigmatic force orchestrating these events. But what connection did this have with the system? What was the source of the radiation? Haochuan inquired. According to the analysis, it was a mysterious object that appeared randomly on glaciers, continuously emitting radiation and spreading. This object could also transform exotic beasts into puppets to ensure its safety. Xiling's serious voice resonated. The indigenous humans possess limited technology. Only protective suits can withstand the radiation, and it is only bearable with the injection of a neutralizing agent. It seemed that local technology could not completely shield against radiation. Thus, planning ahead was essential. Haochuan resolved to pay closer attention to the radiation issue. Xiling then mentioned, by the way, the nature-based crafting station has updated some equipment. You should take a look. Haochuan's contemplation was interrupted, and he replied, understood, before proceeding to the nature-based crafting station. Upon opening the list, he found that, in addition to the previously available plant fiber seeds, transforming vines, and healing wooden beds, 2 new tools had been added. The resilient vine motorcycle and the fiber water purifier. Haochuan's eyes brightened. These two were precisely what he needed. The motorcycle compensated for the shortcomings of pedestrian mobility, while the water purifier alleviated the rapid consumption of bottled water. Resilient vine motorcycle. Quality? Excellent. Description. Crafted from 100 plant fibers and 3 uranium stones for energy. Can travel 100 kilometers. No defensive capabilities. No weapons equipped. Fiber water purifier. Quality. Ordinary. Description. Crafted from 20 plant fibers. The simplest filter. Slow filtration speed but safe. Filters 2 per hour, with a lifespan of 12 hours. Haochuan deemed this satisfactory and planned to craft several. He then turned his attention to the equipment list. Beneath the original vine armor, poisonous wood bow, and seed blood meat machine, a new piece of equipment had appeared. The parasitic grenade. Parasitic grenade. Quality. Excellent. Description. Crafted from 10 plant fiber seeds and 1 uranium stone. Upon detonation, the seeds penetrate flesh, growing within the host to rapidly absorb biological energy and nutrients, leading to their demise. Goodness! 1 grenade for a single uranium stone. Haochuan couldn't help but smirk. It was evident that uranium stones were not easily spared. He first visited the plant cultivation box to harvest the plant fibers and corn crops, then went outside the giant divine wood to collect the plant fibers that had grown on the bodies of the slain brown-scaled venom lizards. In total, he harvested 200 pounds of plant fibers and 3 pounds of corn, bringing his total plant fiber count to approximately 350. He proceeded to the primary nature-based crafting station and chose to craft 2 resilient vine motorcycles, 3 fiber water purifiers, and 3 parasitic grenades. This required 290 plant fibers and 9 uranium stones, leaving his material reserves nearly depleted. He glanced at the completion time. 1 hour remaining. Haochuan entered the control room, intending to browse the channels for a while. Propping his feet up on the chair, he observed the channel's content. 2 days had passed, and many more individuals had completed repair tasks. However, they all seemed to agree to stay temporarily within the ice. After all, who knew what terrifying entities lurked below? Following the crowd was always the safer choice. The channel was bustling with various trade offers: short knives for bread, bulk discounts, iron armor for water. Fair to all, over the past few days, the number of task offers had increased, with some individuals failing and disappearing entirely. More often, rewards were granted for completed tasks, and usable weapons were found alongside. At that moment, a particular message caught his attention. Special weapon, bid to acquire. He nodded, discovering a girl with short braids, approximately 23 years of age. Hello, what special weapon do you wish to exchange? Ah, you are Haochuan, the top repairer of the submarine? I'm so happy to have met you. Haochuan scratched his head. Was this the downside of fame? A picture was sent, revealing a gleaming sword. Titanium alloy longsword. Quality: excellent. Description: a longsword crafted from titanium alloy. Cuts through iron like mud. This material was the first time Haochuan had encountered it since arriving in this world. Xiling, is there any information about titanium alloy in the data? Haochuan inquired. After a moment of silence, Xiling replied, according to the popular science content, titanium alloy is a high-grade metal, essential for crafting advanced weapons and submarines, and is relatively difficult to obtain. Moreover, I feel a connection to this longsword. Haochuan silently resolved to acquire this sword. How do you plan to exchange? He messaged, I don't need weapons or food. I'd like to ask you to assist me in completing a repair task. She then briefly described the situation. Her name was Li Yu, and her submarine had been modified by the light system. Most repair tasks involved mutated entities and Alice parasite infectees. This task focused on exterminating the Alice parasite infectees. Unlike the task Haochuan had completed, Li Yu's mission involved more powerful and numerous infectees. Thus she required external assistance. I never expected to encounter you. This task should be secure. Li Yu's message brimmed with joy. Chapter 23. The initial formation of the alliance. Although Haochuan felt pleased that she held him in such high regard, he was well aware of his limitations. Please send over the information. Before long, a screenshot appeared. Eliminate the hidden Alice parasites, C-Class. As Haochuan scrutinized the details, a remarkable occurrence unfolded. A brief note appeared at the bottom of the screenshot. Completion reward: jet propulsion engine. 1 pair of holy light wings. Haochuan replied, how can you be certain this task will reward you with the equipment you need? My intuition, Li Yu succinctly stated. Haochuan understood that everyone had their secrets, and it was normal not to disclose everything. However, she certainly hadn't erred. The jet propulsion engine was precisely what she lacked. All right, I accept. Please add me to your allies. Haochuan sent the invitation to Li Yu. In less than a minute, Li Yu accepted. She also conveniently traded the titanium alloy longsword to him. Haochuan gazed at the luminous black titanium alloy in his hand and softly asked Xiling, how do we achieve symbiosis? Xiling instructed him to place the longsword near the energy core, where her essence resided. A fleshy stem slowly extended from Xiling's core, reaching toward the longsword until it made contact with the titanium alloy. Upon contact, it was as if a withered tree met water, instantly enveloping the blade in a green glow that illuminated the energy chamber. In less than a moment, all the tendrils receded, revealing a long sword entirely enveloped in green with black patterns. Nature Energy Sword, Symbiotic. Quality: excellent. Description: crafted from titanium alloy, transformed through symbiosis to become a vessel of the nature system. Can grow by defeating mutated entities. Currently at level 1. Skill: green cage. Cooldown 5 minutes. Haochuan, satisfied with the energy sword in hand, swung it in the air, conjuring a green vine cage capable of imprisoning 3 individuals. 5 minutes later, the cage vanished, and the skill's cooldown was fulfilled. Sheathing the energy sword, Haochuan intended to teleport to Liu once the crafting of his items was complete. At that moment, an announcement appeared. Announcement. Main mission countdown remaining 2 days. Detecting that 40 of players have yet to repair their submarines. Special mission opened. Eliminate unformed radiation sources. 4 task details, see the list. Radiation sources. This unexpected development compelled Haochuan to temporarily halt his original plans. He opened the task list. Eliminate unformed radiation sources. C-class team up with allies to eliminate radiation sources. Reward, Universal Equipment Conversion Card. 4 players who have not completed repair tasks. Anti-radiation serum. 4 players who have completed repair tasks. Each participant receives 50 alliance points. It seemed the system was eager for them to avoid solitary endeavors. This was not dissimilar to alliance tasks. Those who had repaired their submarines could activate the alliance system to collaborate with those who had not completed their tasks on special missions. In the private chat channel, Liu's message appeared, "Big shot. Are you planning to accept the special task?" After some contemplation, Haochuan replied, "I feel more confident about this task, and with more allies, it should be easier." Liu indicated her willingness to follow Haochuan's lead, and he decisively contacted Shanwen. Shanwen responded, "This is a good opportunity. Anti-radiation serum is also a rare item. I'm in." With the affirmation of both, Haochuan's ally list still had room for one more. He opened the channel, where lively discussions were taking place. Allies still have 3 spots. Let's form a group. Casual offers, those in need, come forward. The call for recruits flooded the airwaves as everyone endeavored to assemble teams for special missions. Haochuan also put forth a recruitment notice. The alliance was in need of one more member, inviting those interested to reach out privately. As soon as his message was sent, several individuals responded. "It's Haochuan. I want to join me first. Point 1. The private chat channel was inundated with messages. Haochuan scrolled through them, and after a moment, his eyes brightened. This individual seemed promising. Clicking on the profile revealed a chubby fellow who appeared somewhat simple-minded. Named Su Xingma. "Xingma, did you say you specialize in defense?" Haochuan inquired. Xingma replied, "Indeed. My skill is called Petrified Skin, which allows me to resist physical attacks. I also possess a piece of armor that can withstand area attacks." "Excellent. Our team is currently lacking a defender, which will make these missions much more secure." Satisfied, Haochuan approved Xingma's application for membership. Thus, the Haochuan Alliance welcomed its 3rd ally. After declining the other requests in the channel, he turned to Ziling to inquire about the radiation source. "I have compiled the information regarding the radiation source as per your request," Ziling stated, displaying the data on the monitor. Haochuan swiftly skimmed through. Cause of radiation source. Unknown. Incomplete entities are fragile and guarded by puppets. Method of destruction. Fear of flames. Once formed, they cannot be eliminated. There are 5 types of puppets. His face lit up with joy. It seemed this information would indeed prove invaluable. He promptly purchased 2 days of pinned information rights in the system shop and copied the data into the channel. Sending and pinning it.in an instant, the channel erupted with excitement, akin to a stone thrown into water, creating ripples. "Thank you, esteemed leader. This is fantastic. With this information, we have a solid chance. I want to have your babies. Me first." Naturally, there were also voices of skepticism. Will the first to fix guarantee the accuracy of this information? I only trust my own fists. Does the person above imply that this data will intimidate the radiation source into retreating? Haochuan observed the discussion in the channel, neither pleased nor disheartened. He had done his best, and every additional ally counted. He opened the alliance channel. "Greetings, everyone. Esteemed leader, big brother, comrade. Excellent. All 3 were online. Prepare yourselves. We will assemble at my location in half an hour." After sending the message, Haochuan logged off, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Haochuan arrived at the open area outside the giant god tree vessel and began practicing with the natural energy sword. He needed to quickly familiarize himself with this weapon to prepare for the impending battles. Half an hour later, Shunwen leaned back with his hands behind his head and exclaimed, "Brother, your giant god tree vessel has me utterly captivated." Ziling's massive form and symbiotic flesh armor stood out distinctly. Shortly thereafter, Liu and Xingma teleported in one after the other, their astonishment palpable. "So this is the esteemed leader's mansion." Indeed, even the submarine of the esteemed leader is a cut above the rest. Without further ado, Haochuan, pressed for time, led them to the crafting station, securing the resilient vine motorcycle and parasitic hand grenades. and placing 3 water purifiers in the corner of the power room. Each filled to the brim with ice. He then joined them in the cockpit to accept a special mission. Eliminate the incomplete radiation source, Class C. Beep. The system automatically began detecting 0.3 incomplete radiation sources were identified within 5 kilometers of the giant god tree vessel. Please select. Haochuan addressed the 3. Let us choose the one closest to the east. If we encounter any danger, we can swiftly retreat to the submarine. You expressed some concern. 5 kilometers is still a bit far. We might not make it on foot. Haochuan smiled gently and, from his system backpack, produced 2 resilient vine motorcycles. The group stared in awe at the 2 motorcycles crafted from resilient vines, their engines emanating a green glow. Once again, they were left astounded. While others were still walking, Haochuan now had a means of transportation. Shen, you and Xingma take one bike, while Li Yu and I will take the other. Let us set off. With that, Haochuan hopped on first, and the others followed suit. The vehicles glided across the icy surface, the sturdy, rough tires adeptly preventing any slips. Awesome! Shinwen shouted, revving the engine and speeding up to catch up with Haochuan's motorcycle, leaving behind faint tire tracks and echoes on the ground. Chapter 24. A harmonious combination. The 2 motorcycles roared across the vast ice field, their sounds resonating and echoing. Some beasts lurking in the shadows were drawn in by the noise. Haochuan grasped the handlebars with one hand while drawing his poisonous wood bow with the other, picking off the beasts along the way. Accelerating, he executed a stylish drift, effortlessly evading the beast's attacks and leaving the powerful yet solitary creatures far behind. With the motorcycle's speed, the originally 2-hour journey was mercilessly cut down to half an hour. The northeast, 4 kilometers from the giant god tree vessel, lay an open space atop the icy peak. The weather was clear with a biting wind. Is this the place? Xingma squinted his small eyes in disbelief. Liu, clad in a green hanfu, surveyed the area and said, no, the route indicates we need to proceed another kilometer. Moreover, this is a mandatory path. If we choose to detour, it would add another 5 kilometers. Haochuan gazed ahead and informed the group. Before them lay a basin densely populated with brown-scaled poison lizards guarding a cave entrance. There were so many that even those on the mountain could faintly hear their growls. Shan spoke up, Big brother, how do you want to proceed? I'll follow your lead. Haochuan, displaying his classic contemplative gesture with his left hand supporting his chin, pondered briefly before addressing the group. Let us treat these obstructive brown-scaled poison lizards as our alliance's first coordinated combat training. Everyone, prepare for battle. Haochuan stored the motorcycles in his system backpack and led his squad stealthily downwards. As they advanced, everyone drew their weapons. Haochuan gripped his double-barreled shotgun tightly, adorned in vine armor. Shenwen brandished his fire element longsword, the heat radiating from his fiery armor, making the air feel almost sweltering. Xingma held his right arm across his chest, a small silver shield adorning his forearm. Most uniquely, Liu produced 2 small grenades from her pocket, clutching them in her palm, as they neared the valley floor. The outermost brown-scaled poison lizards detected their presence. They immediately turned their attention towards Haochuan and emitted low growls as a warning. Shan, steady as a rock, advanced. As he leaped forward, mere meters from the lizards, he aimed his fire element longsword at the lizard on the right. Just as the lizard attempted to evade, Shan abruptly redirected his sword, stabbing the other lizard instead. This feint caught the latter off guard, resulting in a direct hit. Blood stained the white snow as it fell, convulsing. This action instantly enraged the other lizards. 2 lizards nearby seized the opportunity while he was still recovering, launching an attack from the right. At that moment, a shotgun appeared at the gap on Shanwen's right side, its dark muzzle exuding an ominous chill. It was Haochuan, stepping forward to provide cover for Shan. The gunfire rang out. At such close range, the brown-scaled poison lizard's head exploded into pieces. Blood splattered onto the other lizards, undoubtedly inciting their ferocity. That a horde of lizards, drawn by the scent of blood, charged in. Xingma positioned himself in front of the group, raising his arm to shield them. The silver shield rapidly expanded to the height of a person, perfectly shielding Xingma and the others behind him. The claws of the lizards struck against the shield, but all were effectively blocked. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. It was Liu, who leapt into the air and hurled the small grenades at the gathering lizards. In an instant, it was as if ice met oil. With a cacophony of explosions erupting, accompanied by severed limbs and dismembered bodies flying in all directions. Liu, somewhat smug, waved her fists and declared, "Not so pleasant, is it? My palm thunder may be small, but it swiftly takes care of these little shrimp." The previously encircled situation was instantly reversed. Haochuan drew the natural element sword and, alongside Shan Haochuan's fire element sword, began to reap havoc. The titanium alloy, every cannonball was aimed with precision, yet each one was deftly evaded. Haochuan unleashed his weapon skill, the green cage, and in an instant, countless vines emerged, ensnaring the creature within. Seizing this opportunity, everyone finally caught a glimpse of its true form. It was a venomous lizard adorned with purple scales, and in contrast to the brown-scaled variant, it boasted a pair of translucent, short wings. No wonder its speed surpassed that of other venomous lizards. Purple-scaled venomous lizard. Quality, epic. Description, a unique terrestrial entity. The venomous lizard has reached an evolutionary dead end. Nevertheless, its speed and offensive capabilities on land are formidable. Skill, rapid charge. The purple-scaled venomous lizard flapped its wings and ascended into the air. Its crimson eyes fixated on Haochuan and the others. It let out a roar, followed by a charged attack, as its sharp dorsal fins struck against the vines. The green cage could not withstand the assault for more than 2 seconds before shattering. However, this brief moment afforded Haochuan the chance to react. He hastily tossed a parasitic grenade before the lizard could escape. "Xingma!" Haochuan shouted. The stout Xingma immediately conjured a silver shield in front of the others, and the grenade detonated just as the venomous lizard broke free from its confinement. Contrary to expectations, the explosion was not particularly thunderous. Instead, the parasitic grenade released countless tiny yet sharp seeds. The purple-scaled venomous lizard, positioned at the heart of the blast, bore the brunt, with Xingma's shield also taking a hit. The lizard's tough scales blocked nearly all the seeds, save for those that struck its unprotected wings. Upon contact with the flesh of its wings, the minuscule seeds rapidly sprouted. Chapter 25. Clearing the unformed radiation source, Part 1. The once vibrant flesh quickly drained of color, and green shoots began to emerge, growing at a visibly rapid pace and threatening to spread to the surrounding tissue. The purple-scaled venomous lizard let out a pained roar, using its sharp claws to tear away the burgeoning green sprouts. Yet, this could only delay the inevitable, for the roots had already taken deep hold. Blood flowed alongside the flesh as it glared furiously at the group, its gaze darting around. Then, it chose Liu. Among them, the petite girl appeared the most vulnerable. Haochuan, seeing the purple-scaled venomous lizard swiftly lunging towards Liu, rushed forward to intervene, while Shan Haochuan raised his gunpowder cannon to aim. Xingma produced a launcher and tossed it at Liu's feet. However, despite the damage to the lizard's wings, its agility as a high-tier aberrant beast was not something they could hope to halt at such close range. Haochuan noticed that Liu remained calm, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing her lips as she regarded the lizard. There was no time left. The lizard's gaping maw was mere inches from Liu, its rancid breath laden with the stench of decaying flesh. Contrary to everyone's expectations of a gruesome scene, Liu's right hand firmly grasped the lizard's throat, her immense strength causing her skin to tear, revealing the metallic underlayer beneath. It turned out that her right arm was a mechanical prosthetic. The purple-scaled venomous lizard thrashed violently, but to no avail. "Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer," Liu urged in low tones. Quick as a flash, Haochuan plunged the nature element sword into the lizard's back, the blade emerging from its chest. After a few futile struggles, the purple-scaled venomous lizard succumbed. Liu released her grip, the lizard's corpse sliding off the sword and crashing heavily to the ground. Devoid of life to counter the parasitic forces, the plants grew rapidly, spreading to a third of the area in mere moments. "Leave the corpse for now. I have use for it," Liu stated. With a swift motion, Haochuan cleaved the lizard's body in two with his sword. Liu retrieved a syringe from her belongings, collecting a sample of its blood, and then produced a box to store several pieces of fresh flesh. Haochuan extracted a purple blood bead from within the lizard's body. "Thanks to you for capturing it. Here, take this," he offered, handing the bead to Liu. However, Liu declined, saying, "I'm already grateful that you and Shan Haochuan are willing to take me on this mission. Consider this flesh a reward. You two can share the bead." Xingma concurred, while Shan Haochuan chuckled, "Come on, big brother, Don't be modest, just accept it. Haochuan, seeing no reason to argue further, pocketed the blood bead. After a brief respite, the group resumed their trek towards their destination. With only a few hundred meters remaining to the radiation source, they opted to walk. As they neared the special task location, the surroundings grew increasingly silent. The sky shrouded in a gray haze, and the air thick with the stench of decay. Xingma felt a chill run down his spine and, in a fit of impatience, exclaimed, "Has the system not signaled the task commencement yet?" Haochuan patted his shoulder, offering a gentle reassurance, "It will be soon." He then turned to the others. "This will be a tough battle. Everyone, prepare yourselves." The group nodded in agreement and advanced. That moment, their systems chimed with task alerts. Haochuan opened the mission list. Clearing the unformed radiation source, C-Class, commencing. Completion requirement, destroy the radiation source. Everyone stay alert for potential sudden enemy appearances, Haochuan instructed, and the four formed a small protective circle as they moved forward. Suddenly, a thick white mist enveloped the area, obscuring visibility. From the left, a figure emerged through the fog. It was a skeletal arm, slowly moving forward, fully revealing a skeletal warrior clad in tattered armor and wielding a flail. According to the data provided by Xiling, there are 5 types of puppets associated with unformed radiation sources: attack, defense, support, collection, and guard. Indeed, the embryonic radiation requires flesh to grow, thus necessitating the assistance of puppets. The skeletal warrior before them undoubtedly belonged to the attack category. As Haochuan and his companions approached cautiously, they were met with 6 skeletal warriors armed with various weapons: axes, hammers, swords, and clubs. Let's engage. "I'll go first," Shinwen declared without hesitation, charging at the axe-wielding skeletal warrior. These lower-tier skeletons lacked the speed and strength to match them, and it wasn't long before Haochuan and his companions dispatched them one by one with ease. Just as they began to celebrate their victory, 3 more skeletal warriors emerged from the mist. Unlike their predecessors, these 3 were equipped with much finer gear and moved with greater agility. The cloth-clad skeleton raised a pistol and fired several shots at Haochuan, prompting Xingma to quickly raise his shield for protection. "Now even skeletons are wielding guns," Haochuan mused. The bullets struck the shield, sparking as they ricocheted off. Seizing the opportunity, Liu hurled a palm grenade, which landed precisely at the skeleton's feet. The ensuing explosion shredded the cloth from the skeleton's body and shattered its right knee joint, causing it to collapse and drop its firearm. Shunwen acted decisively, driving his elemental sword into the skeleton's skull, igniting it with fire elements until it was completely incinerated. Meanwhile, Haochuan was not idle. Another skeleton, armored and wielding a hammer, took the chance to attack. Haochuan engaged in combat, dodging the oncoming hammer while unleashing his double-barreled shotgun at the armored skeleton. The pellet struck true, but the armor absorbed the impact entirely. The hammer swung again, but rather than retreating, Haochuan advanced, brandishing the nature element sword and invoking the cage skill. The hammer struck the vines with such force that leaves scattered. Haochuan then threw the remaining broken grenade at the armored skeleton. As the smoke cleared, a gaping hole appeared in the skeleton's chest, yet it remained standing. In Haochuan's eyes, it was already dead. With its armor compromised, Haochuan deftly dodged its next attack, plunging his energy sword into the exposed bone of its chest and twisting it fiercely, shattering the skeleton's spine and causing it to collapse in ruins. Its skull rolled to Haochuan's feet, and he crushed it beneath his foot. Glancing at Shunwen, Haochuan suddenly noticed a glimmer of cold light flash behind him. "Be careful," Haochuan shouted, rushing to pull Shunwen out of harm's way as an iron arrow struck his left arm. Fortunately, the vine armor protected him, preventing the arrowhead from penetrating his skin. Shunwen quickly regained his composure, aiming his gunpowder cannon at the skeletal archer and obliterating it before it could launch another attack. With that, they dispatched all the skeletal warriors encircling them, just as Haochuan and the others prepared to delve deeper into the mist. They were suddenly struck by a sharp pain on their faces. "This is bad. It's radiation," Xingma shouted in alarm. Chapter 26. Clearing the Unformed Radiation Source, Part 2. Haochuan exchanged a glance with Liu. Both nodding in understanding, Liu pulled 4 breathing masks from her backpack and said, "These are makeshift masks I created." The group donned the masks, feeling immediate relief, though it was merely a temporary measure. "The masks will only hold for half an hour. Once that time is up, we'll need replacements, and I don't have many left, so we must act swiftly," Liu warned. Haochuan pointed ahead into the mist, exclaiming, "Look within the fog." A shadowy hexagonal object became discernible. This was likely the radiation source. Xingma and Shan, one wielding a shield and the other a sword, advanced cautiously, while Liu readied her crossbow and Haochuan gripped his double-barreled shotgun, slowly approaching the hexagonal object. After traversing a few meters, the stagnant mist suddenly began to churn once more. From the east and west emerged two colossal apes with red eyes, standing 2 meters tall. Their snow-white skin marred, revealing decaying flesh that dripped with viscous fluid. Haochuan's expression turned grave. "These are defensive puppets." Upon spotting Haochuan and his companions, the two red-eyed giants raised their iron clubs high, intent on smashing them to the ground. "Scatter!" Haochuan commanded, and the four swiftly dispersed. The iron clubs struck the ground where they had stood, sending a shower of ice shards and frost that further obscured their vision. In that moment, Shan raised his gunpowder cannon, firing randomly at the ground around them. The detonations ignited the earth, dispersing the mist and melting the frost. The surroundings suddenly became clear once more. Although the red-eyed giant apes had been turned into puppets, the ingrained fear of flames, etched into their very genes, compelled them to instinctively retreat from the fire. They lifted their feet to avoid the flames. Attempting to retreat back into the white mist, Haochuan shouted to Shen, "There's hope. Fire the gunpowder cannon at them." Without hesitation, Shen raised the cannon again, this time aiming at the ground beneath the giant apes. Bang! Sparks flew as the giant apes hurriedly dodged. The flames gradually formed a circle, isolating the giant apes from Haochuan and the others. The red-eyed giant apes roared in frustration outside the circle, yet dared not cross the flames. Haochuan drew his poisonous wooden bow and aimed at the exposed arm of the giant ape. The ape attempted to evade, but its bulk made it clumsy, and it was still struck by the arrow. Why isn't there any reaction? Haochuan wondered, perplexed that the paralysis toxin had not taken effect. Liu suggested, "It could be that the giant ape's size is too large, and the toxin is insufficient. That can be remedied." Haochuan's poisonous wooden bow could hold up to 5 poisoned arrows, and he quickly aimed again at other parts of the giant ape. Firing 2 more arrows, at this moment, the cumbersome giant ape had 3 arrows embedded in its body, and the paralysis toxin finally began to take effect. Its arm grew weak, unable to grasp the iron rod, and its left leg also started to give way, causing it to lose balance and stumble to the ground. This is a golden opportunity. Shen took out his fire element sword and deftly dodged the attack from the other giant ape. He plunged the sword into the belly of the poisoned giant ape, slashing open the flesh to reveal its decaying innards. The fire element ignited upon contact, setting the giant ape's skin and entrails ablaze. The red-eyed giant ape howled in agony as the flames gradually consumed it. The remaining giant ape, witnessing the shrinking circle of fire, overcame its fear in a fit of rage and charged through the flames towards Xingmo and the others. In this critical moment, Haochuan activated the cage skill, temporarily trapping the creature. Xingmo quickly realized, "You're not the only one who can smash things." That he enlarged his silver shield several times, raising it with great force to strike the giant ape. The ape attempted to tear apart the vines and raised its right arm to block the incoming blow. It had underestimated the situation. The shield, despite its seemingly small size compared to its arm, was immensely heavy and solid. Xingmo's full-force strike made the shield even more burdensome, resulting in the giant ape's right arm shattering instantly. It let out a pained howl, with its right arm hanging limply at its side. With one arm incapacitated, its torso became exposed, presenting an opportunity for Liu. Calmly, Liu rushed in, expertly dodging the giant ape's stomp, and accurately tossed a palm grenade into the creature's chest. A crisp explosion resonated, leaving the giant ape's chest a gruesome mess, causing it to sway unsteadily. Seizing the moment, Haochuan leaped up, positioning his fully green natural energy sword to bypass the ribs and pierce the giant ape's heart. Crack! He faintly heard the sound of the giant ape's heart bursting as he withdrew his sword, and the giant ape collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Having dispatched the 2 red-eyed giant ape puppets, the group hastened their steps toward the hexagonal prism. This time, they encountered no obstacles in the white mist, quickly arriving within 50 meters of the prism. Suddenly, they felt the world spinning, and Haochuan, distressed, plunged his sword into the ground for support. As he pondered the cause, he spotted a familiar figure ahead. It was the mimetic siren. It was the very creature that had lured Haochuan to open the door at the entrance of the gigantic tree ship. Damn it, Haochuan thought with irritation. Why is the support puppet from the radiation source this creature? No wonder I haven't encountered it since that night. The mimetic siren unleashed a mental shockwave, leaving the group dizzy and unable to resist. Liu, barely holding on to consciousness, managed to pass an item to Haochuan. He had no time to examine it. He needed to stop the siren's incantation as quickly as possible. Gripping his sword tightly in his right hand, he raised a double-barreled shotgun in his left, aiming at the siren and pulling the trigger, but the expected scene of wounding the siren did not occur, let alone dismembering it to at that moment. Haochuan recalled that the mimetic siren was immune to all physical attacks. What to do now? All his weapons inflicted physical damage, and the only skill he had, the green cage, lacked offensive capability. He remembered the item Liu had given him and hurriedly opened it for inspection. Illusory transformation agent. Quality, ordinary. Description, a potion crafted from venom extracted from the frost spider by Liu, transforming the body into a spiritual entity for 5 minutes. Side effect, random loss of one body part. Haochuan's face turned pale. What a perilous potion. Such severe side effects could leave him severely handicapped. But time was of the essence. Xing Yimou had already lost consciousness, and Liu was not far behind. Haochuan felt his own awareness fading. Desperate, he uncorked the potion and drank deeply as the liquid flowed into his stomach. He felt his consciousness returning, while his body began to fade. The mimetic siren noticed his transformation and lashed out with a tentacle from above. Haochuan quickly leaped to evade the strike. His body now ethereal, floating in midair, the siren pressed on, relentlessly swinging its tentacles at him while emitting the voice of his sister in an attempt to confuse him. Yet, Haochuan saw through each ruse. As a spiritual entity, he could not use traditional weapons to attack. Instead, he drifted behind the siren, seeking an opportunity that I understand now. Haochuan had an epiphany and threw himself into the siren, instantly finding himself within its body. Surrounded by darkness, save for a distant glimmer of light, he swiftly approached the light, and outside, the mimetic siren sensed the impending doom and writhed frantically, but to no avail. Finally, Haochuan reached the source of the light, which was a mass of spiritual consciousness belonging to the mimetic siren that he felt an inexplicable yearning within and took a bite, discovering that his ethereal form grew more substantial. This is truly a delightful substance. Haochuan gorged himself on the essence. Chapter 27. Cleansing the unformed radiation source, continued. The mimetic siren felt as if its head were splitting, shrieking in fury, yet it was futile as Haochuan feasted. Its entire form shrank to the ground, trembling in agony. Once the mental assault ceased, Shunwan and the others regained their senses. Shunwan looked at the writhing creature and curiously asked, "What has happened to it?" Liu chuckled. "It usually inflicts suffering on others. Now it's tasting its own pain that you'll find out soon enough, in the blink of an eye." Haochuan had devoured half of the siren's spiritual consciousness. And ultimately, his spiritual form grew denser until the siren's consciousness was completely extinguished. As the 5 minutes elapsed, Haochuan passed through the siren's body, re-emerging into the external world, to the astonishment of his companions. He materialized before them, completely intact. Liu hurriedly turned away, while Shan quickly draped a garment over him. Xing Yimou, grinning, gave Haochuan a thumbs up. Haochuan felt a sharp pain in his finger and looked down to find his left fingernail missing. This must be a side effect. He silently rejoiced that it was merely a nail, which could grow back. After donning his clothes, Haochuan turned to the now-turned Liu and inquired, "Did you invent this potion?" "I owe you one," and upon hearing the word potion, Liu's eyes lit up. "I acquired a research device and made some small inventions. I'd love to try again next time." Haochuan swallowed the words he initially wanted to say, intending to ask her to improve the side effects, but thought better of it. What if he ended up as her next experiment? The system sent him a notification, and upon opening it, he saw Mental 3. It appeared that consuming the mimetic siren's spiritual consciousness could enhance his mental attributes. Previously, devouring blood orbs only yielded random attribute increases, but boosting mental power was much more challenging. That he had hit the jackpot this time. After taking a sip of a basic healing dew, Haochuan and his companions continued towards their objective. As they drew closer, the hexagonal prism became increasingly distinct, a dark entity floating in the air. occasionally illuminated by strands of blue light. Standing beside the prism, Li Yu exclaimed, "The protective shield is failing rapidly." Shan Haochuan urged, "Everyone, ready your ranged weapons. Let us finish this quickly." Deep down, Haochuan sensed something was amiss. According to the data, there should still be guards surrounding the radiation source, yet none were visible. Just as he contemplated this, Shan Haochuan was ensnared by a tentacle that emerged from the ground. As he drew his elemental sword to cut free, another tentacle wrapped around his arm. The others scattered, the ground quaking as a gigantic eye surfaced, fixating on them. The eye was vertical, appearing profoundly deep and chilling. Mutated octopus monster. Quality: excellent. Description: a product of radiation mutation, fiercely guarding the radiation source, bloodthirsty and frenzied. Skills: burrowing, limb regeneration. Haochuan gazed into the eye, which was level with him, and mused. So this is the Guardian. It feels incredibly powerful. After capturing Shan Haochuan, the one-eyed octopus monster hurled him into the air like a volleyball with an upward flick of its tentacle. Just then, the creature revealed a massive maw beneath its eye, poised to swallow Shan Haochuan. Hold I in this critical moment, Haochuan fired a harpoon gun, striking the corner of its mouth. It yelped in pain and snapped its jaws shut, causing Shan Haochuan to plummet to the ground. This act of defiance enraged the creature. The mutated octopus monster glowed red all over, its ferocity intensifying into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Shan Haochuan shrank his shield and, with taut muscles, hurled it at the octopus monster as if throwing a shot put. The shield flew like a boomerang, striking the top of the octopus's head and leaving a gash. Shan Haochuan deftly caught the shield, but the octopus monster raised its massive tentacle to strike him, frost swirling in the air. Shan Haochuan struggled to hold his ground against the silver shield, unable to move, although Li Yu's palm grenades could easily hit the creature. Their limited power dealt minimal damage. At this moment, the significance of Haochuan's natural energy sword became apparent. It was forged from titanium alloy, exceptionally sharp. As the octopus monster engaged with Shan Haochuan and Li Yu, Haochuan maneuvered to its rear, searching for the right moment. In a fleeting moment of mutual understanding, Shan Haochuan and Haochuan locked eyes, clad in fire-resistant armor and wielding a sword infused with elemental fire. He unleashed a barrage of 3 explosive rounds upon the octopus monster. The oily substance ignited upon detonation, and the mutated creature, devoid of scales, writhed in unbearable agony, flailing its tentacles in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. Consequently, the initially engaged Shan Haochuan and Li Yu transformed into mere spectators, witnessing its frantic dance of despair. Seizing the opportunity, Haochuan sprang onto the creature's head from behind, provoking its wrath as it sought to strike him down with a tentacle. Yet, it underestimated him. Like an eel, he deftly evaded its attack while Shan Haochuan seized the moment to sever 2 of its tentacles. Enraged, the creature resorted to regeneration as the severed limbs gradually reformed. Shan Haochuan, however, would not allow it to recover unchallenged. Haochuan capitalized on the distraction, driving his sword into the creature's single eye, while Shan Haochuan cut off 3 more tentacles, realizing it was outmatched. The octopus monster attempted to burrow into the earth to escape. Regrettably, its calculations proved futile. Haochuan had been waiting for this chance. As it began to retreat, his nature-infused sword accurately pierced the creature's eye. In an instant, a roar of fury mingled with anguish erupted from its mouth, accompanied by a torrent of foul blood that flowed from its now blinded gaze. With its sight lost, Haochuan's prison spell was now ready to be employed. As the spell was cast, the creature found itself immobilized, unable to thwart the confinement due to its insufficient tentacles. Shan Haochuan and Shan Haochuan gathered around the grotesque octopus monster, discussing the terrifying reality of such formidable beasts existing in this otherworldly realm. "Did you not hear the elder brother mention the records indicating the presence of colossal creatures beneath the ice layers?" One remarked. "We must diligently upgrade our gear. It is indeed frightening." "Frightening? I, a mere girl, am striving just as hard," another retorted. The mutated octopus monster glared at them with a murderous intent, as if wishing to annihilate them all. "Enough chatter. The mission is paramount," Haochuan remarked calmly, disregarding the creature's struggles. He tightened his grip on the sword embedded in its eye, leaping down with the weight of his body driving the blade deeper, cleaving the monster in 2, gazing at the disarray of severed limbs on the ground. Haochuan picked up a purple blood pearl. "All right, let us commence," he declared, prompting everyone to prepare. They placed their grenades beneath the radiation source and retreated, allowing Shan Haochuan's explosive cannon to ignite them. Sensing imminent danger, the radiation source emitted an even more blinding black light. "We must hurry. The radiation levels are rising," Liu stated, glancing at the readings on her device. Upon hearing this, Shan Haochuan immediately unleashed 5 rounds of cannon fire at the radiation source. Exhausting all his ammunition, the explosive projectiles accurately struck the radiation source and the grenades below. Subsequent explosions from splitting grenades and palm grenades ensued. The unformed radiation source proved fragile, quickly developing cracks before shattering completely. Cleanup of the unformed radiation source, C-grade, has been completed. Rewards: Anti-radiation serum, Haochuan, Shan Haochuan, 50 points. Universal device conversion card, Xiangmo, Liu, 50 points. Sensing residual radiation levels spreading in the vicinity, Haochuan hastily called for the others to mount their motorcycles and depart swiftly. Even replacing the screen filter once along the way, the 4 rode off into the sunset, gradually fading from view. Chapter 28. A changed era. In the midst of a strong wind on a starry night aboard the giant ark, the energy chamber buzzed with life. "Cheers!" Liu and Xiangmo exclaimed, beaming with joy as they raised their glasses to Haochuan and Shan Haochuan. Haochuan, feeling a delightful buzz from the drink, remarked, "This wine is splendid, and it is all thanks to Shan Haochuan. Ha! I never imagined that combining corn and plant fibers in the stove would yield such miraculous results." "Here, bottoms up," Shan Haochuan exclaimed, downing another bowlful. After several rounds of merriment, everyone was pleasantly tipsy but not intoxicated. Haochuan presented their spoils of victory, 2 purple blood pearls, saying, "Let us share these. You are too kind, my lord." Liu and Xiangmo waved their hands, indicating they were merely along for the ride and could not accept. Ultimately, Haochuan and Shan Haochuan each claimed 1 pearl, while Liu and Xiangmo compensated them with silver daggers and basic healing DEWAS. As the night deepened, Liu and Xiangmo returned to repair their submarine, leaving only Shan Haochuan and Haochuan behind. With the dawn of the final day approaching, Shan Haochuan opened the system interface. The submarine repair progress had reached 70, with the death toll increasing by 2,000. Haochuan gazed at the figures, somewhat helpless. 2,000 is still too many. Do not blame yourself. Without your data uploads, the casualties would have been far worse. This place is inherently fraught with peril. Achieving a 10 increase in completion rate within a day is commendable. Shan Haochuan reassured him, patting his shoulder. Haochuan nodded, understanding all too well that this realm was far harsher than Blue Star. After seeing Shan Haochuan off, he approached the control panel, where Xiling was absorbing dark matter. Xiling reported, "Master, while you were away, everything remained normal. The brown-scaled venom lizards have inexplicably migrated entirely eastward." Haochuan stood before the observation glass, nonchalantly saying, "Do not concern yourself. We shall depart tomorrow." Although he felt a twinge of unease, it did not hinder their planned departure, and he dismissed the thought that he retrieved the purple blood pearl obtained earlier in the day and swallowed it whole. The quality of the purple blood pearl was of epic grade, containing an essence far superior to that of white and blue pearls. Shortly after ingestion, a warm current surged through his abdomen, followed by beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and an intense thirst overtook him. Quickly, he downed several bottles of mineral water until his temperature stabilized. Once his body temperature returned to normal, he felt a lightness envelop him, as if something within him had changed. Strength 1, Agility 5. Hearing the system's prompt, he opened his personal status interface. Name: Shan Haochuan. Status: Healthy attributes: Strength 6, Agility 10, Spirit 8, Constitution 4, Normal human limit, 10 points, Health, 100 Race, Human skills, Cold resistance evaluation, a dragon among men. Hint: Agility attribute has reached the limit for ordinary humans. Advanced tasks can now be initiated. Haochuan first leaped in place a few times, reveling in the newfound agility that made him feel as though he could fly. Advanced tasks? He pondered the button that had appeared beside him. Contemplating what lay beyond the realm of ordinary humans, he inquired of Xiling, "Is there any record regarding this matter?" "Master, unfortunately, there is not," Xiling replied with a hint of regret. Haochuan shrugged, deciding it could wait until they descended beneath the ice. He reclined on the healing wooden bed and gradually drifted into slumber. In the early morning aboard the giant ark, in the energy chamber upon the healing wooden bed, Haochuan opened his eyes. Yearning to linger in bed a while longer, however, he donned his clothing and proceeded to the cockpit, gazing out at the sunrise while awaiting Shan Wen's breakfast preparations. Moments later, Shan Wen presented the morning's meal, a stir-fry of carrot cubes and the flesh of extreme cold worms, paired with a bowl of corn juice. Many in the channel had already begun consuming the flesh of mutated beasts, and Haochuan encouraged Shan Wen to try it, with a sense of adventurous curiosity. He was pleasantly surprised at how appetizing the dish turned out. He took a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth, so tender, reminiscent of beef brisket. Satisfied with the flavor, Haochuan indulged himself in the meal. After filling his belly and sipping on the corn juice, he felt utterly content. Once he had rested enough, he approached the planting box on the left. A row of vibrant green corn and carrots flourished, while on the right lay a row of lush plant fibers. Haochuan harvested the corn and carrots, trading 5 pounds to Shan Wen, and collected all the plant fibers. He then sowed new seeds and gathered 9 liters of purified water filtered by the purifier into empty bottles. With everything completed, he sat on the bed, scrolling through the channel. In the World Channel, discussions were fervent. We've entered the ice layer. Everyone is so quick. I was just about to take on a task. With the data provided by Lord Haochuan, it has become much easier. I wonder what the Lord is up to. They are likely departing from land. Not yet. Even the top 20 in my alliance are still here. Haochuan carefully scrolled through the information and noted that no one had yet broken through the ice to descend. Several high-ranking individuals, like himself, were in their final preparations. Opening the alliance channel, he saw Shan Wen and the others engaged in discussions. Brother Wen, should we ask Lord Haochuan when he intends to descend? Let him prepare. Once everyone descends, we will scatter, they replied. I need to think of a catchy name for our alliance. Remember to consult the elder brother for his opinion. Haochuan smiled to himself. Having a few lively brothers and sisters in this frigid, otherworldly realm made it feel less desolate. After a moment's reflection, he typed in the alliance channel, let us call ourselves the Guardians Alliance. Lord Haochuan has appeared. What a great name! When the others expressed their agreement with the name, Haochuan closed the channel interface. Staring at the ceiling in contemplation, in just a few hours, they would depart from this sunlit ice and snow world. What awaited them in the deep sea? Suddenly, the control panel blared with Xilinx's warning. Master. A large horde of brown-scaled venom lizards is advancing towards the giant ark from the east. That was quick. Haochuan realized they were likely searching for the purple-scaled venom lizards, and he hadn't expected them to pinpoint him. The culprit, after just one night. Rising to his feet, he yawned. It is time to bid farewell to our old adversaries. He took his seat at the meat cannon control panel, preparing alongside Xilinx to face the onslaught of these frenzied beasts. A dense swarm of brown-scaled venom lizards approached, intermingled with silver-scaled ones, yet none of the purple-scaled lizards were present. Haochuan maneuvered the machine gun, observing from a distance, and as they entered firing range, he unleashed a torrent of bullets. The bullets rained down, and many venom lizards found themselves unable to evade. His agility, now at maximum, had not only enhanced his physicality but also slightly sharpened his senses. Haochuan's reflexes had doubled since before. The brown-scaled venom lizards could scarcely avoid the onslaught of bullets, some freezing in place, while others were struck down fatally. The ground was stained with blood, which had frozen into a thick layer of ice under the low temperatures. The performance of the silver-scaled poison lizards was comparatively better. Some were hit by bullets but remained alive, while others dodged the gunfire and moved toward the front of the giant redwood. Only a small portion had perished. Haochuan surveyed the area and noticed that no other poison lizards had arrived, only heaps of corpses scattered about. He leaped down from the control panel, drew his natural energy sword, and charged out the door. Outside the giant redwood, the silver-scaled poison lizards were being deftly toyed with by Xilinx. She cast a group confusion spell on the surviving lizards as Haochuan reached the doorway. He observed those lizards, initially attacking the submarine, now extending their claws and bloody jaws toward their own kind, perceiving each other as foes. One lizard clawed at another, while another took a bite out of yet another, resulting in a chaotic melee. Haochuan looked up at the towering tree and remarked, Xilinx, you truly are remarkable. He then pulled up a chair to sit and watch, occasionally shouting out encouragements. Bite it. Hit it. Oh. He recorded a short video and posted it to the World Channel. Wow, truly impressive. While we toil to slay monsters, our master has already played with them as if they were mere toys. Does the master need allies? Count me in. Chapter 29. Searching for minerals in the sea announcement. Main quest. Traverse the ice layer. Countdown. 15 hours. Currently, 73 of all human submarines have completed repairs. The announcement. For the convenience of communication between alliances may choose to descend into the same sea area. Non-allied individuals will be randomly teleported. Area selection can be viewed on the alliance interface. Upon hearing the announcement, Haochuan lost interest in watching the poison lizards brawl and rushed to hack at the silver-scaled poison lizards with wild abandon. As if chopping through vegetables. Before long, he had wiped them out, collecting the blood beads and flesh they left behind, then hurried back into the submarine. Inside, he opened the Alliance interface. Level 0 Alliance name. Guardians Alliance. Alliance Leader. Dan Haochuan. Allies. 3-3. Upgradable. Alliance Channel Information. 0. Alliance Upgrade Conditions. Complete 3 ally tasks. 2 completed. Alliance Arrival Sea Area. Abundant Shallow Sea. Area not selected. Abundant Shallow Sea? Haochuan murmured, touching the area option with his hand, which then displayed 4 regions: north, south, east, and west. After some contemplation, he decided to conduct a vote. Alliance Channel. You 3 who are online, please cast your votes. Big brother, you decide. I'll follow your lead. Such a major decision for the Alliance should be a bit more democratic. I prefer West. In Blue Star. The purple chi comes from the east, so I choose east. Ultimately, the vote concluded with a 3-1 decision for the East region. Haochuan stated, "Let us prepare to begin." After sending the message, he logged off and made his way to the control room, sitting in the chair as he commanded. Xiling, scan the surrounding environment. The radar emitted a series of pulses as Xiling enveloped the area around the giant redwood with her consciousness. After a moment, Xiling replied, "The submarine is functioning normally. No dangerous creatures have been detected nearby." Haochuan stood up and glanced at the bright sunshine, saying, "Begin the descent." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant redwood stirred to life, with the control panel issuing a series of commands. No damage to the hull. Oxygen generator functioning. Propeller operational. Initiating icebreaking. Point 2 massive icebreaking hammers hung from the rear of the giant redwood, which Xiling controlled to strike the ice surface forcefully. Bang, bang, bang. The thick ice could not withstand the relentless blows of the icebreaking hammers and began to crack. The sound of rushing seawater echoed as the final blow shattered the ice layer, sending the broken pieces flying. The heavy giant redwood pushed aside the shattered ice, crashing down onto the sea surface, creating 3-meter-high waves that washed away the corpses of the poison lizards and plant fibers. As Haochuan felt the submarine rocking atop the water. Once the vessel stabilized, he commanded the descent to commence. The giant redwood slowly sank beneath the sea, leaving behind a massive ice hole and a chaotic array of debris. Entering the ocean, Haochuan gazed out the window into the surrounding darkness. The submarine activated its searchlight, revealing the vast emptiness of the water. Soon after, a system prompt echoed. Arrival at the designated area of the Abundant Shallow Sea, East region. Teleportation will begin upon completion of the main quest. It seemed he would be waiting here for another 14 hours. Feeling bored, Haochuan sat in the chair, the yellow light casting a pallor over his face. Xiling's expansive canopy shimmered with a purplish glow in the water. Exuding an almost sacred aura, Xiling's voice reached him. "Master, I have discovered a cluster of minerals on the seabed." Haochuan inquired, "In which direction?" After receiving Xiling's guidance, he calculated that it was not far from the submarine and decided to investigate. Xiling, proceed toward the target area, he instructed. Xiling replied somewhat helplessly, "Master, I have detected an invisible information barrier within 20 meters of the submarine. If you leave and do not return in time, you may not be able to teleport back." Haochuan contemplated the situation and concluded that he must go himself. He issued a few commands before heading to the power room to don a diving suit and bring an oxygen tank. Opening the hatch, seawater rushed into the isolation chamber. Once stabilized, he pushed against the hatch and leaped into the water, swimming upward to Xiling's canopy. He gazed at the flowing purple branches and gently reached out to touch them. The branches and leaves resonated like echoes, reverberating through the water, and then one branch broke off, drifting toward Haochuan, which he seized eagerly. Haochuan opened the system map, and the coordinates for the mineral cluster appeared 100 meters ahead. He swiftly swam in that direction. The ocean was monotonous and silent. During his first dive, a distance of over 100 meters felt like an eternity. As he neared his destination, a mountain range emerged. with a passageway in the middle. Haochuan noticed that the passage was pitch black. The brightness of his diving suit's headlamp was insufficient, so he took out a flashlight for illumination. Inside the dark natural passageway, the terrain was intricate. Initially spacious, it grew narrower and narrower with more intersections. Haochuan observed numerous bioluminescent organisms flitting about in the crevices, and some small carnivorous fish lurking in the corners, preying on the plankton. Suddenly, a shadow darted past his field of vision. When Haochuan focused his gaze, he found nothing amiss. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the light. He shrugged it off and continued onward. The passage grew increasingly constricted, and he found himself making wrong turns multiple times before retracing his steps. Finally, he navigated a winding path and arrived at an open space, illuminated by clusters of glowing stones, greens, blues, and a few yellows. Natural uranium mine. Quality: ordinary. Description: a natural product. Gathering yields uranium stones. Natural blue crystal. Quality: ordinary. Description: a natural product. Gathering yields blue crystals. Natural yellow diamond. Quality: ordinary. Description: a natural product. Gathering yields yellow diamonds. Haochuan gazed at the clusters of minerals before him, elated, and quickly retrieved the transforming vines, which naturally morphed into a pickaxe. He began to dig, though the efficiency was low as seawater dissipated much of his strength. Before long, he began to feel fatigued, pausing to stow the fallen uranium stones in his backpack for a moment of rest before resuming his efforts. 2 hours later, Haochuan had collected over 50 uranium stones, 15 blue crystals, and 10 yellow diamonds. That should be enough, he thought, pulling out a new oxygen tank to replace the empty one. After packing away his tools, he intended to retrace his steps. Just then, a shadow darted past again, and with the glow of the crystals, he clearly saw that it was a creature resembling a salamander, but covered in scales. Hard palate rapid fish dragon. Quality: excellent. Description: the most common aberration in the deep sea. They take advantage of submarine damage to infiltrate. This fish dragon, a silent hunter in the darkness, stealthily tracked Haochuan, ready to launch a surprise attack. Now that Haochuan had spotted it, he could not afford to remain passive. He drew his harpoon gun and aimed it at the fish dragon, releasing an arrow. The cunning fish dragon moved swiftly, evading the shot in an instant. Its tail swished rapidly as it opened its gaping maw and charged toward Haochuan. On land, Haochuan was agile, but in the heavy diving suit beneath the sea, he felt rather clumsy. He narrowly dodged the attack, and as the fish dragon turned, he fired another arrow, this time hitting its mark. Blood instantly staining the water red. Just as Haochuan reveled in his success, 3 more hard-palate rapid fish dragons burst into the dark passageway, drawn by the scent of blood. Chapter 30. 3 attributes at full value. Just as he braced himself to confront the 3 approaching fish dragons, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The 3 fish dragons instinctively prioritized the attack on the injured one. In no time, the water became murky with blood and flesh. Taking advantage of the distraction, Haochuan swiftly exited the open space and re-entered the passageway. He understood that he could never outrun the fast-moving fish dragons, so he needed to lie in ambush within the passage and strike first. The passage was dim, with protruding rocks and seaweed littering the area, occasionally illuminated by the faint glow of minerals. Haochuan used the meager light from the minerals to observe his surroundings, hiding in a corner around a bend, extinguishing both his flashlight and headlamp to avoid detection. After a moment, the sounds of thrashing and tearing subsided, indicating that they had finished feeding. Pressing against the wall, he peered through a gap to observe. A shadow flitted past, and the first hard-palate fish dragon appeared. Haochuan quietly drew his poisonwood bow, aiming the arrowhead at the gap, calculating the distance. As the fish dragon passed, he released the arrow, striking it in the hind leg. The fish dragon let out a shriek, looking down to see the arrow embedded in its leg, blood gushing forth. It angrily scanned its surroundings, while Haochuan remained pressed against the wall. Careful not to make a sound, a few moments later, the ichthyosaur intended to leave, but discovered that its hind legs had lost sensation and begun to numb. Shortly thereafter, its tail and fins also began to experience a gradual loss of feeling. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, 2 other ichthyosaurs arrived in quick succession, drawn by the scent of blood. Upon seeing the ichthyosaur bleeding profusely, they glared with crimson eyes and viciously tore into it, resulting in a chaotic melee among the 3 creatures. Ultimately, The ichthyosaur, weakened by the venomous arrow, began to falter in the struggle. Just as the two other ichthyosaurs were about to deliver the fatal blow, Haochuan sensed the opportune moment. Seizing the chance while one of them had its back turned, he shot another arrow, striking it in the back. The balance of power shifted once more, as the healthier ichthyosaur unleashed a frenzied assault, taking advantage of its adversary's weakened state. However, the two wounded ichthyosaurs were not to be underestimated, as they began to viciously bite each other. In the end, all three were left injured, with some wounds severe enough to reveal bone. Realizing it was time to come out of hiding, Haochuan swam from his corner, his triumphant expression palpable even through his helmet. He drew his harpoon gun and aimed an arrow at the two ichthyosaurs lying on the ground. Already gravely injured, they succumbed to the additional strike almost immediately. One of the less severely injured Haochuan yawned as he sat up in bed, experiencing an unprecedented depth of slumber since arriving in this otherworldly realm. Upon activating the communication channel, he discovered that the main storyline quest had concluded, and others were engaged in discussions about new locations. Rising swiftly, he made his way to the observation window of the command room, where a vibrant scene unfolded outside. Illuminated by the lights, small fish chased after glimmering plankton, while sunlight filtered through the ice, casting a gentle azure-green hue upon the water. Enriched by algae, it was breathtaking. Lost in admiration, Haochuan was abruptly reminded by Ziling. Lurking beneath this beauty was a perilous threat. Although he was uncertain of the nature of the danger, his cautious disposition compelled him to heighten his vigilance. Instructing Ziling to enhance the alertness in all directions. Announcement. The main storyline quest of traversing the ice layer has concluded. The novice period has ended, marking the completion of the first phase of tasks and the commencement of the second phase. The announcement. Main storyline quest updated. Reach the Barren Sea region. Remaining time, 2 months. Rules have been updated in the system. Please review. To arrive at this location is a stroke of luck. Only 75 of humanity completed the first phase quest, while the remaining 500,000 souls shall eternally remain entombed within the IC. Oh, those fortunate humans. I eagerly anticipate your new endeavors, and as a gentle reminder, be wary of unseen dangers. The voice of the system echoed in Haochuan's ears, a stark reminder of the harsh realities of this world. Yet, when faced with the chilling statistics, he felt a shiver run down his spine. It was as if he needed to confirm something. So he opened the world channel, only to find it had vanished, replaced by a regional channel. The regional channel he found himself in was the fertile Shallow Sea East District, populated by 500,000 individuals. Following the announcement's guidance, he accessed the first page of the system, discovering that the original rules had been revised. Rules 1. Radiation expands downwards every week. Please take care to avoid it. 2. The pressure of the deep sea determines the submarine's diving depth. Upgrading the submarine can enhance its pressure resistance. 3.3 Reward tasks are updated weekly. Completion allows for early refreshment, with a maximum of 2 tasks claimable, while the third requires the completion of an unlock task. 4. The world channel has been abolished, replaced by regional channels, and each individual is limited to 3 speaking opportunities per day. It appears that entering the fertile Shallow Sea will continue to focus on upgrading the submarine. As Haochuan navigated the regional channel, the atmosphere felt significantly quieter due to the daily speaking limit. When would this ordeal come to an end? Perhaps it was time to be grateful. For at least life here was freer than it had been within the ice. Are there other submarines nearby? None. It is quite desolate. Haochuan silently lifted his gaze to the window, where the azure-green sea stretched endlessly. It seemed the ocean of the extreme cold water planet was so vast that 1.5 million submarines were but a drop in a pond, silent and unnoticed. In the Alliance channel, Shan Haochuan and others were discussing. Has Haochuan not yet appeared? Could something have happened? Rest assured, if anything were to happen to you, he would remain unscathed. How is everyone faring? Haochuan inquired. Brother, you finally showed up. We were all quite anxious. I accidentally fell asleep, Haochuan replied, rubbing his head. Impressive, as expected of you, brother. Through their conversation, Haochuan learned that everyone was situated in various locations throughout the East District. Shunwen was in a vast area devoid of anything, while Li Yu was beside a towering stone mountain, and Xingmo was near an abundance of seaweed and small fish. Haochuan himself found his surroundings equally barren. The submarine stood out too conspicuously, and he realized it was imperative to leave soon. However, before setting off, he needed to upgrade his submarine. He retrieved the promotion scroll he had saved earlier. "Use," he commanded, and the scroll vanished instantaneously, enveloping the entire submarine in a radiant light. A message appeared before him. "Please select the direction for submarine promotion. Heavy load type, slow speed, strong defense. Exploration type, fast speed, weak firepower. Elimination type, weak defense, strong firepower." After careful consideration, he acknowledged that with Ziling by his side, defense was not a concern. Thus, greater firepower would ensure safety. Having reached a conclusion, he chose to upgrade the giant wood to the elimination-type submarine. The white light persisted for half a minute before gradually fading, revealing the newly transformed submarine, which left Haochuan in awe of its remarkable changes. The command room had expanded to double its previous size. Once featuring a single observation window, it now boasted additional windows on either side, affording a broader view. The control panel had transformed from an antiquated appearance to one brimming with futuristic allure, capable of initiating three-dimensional imaging. The machine gun stations had increased from 2 to 4, indicating that Haochuan could now add 2 more machine guns, while a new type of control station had appeared nearby, though it remained locked for the time being. The energy chamber had also expanded significantly, still housing the energy core and Ziling's essence, with its roots intricately woven throughout the submarine. The beds and chairs had vanished, replaced by 3 cabinet-like objects. "Master, those are chargers," Ziling explained. "Any mechanical power storage items can be replenished within them." A new room had been added between the power room and energy chamber, a resting area. Inside, Haochuan discovered a table, chairs, and his healing wooden bed, with utensils laid out on the table and 2 simple metal boxes tucked away in a corner. The layout of the power room remained largely unchanged, though a weapons manufacturing room had been added behind it. This room contained the original natural crafting table, a newly added weapons and ammunition rack, and an unreleased weapons crafting table. Compared to before, the current giant wood instilled a greater sense of security in Haochuan. He understood that this was merely the simplest form of the elimination-type submarine, with upgrades promising further enhancements in the future. Just as Haochuan intended to further explore the system interface, Ziling suddenly issued a warning. "Radar has detected 5 unidentified objects approaching the submarine within 50 meters. Chapter 32. Claiming new tasks, Haochuan hurried to the command room, taking his place at the helm. The control panel promptly projected an image. 5 silver-scaled venom lizards. "Perfect, just the practice I need," Haochuan said with a bemused smile, instructing Ziling to prepare for combat. What appeared to be a considerable distance would take the agile venom lizards less than a minute to reach the submarine. The silver-scaled venom lizards appeared insignificant before the giant wood, yet they cunningly spread out, using their claws and teeth to claw at the submarine's vulnerable spots, intent on breaching its hull. Haochuan would not allow them to succeed. He operated the machine guns, unleashing a barrage of fire in the open sea. The venom lizards found nowhere to hide, and the bullets easily penetrated their fragile scales, sending them plummeting into the abyss amidst their anguished cries. With the upgrade, visibility had improved greatly. After just 1 round of firing, only 1 lizard escaped into the submarine's blind spot above. That moment, Ziling sprang into action. Her canopy shimmered with purple light as a branch morphed into a vine, ensnaring the passing silver-scaled venom lizard and constricting it. The creature's flesh was gradually absorbed through the thorns of the vine, while blue blood was transported to Haochuan via the trunk. This battle concluded swiftly. Following the upgrade, the giant wood exhibited enhanced maneuverability and a broader field of vision. Aside from the issue of insufficient manpower, everything else was satisfactory. Holding the blood bead in his hand, Haochuan praised the outcome while also acknowledging the current limitations. Managing a large submarine independently proved challenging. He accessed the submarine's information interface. Elimination-type submarine, giant wood, special, symbiosis, progress 100, submarine functional zones, control room, control panel, seed blood meat machine X2, heavy weapon, unlocked, energy room, energy core, charger X3, power room, oxygen generator, jet engine, propeller, weapons manufacturing room, natural element crafting table, ammunition rack, weapons crafting table, unlocked, resting room. Since the symbiosis progress had reached 100, all of the above functional zones were automatically in a state of symbiosis. Skills: energy burst, energy core operates at high load for 10 seconds. Weapon overload, weapon rate of fire increases by 50 for 30 seconds. Damage increases by 10. Description: A combat submarine symbiotic with nature's spirit wood, possessing unique abilities and formidable combat prowess. Upgrade requirements: Iron Blocks 0-100, Blue Crystal 0-50, Red Crystal 0-50, Diamond Sand 0-200. Not bad at all, Haochuan remarked, noting the addition of a new skill after transforming into the elimination-type submarine, which proved to be quite practical. However, he currently lacked the necessary materials for upgrades, which would need to be sought after in the future. He then opened the task list to check for new changes. The daily tasks had been replaced with weekly ones, though the number of claims was unlimited, and completion was not mandatory. Weekly tasks: 1. Eliminate threats posed by sunken ships. Reward: 50 iron blocks, 3 bottles of antibiotics. 2. Locate the source of a distress signal. Reward: unlock the third task. 3. Task awaiting unlocking. Remaining refresh attempts: 1. Haochuan clicked to refresh. Please select the task to refresh. Task 1. Refreshing complete. Task 1. Eliminate threats posed by sunken ships has changed to eliminate hidden hard pallet fish dragon nests. Reward: submarine expansion card. Choose 1. 20 diamond sands. Haochuan accepted both tasks 1 and 2, with a 1-week time limit. Failure to complete by the deadline would result in automatic cancellation. He input the coordinates of the hard pallet fish dragon nest into the navigation system, and the submarine automatically set a course for the specified destination. With 100 kilometers remaining, it operated on autopilot. Ling evenly distributed dark matter across the surface of the giant wood, rendering the submarine nearly indistinguishable from the darkness. After attending to these matters, Haochuan moved to the natural crafting table, where his full suit of armor had been completed. Crafted from 14 titanium alloy plates, it was a sleek gray, thin yet remarkably resilient, and lightweight. Ling instructed Haochuan to throw the armor into the energy core. As he did so, numerous tendrils from Ling enveloped the armor, gradually filling its interior, with a uranium stone embedded in the center point. 15 minutes later, a full suit of armor, entirely gray with deep green runes intricately depicted upon its surface and featuring a green uranium stone embedded at its center, was crafted. Natural energy armor, symbiosis, quality, excellent, description. Crafted from titanium alloy, this armor, under the influence of symbiosis, becomes a vessel of the natural realm. It can grow by absorbing minerals. Currently at level 1. Skill: Healing Sphere. Range: 30 cm. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Haochuan donned the armor, which enveloped his body like flowing sand upon contact, covering him entirely save for his face. He jumped up and down, occasionally running and darting side to side. Feeling the armor's effect on his body, after activating the healing sphere, the uranium stone instantly burst forth with a green light, illuminating a 30 centimeters radius around him. It appeared quite promising, though the limited 30 centimeters range of the healing sphere seemed to suggest it was merely a means to heal oneself. Haochuan remarked, and as the healing sphere concluded, the color of the uranium stone dimmed slightly, indicating it would require replacement after approximately 5 uses. After inspecting the energy armor, Haochuan made his way to the lounge, where 3 planting boxes were arranged. After harvesting plant fibers and corn, he returned to the crafting station to create 2 seed machine guns, which he then installed. Under the effect of the purple spirit symbiosis, the 2 new machine guns were tightly bound together. Thus, the 4 machine guns of the Titan were all in position, strategically placed to cover the submarine's left and right sides, leaving only the front and rear as blind spots. Haochuan opened the Alliance channel and uploaded a photo. "Brother, your progress is astonishing. Have you leveled up?" At that moment, the reward for being first on the repair leaderboard was a promotion scroll. "Indeed, the big shot is extraordinary." You sent a message. "Hee, the boss is quick to act, but I'm not lagging behind. You'll soon see." "What is it?" "Hee, it's a secret." Haochuan observed their conversation, feeling a warmth akin to home. Having been alone for over a week on the frigid Mercury, some loneliness was inevitable, but he was grateful to have met them later on. What could Liu's secret be? He pondered, smiling as he shook his head. Just then, the purple spirit issued a notification. Uranium or clusters detected ahead, not extensive in scale. "Should we stop?" "Let us halt. We can gather some resources," Haochuan replied, gazing down at the clusters of green light through the glass window. He adeptly donned his diving suit and opened the hatch, descending just a few meters to reach the ore. The quantity was modest, and after a few swift motions, he had collected the uranium. As he prepared to return, He caught a glimpse of a box at the edge of the reef out of the corner of his eye. What is this? He cautiously retrieved his harpoon gun and approached slowly. Discovering it was a metal box, he carefully opened it, obtained one special event map, one mini propeller. Haochuan examined the map, which was awkwardly drawn with a palace-like structure and a coordinate nearby. Not quite understanding it, he decided to look into it later, stowing it away while gripping the mini propeller and gently twisting the handle. Wow! The seemingly compact propeller propelled Haochuan forward, and he struggled to regain control before quickly stabilizing. With the help of the propeller, he rapidly maneuvered through the water, turning and spinning with ease. Grasping the propeller, he reached the submarine entrance in mere 5 to 6 meters. After changing his clothes, he removed the battery for recharging, as it drained relatively quickly. Inputting the map coordinates into the central control, the Purple Spirit expressed doubt. Where did you acquire this? The navigation indicates it's tens of thousands of kilometers away. Haochuan was somewhat surprised as well, replying, I found it in the iron box. Let us not dwell on it now, we can investigate later. Under Haochuan's directive, the Titan would slowly departed from the reef and continued toward its destination. Chapter 33. Clearing the hard pallet ichthyosaur nest inside the Titan wood, Haochuan munched on bread and jerky, reminiscing about the delectable dishes crafted by Shan Haochuan. When will Shan Haochuan finish his tasks and resume cooking? He mused. The Purple Spirit reported, Master, only 20 kilometers remain to the destination. Shall we continue to approach? Proceed slowly, but do not rush, Haochuan cautioned prudently. The submarine advanced gradually along the current, halting steadily 50 meters above the destination 5 minutes later. Curiously, Haochuan gazed through the glass window at the indistinct rocky cliffs below, finding no sign of the hard pallet ichthyosaurs. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow darted through a less darkened corner illuminated by glimmering minerals. That must be the hard pallet ichthyosaur. Haochuan remained uncertain and devised a plan. He produced a piece of flesh for the Purple Spirit to toss outside the submarine. The appearance of the flesh was akin to tossing a stone into a still lake. Creating ripples as the flesh sank to the seabed, shadowy figures burst forth from the previously tranquil surroundings, scrambling to seize the food. Seeing the ichthyosaurs take the bait, Haochuan swiftly operated the pre-aimed machine guns. Unleashing a flurry of bullets, blood splattered as the clustered ichthyosaurs fell under fire. Some turned to savage their companions upon sensing the blood of their brethren, plunging the scene into chaos, with murky waters reducing visibility. These creatures indeed acted purely on instinct. Haochuan felt a surge of pride, but the Purple Spirit warned, the machine guns have revealed our position. Be cautious. Just as Haochuan intended to respond, the central control alarm blared. Dangerous creatures approaching rapidly. Through the glass window, he spotted a hard pallet ichthyosaur, double the size of a typical one, adorned with red stripes on its back. Brutal hard pallet ichthyosaur mother. Quality. Excellent. Description. The matriarch of the hard pallet ichthyosaurs. Larger and more ferocious than its kin, inflicting greater damage. Is it the nest's leader? Haochuan felt a twinge of anxiety as he redirected the machine guns toward the swiftly approaching ichthyosaur mother. The ichthyosaur mother, suppressing its bloodlust, advanced toward the culprit, deftly dodging the incoming bullets with agile movements, its powerful tail propelling it swiftly toward the submarine. The Purple Spirit extended several tendrils from the submarine's exterior, attempting to ensnare it, but the ichthyosaur mother evaded the tendrils with ease, turning to sever them with its razor-sharp teeth. It reached the submarine's exterior, gnashing at the metallic hull with its massive, sharp fangs. Unlike ordinary hard pallet ichthyosaurs, the ichthyosaur mother's teeth were sharper, evolved to possess serrated edges capable of swiftly slicing through materials. In less than a minute, it had already sliced through considerable amounts of metal and flesh, threatening to create a significant breach if not stopped at that moment. The Purple Spirit employed a group confusion skill, causing the ichthyosaur mother to momentarily pause, just as Haochuan and the Purple Spirit believed it was effective. The ichthyosaur mother became even more frenzied. This is bad. The group confusion targets multiple beings, and with only it present, it not only failed but further enraged it, the Purple Spirit said, a hint of panic in its usually calm tone. Haochuan swiftly drew his double-barreled shotgun, positioning himself behind the submarine's protective shell, readying his aim. The submarine's exterior was quickly deteriorating under the relentless assault of the furious ichthyosaur mother. 3 minutes later. With a powerful swipe, The ichthyosaur mother tore a gaping hole in the submarine. Water surged in under pressure, flooding the engine room to waist height as the ichthyosaur mother seized the opportunity to invade the submarine. Bang! Haochuan aimed a burst of bullets at the ichthyosaur mother's head as it began to enter. He hastily shielded itself with its arm, the bullets ricocheting off its scales, leaving marks but failing to penetrate. The distance was still too great. Seeing the ichthyosaur mother fully inside, Haochuan abandoned the shotgun and instead drew his energy sword, preparing for close combat. He held the sword horizontally against his chest and charged toward the ichthyosaur mother, which leaped from the water to bite him. The energy sword was caught in the ichthyosaur mother's claws while its teeth sank into the energy armor on Haochuan's arm. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Although the ichthyosaur's teeth were sharp, they could not breach the resilient armor. It attempted to gnaw through the armor with its serrated teeth to no avail. In fact, the ichthyosaur mother's claws began to crack under the assault. With a sharp sound, the energy sword sliced through the ichthyosaur mother's claw and aimed for its abdomen. The ichthyosaur mother panicked, swiftly releasing its grip and retreating with its hind limbs. Haochuan would not let it escape so easily. Cage! As he called out, green vines woven from thin air enveloped the ichthyosaur mother. Trapped and unable to escape, it struggled against the cage, but without the support of one claw, it stumbled and fell heavily onto its back. Seizing the moment, Haochuan drove his sword into its abdomen, declaring, "You might escape in the ocean, but here you shall remain." As he pierced the ichthyosaur mother's heart, it succumbed. Blood gushed from the wound, forming a line of green light that flowed into the sword. Absorbed entirely, the incoming seawater receded as the purple spirit promptly repaired the breach and activated the drainage system. After the energy sword completed its absorption, Haochuan disassembled the ichthyosaur mother into flesh and blood. Acquiring a purple blood orb in the process, it appeared that the Titan would still face numerous dangers in these deep waters and required urgent upgrades. Haochuan gazed outside, noting that the ordinary hard-palate ichthyosaurs had concluded their fray. Most lay dead, with only a few barely clinging to life. Donning his double-barreled shotgun and diving suit, he exited the submarine and approached the remaining ichthyosaurs, executing them one by one to ensure all were dead. After confirming their demise, he opened the mission list. Oddly, the mission was not yet complete. Realizing the reason, he understood. The task was to destroy the nest, and the nest still existed, guided by the map's markings. Haochuan found a narrow passageway on the reef, wide enough for one person, and he squeezed inside. The passage was shrouded in darkness, and the lighting of his diving suit barely illuminated his surroundings. As he delved deeper, he discovered that the passage grew increasingly narrow, winding around several times. He estimated that he had reached the heart of the reef when a nest woven from seaweed came into view. Harboring several juvenile fish dragons, the adorably naive forms of these young creatures could not conceal the ferocity inherent in their species. Upon noticing Haochuan, they lunged at him with fierce intent. Amusingly, Haochuan, disregarding any semblance of martial decorum, resorted to overwhelming the smaller beings with sheer force, dispatching them with a few well-aimed bullets. In this brutal world, it was either the fish dragons perishing or Haochuan becoming their meal. Once he had dealt with the juvenile fish dragons and left the seaweed nest in disarray, his mission was finally accomplished. Reward: 1 submarine expansion card, 20 granules of diamond dust. Nearby the nest, Haochuan stumbled upon 3 blue blood pearls, presumably obtained from the fish dragons preying on other creatures. He accepted the pearls and retraced his path to the surface, meticulously disassembling the deceased fish dragons to collect their flesh and blood into his backpack. With no further signs of fish dragons in sight, he ascended to the submarine. Upon entering the isolation chamber, he changed into clean clothes, only to be interrupted by an urgent alarm from Xiling. Large biological entity detected nearby. The submarine is automatically activating stealth mode. Promptly, Xiling redistributed dark matter across the submarine's exterior and hastily navigated the vessel away from its original position, sensing a deep-seated fear within her. At that moment, Haochuan had already positioned himself at the window. Eager to observe the unfolding situation, the radar revealed a massive dark spot emerging at the edge of detection. What could it be? Mere minutes after the giant sequoia had departed, an imposing figure materialized in the vicinity. From over 100 meters away, Haochuan gasped in shock and dread, his earlier elation from completing the task now entirely eclipsed. Chapter 34. Expanding new rooms before him loomed a creature reminiscent of a nautilus. Its length exceeding 100 meters, roughly equivalent to the size of 2 giant sequoias. Its shell was adorned with numerous tentacles, and 6 pairs of crimson compound eyes scanned its surroundings, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood. It glided back and forth, sensing the remnants of blood on the rocks, lingering for half an hour before reluctantly departing. Fortunately, Xiling had sensed its approach well in advance. Haochuan felt a pang of apprehension. Indeed, the depths of this alien world harbored many unknown dangers. He resolved to avoid emitting any traces of blood to prevent being tracked, remaining vigilant and cautious an hour after the nautilus-like creature had vanished. Haochuan maneuvered the giant sequoia slowly out of the area. He sent an image of the nautilus to the regional and alliance channels, instantly attracting considerable attention. What in the world is that? Terrifying. This creature can track blood? Thank goodness someone informed us, or we would have been none the wiser. Haochuan, the one ranked first on the repair leaderboard? Indeed, having a big shot here brings a sense of security. What a formidable presence. In the alliance channel, Shinwen inquired, brother, are you all right? All good. Xiling detected it early and we kept our distance. That's a relief. It was truly frightening, brother. Everyone, please be cautious. After closing the system interface, Haochuan rubbed his forehead, sipped a cup of hot water to ease his tension, and retrieved the submarine expansion card. Submarine expansion card. Quality. Epic. Description. Randomly generates 3 different functional areas. Choose one for use. Haochuan splashed water on his face, placed the expansion card on the table and prayed, may fortune favor me in drawing what I need. With that, he activated the card. Planting room, research area, recruitment zone. Please select one for use. This presented a dilemma for Haochuan. The planting room offered large-scale cultivation of grains and other crops, the research area promised the unlocking of new technologies, and the recruitment zone seemingly aimed to enlist personnel. Overall, each option held immense value. After a brief contemplation, he ultimately chose to expand the planting room, as the natural sciences heavily relied on flora, and possessing a planting room would maximize his utilization of natural forces. Upon his selection, the expansion card emitted a radiant glow and vanished, followed by a tremendous sound resonating from the submarine as it began to shake violently. After half a minute, the vibrations ceased, revealing a brand new door on the west side of the control room. Haochuan stepped inside to find a room spanning over 30 square meters, filled with neatly arranged planting boxes. Above them, a network of transport tubes sprawled, while a massive light hung from the ceiling, and a machine for controlling temperature and humidity occupied a corner. This is truly remarkable, Xiling exclaimed. Having entered ahead of Haochuan, as a plant herself, she had been born in this desolate, frigid aquatic realm, yearning for the companionship of more flora. With the advent of this planting room, she believed she could cultivate a greater variety of plants. Indeed, it is quite impressive, Haochuan affirmed, recognizing that he would now have sufficient food security. Although the flesh of the brown-scaled poison lizard was edible, its taste was rather mediocre. Nothing could compare to the food from Blue Star. At this moment, the system prompted him to access the exclusive interface for the expansion area within the submarine interface. Upon opening it, he found that a new section had appeared next to the submarine interface. Planting room, currently empty. Haochuan clicked on the planting room, and a subinterface emerged. Planting room, level 1. Temperature, 25 degrees. Humidity, 40. Standard planting boxes, 45 and used. Unlocked seeds, corn, carrots. Conditions for unlocking the next level of planting, level 2 planting room. Plant science, none. Conditions for upgrading to level 2 planting room. Harvest 100 carrots, 0-100. Upon reviewing the information, Haochuan felt a twinge of concern. Where would he acquire seeds? He attempted to click on the word corn. Any mineral can be exchanged for 1 corn seed. Now it made sense. He clicked on carrot. Any mineral can be exchanged for 1 carrot seed. He meticulously counted the 45 planting boxes, each capable of accommodating 3 plants. Immediately, he took out the yellow crystal he had mined and exchanged it for 9 carrot seeds. Filling 3 boxes. Once the carrots bloomed, he could gather them without the need for continuous mineral exchanges. Next, he retrieved the 30 corn seeds he already possessed and filled 10 boxes with them. Finally, he utilized the remaining plant fiber seeds in his backpack to fill another 10 boxes. Gazing at the remaining 22 empty planting boxes, Haochuan found himself at a loss for what to plant. Having a limited supply of seeds, he contemplated sending a message in the alliance chat. Or perhaps checking the trading interface for options, alliance chat channel. Is anyone there who has seeds they can spare? Let's enjoy some fruits and vegetables together. Attached to the message was a photo of his planting room. Wow, brother, how impressive. My hometown stove can finally cook rice. Sob sob. The big shot always leaves us in awe. Haochuan chuckled at their responses. Enough with the banter. Does anyone have seeds? Brother, I have lavender seeds, I have tomato seeds. I don't have any. If you don't have any, then don't chime in. After acquiring 3 lavender seeds from Shan Haochuan and 6 tomato seeds from Liu, Haochuan promptly planted them in the boxes. All right, I've done all I can. Now we wait for the flowers to bloom and bear fruit. He clapped his hands happily and set the temperature and humidity controls to optimal levels. Checking the time, he noted, plant fiber matures in 1 hour, corn in 1 day, carrots in 2 days, tomatoes in 2 days, and lavender takes the longest at 3 days. Subsequently, he exited the planting room and headed to the control room for lunch. Today, Shan Haochuan had prepared corn and meat soup. Haochuan dipped bread into it as he ate, relishing the delightful flavor. As he savored his meal, he gazed out at the glowing small fish. Though tiny, they swam freely. When would he regain his own freedom to return to Blue Star? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and opened his task list. Weekly tasks. 1. Explore areas beyond radar coverage. Reward, basic gene extraction gun, mechanical puppet, 50 iron ores. 2. Locate the source of the distress signal, incomplete. Reward. Unlock task 3. 3. Task, pending unlock. Remaining refresh count. 0. Countdown, 10 hours. The previous task of clearing the hidden hard pallet fish dragon nest had been completed, and the new task was to explore areas beyond radar coverage. Upon seeing the words beyond radar coverage, Haochuan understood that this task bore considerable risk, yet the rewards were enticing that he resolved to accept the mission. Task accepted successfully. Haochuan entered the coordinates into the control console, and a holographic map soon materialized. After reviewing it, Xiling remarked that the coordinates were particularly unusual. Haochuan inquired, is it because it's 200 kilometers away? Xiling shook her head, saying, distance is one factor, but the key is that the coordinates lie at the edge of the map near a cliff. Underwater cliffs often conceal mysteries. Haochuan quickly grasped the implication. The cliff might harbor hidden dangers. However, this did not deter him. Rather, it ignited a flicker of excitement and anticipation within him. Xiling observed the mixed expressions of glee and exasperation on Haochuan's face, but nonetheless activated the autopilot, directing the submarine toward their destination. The propellers whirred rapidly, churning the seawater as the formidable power propelled the giant sequoia swiftly onward, vanishing from sight within moments, leaving only bubbles in its wake. Chapter 35. Weapons acquire new abilities inside the giant sequoia's planting room. Haochuan was busy collecting plant fibers. 3 hours had passed since their departure, and he stowed bundles of plant fibers in his backpack when Xiling called for him to come to the control room. Xiling, what do you need? Haochuan asked, drying his still wet hands with a paper towel. Master, the radar ahead shows a group of alien creatures. Haochuan dismissed her concern. The giant sequoia is cloaked in dark matter. We have evaded many alien creatures already. This is a minor issue. Xiling replied, I know, but these creatures could be beneficial to us. Originally, Xiling discovered through comparing data that the peculiar creatures resembling grouper fish, shimmering with a yellow glow, were actually Huangpan electric fish. They excel in electric attacks and are highly sensitive to changes in water currents. If a submarine approaches too closely, they will be detected. However, they possess electric stones within them that can store electrical energy, which can be utilized to upgrade the nature-type energy sword. It seems we must capture these Huangpan electric fish. Haochuan understood that he could not afford to miss this opportunity to grow stronger. The perils of the deep sea would show him no mercy. Yet, these electric fish not only have sharp teeth and tough skin, but most importantly, they can generate high-voltage currents. Furthermore, to avoid damaging the electric stones, he could not attack with machine guns, leaving him no choice but to engage in close combat. I have a plan. I will lure them in, and while they are distracted, Xiling can ensnare them with her vines. And I will use a harpoon gun to eliminate them one by one, Haochuan declared. Without hesitation, he switched from his electric energy sword and full armor to a harpoon gun and vine armor, donning a diving suit to swim into the ocean. Meanwhile, Xiling maneuvered the submarine nearby, waiting for the right moment. As Haochuan approached the group of Huangpan electric fish, they appeared relatively small from the submarine's perspective. yet were nearly as long as Haochuan himself. Upon spotting him, the fish bared their sharp teeth and lunged towards him. Haochuan remained unfazed, aiming the harpoon gun at the foremost electric fish and firing a barbed arrow straight into its eye. Hitting its mark, enraged, the Huangpan electric fish flashed rapidly, unleashing a current that struck Haochuan. Although the diving suit and armor mitigated most of the electrical discharge, he still felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. Enduring the discomfort, he loosed another arrow, hitting another Huangpan electric fish in the abdomen. The electric fish retaliated with another high-voltage surge, and Haochuan found himself bearing 2 electrical currents, causing his diving suit to emit an alarm. At a critical moment, Xiling seized the opportunity when the Huangpan electric fish were distracted, circling the submarine behind them. By the time the fish noticed, it was too late. Xiling's vines erupted, launching 5 barbed tendrils towards the 5 electric fish. Simultaneously, she cast a freezing spell. 2 of the Huangpan electric fish evaded the freezing spell but were ensnared by the vines, while the other 2 succumbed to the freezing spell without resistance. The cleverest fish managed to dodge both the freezing spell and Xiling's vines, but was ultimately trapped by Haochuan's cage skill, watching helplessly as Xiling's vines surrounded it. Refusing to submit, they unleashed high-voltage attacks. But Xiling's massive form rendered them futile. Haochuan stood triumphantly outside their reach, observing their desperate struggles, relishing his substantial gains. He took out the harpoon gun and targeted the fish's weak spots: eyes, mouths, gills, and bellies. After several minutes, the Huangpan electric fish could no longer endure and succumbed one after another. Now experienced, Haochuan collected the fish and stored them in his backpack before swiftly returning to the submarine aboard the Titanwood. Shortly thereafter, a group of brown-scaled venomous lizard, he illuminated the surroundings with a flashlight, revealing a brown-scaled venomous lizard, in a swift motion. Haochuan advanced, and with a decisive strike, he severed the creature's head from its body. Even a common venomous lizard could launch a surprise attack. Indeed, this place exerted a formidable suppression on perception. Continuing forward, the passage gradually narrowed and extended into the distance. Suddenly, Haochuan detected the sound of inhalation ahead. This time, drawing from past experiences, he took the initiative and employed his green cage skill. Vines constricted the passage tightly, casting a faint green glow that illuminated the surroundings slightly. The source of the noise turned out to be 2 giant bone snakes. With one hand gripping the rock wall and the other wielding a sword, he lunged forward, successfully skewering one. As he ventured deeper, his responses became increasingly composed. After navigating 4 turns and dispatching 3 ambushes of lurking beasts, he finally reached the interior of the cliff, a gourd-shaped chamber with a dry platform. Haochuan climbed ashore and removed his diving suit. It was truly incredible. Who would have thought that several hundred meters underwater existed a natural, independent space containing oxygen? He surveyed the area and, finding nothing but barren surroundings, decided to delve deeper. Haochuan proceeded towards the center of the cliff, and along the way, the ground transitioned from desolate to sporadically dotted with minerals: blue crystals, iron blocks, yellow crystals, and pebbles among them. Ha ha, what a windfall, he exclaimed. While remaining alert to potential dangers, he collected valuable minerals from the ground. After walking approximately 2 to 3 kilometers, he reached the end of the path. Confronted by a cliff wall blocking his way, Haochuan produced the transforming vine, reshaping it into a rope and securing it tightly. With a mighty leap, he threw the rope loop over the hardened stone of the cliff. After a few firm tugs to ensure its stability, he began to climb. Minutes later, Haochuan reached the top of the cliff. Before him lay a stone fortress, standing several hundred meters away, bearing traces of history yet not dilapidated. Surrounding the fortress were 3 fields, each cultivated with plants he had never seen before, alongside a small green mine. Uncertain whether any life inhabited the fortress, he lowered his posture to avoid detection and cautiously advanced along a narrow path. As he passed the fields, he noticed that the yellow, spinach-like plants appeared somewhat different from his recollections. Taking a few more steps, he suddenly turned around and, this time, clearly observed that the plants were following his movements. "What manner of beings are you?" Haochuan inquired, brandishing his energy sword as he approached the plants. As he drew near, the spinach-like plants did not retreat. Instead, they encircled him. The largest among them waved its leaf-like appendages at him and approached, gently brushing against his energy armor as if to ascertain something. After what seemed like a careful examination, It turned to the other plants and communicated something. Subsequently, all the plants bowed towards Haochuan. Huh! Confounded by their unintelligible language, he pondered aloud, "Can you understand me?" The plants nodded and shook their heads in unison. Were they capable of understanding or not? Wiping the sweat from his brow, he observed that the largest plant had raised its tender sprout. Haochuan gathered his thoughts and asked, to clarify, "Do you know me?" The plants fell silent. "Is it because of this?" he queried, pointing to his armor. Collectively, the plants nodded, realizing that they recognized him due to the residual aura of the purple spirit symbiosis. Haochuan set aside his apprehensions and gently caressed the plants. Mining spinach. Quality: excellent. Description: this is a mutated spinach plant, harmless and nourished by various minerals. Different minerals yield diverse nectars, each possessing unique effects. Little spinach, are there any other creatures nearby? Haochuan inquired. They collectively shook their heads, counting. He noted there were 8 in total. It seemed there were no other beings around. He resolved to explore the fortress. The largest spinach hurried ahead to guide him, and to his surprise, it appeared quite familiar with the surroundings, allowing him to follow with ease. Arriving at the fortress entrance, Haochuan cautiously pushed open the large door at the small spinach's prompting. A musty odor assailed his senses. It seemed no one had entered or exited for quite some time. The dimly lit hall was shrouded in darkness, and upon activating his flashlight, the little spinach emitted a chirping sound, urging him to follow closely. They navigated through various debris on the floor until they reached a rusty red button. Haochuan pressed it firmly. Instantly, several lights illuminated the hall, and with the newfound illumination, he was struck with astonishment. Before him, several stairs led up to a vast platform adorned with the desiccated remains of unknown beast species and rusted weapons, reminiscent of a large slaughterhouse that had been hastily shut down without cleaning up the remains. What on earth transpired here? Haochuan murmured, his curiosity piqued. Cautiously, he drew his toxic wooden bow, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. The little spinach tapped his shoe to prompt him to keep pace, and together they descended the steps, traversing the scattered bones of beasts. Haochuan carefully examined the skeletal remains, noting that they had perished decades ago. A gentle touch turned them to dust. Following the familiar terrain guided by the little spinach, they maneuvered to the second floor of the fortress. Bypassing the stairwell, Haochuan was greeted by a clean and orderly space. A stark contrast to the disarray of the first-floor hall. A round steel table and chairs occupied the room, alongside a small cabinet. Opening it revealed 10 rounds of ammunition and a bottle of plant cultivation liquid, which he stowed away in his backpack. Advancing along the corridor, he reached the end, where 2 rooms awaited. Opting to investigate the left room, he gently pushed the long-neglected door, which creaked open. The interior was quite simple, still furnished with a steel long table and 4 chairs, while a tall cabinet in the corner stood out. Haochuan opened the drawers, discovering them filled with books, but as he attempted to remove one for inspection, they crumbled to dust due to decay. After searching through all 4 layers of the cabinet, he found nothing of value, pondering whether his luck had truly run dry. Just then, his keen eyes spotted a small wooden box nestled within the topmost shelf. Carefully, he extracted it and opened it, revealing an exquisite vial of reagent before him. Advanced reagent. Mutation. Quality. Epic. Description: one of the directions for humanity to transcend to the next form. Consumption will alter the body's genes, enabling the absorption of other beasts for mutation. An advanced item. How rare! Haochuan exclaimed, initially excited but then feeling a twinge of regret. Rather than undergoing mutation that would alter his physical appearance, he preferred to seek alternative opportunities. Thus, he decided to secure the reagent for further contemplation. Upon exiting the left room, he ventured into the adjacent one. As he stepped inside, a cloud of dust choked him, and after fanning it away, he realized he had entered a storage room filled with various decayed tools and standard-issue weapons, all rusted. Just as disappointment began to wash over him and he contemplated leaving, the little spinach tugged at his pant leg. Following its indication, he directed his gaze towards a stainless steel rack that held a box-like object. What is this? He wondered, brushing away the dust and opening it to find a small, elegant dagger resting inside. Moonlit dagger. Quality. Excellent. Description: an alloy of silver and mercury, sharp and resistant to rust and water. Ideal for underwater combat. Fantastic! Haochuan rejoiced. He had long desired a close combat weapon suitable for confined spaces. While the energy sword was excellent, its limitations in small areas were evident. The dagger was just right. After thoroughly inspecting the premises and finding nothing else of value, he ascended to the top floor, where he could survey the area below. Looking up, he noticed the surrounding rocks, and upon turning, discovered a dark passageway in the rear wall, most likely a cavern. He had heard of such caverns on Blue Star, some extending thousands of kilometers deep. Here, with abundant oxygen, it was plausible that it was connected to a cavern system. Satisfied with his curiosity, he meandered around once more, finding nothing more to explore. Checking his task list, he realized the exploration mission for the area outside the radar's coverage was complete. Haochuan mused, "I'll extract the uranium ore and then head back home." Acting on his decision, he returned to the vicinity of the green mine, where the other little spinach gathered around him. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed the vine into a pickaxe and struck the ore with a few precise blows, extracting a chunk of uranium. The little spinach watched in astonishment. "Would you like to try?" he asked, turning to them and handing the pickaxe to the largest spinach. The little spinach struggled to lift the pickaxe, nearly toppling over. But despite its efforts, it could not raise it. Another spinach stepped in to assist, but they still could not manage. Eventually, a third spinach joined in, and together, they hoisted the pickaxe, striking down upon the uranium vein. Upon witnessing their collective achievement, they cheered and eagerly resumed their efforts. Haochuan, amused and fond of their small yet determined figures, decided to take them back to the submarine, especially since he had taken their food. After considering this, he retrieved 3 additional transforming vines from his backpack to distribute among the little spinach. Thus, 4 groups of little spinach were assigned to mine uranium, while the remaining 2 groups were tasked with transporting the ore. Observing their industriousness, Haochuan thought to himself that this group of treasures had been discovered too late. Had he encountered them earlier, he could have utilized them properly. Taking good care of them. He glanced at the dark mouth of the cave atop the cliff, feeling a growing sense of foreboding, estimating that it would take about half an hour to finish mining the ore. Hoping no unforeseen events would transpire. However, scarcely 5 minutes had passed when Haochuan heard a faint rustling sound emanating from within the cave. He looked around. Apart from himself, only the mining little spinach were present. Where could that rustling be coming from? In approximately 10 minutes, the uranium ore had been nearly excavated. Haochuan collected around 200 pieces of uranium ore into his backpack when suddenly, a faint rustling sound became distinctly clear. He discerned the direction from which it emanated. It was from the pitch-black cave entrance. Alarmed, he hastily stowed away all the small spinach and swiftly sprinted towards the passage he had entered. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he sensed a gaze upon him from above. Looking up, he saw 2 crimson eyes emerging from the once dark cave entrance, followed by a mutated creature. Its body marred by decay, crawling out, it emitted a hoarse cry before leaping to the ground. After its emergence, more mutated beings followed suit, each differing in species, such as the brown-scaled venomous lizard, the frigid worm, and the fanged black salamander. Interspersed among them were some humans, presumably players who had perished from radiation. Once these mutated entities landed, they were momentarily dazed but soon noticed Haochuan's presence and charged at him without hesitation. Surrounded by a dozen mutated creatures, Haochuan knew that delaying would only invite more of them. He immediately drew his energy sword and attacked the mutated beings blocking the passage. A typical ice ape swung its decayed massive hand in an attempt to obstruct him. But Haochuan deftly leaped into the air with a light push of his right foot, spinning gracefully before slicing off both its hands at the wrists with his blade. He then maneuvered around the decaying ice ape, delivering a powerful punch to the head of the putrid worm behind it, sending it flying. Quickly, he evaded another attacking putrid worm and, using it as leverage, leaped forward to land beside a nearby mutant, beheading it with a swift stroke of his sword. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless. Such was the prowess of a character with maximum attributes at the mundane level, rendering these ordinary mutated beings as fragile as paper tigers in his presence. At that moment, a purple-spotted crawling creature on the rock wall launched an attack, its feeble body ejecting a massive spray of corrosive purple liquid towards Haochuan, who was engrossed in battle, sensing something amiss. He looked up just in time to see the oncoming deluge. He quickly adjusted his stance and, as a giant arachnid mutated being lunged at him, he decisively leaped aside. The purple liquid drenched the spider, which emitted corrosive fumes as it writhed in agony. Haochuan, having evaded, ensured the purple-spotted creature wouldn't have another chance to spray him. Drawing his poisonous wooden bow, he unleashed 3 arrows, successfully paralyzing it. Utilizing his agility and equipment, Haochuan vanquished all the mutated beings obstructing his path to the exit. Yet the dark cave entrance continued to spew forth more of these creatures. Casting a glance back, he felt a shiver run down his spine, for the previously steep slope was now teeming with various mutated beings. To the forefront stood a 2-meter-tall demon with blue markings on its body. Gazing at Haochuan with an amused expression, akin to a hunter regarding its prey. It was a leader-class mutated being. Chapter 38. Slaying the Decaying Demon. Damn it, I must act faster, Haochuan thought. He tossed a parasitic grenade behind him and dashed into the passage, the explosion momentarily halting the pursuit of the mutated beings. The grenade's effect should buy him some time. As Haochuan donned his diving suit and propelled himself forward, he activated a positioning signal and secured it to the stone wall. Thanks to his high agility attribute, he swiftly maneuvered through the passage. After several minutes, he felt a disturbance in the water. Those mutated beings had caught up. Unfazed by the water pressure, they maintained a rapid pace. Managing to delay them for a few minutes was already commendable. At a bend in the passage, a hard-jawed ichthyosaur suddenly emerged, attempting to bite him. Haochuan sidestepped and seized its tail, throwing it behind him. A resounding thud followed by a crunch indicated that the mutated beings were feeding on it. Haochuan retrieved his harpoon gun and fired several shots toward the sound, then continued swimming toward the exit. He was nearly there, with less than 50 meters remaining, when an unexpected event occurred. The narrow passage was forcefully breached, and a pair of purple eyes locked onto Haochuan. It was the mutated demon, which had unfurled a pair of small bony wings, gliding through the water with ease, much faster than the other mutated beings. The demon removed the bone spikes from its arms and hurled them at Haochuan. The water split as he dodged, narrowly avoiding a critical hit, although his arm was grazed. Fortunately, the energy armor mitigated the damage. It seemed he had to deal with it first to escape its clutches. Haochuan coldly regarded the demon and raised his energy sword, employing the green cage skill. Vines instantly ensnared both the demon and the mutated beings nearby. This act enraged the demon, which strained against the binding vines, causing them to begin to tear. It appeared that the green cage wouldn't hold it for long. Haochuan unleashed the electrical overload skill, directing 2 high-voltage attacks at the demon. The overwhelming electricity incinerated the ordinary mutated beings nearby, blackening the demon's skin. It was proving effective, Haochuan mused, initiating the electrical overload once more. This time, most of the demon's flesh sloughed off, revealing its gray bones. Seizing the opportunity, Haochuan swiftly swam out of the passage and into the open air. With a multitude of mutated beings hot on his heels, he drew out his propulsion device and swam toward the submarine, grateful for its assistance in maintaining distance from the pursuing mutated beings. However, as time passed, the gap narrowed, and just as he was about to be overtaken, tendrils of flesh and blood appeared from thin air, dispatching the mutated beings beside him. As the dark matter dissipated, a submarine adorned with countless purple tendrils resembling trees emerged before him. It was the Great Divine Wood, arriving just in time. Haochuan broke into a joyful smile. Xiling, let us take them down. The canopy above the Great Divine Wood extended purple tendrils, randomly attacking the mutated beings, who retaliated fiercely, attempting to tear at the vines. After dispatching several mutated beings in his path, Haochuan entered the submarine and quickly shed his diving suit. He rushed to the cockpit to operate the machine gun, coordinating with Xiling to eliminate the horde of mutated beings. Sparks flew as bullets erupted from the gun, piercing through the mutated forms. Under Haochuan's command, more than half of the mutated beings fell within 10 minutes. The small spinach had been released when Haochuan entered the submarine, and observing their lively demeanor, he realized the system's backpack could temporarily store living beings. As Haochuan operated the machine gun, they were not idle. Several attempted to mimic him, with the largest one responsible for aiming, while the other 2 followed commands to choose their directions. The sound of bullets fired echoed, though they missed their targets, and they continued to practice shooting at the mutated beings. At that moment, a 2-meter-tall mutated being emerged from the passage, its skin decayed and somewhat charred. it was the decaying demon. Miraculously still alive, upon spotting Haochuan in the cockpit, the demon became enraged and seized a nearby mutated salamander, tearing into it as it feasted. Its injured skin from the electrical shocks began to heal. This is bad. I must not allow it to recover. Haochuan immediately aimed the machine gun at the demon and unleashed a barrage of bullets, riddling its decaying body with small holes. While not fatal, the onslaught shattered the mutated beings around it, disrupting its meal. The decaying demon, realizing it could no longer eat, charged directly at Haochuan. That moment, Haochuan accessed its data. Decaying demon, quality, epic, description. A human transformed by mutation, possessing a modicum of intelligence, yet lacking significantly tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Skills. Devour flesh to regenerate, bone spike projectile. Regardless of your regeneration, I will obliterate you. Haochuan growled. He maneuvered the machine gun alongside the small spinach, both aiming at the decaying demon. A torrent of seed-infused bullets rained down upon it, transforming its skin into a honeycomb of wounds. However, the bullets lodged within its flesh without inflicting severe damage. The decaying demon removed the bone spikes from its arms and hurled them with force towards the submarine. The spikes, over a meter long, pierced through the hull of the great divine wood, allowing seawater to flow in through the gap. Xiling quickly used flesh and roots to seal the breach. Under Xiling and Haochuan's coordination, the submarine soon stabilized. The decaying demon surged to the forefront. Intent on close combat, Xiling employed a group confusion skill against the mutated beings, causing the ordinary mutations to instinctively turn on their comrades, creating chaos. However, the decaying demon remained unaffected by the confusion. Seizing the moment, Xiling cast a freezing spell on the decaying demon, instantly encasing its body in ice, though it wouldn't last long. With that brief respite, Xiling bound the demon's limbs with vines. But the ice soon melted, and the demon began to struggle violently, threatening to tear free. Meanwhile, Haochuan had submerged into the water, maneuvering behind the decaying demon. Witnessing its impending escape, he decisively employed the green cage skill in conjunction with Xiling to suppress the demon's thrashing. Trapped in dual bindings, the demon could only close its mouth. Haochuan drew his energy sword and pierced through the demon's skull from behind, ending its life. After extracting the blood pearls from its head, Haochuan instructed Xiling to absorb the corpse, but she refused, citing the risks of mutation from the altered flesh. Following the demise of the decaying demon, the remaining mutated beings posed little threat, and the Great Divine would swiftly dispatch them. Once the battle concluded, Haochuan returned to the submarine, where the small spinach stood on either side to welcome him. He patted the leader of the group and said, "I owe you all thanks for your timely assistance. You fought admirably." The innocent small spinach bounced joyfully. That moment, a voice emanated from the control panel. "Master, where did you capture this group of short workers?" Haochuan smirked and replied, "Capture? That term is inaccurate. This is voluntary followership. These little fellows detected the natural aura emanating from my armor and energy sword, mistaking me for one of their kind." The diminutive spinach creatures gazed in awe at the stout and upright trunk above the energy core. After a brief moment of astonishment, they collectively bowed to Xiling, engaging in an act of veneration. Chapter 39. The distress signal from the trenched that moment, a window materialized within the system. The mining spinach clan requests to become an affiliated clan. Do you agree? Agree. The system activated the affiliated clan interface for review. Haochuan opened the system interface, and behind Xiling's exclusive page, a new interface labeled Affiliated Species appeared, revealing detailed information about the little spinach creatures. Affiliated species, mining spinach, quality, excellent. Description, a species created by a powerful entity, possessing a degree of intelligence, reproducing through pollen. Ability, or sensing, range, within 100 meters, margin of error 10. Evolution condition, unknown. Haochuan examined the data meticulously and remarked, "It appears quite promising. Although lacking in combat capability, they can locate ores and assist in operating machine guns." Xiling interjected, "They follow you, and you regard them as mere cattle." TSK. Haochuan organized the little spinach into groups, assigning those proficient in operating machine guns into two factions, each controlling a single gun. The remaining few were temporarily designated to assist Xiling in the planting chamber. Observing the bustling submarine filled him with joy. Despite the numerous unexpected occurrences in this mission, the rewards were substantial, including the acquisition of mechanical puppets and a gene extraction gun, not to mention the serendipitous encounter with the mining spinach. Haochuan cautioned Xiling, the commotion here is too great. We should depart. Understood, Master. Let us first navigate to a nearby open area to hover. Xiling set the course, allowing the submarine to pilot itself. Upon arriving in the planting chamber, Haochuan noted significant transformations since their initial visit. Xiling's vines were methodically planting and harvesting, with the minutiae of tasks like sowing being assisted by the little spinach. Although the pace was slow, it relieved Haochuan of the necessity to manage everything personally. In terms of energy, they had extracted over 200 pieces of uranium, alleviating any immediate concerns. At that moment, Haochuan received a trading message from Shan, indicating that dinner was ready. Brother, the yield of the corn and carrots you sent recently has increased significantly. Haochuan sent a portion of the newly harvested grain to Shan. The planting chamber was now operating smoothly, yielding substantial quantities. If you know anyone in need of procurement, feel free to reach out. All right, brother. Haochuan closed the interface and suddenly noticed the evolution reagent and demon blood gem in his backpack. He pondered, why not offer them to Shan? Without hesitation, he sent another message. This mission has yielded 2 items related to evolution. Do you need them? Attached was the item information. Brother, what is this? Shan inquired, eyeing the items with intrigue, especially the blood gem, which exuded an unsettling aura. After reviewing the description, he expressed slight regret. The evolution reagent is indeed excellent, but I already possess a method for evolution through the fire god path. Haochuan contemplated, and deciding to let it gather dust for now, he recalled Shan's mention of Liu, who was likely in need of such items, as she had been researching mutations and genes. Reflecting on her collection of the blood and flesh of the purple-scaled poison lizard for her studies, he thought, indeed, she would probably appreciate it at Liu. Do you need these 2 items? Haochuan straightforwardly sent them to her. Moments later, Liu replied with a smiling emoji. Thank you so much, big shot. I was just lamenting the lack of new subjects for research. Don't worry, my results will be out soon, and you will certainly be astonished. Well, Haochuan mused as he looked at the 2 items he had traded, falling into contemplation. Perhaps she could indeed bring forth some surprises? Never mind. He decided to set that thought aside. After a simple dinner, Haochuan took the uranium to feed the little spinach. Near the cliff passage, approximately half an hour after Haochuan's departure, tranquility was once again shattered as a swarm of mutated beings surged from the cave entrance like a horde of bees. They gathered the fragmented corpses into a small mound, within which half a head was absorbing nutrients, gradually rejuvenating. Suddenly, its tightly shut eyes snapped open, fixating on the direction of Haochuan's retreat. It was the decayed demon. Still alive at that moment, the mutated beings reverently carried forth an object resembling a brain encased in a glass container. For reasons unknown, the decayed demon's gaze conveyed a hint of fear upon contact with it. The brain emitted low-frequency waves towards the mutated beings, prompting countless of them to venture forth, returning shortly with captured exotic fish and beasts. Had Haochuan been present, he would have discerned from the system prompt that this brain was the sovereign born among the mutants. However, at this moment, he was entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. The decayed demon's body healed. It rose once more. Before it could revel in its resurrection, the so-called sovereign's myriad tendrils erupted around it, ensnaring the weakened demon before swiftly cleaving open its skull and extracting the original brain, allowing the sovereign to insert itself within. Minutes later, the sovereign reveled in its new form, jubilantly moving its limbs, and subsequently led the multitude of mutated beings deeper into the ocean's abyss. Aboard the Titanic tree, Haochuan was sharing tales of his extraordinary experiences within the natural chamber of the cliff with his companions from the Alliance. So, brother, do you believe there exist technologically advanced indigenous humans in the deep sea? Shinwen's response was laced with incredulity. Haochuan glanced at the 2 young spinach frolicking nearby and affirmed, indeed, and the humanoid spinach being studied may very well be the same entity as Xiling. Big shot. While exploring a shallow trench the other day, I discovered numerous buried fragments of porcelain. Xing Mo promptly shared several images within the channel. Upon seeing one of the porcelain pieces adorned with a sequence of numbers, Haochuan felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Xiling, Come here and see if you recognize this sequence of numbers. The sound of his voice. A vine with an eye emerged from the floor, gazing at Haochuan, and after a moment of contemplation, it responded with perplexity. Master, I cannot see anything. He remembered that only he could view the system interface. Once he snapped back to reality, he recited the numerical combination for Xiling. As soon as she heard it, her understanding dawned. This is the coordinates for the distress signal source you are to investigate. Our mission coordinates lie within the trench Xing Mo passed through. Haochuan's attention sharpened at her words. He requested Xing Mo to trade the porcelain piece with him for a closer examination, but found nothing of significance. Xing Mo, could you elaborate on the situation there? Of course, big shot. The day I passed through that trench while on a mission, the area was overgrown with seaweed and inhabited by various small exotic creatures. However, as I approached the trench's center, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Due to time constraints, I only lingered briefly before departing. After reviewing the information, Haochuan approached the window, pausing in silence before speaking slowly. It seems I must investigate this matter personally. Xiling adjusted the Titanic tree's course, gradually steering towards the trenched eye in the dead of night. Haochuan lay soundly asleep on a comfortable mattress, having replaced the previously rigid healing wooden bed with this new one purchased from the marketplace. Above the Titanic tree, Xiling was in a state of feigned slumber, slowly absorbing dark matter. Suddenly, she sensed a disturbance. In the pitch-dark depths of the ocean, where nothing was visible, a vague hostility lingered in the air. Chapter 40. The Pirate Submarine. Before she could contemplate further, the surrounding waters began to tremble violently, and a black metallic submarine abruptly materialized behind the Titanic tree. This vessel bore two massive steel blades on either side of its prow. Within seconds, before Xiling could prepare any defensive measures, the submarine charged straight at the Titanic tree, colliding at full speed. The tremendous force sent the Titanic tree flying, the steel blades slicing through the outer shell of the propulsion chamber, allowing seawater to surge in, causing the Titanic tree to lose its balance and plummet downward. Haochuan fell from his bed in a jolt, quickly grasping the handrail to stabilize himself, and urgently inquired about Xiling's condition. Warning, we are under attack from an unidentified submarine. The propulsion chamber of the Titanic tree has been compromised. Xiling swiftly reported back, attempting to guide her routes to seal the breach. Haochuan rushed to the control room, manually regulating the submarine to expel water from the internal compartments, increasing its buoyancy and temporarily halting the Titanic tree's descent. However, unless the breach was repaired promptly, further inundation would inevitably lead to a loss of control. Peering through the periscope, Haochuan observed the attacking submarine hovering above them. The little spinach were trembling in fear, huddled together in a corner. Haochuan turned to the central console and commanded, Xiling, establish shortwave radio communication with them and ascertain their intentions. No sooner had he spoken than the speaker crackled to life, followed by a sultry male voice. Well, if it isn't the illustrious repairman, Dan Haochuan. That collision from my Tiger submarine must have left quite an impression. Haochuan's brow furrowed as he suppressed his anger and inquired, Who are you? Why are you causing me trouble? My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that all the supplies aboard your submarine must be surrendered, or I shall leave you in pieces. The speaker echoed with the sound of the man's triumphant laughter. Infuriated, Haochuan felt as though he were at a loss for words that he rallied the little spinach. Commence counterattack. We must buy Xiling time to repair the submarine. Positioned at the helm, Haochuan directed the little spinach to aim and fire at the Tiger submarine, unleashing a barrage of bullets that riddled its hull with holes. They dared to resist. The man, witnessing the scene, severed the communication and opened fire upon the Titanic tree. Minutes passed, and both the Titanic tree and the Tiger submarine sustained damage. However, the latter was significantly worse off. While the Titanic tree, benefiting from Xiling's symbiotic abilities, boasted superior defense, at that moment, the Tiger submarine ceased fire and began to descend, intending to close the distance to the Titanic tree and repeat its previous tactics, exploiting its close combat advantage to launch another attack. Inside the colossal ship, the lights flickered intermittently. Without hesitation, Haochuan prioritized energy supply to Xiling, resulting in voltage instability. Xiling, activate the submarine's weapon overload function. No sooner had Haochuan uttered these words than the two machine guns began to glow ominously red-hot, their operation becoming swifter and more formidable under the deft control of the little spinach crew. As the mighty tiger approached, the bullets inflicted even greater damage, leaving the exterior riddled with gaping holes. This seemingly intricate process transpired in less than a minute, after which the mighty tiger charged directly towards them. Thankfully, the influx of seawater increased the vessel's weight, coupled with Haochuan's urgent maneuvering, allowing the colossal ship to narrowly evade the collision. The mighty tiger swiftly pivoted, aiming to ram into Haochuan once more. In this critical moment, Xiling finally completed the repairs on the power room's exterior, and the propeller resumed its rotation. Xiling, initiate the submarine's energy burst function. With a low growl, Haochuan activated the function, unleashing a surge of tremendous power from the colossal ship. That it swiftly dodged the mighty tiger's assault, circling around its vulnerable sections to unleash a barrage of fire. The massive purple canopy of Xiling launched over a dozen blue icy spikes towards the mighty tiger, piercing its hull with astonishing ease. The chilling temperature radiated from the spikes, rendering nearby components of the mighty tiger inoperative. Seizing the moment of its diminished response, Xiling unleashed several tendrils to ensnare the mighty tiger in various locations, akin to a giant octopus ensnaring its prey. Thus, the mighty tiger found itself unable to escape its bindings. After a brief exchange, Haochuan approached the hull of the mighty tiger from above the submarine, employing an energy blade to carve an opening, allowing seawater to flood into its interior. The exterior of the mighty tiger gleamed silver gray, its interior exuding a stainless steel sheen. Steadying himself, Haochuan swung a machete down from above, narrowly evading the strike while deflecting the attack with his sword, pushing the assailant back 2 or 3 meters. Haochuan's gaze fell upon a short man clad in coarse burlaps standing in the corridor, brandishing a machete, his face twisted in resentment as he glared at Haochuan. Cursed be it, I underestimated you. He spat venomously, but do not underestimate me. Let me personally end you. Remember my name, Gu Jiji. With that, Gu Jiji lunged forward, machete raised. Haochuan deftly twisted his waist to evade the 2 strikes. Do not belittle me. Behold my technique, split blade, Gu Jiji shrieked, as the machete in his hand suddenly split into 3 blades before Haochuan's eyes, momentarily dazzling him. Haochuan raised his sword to parry one of the blades, yet felt no contact. The remaining 2 struck his armor, leaving only shallow marks. What armor are you wearing? Gu Jiji exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that his mighty tiger blade could not penetrate it. Haochuan chuckled. It's my turn to strike in the next instant. A green cage enveloped Gu Jiji, gradually constricting. Jiji, unwilling to remain idle, swiftly slashed at his surroundings, the sharp blades easily severing the tendrils, only for them to rapidly regenerate, creating an unbreakable cycle from which he could not escape. Just as Haochuan was about to taunt him, he suddenly produced a short-barreled submachine gun, unleashing a barrage at the green cage, shattering the vines. Stepping out with a smug grin, he taunted, "What can you do to me?" Haochuan slowly raised his energy sword, declaring, "Overload the current." In an instant, 3 thick currents surged towards Gu Jiji with alarming speed. The coarse fabric of Gu Jiji's clothing could not insulate him from the electrical charge, instantly electrifying him, causing his entire being to glow. A scent of charred flesh began to permeate the enclosed submarine. Haochuan waved his hand through the air, jesting, "Gu Jiji, you've turned into roasted Jiji." Coughing out black smoke, Gu Jiji retorted defiantly, "Damn it, I'm going all out." He retrieved a grenade from his bag and hurled it to the ground of the corridor. Haochuan, sensing the impending danger, quickly dove to the side. Within seconds, a tremendous explosion erupted, shaking the cabin like a roller coaster. Warning, hull breach. Power failure. They have all received promotion cards for their subsequent missions. The Huashan is designated for eradication, the Yuan-Ing for exploration, and the Taijiao for transportation. By the way, have you noticed anything unusual in the ocean lately? Liu suddenly changed the subject, stating that her Yuan-Ing had detected some green particles in the sea, appearing at specific times. Under the microscope, they resembled tiny spores, unaffected by the cold and exhibiting unusual activity. Haochuan appeared puzzled, as the Zhu Shenmu had not provided any feedback. Ziling, have you sensed anything abnormal recently? Master, I have not. Strangely, Haochuan decided to set this matter aside for now, opting to remain vigilant in the perilous depths of the ocean. Any slight irregularity could signify the onset of danger. Since entering the bountiful shallow sea, he had been monitoring the number of individuals in the regional channel daily. The decrease in numbers over the past few days had not been significant, he sighed, hoping it would continue this way. In the dead of night, while the others slumbered, Liu aboard the Yuan Ying was still tirelessly researching the blood of the aberrant creatures. An alarm blared suddenly, warning of an unknown organism drifting along the dark currents. Startled, she hastily stopped her work and rushed to the control room. The concern she had feared had materialized. Gazing at the monitor, filled with densely packed green dots, she murmured to herself. Chapter 42. The Elixir of Evolution. The following morning, Haochuan awoke from his slumber and lazily made his way to the control room for breakfast. Raising his head, he was taken aback by the sight outside the window, a sea of green. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, the water was green. What on earth is happening? He opened the Alliance channel, inundated with messages. Liu had already disseminated her research findings, revealing that the visibly green seawater contained countless spores, which remained active yet did not germinate. You all should exercise caution. Is this a sign of spore germination? Xinwen suddenly posted a message, followed by 3 images. Haochuan enlarged the images, astonished to discover a layer of plant roots attached to the drainage machine, pulsating like a heartbeat. The others appeared quite alarmed, and discussions in the channel came to an abrupt halt. After a long pause, Xing Yimo inquired, "Is this thing toxic? Can it be cleared?" "Uncertain. I will attempt to sever it with the fire element sword." After Shan sent this message, the channel fell silent for a considerable time. Haochuan waited anxiously, but Shan did not appear. After a tense 15 minutes, he finally came online, stating that he had suddenly fainted. Haochuan, confused, asked, "How could you faint for no apparent reason?" "I am unsure. Just as I was about to strike, I caught a whiff of something strange and then lost consciousness." Haochuan pondered for a long while. Seemingly unrelated events must have some connection. Just then, a system announcement echoed. Announcement: the bountiful shallow sea is entering a fertile period, with a massive outbreak of marine spores. These spores can parasitize the submarine's water intake and can develop a certain level of intelligence. Survivors are advised to prepare accordingly. There are 5 days remaining until the end of the fertile period. As soon as the announcement was made, Haochuan noticed on the radar a green substance approaching the Jushanmu. Ziling, prepare to ascend. Haochuan commanded decisively, having vaguely deduced that the invasion of marine spores was linked to water. By ascending, the submarine could prevent seawater from entering. Under Ziling's control, the Jushanmu began discharging water. Rising just before the green current arrived, Haochuan stood by the observation window, watching as the green replaced the previously dark waters, enveloping the entire vessel, rendering it impossible to discern direction. After several minutes of ascent, they finally broke free from the green current. Haochuan gazed back at the receding green waters, still feeling a twinge of fear. The unknown always instilled dread. Ziling, with a hint of delight, announced, "Master, I captured a small portion of the marine spores and discovered that absorbing them can enhance my strength. Oh, is it because they are all plants?" Haochuan felt a sense of serendipity. Ziling confirmed, "Although it is just a trace, if I could absorb more, I might acquire some of the spore's abilities." Haochuan firmly declared, "Very well, fortune favors the bold. Henceforth, we shall not only avoid the green currents, but actively seek them out." Haochuan arranged for the little spinaches to temporarily take over the management of the planting room, with the mechanical puppets controlling the machine guns. He piloted the submarine while Ziling devoted herself entirely to absorbing the marine spores they encountered. 2 hours later, Haochuan had consumed 3 pots of water, and curiously, the earlier encounters had ceased. In the regional channel, discussions were fervent. Haochuan skimmed through the messages, noting that nearly everyone had encountered the green currents, with many submarines having been parasitized. They summarized the changes following the spore infestation. The first stage was termed initial, characterized by the spores first parasitizing the drainage machine, rapidly overtaking it and causing the submarine to lose control over its ascent and descent. The second stage was termed intermediate, wherein the spore larvae extended tendrils from the drainage machine, eventually enveloping the entire submarine. These tendrils could release toxic gas, capable of injuring the respiratory tract. The third stage was termed advanced, unknown, as no submarine had yet reached this stage. In the bountiful Eastern District Channel, those who first encountered the green water, apart from a girl named Shan Haochuan, managed to eliminate the larvae. Xinwen, informed by Liu's research, understood that the fainting was due to the toxic gas released by the spore larvae. He took the parasitic grenade Haochuan had provided, using poison against poison to reverse the parasitism, effectively killing the larvae. Shan Haochuan had survived in the bountiful shallow sea by sheer luck, but lacked practical experience, fearing the writhing creatures, which caused her to miss the optimal time to eliminate the larvae. Now, the spore larvae controlled the entrance to the engine room, preventing anyone from entering. She sought assistance in the regional channel, but everyone was too preoccupied with the impending next wave of green currents to offer help. Haochuan examined the photos sent by Shan Haochuan, which depicted the shattered remnants of the spore larvae on the floor, now sprouting plant fibers. Haochuan was thrilled, perceiving this as a promising business opportunity. He retrieved the stored plant fiber seeds from the box and placed them all into the crafting table, producing batches of parasitic grenades. At that moment, the radar emitted a warning. The Shan Mu had encountered the green current once more. Haochuan immediately piloted the submarine to ascend slowly, while Ziling's vast canopy emanated a dim purple glow, causing the spores to adhere to the leaves, ultimately being digested and absorbed. Under Ziling's rapid absorption, the spores diminished swiftly, yet their numbers were so vast that the reduction was nearly negligible. The purple patterns on the tree bark brightened gradually, and as time passed, green speckles began to emerge alongside them. Just as the speckles grew clearer, they abruptly halted. The green current had ceased. "We must find more spores," Haochuan muttered. If anyone else had overheard him, they would likely be rendered speechless. Everyone sought to avoid the green current, while Haochuan yearned for it. Unfazed, he maneuvered the Shan Mu, randomly circling the vicinity, eager to encounter the green current again. After some time, another wave of green current approached, and Haochuan repeated his previous tactic. Ascending the submarine while Ziling unfurled her leaves to continue absorbing spores, the green speckles became increasingly pronounced and discernible. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence arose. 3 hard-palate ichthyosaurs appeared ahead. The luminescent Shan Mu lacked stealth capabilities and was swiftly detected by the ichthyosaurs. Famished, they approached rapidly, attempting to breach the submarine's hull. The mechanical puppets immediately opened fire, turning the 3 ichthyosaurs into a sieve. However, during this brief pause, the drainage machine activated automatically, allowing the green water to flow into the machinery. This is bad. Haochuan quickly realized that the submarine might have been parasitized. He halted the Shan Mu and rushed to the engine room. Sure enough, the drainage machine was covered in fine roots and leaf buds. As Haochuan stood beside it, a green gas erupted from the leaf buds. This was the anesthetic toxin released by the spore larvae. Having prepared in advance, he swiftly donned a makeshift gas mask and brandished his energy sword against the larvae. The resilience of the leaf buds proved formidable, and despite several attempts, he could not eliminate them. "Ziling, do you have a solution?" Haochuan gasped, momentarily pausing. Ziling, eager to assist, knew that as a high-level plant, she would not tolerate other plants encroaching upon her territory. Numerous slender and resilient roots began to spread from the symbiotic floor, encircling the drainage machine and the spore larvae's leaf buds, entwining them together. Contrary to Haochuan's expectations, the spore larvae, with their tenacious vitality, resisted Ziling's assault, although they did not manage to break free. Perplexed, Haochuan asked, "Ziling, what is happening?" Ziling emitted a faint, bittersweet laugh. "I underestimated the spore larvae. Each one that matures operates like an animal, surpassing me in controlling its parasitic abilities. Ziling was not one to allow them to continue growing. She infused several of her tendrils with energy, and in an instant, the tendrils enveloped the entire drainage machine like a net, progressively constricting until they ultimately suffocated the spore larvae. This process, seemingly simple, took nearly half an hour. Once the spore larvae perished, Haochuan finally regained control of the submarine's ascent. He discovered that the Shan Mu had descended to a location he could hardly recognize. Using the periscope to survey the surroundings, he observed that the water was stratified. The upper layer was a deep blue-green hue typical of the bountiful shallow sea, while the lower half was a dark green. As he contemplated his departure, he was suddenly struck by the sight of dark green seawater roiling in the corner of the periscope's view, as if something were about to emerge. 2 seconds later, a crescent-shaped sea monster surfaced, its elongated head appearing as it gazed at Haochuan, seemingly drawn to him. Haochuan felt a jolt of shock. This creature was surely beyond the capabilities of the current vessel. The giant sacred would die in a panic. He hurriedly maneuvered the submarine upwards. The long snout sea monster attempted to pursue, but violently collided with an invisible barrier, emitting a series of frustrated roars as it was thwarted. Unbeknownst to Haochuan, he was swiftly ascending, leaving several kilometers behind his point of departure. Indeed, the deep sea concealed even greater dangers, he mused. That moment, the silent Xiling piqued Haochuan's curiosity. He approached and peered upward through the window. Noticing the green spots on Xiling's body had become increasingly distinct, almost on the cusp of completion, it dawned on him that absorbing energy generated from the death of larval forms yielded more power than simply consuming sea spores. A bold plan began to take shape in Haochuan's mind. He immediately sent a friend request to Shan Haochuan on the channel. Haochuan had called out thrice for assistance, but despair had settled in as she tried to evade the larval sea spores. The creeping vines would inevitably overrun the entire submarine with time. What could she do? Just then, Haochuan's friend request shone like a beacon, illuminating her dim future. Upon receiving the acceptance notification, he was soon met with Haochuan's reply. "You say you can help me eliminate the sea spores? You not deceiving me, are you? No one has managed to escape easily," she continued, "and how will you get here?" Haochuan rubbed his forehead, exasperated by her incessant chatter. "Calm down," he urged. After a brief pause, Haochuan regained some composure. "I apologize. I was just so frightened and acted rudely." Seeing her settle down, Haochuan inquired, "What is the situation with the sea spores on your end?" "They're almost at the energy chamber. I am on an exploratory submarine, with fewer internal structures. Send me your coordinates." After receiving her location, Haochuan promptly instructed Xiling to assess the distance. "Master, the two submarines are 50 kilometers apart, expected to arrive in 15 minutes. Xiling confirmed. "Haochuan, hold on for about 15 minutes. I'll be there shortly." "Thank you, Brother Chuan, but I fear I cannot hold out," Haochuan replied, despairing as she watched the creeping vines. "What tools do you have nearby?" he asked. "A strong flashlight and a high-voltage electric baton," she answered. Haochuan felt a pang of helplessness. Those tools were indeed inadequate. He traded Haochuan 2 parasitic grenades to help her stall for time, while he swiftly navigated the giant sacred wood towards her position. After 20 minutes and a few minor hiccups, the giant sacred wood finally arrived in close proximity to Haochuan. Haochuan gazed out the window and spotted a square exploratory submarine not far ahead. It was Haochuan's mole. It was a bland white submarine, devoid of special capabilities. Beneath the mole, he could vaguely see green tendrils swaying with the currents of the sea. The severity of the parasitic infestation was worse than he had imagined. "Do you think we can manage?" he asked Xiling. "Master, it is worth a try," she replied. Haochuan then instructed Haochuan to steer the mole, planning to have the giant sacred wood hover above while Xiling utilized her symbiotic abilities to transfer her fleshy tendrils onto the mole. Competing for territory with the larval sea spores. Once everything was set, countless roots began to spread from beneath the giant sacred wood to the mole above. Haochuan directed the little spinach creatures to throw chunks of uranium stone into the energy core, providing ample energy to support Xiling's growth. The goal of symbiosis was not destruction. It was faster than parasitism. Thus, in less than half an hour, Xiling had completely symbiotically integrated with the majority of the mole. Soon, her tendrils encountered the sea spores in the energy chamber, but unfortunately, the energy core had already been claimed by the spores. The sea spores controlling the mole now had sufficient energy to grow, and they retaliated against Xiling with equal vigor. Haochuan had already abandoned ship, now standing beside Haochuan. With wide eyes filled with admiration, she exclaimed, "You are the foremost expert in submarine repairs? Little sister, I've mentioned this several times." Haochuan thought, bemused by her repetitive inquiries since their arrival. He decided to change the subject swiftly, handing her a cup of tea before asking, "Why didn't you remove the sea spores before they developed?" "I was scared. It looked so disgusting, and I tried using the electric baton, but it only grew faster," Haochuan replied, her face a portrait of grievance. "No wonder. I can't fathom how you survived on the ice," Haochuan remarked, observing Haochuan with her ponytail, freckles, and squinted eyes, her fitted protective suit accentuating her curves, an image of naive charm. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, grumbling to himself that women only hindered his decisive action. Meanwhile, the battle between Xiling and the larval sea spores intensified. Xiling, being a high-tier sacred wood, dominated the encounter, yet these sea spores were no ordinary organisms. Subsequent research by Liu confirmed this, unveiling signs of synthetic origins within their genetic makeup. It was a clash akin to that of gentlemen versus scoundrels. The sea spores clung on like a stubborn adhesive, and with every inch Xiling advanced, the spores retaliated with parasitism. Seems we cannot merely observe. We must aid Xiling, Haochuan declared, pulling Sijing toward the interior of the mole. What? I have to go too, Sijing protested reluctantly, trailing behind Haochuan. They arrived at the mole, a compact exploratory submarine. Passing through the cockpit, they entered the energy chamber, where a fierce battle ensued between the tendrils of the sea spores and Xiling's roots. The spores released paralyzing toxins, incapacitating the surrounding roots, while Xiling retaliated with spiked roots imbued with freezing effects, striking the spores with notable impact. However, the sea spores continuously siphoned energy from the mole, and in an instant, their tendrils regenerated. Haochuan aimed his double-barreled shotgun at the energy core and fired twice. Hey, don't damage my mole, Sijing cried out in anguish. Look closely, he retorted, witnessing the buckshot not only fail to disrupt the sea spores' parasitism, but actually exacerbate their growth. Chapter 44. Xiling's new skill. Haochuan gently set down the shotgun, his gaze fixed on the energy core. After a moment's contemplation, he devised a strategy, tuning out the cacophony of questions swirling around him. He quickly donned his mask and approached the door to the energy room. The door had been ensnared by the sea spores, thickly woven with tendrils, rendering conventional entry impossible. Haochuan swiftly retrieved a transforming vine and molded it into a wooden hammer, striking the door with all his might. The larval sea spores would not remain idle. The writhing tendrils released paralyzing toxins, and a green mist enveloped the entire energy chamber. Anticipating their counterattack, Haochuan had donned his gas mask early on, while Sijing, in a panic, fumbled with her mask, which accidentally fell off. She exclaimed, hastily retrieving it. But the toxins had already infiltrated her respiratory system. Witnessing her collapse, Haochuan dragged her to a corner and administered an injection of the previously acquired antidote. Time was of the essence. Once he had ensured Sijing's safety, he resumed pounding on the door. The entrance to the energy chamber had weakened due to the sea spore's corrosion, and with a forceful effort, the door burst open with a resounding crash. As the dust settled, Haochuan stepped quickly into the power room. The power chamber of the exploratory submarine was significantly smaller than that of a clearing type, but the drainage system was larger. At that moment, he could see the larval sea spores pulsing like a heart, its surface glistening. As Haochuan entered, it thumped faster, whether from fear or a desperate attempt to generate more energy. Without hesitation, he tossed a parasitic grenade directly at it, causing a multitude of plant fiber seeds to disperse around the larval sea spores, sprouting and rooting in a contest for nutrients. The sea spores, unfazed, astonished Haochuan with their ability to reverse assimilate. The grenade acted as a catalyst, and the tendrils that he had previously trampled began to develop poisonous thorns, retracting and attempting to pierce through his diving suit. Let us see how you fare against my poisonous bow, he declared, swiftly releasing a volley of poisoned arrows, each piercing the skin of the sea spores, yet it seemed to inflict no damage. He had forgotten that they were adept at poison as well. Caught in a dilemma, Haochuan realized that the sea spores could absorb energy, and conventional thermal weapons not only failed to exterminate them, but actually accelerated their growth. Energy swords were also ineffective. It appeared that he needed to rely on quantity to prevail. He promptly returned to the giant sacred wood and retrieved the prepared parasitic grenades. Once again, Haochuan entered the power room of the mole, simultaneously detonating 10 parasitic grenades. The chamber was instantly filled with sprouting plant fibers, fervently consuming the surrounding energy, leaving the larval sea spores in a state of distress as their once lustrous skin dulled and wrinkled. Finally, Xiling seized the opportunity to launch a massive counteroffensive against the sea spores' tendrils, turning the tide of battle. Just as Haochuan believed victory was within reach, the larval sea spore's milky white body gradually transformed into a deep green, sprouting 4 powerful tendrils that swiftly swung, severing all the plant fiber sprouts before extending towards the cockpit and control center. This is bad. It's upgraded again. Haochuan's voice trembled. Is abandoning ship our only option now? Master, there is no need for concern. Xiling's voice resonated within the energy chamber. Soon, over a dozen purple, curled orbs flew from the energy chamber into the power room, resembling curled cypress. As soon as those orbs touched the ground, they rapidly transformed into many versions of Xiling's true form. Haochuan was astounded. They were remarkably vigorous. Before him sprawled a myriad of miniature versions of Xiling, each standing over a meter tall, resembling divine trees. Each one extended numerous blue, spiked tendrils that lashed out at the surrounding sea spores' roots and stems, forcefully entwining and ultimately severing the four formidable tendrils of the sea spores. The juvenile sea spores quivered violently. Having lost all means of resistance, Haochuan meticulously observed the miniature Xiling and noted that the green spots upon it had fully manifested. "Have you leveled up?" he inquired. "Master, to be precise, I have acquired new abilities." Xiling replied with a hint of pride. Haochuan accessed the system panel and discovered an additional line of text on the Xiling interface. Natural spirit wood, quality, epic, description, subadult stage. Traits, cold-resistant, carnivorous, talent, symbiosis, unlocks, plant-based technology, beginner, skills, dark absorption, healing dew, group confusion, and freezing technique, clone technique. Symbiosis, merges with the submarine, plant-based technology, capable of creating specialized tools and equipment. Freezing technique, fires a spike that, upon impact, freezes the target, with control duration influenced by individual strength. Healing dew, consumes 1 uranium stone daily for energy, producing 3 drops capable of healing most injuries. Dark absorption, gradually absorbs dark matter in the absence of sunlight to accelerate growth. Group confusion, temporarily disrupts the consciousness of aberrant beasts. Ineffective against mutants. Clone technique, consumes a certain amount of energy to create multiple clones, which inherit a portion of skill potency, lasting for 10 minutes. Ah, I see. Haochuan realized, understanding that Xiling had acquired the clone technique from the genetic makeup of the sea spores. Unlike symbiosis, this was a genuine miniaturized version of Xiling, capable of utilizing skills, though not invincible. Being miniaturized meant lesser power, and its existence was also time-limited. With this skill, Xiling easily countered the juvenile sea spores, which were now ensnared by Xiling's tendrils, dragged away from the drain towards Xiling's main body. After assessing the situation of the mole submarine, Haochuan glanced at the still-lying Sijing and approached her, giving her a gentle kick. "How long will you pretend to be unconscious?" At this, Sijing could no longer hold back, standing up with an awkward smile. "You truly are impressive. All right, I must return now." Haochuan had not forgotten that he only sought her assistance because Xiling required the juvenile sea spores. Wait, don't leave." Sijing quickly approached and blocked his path. "Can I accompany you? I'm capable of everything, cooking, laundry." Haochuan ignored her and walked around. Sijing's expression stiffened, and with a determined bite of her lip, she said, "If it comes to it, that option isn't off the table." Haochuan paused slightly, coming to a halt. Sijing thought she had succeeded, concluding that all men were like this. "Xiling, can you symbiotically coexist with other submarines for an extended period?" Haochuan asked, disregarding Sijing. After a moment, "Master, yes, but it will require more energy. I can symbiotically merge the mole submarine into a subsidiary submarine, though it will take a considerable amount of time." Upon hearing Xiling's response, Haochuan nodded. "Then let us proceed with that." He then turned to Sijing, instructing, "You will stay and assist in taking care of the little spinach and with cleaning and cooking." With that, Haochuan disregarded Sijing's complex expression and returned alone to the giant divine tree submarine. In the energy chamber of the giant divine tree submarine, a sound reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered resonated. "You call that consuming a lot of energy?" The energy core before Haochuan had suddenly depleted 30 uranium stones. He pressed his forehead, unable to bear witnessing it. These stones were sufficient to sustain the giant divine tree submarine for over a week, now squandered merely due to the clone technique. Forget it. Forget it. I can earn more. He consoled himself for the sake of skills and upgrades. In the control room, Haochuan sat in a swivel chair, legs apart, hands on his hips, discussing the mole submarine issue with Xiling. "Master, the deep-sea crisis is rampant. I propose we utilize the mole submarine for reconnaissance. Although it lacks in defense, its speed exceeds that of the giant divine tree submarine by more than threefold." Xiling analyzed earnestly. Haochuan nodded, understanding the consumption issue of submarines. Having an additional submarine meant increased consumption. Moreover, he glanced back at Sijing, who was devouring food at the dining table, having not had a taste of her hometown cuisine for over 10 days. Sijing, oblivious to her unrefined eating manner, mumbled, "So delicious," as she stuffed her mouth with jerky. "Very well, it is settled then. Haochuan ultimately decided to allow Xiling to fully symbiotically merge with the mole submarine. The mole submarine had already undergone a brief symbiosis previously, and the process was now a familiar one. Within half an hour, the complete symbiosis was achieved. Haochuan opened the system interface, and the submarine status page revealed an additional entry. Main ship. Clearing submarine, giant divine tree submarine. Special. Symbiosis. Progress 100. Submarine functional areas. Control room. Control console. Seed flesh machine gun X2. Heavy weapons. Unlocked. Energy room. Energy core. Charger X3. Power room. Oxygen generator. Jet engine. Propeller. Weapon manufacturing room. Self-ignition platform. Ammunition rack. Weapon manufacturing station. Locked. Restroom. Due to the symbiosis progress reaching 100, all the aforementioned functional areas were now in a symbiotic state by default. Skills. Energy burst. Energy core operating at high load for 10 seconds. Weapon overload. Increases weapon firing rate by 50 and damage by 10 within 30 seconds. Description. A combat submarine symbiotically merged with the natural spirit wood, possessing unique abilities and formidable combat capabilities. Upgrade conditions. Iron blocks 160-100, blue crystals 2050, red crystals 2050, diamond powder 25-200. Haochuan scrolled down to open the second page. Vice ship. Exploration submarine, mole submarine, special. Symbiosis. Progress 100. Submarine functional areas. Control room, control console, Hawkeye radar, beginner, light machine gun X2, energy room, energy core, power room, oxygen generator, jet engine, high-speed propeller, restroom, skills, no skills, energy consumption to maintain symbiosis, 5 uranium stones daily. What? So expensive. Although Haochuan understood that adding another submarine would increase consumption, 5 stones was still excessive. It was worth noting that the giant divine tree submarine only required 2 uranium stones daily for maintenance. Well, I can afford it, he reassured himself. Seeing his mood stabilize, Xiling timidly remarked, Master, I am nearing saturation in absorbing the energy from the juvenile sea spores. I can initiate the promotion task again. Finally, Xiling was about to undergo another upgrade. Haochuan was also very curious about Xiling's appearance after the next evolution. However, it was not the right time to initiate the task. It would be foolish. The surrounding sea spores were still lurking nearby, and should she be parasitized during the upgrade, it would be catastrophic. Haochuan planned to wait until the outbreak of green tides subsided before proceeding with the upgrade. After contemplating these somewhat troubling matters, he intended to take a well-deserved rest. Just as he was about to lie down, a private message from Shan Haochuan caught his attention. Big brother, you must check the regional channel. Curious, Haochuan opened the regional channel, where discussions were fervent. This thing rivals a biomonster. It's truly terrifying. I hope I never encounter it. Haha, who knows, maybe you'll be next. IXXXX. In words omitted, as Haochuan scrolled through the chat history, he discovered they were discussing an image. Upon clicking it, he nearly succumbed to a panic attack. It depicted a dark sea cliff obscuring the light, with a submarine that appeared new yet worn, emitting a faint glow, an apparent contradiction of new and old. However, if a brand new submarine bore various signs of age, it was not difficult to imagine. Corrosive substances could create such marks that at first glance, the submarine seemed peculiar, but nothing alarming. Yet, when Haochuan enlarged the image, he was horrified to find that the dim light revealed numerous eyeballs, seemingly collectively staring at the photographer. Something was off. Haochuan scrutinized every detail, finally spotting what appeared to be a machine gun barrel on the far right. Overgrown with flesh and intertwined with vines, the colors and shapes of which resembled enlarged sea spore tendrils. Was this the final form of the juvenile sea spores parasitizing the submarine? What had it evolved into? And where was the submarine's owner? Haochuan was rife with questions, and currently, there were no answers. The channel's participants speculated on various possibilities, such as multi-eyed aberrant beasts, mysterious sea demons, and even suggestions of human natives being involved. Yet, only one individual named Zhang Xiyo shared his belief that it was indeed the sea spores. Haochuan added Zhang Xiyo as a friend and learned he was a sophomore with a keen interest in detective reasoning. Xiyo, it seems we are not far apart. The channel provides the location of this submarine. Let's go check it out together. Sure, brother Haochuan, but my clumsy whale submarine lacks your firepower, so please cover me. No problem. Haochuan shared his analytical conclusions in the Alliance channel, advising his comrades to be cautious and to avoid the area. However, Shinwen seemed unconcerned. Big brother, don't worry. My fire goddess blazing flames are unafraid of seawater or oxygen. If we encounter it, I'll extinguish it. This guy, while exceptional, was a bit reckless. Haochuan decided not to argue. He headed to the planting room, where Sijing was crouched beside the planting box, helping to harvest vegetables. Brother Chuan, look, she exclaimed upon seeing Haochuan enter, vigorously shaking a tomato in her hand. This girl. Haochuan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ever since she had brought back some plants and fruit seeds from the mole submarine. She had boasted about it 3 times already. Very good, Haochuan said, standing before her with a calm demeanor. Chuan go, why not try one? Sijing forcefully pressed a tomato into his hand. Haochuan dodged left and right. And when he could no longer evade, he reluctantly took a bite that was surprisingly sweet. He was momentarily stunned. It had been a long time since he had tasted the flavor of tomatoes from the blue planet. He recalled that Lan Ling's favorite dish was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He wondered if she was still alive. Unbeknownst to him, a tear slipped from the corner of Haochuan's eye, trickling down his cheek and falling at his feet. Sijing's radiant smile instantly turned slightly awkward as she hurriedly asked, "Is it too sour?" Haochuan shook his head, and after a moment of silence, he walked out, leaving Sijing, bewildered, to take a bite of the tomato and mutter, "It's not sour." Upon reaching the break room, Haochuan sat on a chair, carelessly pushing his lunch around on the iron table, finding it tasteless that a voice from the nearby speaker, belonging to Ziling, chimed in. "Master, your mood seems off. Are you thinking of Lan Ling again?" Sighing, he mused, "I wonder where she is now." "Master, no matter where she is, you must become strong and healthy to have a chance of finding her again." After a long while, Haochuan lifted his head and quickly finished the now cold meal, tidied up his belongings, and exited the break room, having come to a resolution. Chapter 46. Exploring the Abyss, the second day of the flood phase. Morning. Haochuan awoke from his slumber and was currently having breakfast in the control room. In the dead of night yesterday, several four-legged sea serpents had attacked the giant divine tree, but Ziling and the mechanical puppets had swiftly dispatched them. After successfully resolving the issue with the mole ship's parasitic sea spores, Haochuan continued towards the source of the distress signal from the trench. After a night of travel, the giant divine tree was now less than 30 kilometers from its destination. Originally, it should have arrived by now, but the added burden of the mole ship and several encounters with green currents had delayed them. Haochuan gazed out at the desolate scenery, which could only be described as barren. There were no glowing minerals, no swimming fish, and certainly no seaweed. Only the lifeless, dense sediment of the ocean floor. The submarine moved slowly over these desolate seabed deposits, advancing towards the central area. Is this the location discovered by Xing Mo? It seems excessively desolate. Haochuan became cautious. Ziling, does the radar show any signs of life nearby? The central console displayed the radar scan results, clearly indicating no signs of any life forms. It seemed that something must have transpired here. Haochuan had some conjectures forming in his mind, and now it was merely a matter of verification. After about 20 minutes, the giant divine tree successfully arrived directly above the given coordinates, which appeared even more desolate and oppressive than the periphery. Haochuan instructed Ziling to maneuver the mole ship down to inspect the surface. Upon receiving the command, the exploration submarine connected to the bottom of the giant divine tree automatically detached its connector, and Ziling remotely controlled it to dive swiftly. The mole ship was equipped with multiple high-penetration lighting fixtures and an eagle-eye radar capable of penetrating soil and rock to detect below. At this moment, it pointed downwards, and the strong illumination illuminated the trench's ground as if it were daylight. The surface of the trench was crystal clear, revealing the composition of the sediments, which were uploaded to the central console of the giant divine tree as Haochuan analyzed the footage. These are animal bones. This is a broken shell of an unknown object. These are fragments of porcelain. And this is a decayed knife. As the mole ship continued to move, more and more details emerged under the light. Minutes later, the mole ship had explored the seabed of the trench within dozens of meters below, yet no further clues were found. What is this? Are there really no other clues to be found? Haochuan furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with the outcome. That moment, Sijing, who had finished collecting samples, approached the control console, familiar with the mole ship. Haochuan turned to her and asked, "Do you have any good ideas?" Yes, we could try using the eagle-eye radar," Sijing exclaimed, eager to please as she quickly responded, clinging tightly to Haochuan's support. The Eagle Eye radar activated. A more detailed map than that of the giant divine tree appeared before them, with the crucial feature of penetration effects. What is this? Haochuan pointed at several bright spots below, which were quite large and exhibited a certain arrangement. Jing shook her head, indicating her confusion. Then how do you usually use the radar to avoid exotic beasts? Haochuan asked, perplexed. Jing proudly replied, for my exploration, the radar shows life forms as glowing green, and I simply avoid anything else as obstacles. So you haven't fully grasped the Eagle Eye radar's display, have you? Haochuan poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Hey, you. I've never needed to use it in such desolate trenches before, Jing pouted, feeling somewhat defensive. Were it not for following Haochuan, she wouldn't have needed to acquire such knowledge. She stomped away in frustration, leaving Haochuan bemused. Was it really so easy to provoke her? Fine, he thought, not bothering to pursue her further. He instructed Ling to operate the mechanical arm of the mole ship to clear away the sediments. Each exploration submarine was equipped with a standard mechanical arm capable of grasping and moving stones or objects. As the mole ship continued to clear debris, the surrounding seawater gradually became murky. Haochuan, feeling bored, sat in the chair and scrolled through channels, noting that there were increasingly more submarines infected by the green current. Most submarines with special abilities could eliminate the sea spore larvae, but those without capabilities, like the first responders, often succumbed to parasitism. Some individuals abandoned their ships and sought refuge on nearby submarines, while others perished at the hands of the sea spore larvae. Haochuan sighed, realizing that many would die in the icy depths of the ocean after this wave of flood phase. Half an hour later, the mole ship had thoroughly cleared the seabed within the vicinity, and the murky water had returned to clarity. Utilizing the spotlight's illumination, Haochuan discerned a buried structure resembling a metallic house. So it's true. There are houses buried beneath the trench? Although he had speculated before, seeing the reality before him stirred a surge of emotion within him, prompting him to abruptly rise from his seat. He decided to don his diving suit, grab a flashlight, and allow the mechanical puppet to follow him as they entered the water. Once they descended near the mole ship, Haochuan transformed a vine into a shovel and began to excavate the surrounding soil. The mechanical puppet assisted him with its iron hand, which could withstand pressures of 3,000 meters and was highly sealed, thus impervious to seawater for a short duration. Together, they continued to dig through the ruins beneath the soil. Is this a bracelet? Haochuan picked up a chipped bracelet and tossed it aside, only to unearth a rusty table leg from another corner. In this manner, he and the mechanical puppet unearthed nearly dozens of pieces of debris. Suddenly, the mechanical puppet declared, "Life forms detected, initiating attack." Startled, Haochuan quickly leaped aside, landing behind the mechanical puppet. Where are the life forms? He scanned the area, perplexed. Just then, the ground beneath where he had been crouching shifted, and a water centipede's head emerged, bearing its sharp fangs into the void. The mechanical puppet, having prepared for battle, swiftly extended its left mechanical arm, seizing the water centipede and dragging it from the soil. Hurling it towards Haochuan. "Damn it, I'll chop you up." Haochuan swung his energy sword, cleaving the airborne water centipede into 3 segments, its entrails splattering at his feet. Disgusted, he kicked the remains away. He patted the mechanical puppet and said, "Thank goodness for your insight skill. Otherwise, little Haochuan might not have made it." This place truly demanded vigilance. The seemingly tranquil trench concealed deadly threats. Haochuan continued the excavation alone, with the mechanical puppet standing guard. After a few minutes, the soft soil yielded to Haochuan's immense strength, revealing a small iron structure. The roof was entirely made of iron, now rusted and decrepit. With a gentle swipe of his energy sword, the roof tore open like paper, emitting rustling sounds from within. "Something's not right, retreat." As he yelled, he quickly backed away, pulling the mechanical puppet along. Chapter 47. The buried ruins. Just as he retreated a few meters, the rustling noises from the opening ceased abruptly, and then, from the gash made by the energy sword, several 1-meter-long water centipedes crawled out, followed by a 3-meter-long water centipede. They seemed famished, having caught the scent of blood and flesh, and swiftly charged toward Haochuan, while the mechanical puppet remained indifferent, its metallic form unperturbed by the creatures. With determination, Haochuan charged forward to engage the water centipedes in battle in mere moments. He dispatched the smaller centipedes, ultimately slaying the 3-meter-long one alongside the mechanical puppet. The brief skirmish, coupled with the centipede's blood, once again clouded the surrounding seawater, forcing Haochuan to endure the discomfort of diminished visibility as he swam into the house. Inside the dark, decaying structure, a beam of bright light streamed in as Haochuan wielded his flashlight, searching for valuable information. The setting resembled that of the 1990s, though everything had succumbed to decay. After wandering around, Haochuan shook his head in disappointment. With the passage of time, even valuable clues would gradually fade away. Returning to the trench, Haochuan and the mechanical puppet resumed their excavation. Knowing that this buried house was not the only one, and perhaps other locations might yield further clues. After several minutes, Haochuan found himself seated on the ground of the trench, gasping for breath. He had painstakingly unearthed the debris, utterly exhausted and without a single lead. Among the ruins, he had even unearthed a highly venomous stonefish, but fortunately, his quick reflexes had allowed him to evade it. Only one last structure remained, and if it yielded no clues, he feared the mission would come to a fruitless end. Haochuan resumed his excavation, swiftly reaching the rooftop. To his surprise, he beheld the nearly pristine exterior of the house, starkly contrasting with the decaying structures that had preceded it. The energy sword grazed the wall, emitting a series of frictional sounds, and a passage large enough for a single person was carved open. After ensuring his safety, he slipped through the breach and discovered the interior shrouded in a mere layer of dust, with the furnishings still relatively intact. Skillet. Quality. Ordinary. Description. A companion for cooking and striking. Glow stick. Quality. Ordinary. Description. Single-use illumination. Half-finished mutagenic reagent. Quality. Excellent. Description. A mutagenic reagent recovered midway, capable of enhancing mutant attributes. To his astonishment, even after such a long time, there were still items of utility. Haochuan meticulously searched the room for anything of value and ultimately unearthed a diary from the drawer of a white table. Upon opening the diary, he discovered it contained the life records of an individual named Luo. February 3108. The cold wave has passed. My mother and I rely on each other. Thankfully, we are surviving on a bag of grain. June 3108. Uncle Wong next door set out in his submarine to find food, but he has not returned for a week, and everyone is quite worried. July. Someone spotted fish meat with tattoos being sold on the black market, identical to the tattoo on Uncle Wong's thigh. August. Everyone hears a rhythmic knocking sound from the sky shell at night. I asked my mother what it was, but she remained silent, trembling uncontrollably. Haochuan continued to skim through subsequent entries, which chronicled events following the cold wave, until a particular entry from December caught his attention. December 8th. The sky shell has cracked. Although the village chief and others promptly attempted repairs, some claim to have seen something rush in during the chaos. For 3 consecutive days, Aunt Lee next door and Brother Zhao have vanished without a trace. December 12th. My mother has gone mad. She runs around shouting, "They're coming. No one will survive." December 13th. My mother disappeared. The day before, she warned me, "Next, it will be your turn." The diary abruptly ended at this point. Haochuan fell into deep contemplation. It was evident that this had once been the residence of a community, but the protective sky shell had failed, allowing something to enter and slaughter the diary's writer and other villagers. With the demise of the diary's author, the clues had once again run dry as he set the diary aside. A small note slipped out from between its pages, likely inserted by someone prior. Unfolding the note revealed a hastily drawn image, the lines crooked yet unmistakably depicting a sinister room, with hands and feet hanging from the beams, and the head of a short-haired child placed ominously in the center of the table. Is this cannibalism? Haochuan pondered in disbelief, questioning whether the tasks assigned by the system regarding the natives would truly be so harrowing. After confirming that no further valuable leads were present, Haochuan resolved to return to the giant tree ship and organize his thoughts. Just as he swam out from the dilapidated house, he spotted a mechanical puppet convulsing on the ground in the distance, next to a figure clad in a black diving suit, wielding a high-voltage stun gun. "Who are you? Why do you lack martial ethics?" Haochuan swiftly brandished his harpoon gun, only to feel something press against his back. Turning around, he found 2 more individuals in black diving suits standing behind him, one of whom menacingly threatened, "If you wish to live, do not act recklessly." The other stepped forward, snatching the harpoon gun from Haochuan's hands, grinning triumphantly as he declared, Our leader discovered you lurking in the trench yesterday and sent us to follow you. You were indeed headed for these ruins. Who are you? Haochuan faced the trio, unperturbed not to frighten you to death. We are the 7th squad of the wolf pirates. You fool, why waste words with him? Just send him on his way. Haochuan chuckled. Oh, you are so confident you can eliminate me? 3 against 1. What do you think? Who else can assist you? That useless puppet. He kicked the incapacitated puppet as he spoke. Fighting has never been about numbers. Haochuan thought, swiftly executing a maneuver that allowed him to evade to their rear. He drew his energy sword and said, to come without reciprocation is impolite. Let us entertain you today. Overload. 3 thick currents of electricity surged towards the pirates. Accompanied by the sounds of electricity crackling and pained screams, a short while later, as he surveyed the 3 charred pirates lying on the ground, he remarked, what a delectable aroma, albeit slightly charred. Shall we do it again? I promise to control the current this time. Haochuan mused to himself, raising his energy sword once more. Please, sir, we were wrong. Upon hearing that there would be a second round, the 3 pirates abandoned their charades of death, desperately pleading for mercy. Oh, wasn't it 3 against 1? How disappointingly weak. Haochuan waved his hand, instructing the recovering mechanical puppet to bind them and carry them aboard the mole ship. Chapter 48. The first confrontation with indigenous pirates inside the mole ship. Haochuan took his seat at the helm, gazing down at the 3 kneeling men as he began. Speak. What is the connection between you and these ruins? The pirates feigned ignorance, claiming, we know nothing, that we just happened to encounter you. As for the ruins, we are unaware. Indeed, we were foolish to offend you. Please spare us dough. Then what is this? Haochuan produced the hand-drawn picture that had fallen from the diary, displaying it before the pirates. This? The lead pirate attempted to argue. Haochuan immediately commanded the mechanical puppet to drag him away for a beating. This. The other 2 pirates were terrified, quickly confessing everything. It turned out that 2 years prior, this band of pirates had seized control of the nearby waters, indulging in cannibalism by frequently capturing local residents to feast upon, drying the leftovers into jerky. The ruins had once been a small village called Bailan, situated in a waterway protected by a man-made shell. The villagers, though few in number, had been cautious and had thus avoided detection by the pirates. However, Uncle Wong's unfortunate capture had revealed the village's location. The pirate leader had somehow procured mutated creatures to breach the sky shell, resulting in the majority of the villagers perishing at the hands of these mutants, while a small fraction were taken by the pirates to serve as sustenance. So, did that child perish at the hands of the mutant creatures or in your bellies? Haochuan looked at them with disdain, unable to accept the notion of cannibalism after living on Blue Star. Child? There were only adults. There were no children, the lead pirate stammered, bewildered. Who would dare have children during the cold wave? At that moment, another pirate in the corner spoke up. You mean that man? I have some recollection. He seemed to be taken back to the base by the boss. Then take me to your base. Haochuan was unperturbed by the possibility of deceit. In the face of overwhelming force, lies were but flimsy paper. Thus, he instructed Xiling to ensnare them tightly with vines, leaving the mechanical puppet to keep a watchful eye, while he piloted the giant tree ship towards the coordinates provided by the pirates. Ignoring the cacophony of anguished cries from the mechanical puppet exacting vengeance, Haochuan arrived at the control center to confer with Xiling on the next steps. Several kilometers away, a massive stone lay in wait, upon which a sea creature rested, suddenly startled and swimming away. Within the stone was a vast chamber, and a man with a hawkish nose and a fierce demeanor smashed a nearby stone table with his fist, causing the entire rock to tremble. Useless, he muttered, glaring at the blinking red on his communicator in frustration. Then, a cunning smile crept across his face. Well, it saves me the trouble of seeking revenge. They come right to me. Unbeknownst to Haochuan, he was swiftly approaching his destination, the surrounding environment eerily tranquil. Is this the base you speak of? Haochuan demanded, gripping one of the pirate's arms and forcing him to peer out the glass window. With the mole ship anchored a few kilometers from the pirate base, he alone maneuvered the ship with the 3 captives in tow. The trembling pirate glanced outside, his voice quivering. There used to be lookout posts here. They may have all gone inside. Humph, they better have. Haochuan pressed on, guiding the mole ship forward as the 3 pirates sweated nervously. The mole ship traversed a narrow canyon. It approached a sharp bend. a genuine blind spot? This is it, the lead pirate thought, secretly elated. As the mole ship rounded the corner, revealing a wider view, Haochuan spotted two dilapidated submarines ahead, each adorned with a flag bearing the wolf insignia, undoubtedly the wolf pirates. Through the periscope, he also noticed another pirate submarine stealthily emerging behind the mole ship. Now, the mole ship found itself ensnared between three pirate submarines in the narrow canyon, with no avenue for retreat. Ha ha ha, boy, have you never heard the saying? Never trust a pirate. You'd best release us now. We might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. The three pirates erupted into laughter, their eyes brimming with derision. Haochuan widened his eyes, feigning innocence, and exclaimed, "Oh, does having numbers ensure victory? Young man, it would be wise for you to refrain from feigning ignorance. The diminutive submarine, whimsically named Mole, hardly seems fit for combat. How could it possibly contend with our pirate legion? Very well, today you shall witness the audacity of 1 against 3. Haochuan spread his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. That moment, the opposing pirate submarine established a connection with the Mole's radio. Crackle. Crackled the trespassers in our territory. Surrender immediately, or else. Haochuan abruptly cut off the transmission, dismissing the idle threats in no more words. If a battle is to be fought, let it commence. He maneuvered the Mole's machine gun to unleash a rapid barrage upon one of the pirate submarines. The pirates, taken aback by Haochuan's audacity, were momentarily stunned into silence. It took them a few minutes to recover, after which they hastily retaliated against the Mole. After several minutes of exchange, the pirates were astonished to discover that the Mole remained virtually unscathed. One of the captured pirates stammered in disbelief. "How is this possible?" "There is nothing peculiar about it," Haochuan replied. "The Mole is an exploratory submarine, exceptionally swift. Although this area is confined, it also presents numerous blind spots for shooting. Conversely, your submarines are large and cumbersome, resembling living targets." After Haochuan articulated this, a profound silence enveloped the submarine. The three captives were left with a singular question. Is this fellow truly only in his 20s? In truth, Haochuan had yet to reveal that, upon engaging in combat, he found the pirate submarines to be remarkably fragile compared to their own advanced vessels, akin to the disparity between outdated relics from the 1990s and the latest innovations of the new millennium. Before long, one of the pirate submarines that had attempted to intercept him suffered catastrophic damage to its propulsion system, plunging to the ocean floor, diminishing Haochuan's pressure significantly. He replicated this success with another pirate submarine from behind. And the final remaining pirate vessel, sensing its doom, fled in terror without a fight. Haochuan made no effort to pursue. Instead, he turned to the three captives and inquired, "Do you now comprehend the gravity of your situation? Do not be so presumptuous, for the Wolf Pirate Brigade is not limited to these three submarines. When our main forces arrive, your demise will be imminent," the pirate leader retorted with indignation. "Very well. Then let us wait and see whose demise arrives first," Haochuan replied, continuing to navigate the Mole forward. Soon, they traversed a passage and entered a valley, where a massive stone lay at its center. Within the valley, 8 pirate submarines awaited, and the arrival of the Mole immediately drew their attention. The pirate chief within the stone was elated. Connecting to the Mole's radio, he exclaimed, "Truly, you have ventured into hell when heaven provided a path for you. You should have retreated while you could. I would not have pursued you otherwise, yet you have walked into my trap." Haochuan coolly responded, "I give you until the count of 3 to surrender. As a newcomer, I am magnanimous and willing to forgive your transgressions." "You?" The wolf pirate leader was momentarily at a loss for words, having never encountered someone so oblivious to their impending doom. "Very well, then, prepare to perish alongside your submarine." The pirate leader, consumed by rage, abruptly severed the radio connection. "Wait, Chief, we are still on the submarine." Upon hearing the threat of being buried alongside Haochuan, the three captives cried out in alarm, unwilling to share such a fate. Haochuan approached them and gently patted their pale faces, now tinged with fear, assuring them, "Fear not. It is you and him who will meet your end, madman. They are all madmen." The captives shrieked in terror. Ignoring their hysteria, Haochuan took his place at the controls, deftly maneuvering the Mole to evade a barrage of bullets from all directions. After all, he had evaded far more cunning assaults from monstrous creatures. The battle in the valley unfolded like a performance, with the Mole as the star. executing intricate maneuvers with the grace of a gymnast while simultaneously unleashing firepower that left the pirate submarines in disarray. Advance left with the first and second groups. The third and fourth shall flank from the right. Surround him, barked the pirate chief, incensed at the humiliation he faced since ascending to his position of power. As the pirate submarines advanced, their numerical superiority began to manifest, constricting the operational space of the mole. The pirate chief, reveling in his perceived advantage, re-established a connection with the mole's radio. "Ha? Have you finally come to fear us? Surrender now, and you may yet escape with your life." Once the pirate had finished his gloating, Haochuan calmly replied, "Fool, I never claimed that the mole alone could vanquish you. What? Xiling, it is your turn to emerge." With Haochuan's command, a colossal submarine, even larger than the pirate vessels, suddenly materialized above the valley, crowned by a robust tree whose leaves fluttered without wind, emanating a faint purple glow that harmonized with the green speckles and blue spikes on its trunk. Creating a stunning spectacle, Xiling, cloaked in dark matter, had stealthily followed the mole, and now that she was revealed, she wasted no time, launching a ferocious assault on the two nearest pirate vessels without requiring further instruction from Haochuan. The pirates, unaccustomed to such a scene, were caught off guard, their hulls swiftly pierced by the seed machine guns of the giant sacred tree, which had been enhanced by Xiling. Ordinary submarines stood no chance against such firepower, let alone the dilapidated vessels of the indigenous pirates. "Concentrate fire on that tree-clad submarine," the pirate leader commanded in a panic, his gaze transfixed on the giant sacred tree, his expression becoming entranced as he muttered, "I never imagined I would see green plants again in my lifetime." All pirate submarines redirected their guns, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the giant sacred tree, which was riddled with pockmarks within mere minutes. The captives, witnessing the seemingly defenseless giant sacred tree, taunted Haochuan, "It may look flamboyant, but it cannot withstand the bullets." Haochuan merely smiled, fully aware of Xiling's capabilities. As anticipated, the pirates soon realized with horror that the bullet holes were rapidly mending themselves. Xiling's roots constructed formidable restorative properties on the exterior, allowing for gradual recovery. This recovery, while slow, was relative. Given the pirates' lackluster firepower, the restoration occurred at an accelerated pace. In no time at all, the hull of the giant sacred tree was restored to its pristine condition. Meanwhile, all pirate submarines and the base radio received a transmission from Xiling. "It is my turn." Following a brief silence, a brilliant radiance erupted, emanating from the crown of Xiling's form. Dozens of powerful vines shot forth from the base of the crown, targeting the surrounding pirate submarines. The robust vines, adorned with blue spikes, ensnared the pirate vessels, violently shaking them amidst the pirates' shock and fear. Once sufficiently rattled, Xiling delightedly tossed the submarines into the air as if they were mere playthings. As Haochuan observed her playful antics for several minutes, he urged, "Xiling, cease your games. Conserve your energy. We must be judicious with the uranium stones." Reluctantly, Xiling released the captured pirate submarines, sending them crashing to the ocean floor amidst a cacophony of explosions. Inside the stone, the pirate chief sat pale and despondent, his eyes dulled as he muttered, "It is over. It is all over." Haochuan, no longer inclined to engage with the remnants of the defeated pirates, directly connected the mole to the pirate base's passage. Clad in armor, he led the mechanical puppets swiftly into the pirate stronghold. The pirate chief, intent on leading his remaining subordinates in a desperate last stand, was met with a swift end at the hands of Haochuan's blades. Witnessing the separation of his comrades' heads from their bodies, the pirate leader cowered, collapsing to the ground as he trembled. "Are you, perchance, the fabled Chosen One?" "The Chosen One?" Haochuan inquired, feigning ignorance. Legend spoke of celestial visitors who arrived in the previous epoch, equipped with advanced technology and exceptional devices, and some even claimed. "What?" The pirate chief gazed out at the giant sacred tree, swallowing hard, "Like your submarine, which is utterly unfathomable." "Then where did they go?" "No one knows where they vanished. The apocalypse followed swiftly, driving us deeper into the ocean. One day, the calamity ceased, yet they had disappeared." Apocalypse? Indeed. A dark green substance gradually permeated the seas, accompanied by the emergence of various terrifying monsters. Haochuan nodded silently, recognizing that the apocalypse must pertain to radiation. "Do you recognize the owner of this painting?" Haochuan displayed the hand-drawn artwork to the pirate chief. I know. It was drawn by a young boy, peculiar in nature that I did not slay him. And what of the boy? He is dead. Haochuan pressed the energy sword against the pirate chief's neck, demanding, "Do you dare deceive me?" "No, I do not. At the time, I thought to nurture him as the next generation of pirates. He was indeed remarkable. However, during one mission, he fell victim to a beast," the pirate chief confessed, lowering his gaze, revealing his sorrow for the boy's demise. At that moment, the system's voice resounded, prompting Haochuan to open the mission interface. The mission to locate the source of the distress signal has been completed. Reward: unlocking the third column of tasks. Initiating the third task list. Deliver the hand-drawn artwork to his sister. Reward: handmade gardenias. 5 favorability with the villagers of Luafei. Upon reaching 10 favorability, personal advancement tasks will unlock. Gardenias? That must be the name of the boy's sister, Haochuan mused, smiling at those around him, finally unlocking the entire list of tasks, feeling elated. The pirate chief observed Haochuan's shifting emotions with confusion, wondering if this man had succumbed to madness. Xiling, however, was well acquainted with him. Sensing Haochuan was nearing the end of his mirth, she interjected, "Master, how shall we deal with these individuals?" Haochuan restored his previously indifferent expression and expressed his gratitude to the pirate captain. Regardless of the captain's bewildered demeanor, he strode out of the base. Before leaving, he addressed Xiling, saying, "Your growth requires flesh and blood. These pirates have slain countless humans, although they hail from different places. There is no refuge for thieves anywhere. All pirates kill to absorb flesh and blood, and the submarine has been dismantled to gather parts." The pirate captain roared, "You are more ruthless than a pirate." However, Haochuan did not hear him. He had already stepped out of the pirate base and returned to the mole that as he passed. He kicked the 3 captives off the submarine, letting them compete with the sea for breath. Chapter 50. The giant tree ship upgrades. Again a day later, Haochuan returned from a quest for mineral resources, dumping the contents of his backpack onto the floor. After hanging up his damp diving suit and wiping his face, he remarked, "I am utterly exhausted. In an effort to minimize trips back to the submarine, I brought along several oxygen tanks, but I never anticipated such a bountiful haul." That on the ground lay a small pile of stones, the majority being uranium ore and iron ore, with a few rarer minerals such as blue crystal, yellow crystal, and a couple of dragon scale stones. Alongside the ores were some rare fish and shells, appearing quite pristine and seemingly untainted. Haochuan instructed the little spinach creatures to categorize the ores and summoned the mechanical puppets to transport the fish and shells to Xijing for cooking. Since collecting a substantial amount of uranium ore last time, Haochuan had traded a small portion for a compact nuclear furnace, perfect for preparing simple meals. Xijing, however, expressed her displeasure, lamenting about being treated like a dancer on a bomb. Bullied for being a girl. With a single retort, Haochuan silenced her, stating, "When the submarine's energy core explodes, none of us will escape." Having organized everything, Haochuan casually took a seat, at which point Xiling contacted him. "Master, all the flesh and blood from the pirate crew has been absorbed, and the parts have been dismantled and collected by the vines." "Excellent. Summon the giant tree ship back," Haochuan commanded, then swiftly opened the private chat system to message Xingimo. "Xingimo, during our last conversation, you mentioned knowing someone whose submarine can convert dismantled parts into upgrade materials." A few minutes later, Xingimo replied, "I was just hunting a mutated fish dragon." "Yes, esteemed one. That person has admired you for a long time. If you have parts, I can reach out." "All right." As Haochuan observed the giant tree ship approaching, he quickly piloted the mole to dock with it. Once the passage opened, he hastened to the giant tree ship, opening the isolation door to find the energy chamber littered with various parts, all sourced from the downed pirate submarines, meticulously disassembled by Xiling. Some parts were relatively intact, while others bore significant battle damage. Haochuan estimated there were at least 10 tons. He activated the trading function and transferred all the parts to Xingimo. "Xingimo, please negotiate the quantity of upgrade materials with him." Closing the private message interface, Haochuan felt a rush of joy. It was indeed a lucrative deal. However, he was blissfully unaware that in a bountiful area of the shallow eastern sea, a plump young man was staring at the heaps of parts, lamenting, "Boss, I knew there were many parts, but I never expected this many." Of course, Haochuan remained entirely oblivious as he busied himself reviewing his task list. Weekly task: unravel the mystery of the green current. Reward: 1 vial of sea spore gene reagent, 1 parasitic dagger. 2. Exterminate the hard-shelled bone crabs near Luafe village. Reward: 100 diamond sands, 20 red crystals. 3. Deliver the hand-drawn painting to his sister. Reward: Gardenia handicraft. Luafe villagers favorability 5. When villagers favorability reaches 10 points, personal advancement tasks will unlock. Haochuan noted that aside from unlocking the third task, the first and second tasks had also been updated. Particularly the first task, which was undoubtedly complex. Everyone knew that sea spores were a unique entity. You had even mentioned finding traces of suspected artificial origins within the genes. If he could obtain the sea spore gene reagent, Haochuan could scarcely imagine the terrifying entities he might be able to create. The parasitic dagger was also quite special. Parasitic dagger, quality, ordinary, description, inflicts minimal damage but, when it pierces, allows the submarine to passively parasitize sea spores. Haochuan mused, indeed, it is quite special. He then shifted his gaze to the next line. It was evident that the second task was related to the third and could be completed together. Haochuan clicked to accept both the second and third tasks in quick succession. Ziling, finish tidying up outside. We shall set forth to the perimeter of Luafe village to locate and destroy the nests of the hard-shelled bone crabs. Haochuan spoke to Ziling while observing the control panel. All right, master, I will promptly prepare the giant tree ship for departure. Suddenly, Haochuan received a system notification and upon opening it, was surprised to find a reply from Xingyamo, boss. All is taken care of. That guy charges a 5 fee for the materials. What do you think? After careful consideration, Haochuan deemed the 5 acceptable. It was not excessively high, primarily for the sake of convenience. So he agreed. Moments later, a plethora of upgrade materials filled his inventory. Iron ore, 665 pieces blue crystal, 100 pieces red crystal, 110 pieces diamond sands, 332 pieces fluorescent stone, 5 pieces fluorescent stone? Haochuan mused, having encountered it for the first time. He checked the system. Fluorescent stone, quality, ordinary, description. A relatively rare mineral that can be used to create fluorescent powder explosives, revealing certain hidden aberrations. Haochuan found it quite intriguing and decided to add it to his backpack. He then opened the information interface for the giant tree ship. Clearing submarine, giant tree ship, special. Symbiosis, progress 100, submarine function zones, control room, central control panel, seed flesh machine gun 2, heavy weapons, locked, energy room, energy core, charger 3, power room, oxygen generator, jet engine, propeller, weapon manufacturing room, self-combustion production table, ammunition rack, weapon production table, locked, planting room, resting room, since the symbiosis progress had reached 100. All of the above functional zones were automatically set to symbiotic status. Skills, energy burst, energy core operates at high load for 10 seconds, weapon overload, increases weapon firing rate by 50 and damage by 10 for 30 seconds. Description, a combat submarine symbiotically linked with the spirit wood of nature, possessing special abilities and formidable combat prowess. Upgrade requirements, iron blocks 100-100, blue crystals 50-50, red crystals 50-50, diamond sands 200-200. The upgrade requirements had been met. Shall we proceed with the upgrade? Ziling, hold on. Find a quiet place to upgrade the giant tree ship. Haochuan urgently called out to Ziling, who had already turned the giant tree ship around. A joyful voice emanated from the control panel. Master, this is wonderful. I will leave the vicinity of the pirate base immediately. This place is fraught with death and danger. The submarine navigated through twists and turns, reaching a secluded corner backed by a marine ridge. Master, this will do. Only a few hard-shelled fish dragons inhabit the area. Haochuan nodded and pressed the upgrade button. In an instant, materials were deducted from his backpack, and the giant tree ship, along with Ziling's entity, turned a pristine white. Haochuan, Jing, and the little spinach creatures were instantly transferred to the mole. Except for Haochuan, everyone else wore expressions of bewilderment, especially Jing, who was mid-cooking and had just approached, spoon in hand, to check the seasoning. What is happening? She exclaimed. Don't panic. The giant tree ship is upgrading. It will be done shortly. Jing pointed out the glass window toward the nearby white submarine, asking, are you referring to that white submarine's shape as the giant tree ship? Haochuan nodded. Jing moved closer, her face radiating admiration. My mole hasn't even upgraded yet, and you're already so far ahead. Haochuan pushed her away, saying, Because I'm far superior at leveling up monsters than you. Ha. Without me cooking and cleaning behind you, you'd be starving and still fighting monsters, Si Jing retorted, forgetting entirely that Shan Wen was the main cook. Haochuan was disinclined to argue, baffled by her fixation on such trivial matters. Minutes later, the white light dissipated, revealing the brand new appearance of the giant tree ship. Chapter 51. The layout of the new submarine compared to the original giant tree ship. Haochuan noted that its exterior had transformed from a dark iron color to a light sky blue, likely due to the incorporation of a small amount of blue crystal. Moreover, the heads of the machine guns were now adorned with a ring of red stone, which was red crystal. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the hull exhibited a slight reflection, a result of the diamond sands being mixed in, greatly enhancing its overall hardness and pressure resistance. Ziling's entity remained above the energy core, and the previously proportionate crown of foliage now appeared much smaller, resembling a large-headed child wearing a tiny hat. Her vine roots were intricately intertwined with the submarine's interior, tightly bonded with the alloy materials, rendering them less conspicuous from the outside and enhancing stealth. Master, the giant tree ship has completed its upgrade, Ziling communicated. Haochuan piloted the mole back to the giant tree ship, and the two submarines docked. Once stabilized, he and the others disembarked through the passage. Si Jing was astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, it's so much more spacious and brighter here." In contrast, Haochuan appeared considerably more composed. He remained silent, intently observing his surroundings, which indeed seemed far more expansive, with bright lights illuminating the area and pristine, spotless metallic walls, the floor making a satisfying sound as they walked upon it. There were passages at both the front and rear of the area. Haochuan decided to investigate the rear first, striding forward briskly while Si Jing was still caressing the wall, glancing up to see him advancing. "Hey, wait for me," she called, hurrying after him. Panting, Si Jing finally caught up with Haochuan when he paused. "Why do you leave without saying a word?" Noticing that Haochuan was ignoring her, she was about to speak again when she followed his gaze and her attention shifted immediately. She exclaimed, "Is this the engine?" Haochuan chuckled and said, "Indeed. One cannot blame Si Jing for her outbursts." The room before him was a staggering 15 square meters, dominated by a heavy, silver-hued, oval engine resting on the floor. This engine was of considerable bulk. On the opposite side was a cylindrical machine spinning at high speed, connecting to one end of the engine while its other end extended outside the submarine. This was the propeller. The cacophony emitted by the engine and propeller made it increasingly uncomfortable for Haochuan and Si Jing the longer they lingered. Haochuan stepped outside and noticed a sign above the door reading, "Power Room." Adjacent to the power room were two more rooms, labeled, "Exchange Room and Storage Room." Haochuan first entered the exchange room, which also appeared to be approximately 15 square meters. Inside, he found an oxygen generator, a storage cabinet for diving equipment, and a changing room. Observing the pristine cabinets, he opened one only to discover it was empty. Si Jing arrived hurriedly after inspecting the power room, expressing her discontent. "Why isn't there a partition in the changing room?" Haochuan's face twitched slightly. 15 square meters. What more could one expect? Did girls not deserve their privacy? No one would be peeking. You. Haochuan chose to ignore her, striding straight to the far end to open the door to the wet compartment, a space designed for entering and exiting the submarine, effectively isolating it from the flow of seawater. After leaving the exchange room, he entered the final room, the storage room. Upon opening the door, he was met with a damp space illuminated only by a small bulb overhead. At the bottom lay a drainage machine, twice the size of the previous one. Seawater flowed in and out from here, controlling the ascent and descent of the submarine. The briny scent was overwhelming. Once Haochuan took it all in, he quickly exited. Having explored all three rooms along one side of the corridor, he decided to return and investigate the rooms on the opposite side. As he passed the power room again, he noticed a sign he had missed earlier, which read, "Power Zone." So now the submarine is divided into zones. Si Jing, trailing behind him, inquired. Haochuan nodded. It seems so. This power zone encompasses the power room, exchange room, and storage room we just visited. Humph. I can't read it myself, Si Jing retorted, running off, still miffed about the changing room. Haochuan shook his head and continued forward. Eventually, they arrived at a grand door, and upon glancing up, saw it was labeled, "Core Zone." Pushing open the door revealed a chamber known as the energy room. Upon entering, Haochuan's gaze was immediately drawn to the energy core. which had retained its appearance but had doubled in size and improved its energy output efficiency. The essence of the purple spirit cohabiting with the energy core seemed pleased by the transformation, swaying its trunk in delight. The energy room's chargers had increased from 3 to 5, arranged in a neat ROW. Sai Jing exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful! No more queuing for battery charging." After inspecting the energy room, they proceeded to the next chamber, the weapons room. Upon entering, they found the spinach creatures busily exploring. Upon sighting Haochuan, they joyfully gathered around him, chattering excitedly. Haochuan smiled as he patted their heads, then began to examine the room independently. The weapons room housed the original weapon crafting table and basic natural crafting station in a corner, while the center featured 7 weapon operation positions arranged in a square. The 4 corners were equipped with machine gun stations, while 3 additional positions in the center consisted of 2 heavy weapon slots and 1 long-range weapon slot, all aligned in a straight line. The 4 machine gun stations had already been outfitted with flesh seed machine guns, while the heavy weapon slots had been unlocked with upgrades but remained unarmed. The long-range weapon slot was still inaccessible. After thoroughly inspecting the weapons room, Haochuan decided to venture into the next chamber, the control room. While traversing the corridor, he noticed a protruding platform. What purpose could it serve? He did not dwell on it. Upon entering the control room, he found it considerably more spacious than before, yet much of the structure remained unchanged. Upon closer inspection, Haochuan noted some differences. "Master, you are correct. In fact, the control room has fewer items now, such as the dining table and conference table." The voice of the purple spirit emanated from the central console. However, new items had been added, including a 3-dimensional operational communication platform, facilitating direct communication with the weapons room. The central console had also been upgraded, no longer confined to the control room. Curious, Haochuan asked, "What do you mean?" Unexpectedly, the purple spirit teased, "You will find out when you go upstairs." Haochuan thought to himself that he had indeed guessed correctly. The changes must be on the 2nd floor, as there would be no space for all the new equipment otherwise. But where was the 2nd floor? The platform. He hurried back to the corridor platform. The previously empty platform now featured a set of stainless steel stairs that had seemingly appeared out of thin air. Haochuan and Si Jing ascended the stairs, reaching a bend where the purple spirit's voice resonated. "These are retractable stairs. I had them concealed to surprise you." Haochuan glanced at the ceiling speakers, the source of the purple spirit's voice. Upon ascending the staircase, the atmosphere transformed from cold to warm, with wooden planks laid over the alloy floor and vine-woven floor lamps casting a soft yellow glow. Wooden signs hung from the ceiling, reading, "Planting Zone." Si Jing remarked, "Has the planting room expanded into a planting zone?" Haochuan pushed open the door to enter, revealing 3 rooms in the corridor: the sewing room, seed research room, and storage room. They explored briefly, starting with the sewing room, which housed planting boxes, 20 more than before. Next to them was a temperature and humidity controller, and on the other side, a movable storage shelf. Moving on to the seed research room, they discovered research tables and experimental boxes for crossbreeding superior crops and vegetables. Finally, they arrived at the storage room, where the little spinach creatures were busy organizing their previous harvest. This room was equipped with a temperature and humidity controller to maximize freshness. Si Jing picked up a white radish and took a bite, exclaiming, "So sweet!" Exiting the planting zone, they arrived at their final destination, the living zone. Upon entering, they noticed stainless steel flower pots placed at intervals along the corridor, tightly connected to the ground. The purple spirit's vines extended from the floor to the pots. Sowing seeds of previously cultivated lavender and others acquired through trade. At the end of the corridor were the cooking room, dining hall, and treatment room. Upon entering the cooking room, they found an array of pots, pans, and utensils. Though not extravagant, they were practical. There was also a small nuclear reactor that Haochuan had gifted to Si Jing. Si Jing rolled her eyes. "Not this little bomb again. It's truly persistent." "Let us have the purple spirit arrange a screen to block the view of the changing room," Haochuan suggested softly. "Thank you," Si Jing replied, her mood lifting slightly. Inside the dining hall, 3 long tables for 8 people were neatly arranged along with several chairs. The tables and chairs were no longer made of simple stainless steel. Instead, the surfaces were covered with tree bark, lending a more inviting atmosphere. At the center of the hall was an electronic screen, allowing the purple spirit to interact with everyone. Adjacent to the dining hall was a small tea room, where purified water extracted by the little spinach would be stored in corresponding containers for drinking. Finally, they reached the treatment room, which appeared rather rudimentary, containing only a treatment bed and a medicine cabinet stocked with the potions, syringes, and basic healing dew that Haochuan had previously obtained. After exploring, Haochuan returned to the control room, while Si Jing remained in the cooking room to familiarize herself with the utensils. As soon as Haochuan arrived at the control room, he promptly issued a command. Purple Spirit, set course for the mission location immediately. The propulsion system of the giant sacred would promptly ignited, accelerating the submarine at a pace twice as fast as before. What once required a 2-day journey to Luafei village was now cut in half. Were it not for Haochuan's still developing grasp of driving rhythm, they could have gone even faster. Inside the control room, Haochuan inquired about the Purple Spirit's upgrade mission, asking if they could begin early. Master, I recommend we first pass through the abundant water period. Once we enter the mission, both you and I will be trapped in a system illusion, leaving us without any means of self-defense. The Purple Spirit cautioned. Haochuan pondered deeply. It was true that neither of them could defend themselves, leaving only the little spinach, the mechanical puppets, and Si Jing. The first two were manageable, but Si Jing was quite unpredictable, and he could only wonder what surprises she might bring. Meanwhile, Si Jing, busy sorting vegetables upstairs, suddenly sneezed and wiped her nose with the back of her hand, asking, "Who is talking about me behind my back?" Just then, the Purple Spirit interrupted Haochuan's contemplation, its tone serious. Master, the radar has suddenly detected a peculiar submarine several hundred meters ahead. It flashed past, and then vanished during analysis. What? What makes it so peculiar? Haochuan exclaimed, startled. It is covered in a gelatinous substance, and its surface is filled with fleshy membranes. In an instant, Haochuan realized what it was. He leaped from his chair, activating the intercom to shout at Si Jing and the little spinach. Si Jing, little spinach, you must board the mole and leave immediately. Get as far away as you can. Hurry. Si Jing, still rinsing vegetables, replied in confusion. What is happening? Before Haochuan could finish, a tremendous crash echoed throughout the giant sacred wood as a spear-like spike, 5 meters long, pierced the submarine's exterior, breaching the hull and halting near the power zone. The force of the impact sent Haochuan tumbling from his chair. Scrambling to his feet, he gazed out the window to see the giant sacred wood impaled by the enormous spike, its tip connected to a tube extending into the depths of the ocean. He quickly inquired about the status of the others via the communication system, receiving only a response from the mechanical puppets, while Si Jing and the spinach's fates remained unknown. Warning, Master, the cabin leak has been sealed, but it appears something is tugging at the long spines from the other end, compelling the great godwood to draw closer with tremendous force. Xiling, immediately increase the energy core's power to the maximum. I will pilot the mole to investigate. Haochuan has already discerned what is attacking them. It is the adult form of the sea spore, the very submarine they encountered before. To his astonishment, it has reappeared here after vanishing, not only detecting the cloaked great godwood, but also attempting to capture it. Just as Haochuan prepares to leave the cockpit, Xiling sounds another alarm. A suspected life form has entered the interior of the great godwood through the pipes, quantity unknown. The mechanical puppet has activated its defensive state, ready to eliminate all intruders. Haochuan is thus compelled to abandon his departure and instead rush to eradicate the intruders, clutching his double-barreled shotgun tightly as he advances towards the power zone. Meanwhile, Xiling maneuvers the great godwood to resist the control of the adult sea spore, attempting to sever the pipes with the spines of the vines. However, she soon discovers the pipes to be remarkably resilient, rendering her efforts futile. But on the other side, Haochuan traverses the dimly lit area, aided by the emergency lights, until he reaches the armory. Due to the spines damaging a portion of the circuitry, the armory is now devoid of power, with only a red signal light flickering. Haochuan finds the little spinach creatures strewn across the floor, and upon closer inspection, he realizes they have unfortunately succumbed to unconsciousness from the impact. He revives the largest one with healing dew, sharing a portion of the healing liquid from his backpack, instructing, quickly awaken the others and retreat to the energy core chamber. It is imperative to safeguard the energy core. Afterward, he distributes some ordinary knives and sticks among them. Haochuan swiftly passes through the energy room. Inside, Xiling's main body remains largely unscathed, with the energy core rapidly consuming uranium stones. Fortunately, nearly all the uranium stones are stored on Xiling's side, leaving the core area Haochuan proceeds down the darkened passageway towards the power zone, where the lighting has been completely extinguished, enveloping him in darkness. Grasping a flashlight, he uses its faint beam to navigate, only to spot something motionless in the corridor. Facing away from him, Haochuan, unwilling to call out, decides to fire a shot first. The creature turns, and as the flashlight illuminates it, his heart races. It is a translucent, milky white orb-like creature, its body dominated by a massive eye that fixates on him. Suddenly, it lunges forward, its circular edges writhing with numerous tiny appendages, swiftly approaching Haochuan. He hastily scans its information through the system. Ordinary soldier of the sea spore. Quality: ordinary. Description: do not underestimate its ordinary quality. It can release paralyzing toxins, and even a trace can incapacitate you. Realizing he cannot afford to let it get close, Haochuan immediately fires 2 shots. Fortunately, the ordinary soldier is not particularly tough, and both shots result in its explosion. However, the subsequent situation catches him off guard. The fluid from the deceased soldier appears to be a corrosive acid, rapidly eroding the walls and floor upon contact. The ground and walls reveal underlying metal and Xilinx roots, but fortunately, due to his upgrade, the presence of diamond sand mitigates the effects of the small amount of corrosive liquid. Damn it! Alive, it releases toxins. Dead, it becomes a caustic package. How do I handle this? Haochuan realizes that this creature is both troublesome and repugnant. Xiling informs him through the emergency monitoring system in the corridor. Master, as long as they do not cluster together and release the corrosive acid simultaneously, I can withstand it. With Xiling's assurance, Haochuan feels a sense of relief and decisively hurries down the passage toward the power zone, only to encounter the very thing he feared. Upon reaching the power zone, he discovers the door has been breached, and 3 ordinary soldiers are stationed at the entrance. Soon as they spot Haochuan, their 3 large eyes glow in unison, and they swiftly advance to attack. Haochuan fires rapidly, reloading in haste, and manages to kill the first 2 before the third arrives. With no time to reload, he ensnares the last soldier using his energy sword's green cage before firing again. The simultaneous explosions of the 3 soldiers release corrosive fluids that quickly erode the green cage and create numerous shallow pits in the floor and walls. Suddenly, Haochuan receives a private message from Sijing, who, being a survivor herself, possesses a system. Brother Chuan, our submarine is under attack. What should we do? So you have finally awakened and I am trading an ordinary pistol to you. Find a way to rendezvous with the mechanical puppets and collectively thwart their invasion of the power zone. After sending the message and confirming the trade, Haochuan sprints into the power zone. It is imperative to protect the power zone. Otherwise, the great Godwood will be dragged into a confrontation with the adult sea spore. A perilous situation indeed. Just as Haochuan is about to enter the power zone, 2 ordinary soldiers emerge from within. Get out of the way, he shouts, aiming his double-barreled shotgun to shoot. Suddenly, he notices the holes in the spines begin to writhe once more. A large, bright red orb emerges, its eye filled with malevolent intent. Centurion of the sea spore. Quality: excellent. Description: a bloodthirsty and irritable creature, it yearns to eliminate any being that defies its king. A master of close combat, and capable of releasing smoke. Upon spotting Haochuan, the Centurion swiftly writhes forward, moving at twice the speed of an ordinary soldier, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Haochuan swings his energy sword, landing a hit, then quickly retreats. The creature, enraged, releases a cloud of red smoke, rapidly diminishing visibility in the corridor. Cautiously, Haochuan remains vigilant, anticipating an ambush from an ordinary soldier attempting to sneak up on him. He swiftly dodges, then counters with a shot to its back, obliterating the ordinary soldier. Humph, do not underestimate me, he smirks triumphantly. However, an unexpected turn of events occurs as the floor, compromised by the accumulation of corrosive acid, melts a 3-inch hole. This may be insignificant elsewhere, but in the depths of the ocean, immense water pressure floods into the submarine, and Haochuan is suddenly engulfed by the rising seawater. He hastily swims towards the door of the power zone to block the incoming water. Just as he nears the door, a white figure appears. An ordinary soldier. It is an aquatic creature that does not require breathing and swims swiftly. Seizing the moment while Haochuan retrieves his harpoon gun, it pierces him with its appendage, and the paralyzing toxin takes effect, causing him to gradually lose consciousness. Time passes, and he eventually awakens. Ugh, my head hurts, He murmurs, rubbing his temples and surveying his surroundings. He finds himself surrounded by pulsating flesh and blood, lying atop a mass of tissue, while ordinary soldiers occasionally pass by the entrance. Haochuan realizes he has been captured. The paralysis toxin, mingled with the freezing agent, transformed the two ordinary soldiers into ice sculptures in less than a second. Haochuan approached and tapped them. They were indeed quite solid. He promptly drew his energy sword and swung it forcefully, shattering the two ice sculptures into a cascade of fragments. Sensing the opportune moment, Haochuan swiftly slipped away from the fleshy opening. Upon emerging outside the cave, he glanced around, noting that the entire submarine was nearly carpeted in flesh and sinew, with its structure undergoing significant alteration. At that moment, he spotted a dilapidated bed and table in a nearby room that it turned out he was adjacent to the lounge. This was a submarine that had undergone its first upgrade, and it was rather spacious, likely a heavy-duty vessel. While heavy-duty submarines might lack in armament, they compensated with ample space and formidable defenses. Every submarine was equipped with weaponry, and Haochuan understood that the long spikes aimed at the giant divine wood were undoubtedly derived from the mutated machine guns of the submarine. He resolved to first locate the gunner's station in the control room. Haochuan moved swiftly along the fleshy walls, eventually entering the lounge to rummage through its contents. In a corner, he uncovered a grenade and an electric baton left behind by a survivor. Meanwhile, within the flesh prison, the remnants of the shattered ordinary soldiers began to melt, their acidic bodily fluids corroding the flesh and emitting wisps of white smoke. In the power room, a massive brain suddenly quivered in agitation. Sensing pain, surrounding it were 6 yellow, spherical creatures, each towering 3 times higher than Haochuan, whose large black eyes suddenly opened, producing a buzzing sound. The brain responded, prompting the creatures to close their eyes once more. Within half a minute, several white ordinary soldiers, led by a red centurion, arrived at the flesh prison to investigate, confirming what Wang had stated. He had indeed fled. The red centurion and the white soldiers dispersed to search the area. Unbeknownst to them, Haochuan had already reached the unique functional room of the heavy-duty submarine, the storage room. The storage room was expansive, spanning 2 levels and covering 120 square meters, allowing survivors to stockpile supplies. Haochuan surveyed the scattered items inside, contemplating seizing some useful objects. A soft armor suit. He could give that to Si Jing. A plant mutation reagent. That could be left for the little spinaches. Quick clotting agent, pea seeds, portable intercom. Haochuan discovered a considerable assortment of items, and since the sea spores showed no interest in these objects, they remained untouched. Time was of the essence, and he dared not linger too long. Hastily collecting a few items before departing. Continuing onward, Haochuan arrived at the energy room, where the entrance had been damaged, allowing him to enter directly. Before him lay a colossal, pulsating heart of flesh, a vivid red organ that throbbed incessantly. This had once been the location of the energy core, but it appeared that after the sea spores had invaded, it had evolved into a heart, providing energy. Haochuan was suddenly struck by the surreal sensation of being inside a monster's belly. The submarine itself was the creature. He approached to observe the heart, its blood vessels clearly visible. Surrounding the heart were several thick red tubes that spread out in all directions. These must be the blood vessels. Haochuan unsheathed his energy sword and plunged it into the heart. The hilt sank 5 inches deep. The heart began to throb violently. Green blood oozed from the wound, and Haochuan felt an overwhelming resistance, preventing him from pushing deeper. Suddenly, 2 cylindrical protrusions emerged from the fleshy ground, expelling clouds of green toxic smoke. In an instant, the area around the heart was engulfed in toxic fumes. Forcing Haochuan to retreat momentarily, he withdrew his energy sword, stuffed something into the wound, and quickly backed away. The heart's pulsations intensified, and the surrounding flesh began to contract rapidly as a group of white ordinary soldiers charged toward him. "Do you think this will stop me?" Haochuan exclaimed, producing the previously crafted parasitic grenades and hurling 3 consecutively. The grenades detonated above the heart, covering its surface with a dense layer of seeds. These seeds sprouted, drawing sustenance from the heart's flesh and rapidly siphoning its energy. Had this been before, the toxic smoke might have mitigated the grenade's impact, but now, having pierced the heart, the plant fibers grew through the wound, spreading like a malignant growth. Haochuan noted the approaching white soldiers. He threw 2 more parasitic grenades and dashed towards the control room. Chapter 54. The Sea Spore submarine paralysis meanwhile. Si Jing and the mechanical puppets struggled to hold the power zone. The parasitic grenades that Chuan Gu provided are incredibly effective, she thought, her expression stiffening as she tossed another grenade, transforming several white ordinary soldiers into mere blades of grass. Si Jing sprang to her feet, leaning leftward as she raised her pistol and fired several shots ahead. The mechanical puppets repelled any soldier daring to approach. Just then, Si Jing noticed the repugnant white orbs beginning to retreat. Presumably, Chuan Gu was causing destruction elsewhere, drawing them back. Seeing the situation improve, Si Jing instructed the mechanical puppets to secure the power zone while she swiftly made her way to the mole. Haochuan sprinted through the corridor, pursued by a dozen white ordinary soldiers. His instincts warned him that even more soldiers were on their way. To hell with this. He leapt forward, slicing the blocking soldier in half with a single swing of his sword. The acidic fluid corroded the flesh beneath, creating a large patch of damage as he vaulted over it. The pursuing white soldiers were hindered by the acidic liquid, and Haochuan mockingly taunted. "Come on, if you have what it takes." Unexpectedly, the corroded flesh quickly regenerated, exhausting the acidic fluid. Realizing they were closing in again, Haochuan hastened his pace. Finally, he reached the control room, where the equipment lay powerless, coated in slime and red sinews. The central control display was completely dark, and 3 thick flesh tendrils extended from the heart to envelop the 3 gunner stations. The middle tendril was particularly thick. Through the window, Haochuan could see that the gun had morphed into a pipe extending outward. This must be the gun that had pierced the giant divine wood. Analyzing the situation calmly, he deduced that severing these 3 tendrils connecting the guns would free the giant divine wood. Without hesitation, he took his energy sword and brought it down forcefully, only to find that the sharp blade could not cut through. He could only damage it incrementally. It seemed he would have to chip away at it gradually. Next time, he must procure an axe. Haochuan continued to hack away at it. Looking up, he saw the white soldiers drawing near, prompting him to toss out 2 grenades. Suddenly, he heard movement outside and glanced out the window. His heart skipped a beat as he saw Si Jing piloting the mole, coming to find him. At that moment, she was engaged in a standoff with the sea spores outside, as the 2 tendrils connecting the gunner stations contracted rapidly, prompting the guns to open fire. The mole maneuvered swiftly, evading the bullets. Haochuan struck several more blows, finally creating a tear in one of the tendrils. He quickly shifted from stabbing to slicing. The white soldiers surged forward, now accompanied by several red centurions. "Let us see how you like the taste of electricity," Haochuan declared, activating an electrical overload. Streams of electricity surged toward the white soldiers, electrocuting a large number, while the acidic fluid splattered on the red centurions, forcing them to roll about in agony. With a crack, Haochuan finally severed one of the tendrils, causing the corresponding machine gun to lose power and become incapacitated. With the pressure on the mole significantly reduced, it launched a furious assault against the Sea Spore submarine. Haochuan then proceeded to cut another tendril. At that moment, the centurions and other soldiers managed to clear the corrosion, rushing toward him in a frenzy. Si Jing observed the scene from the control room, her excitement palpable as she shouted, "Chuan Gu, run!" Just as she feared Haochuan would be unable to withstand the onslaught, he wore a dismissive expression, chuckling, "The timing is just right." A tremendous noise erupted from the energy room as the heart, occupying the energy core, began to throb violently before succumbing to paralysis. With the heart's energy supply cut off, the flesh and sinew carpeting the floor collapsed, including the 2 machine guns, which lost control. The centurions and soldiers hastened toward the energy room. Disregarding Haochuan, he retrieved a spare diving suit from his backpack, donned it, and shot out the control room's viewing glass. Water flooded into the chamber as he swam out. The mole approached, and he successfully boarded the submarine. Inside, he quickly took control of the machine gun and fired at the remaining 2 tendrils. Moments later, all the tendrils were severed. The giant divine wood broke free from its constraints, while Ling entangled the spikes with vines before slowly extracting them with force. "Fortunately, I arrived just in time," he thought. Si Jing beamed with pride, but Haochuan ignored her expression. "You stay here. I'll handle the last details." With that, he plunged back into the water, returning to the Sea Spore submarine. Hey! Si Jing attempted to stop him, but he was already gone. She stomped her foot and donned her diving suit, following after Haochuan. Inside the Sea Spore submarine, Si Jing gazed in disbelief. These tendrils are all derived from the sea spores? Indeed, Haochuan confirmed. I previously lodged Li Yu's energy blocker into the heart's wound, and its acidic blood later dissolved the container, releasing it. Now it's paralyzed? Only for half an hour. What should we do now? We strike while it's down, targeting the power room. Upon entering the energy room, Haochuan hurled several parasitic grenades, causing chaos among the clustered white soldiers and centurions surrounding the heart, taking advantage of the turmoil. He and Si Jing rushed forward, hastening toward the power room. Upon reaching the entrance, they found the door firmly shut. You think this will keep me out? Haochuan's expression hardened as he swung his energy sword, slicing through the door and creating a large circular opening. The power room lay in darkness, and just as Haochuan prepared to enter, a massive figure materialized. It was a yellow spherical creature, at least twice Haochuan's height, with a deep set eye fixed on them, as if to say, "You're doomed." The personal guards of the sea spores, quality, epic, description, the steadfast guardians of the adult sea spores. Formidable in defense and charged with electricity. The most troubling aspect is that they typically appear in groups. What on earth is this? It's utterly revolting. Si Jing could no longer contain herself and was the first to pull the trigger. The bullets from her handgun had little effect on the creature. Instead, it seemed to provoke it further, as the yellow guard disregarded Haochuan and advanced toward Si Jing. Hey, ignoring me will lead to dire consequences. Haochuan swiftly unleashed his short-barreled shotgun at close range, pellets leaving tiny wounds across its form. The yellow guard writhed rapidly, attempting to seize Haochuan and unleash a jolt of high-voltage electricity. However, Haochuan was determined not to let it succeed and decisively conjured a green cage. The yellow guard slammed against the cage, causing it to sway precariously. Haochuan then drew his poisoned wooden bow and shot an arrow coated with a freezing agent. The creature immediately trembled violently, its eyes rolling back as the freezing spread slowly from its lower half. Ignoring it, Haochuan aimed to push further into the power room, only to be confronted by another yellow guard at the entrance. One emerged, then another, eventually totaling 5, including one that had been frozen outside, making 6 in total. So, does having numbers guarantee victory? Haochuan remarked with a calm smile. His dismissive gaze angered the yellow guards, who charged at him en masse. Chapter 55. Slaying the adult sea spore. Haochuan offered no resistance, merely observing as they rushed towards him. Si Jing, anxious, urged, "Chuan Gu, shoot." Yet Haochuan remained unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly toying with something unknown. As they closed within 3 meters, Haochuan hurled a grenade towards them, then quickly fell backward. Si Jing, being farther away, remained unaffected. The explosion echoed, but the grenade's damage to the 5 towering guards was quite limited. Haochuan had not anticipated the grenade's power. He had other intentions, as expected. Following the explosion, a viscous substance sprayed forth with the shockwave, enveloping the guards in a thin layer, even splattering some onto Haochuan's trousers. Si Jing, puzzled, inquired, "What is this?" "It's a freezing agent. I added a portion to the grenade beforehand," Haochuan replied as he pushed himself up, brushing his hands off. The guards, attempting to advance, found their bodies rapidly crystallizing, ultimately becoming ice sculptures mere centimeters from Haochuan, immobile. Haochuan couldn't help but commend. Li Yu's freezing agent is indeed effective. This freezing is not merely due to low temperatures. Almost all aberrant creatures from the extreme cold regions possess inherent cold resistance. Li Yu's freezing agent is contact-based, chemically transforming all free water within the cells into bound water, making this freezing irreversible, rendering cold resistance ineffective. Carefully, Haochuan wiped off the freezing agent from his clothes before discarding it. He then took up his energy sword and shattered all the yellow guards, kicking the fragments aside. The duo re-entered the power room, this time facing no further guards. Inside, Si Jing illuminated the area with her flashlight, and at the far end, they discovered something resembling a brain, lying as if lifeless. "Is it dead?" Si Jing nudged the brain. Haochuan chuckled, "Not at all. This thing was originally positioned where the drainage machine was. It's clear it must have been parasitic. So, Chuan Gu, is this what the adult sea spores look like? Your little mind is quite astute. When we encountered the juvenile form before, I wondered what the sea spores were after. Why would they spread throughout the entire submarine? It turns out they aim to evolve the entire vessel into their own form. If we liken the submarine to a human, then the energy core is the heart. The machine guns are the arms, and the exterior should have eyes. Indeed, Chuan Gu. When I piloted the mole, I noticed numerous eye-like structures adorning the submarine's exterior. Thus, the sea spores transformed those areas into fleshy organs, with the drainage machine being the first to succumb, evolving into this brain. Haochuan glanced at the brain beside him, making a knowing expression. What a grotesque and terrifying entity, Si Jing remarked, covering her mouth in disgust. The adult sea spores seemed intent on hunting other submarines, possibly needing to consume them to grow stronger. Haochuan eyed the corpse in the corner, pondering, why did it leave this behind? Suddenly, the flesh and muscle on the ground began to writhe again, the frequency increasing. The brain regained energy and started to revive. The corpse in the corner abruptly spoke, flesh.parasitism. Si Jing jumped, startled by the raspy voice, instinctively reaching for her handgun. Haochuan swiftly restrained her. Pressing her hands down, he cautiously spoke, it's not the corpse speaking. It's the brain controlling it. You're quite clever. Your mind should allow me to gain greater wisdom. After a brief practice, the corpse's speech became increasingly fluent. I initially thought to make you more delectable through fear, yet you proved to be quite cunning. However, if you assist me in acquiring more submarines, I may spare you. Haochuan chuckled. Oh, what are you? I am the servant of the great god, I Vegas. Haochuan spat to the side, saying, I care not whether you add excrement or urine. Do you think I fear you? Look outside. Si Jing turned her head, realizing that an overwhelming number of ordinary white soldiers and red centurions had surrounded them. She exclaimed, I'm surrounded. Haochuan raised an eyebrow, calmly stating, precisely. This creature is stalling for time. UVE realized too late, haha, I will feast on your brains. The brain of the sea spores quivered with excitement. It had calculated the arrival time of its subordinates. Although Haochuan was formidable, facing several times the number of enemies while being surrounded was daunting. Yet Haochuan remained composed, even pulling out a piece of candy to eat. This bewildered the brain, controlling the corpse to inquire, aren't you afraid of death? Death? Do you have any final words? Haochuan crunched the candy and wiped his mouth. The brain appeared enraged. It hadn't he expected this feeble human to be so defiant. If that was the case, it would send him to his demise. It commanded the soldiers outside to execute them. As the soldiers gradually closed in, Si Jing, in a panic, instinctively moved closer to Haochuan. At that moment, Haochuan suddenly threw a vial of reagent beside the brain. The impact shattered the vial, releasing a pale blue liquid that spread out in a cloud of smoke. The two quickly retreated as Haochuan donned gas masks. The smoke quickly filled the room, causing the brain to convulse violently, feeling its strength waning. What is this? It roared in fury through the controlled corpse. This is an energy-blocking agent, a specialized concoction. Haochuan's voice echoed from beneath the mask. As time passed, 5 minutes later, the brain lost consciousness. Haochuan swiftly approached, plunging his energy sword into its brain stem and vigorously stirring, splattering brain matter everywhere. The soldiers outside, still battling the smoke, perished the instant the brain was destroyed. Bodies strewn across the ground. Haochuan led Si Jing out of the room, removing his mask and wiping his forehead, saying, thankfully, I didn't falter at a critical moment. The brain of the sea spores is the control center, and its destruction leads to their demise. Si Jing displayed a look of relief, remarking, the minuscule sea spores, barely visible under a magnifying glass, evolved into such a terrifying form. The depths of the ocean truly hold unimaginable wonders. Yes, let us keep our distance next time. I have no desire to experience this again. After a brief tidying up, Haochuan and Si Jing returned to the mole. Looking out the window at the sea spore submarine, they observed its flesh gradually decomposing post-mortem, certain that soon it would leave no trace behind. In the distance, the Great Divine Wood had arrived, with Zi Ling successfully locating them through the mole's positioning. Haochuan and Si Jing returned to the Great Divine Wood, which was still a bit disheveled inside, with the little spinaches busy cleaning. Upon seeing Haochuan, they joyously surrounded him, and he affectionately patted their heads, saying, you all did wonderfully. The mechanical puppets also exited defense mode and resumed their patrols. Haochuan settled into the pilot's chair, relaying the events to the allies within the alliance. Chapter 56, Successful Advancement. Liu, I owe you gratitude for the reagent you developed. Its efficacy was indeed remarkable, boss. It's your adept use, and with this practical experience, I can now confidently ascertain the effects of the energy-blocking agent. Impressive, big brother. You actually dared to confront the adult sea spore alone. Shinwen couldn't help but express admiration, acknowledging that he might not have fared as well, though this submarine is lost. Several others have mysteriously disappeared in recent days. You all should remain vigilant. Understood, big brother. Got it, boss. Haochuan closed the Alliance channel and opened the regional channel to recount the events, revealing information regarding the growth of the sea spores. Thus, he completed the third stage of the sea spores growth. The juvenile sea spores spreading throughout the submarine, gradually evolving into a brain, heart, arms, eyes, and becoming the adult form. Simultaneously, they could produce 3 different types of guards: ordinary white soldiers, red centurions, and yellow personal guards. That it possesses the capability to actively capture submarines encountered in its vicinity, utilizing its formidable spines to pierce through the hulls, subsequently transporting the guards through a tube to apprehend any survivors. The individuals on the regional channel gazed in admiration at Haochuan. Haochuan is truly remarkable. Alas, the adult sea spores are frightful. Where is the master? Seeking refuge. 1 Haochuan closed the channel, having already dispatched the message. Whether everyone could heighten their vigilance and successfully navigate the affluent water period would depend on fate, as the passage of time would undoubtedly bring forth an increasing number of adults. He took a sip of vegetable juice, while Sijing had already gone to prepare dinner. At that moment, the system emitted a notification. Announcement. The leaderboard for killing adult sea spores during the affluent water period has been activated. Congratulations to Shan Haochuan for becoming the first survivor to slay an adult sea spore. Reward: Advanced Evolution Agent. The announcement resonated 3 times, and all survivors heard it. Sijing excitedly rushed down from the 2nd floor, exclaiming, "Brother Chuan, you are the first to kill an adult." It was merely luck. Haochuan feigned composure, though inwardly, he was elated at the prospect of acquiring something valuable. An advanced evolution agent. That sounds impressive. Suddenly, a glass vial containing a golden liquid appeared before Haochuan on the table. Advanced evolution agent. Quality: Epic. Description: Used to break the shackles of evolution, allowing organisms to acquire a certain ancestral bloodline. Excellent. It's as if a pillow has been provided for my slumber. This is precisely what I desired. Haochuan was quite pleased with the vial, raising it to inspect closely through the light. Though the golden liquid appeared unremarkable, upon opening the cap, an unusual fragrance wafted forth, enveloping the entire room. Sijing couldn't resist inhaling deeply, saying, "It smells delightful. I have a yearning to drink it." Xiling also sensed a thirst for life. Swaying back and forth, Haochuan downed the evolution agent in one gulp, finding the taste peculiar, sweet yet bitter, sour yet spicy. Just after consuming it, he felt a warm current spreading from his abdomen throughout his body, and his temperature began to rise rapidly. Within minutes, his body temperature soared past 40 degrees. Had it not been for his fully attributed physique, he might have already fainted. Parched, he accepted a bottle of mineral water from Sijing and drank it down in one go. One bottle was insufficient, so he consumed another, and only after 5 bottles did he feel a semblance of relief from the heat. Minutes later, he began to experience a prickling sensation across his skin. With drops of foul-smelling black sweat oozing from his pores, gradually losing consciousness, he slumped onto the table. Sijing, startled, shook Haochuan vigorously, but to no avail. Haochuan found himself in a bizarre dream where he was a primitive man, sometimes fleeing from formidable carnivorous beasts, at other times hunting mammoths, ultimately becoming the chieftain of his tribe, standing atop a rocky precipice and shouting to the heavens. Suddenly, he awoke, clutching his head as he sat up. Drenched in sweat, his temperature having returned to normal, he stood up to grab a cup, only to hear a crack as it developed a fissure. He glanced at his palm, sensing his strength had significantly increased, making it difficult to control his power. Opening the system panel, he discovered that his personal interface had finally changed. Name: Shan Haochuan. Status: Healthy attributes: Strength 11, Agility 10, Spirit 8, Physique 10, Super Tier, Beginner, Limit 20 points, Health 100. Race: Human bloodline, Primitive, Rare, Skills: Cold resistance, Combat instinct, Danger perception, Evaluation: The beginning of a breakthrough. So, I have inherited the bloodline of a primitive human? Haochuan glanced around, noticing no extraordinary changes in himself. His strength attribute had increased by 1 point. Surpassing the limits of an ordinary person, he had also acquired 2 new skills: combat instinct, quality, excellent, description. The instinct imprinted in the genes of the primitive bloodline, enhancing combat proficiency. Lasts for 30 seconds when activated. Danger perception, quality, excellent. Description: the instinct of danger perception inherent in the primitive bloodline. Haochuan discovered that cold resistance and danger perception were passive skills, while combat instinct was an active skill. When activating combat instinct, he found his mind became extraordinarily clear. Previously flawed offensive and defensive maneuvers now felt more natural and complete. However, after 30 seconds, he would enter a state of fatigue, requiring a short rest to recover. Excellent, it would surely be much easier to slay adult sea spores now. Haochuan clenched his fists confidently, stating that his decision to abandon the path of mutation in favor of awakening genetic potential was indeed correct. It was no less effective than mutation. Sieging, observing his transformation, felt elated as well. With Haochuan growing stronger, her own safety was assured, and she envied his breakthrough, lamenting her own lack of progress. Haochuan seemed to perceive Sieging's thoughts and inquired, "What are your attribute points now?" Spirit at 10 points, the others below 7 points. Upon hearing Haochuan's question, Sieging spoke with a hint of pride. The difficulty of achieving a full spirit attribute is rarer than the others. Indeed, Haochuan was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, his eyes widening in astonishment. It seemed that the skills Sieging acquired upon breaking through would undoubtedly pertain to the realm of spirit, a rare and valuable asset. I will keep an eye out for you. There may be an opportunity for you to advance. After saying this, Haochuan instructed Xiling to continue towards Luofei village, having already traversed more than half the distance, with only a few dozen kilometers remaining. In the mess hall, Sieging prepared radish soup with stewed fish, curry with canned meat, and roasted corn. Shunwen brought him a new dish, yellow electric fish sashimi, a non-toxic exotic meat, exceptionally delicious. Additionally, Sieging prepared various uranium stones for the little spinach to consume. During dinner, Haochuan raised his glass of water in place of wine and proclaimed, "The first communal meal aboard the giant sacred wood, celebrating our successful slaying of the adult sea spore. In another day of survival." Sieging raised her water cup, saying, "Cheers, may we remain unscathed." The little spinach chimed in, "Day." On the screen, Xiling also shouted, "May we remain unscathed." Amidst the cheerful laughter, they arrived at the nearby bay of Luofei village. The village appeared remarkably tranquil. Yet how long could this tranquility endure? Chapter 57. Conflict with the villagers. The following morning, Haochuan awakened from his slumber. Since arriving in the deep sea, he had not seen sunlight, and he often felt his sense of time gradually blurring. Fortunately, the submarine had a timekeeping device, and Xiling would announce the time daily at 6 a.m., 12 p.m., 6 p.m., and 12 a.m. Haochuan always woke at 6, sipped a cup of corn juice, and then began exercising in place for half an hour to maintain his health. Last night at midnight, the giant sacred wood had docked near Luofei village. This location was particularly concealed. Had it not been for the task providing the coordinates, Haochuan would never have imagined a tunnel capable of accommodating a submarine nestled in the corner of a sea cliff. After passing through this tunnel, the view opened up dramatically, akin to the feeling of finding light after passing through the dark. So, the radar indicates that the area on the hillside is indeed Luofei village? Haochuan inquired, pointing at the red on the radar map. Xiling affirmed, "Indeed, but given our lack of information, we have refrained from approaching them rashly." "You are correct. The giant sacred wood will remain here awaiting my signal. I will first pilot the mole to destroy the hard-shelled crab nests near the task point." After settling the giant sacred wood, Haochuan piloted the mole to explore the nearby region. Following the radar's guidance, he quickly located one of the hard-shelled crab nests, encountering several brown-scaled venomous lizards along the way, which he swiftly dispatched. Oddly, why were there only nests without any hard-shelled crab guards? Throughout his exploration, Haochuan noted many discrepancies, such as the absence of fish in the vicinity and the peculiar behavior of the venomous lizards, which seemed to be avoiding something. Now, combined with the disappearance of the hard-shelled crabs, he was becoming increasingly convinced that something was amiss in this maritime area. System tasks never overlooked details. However, Haochuan refrained from excessive speculation. A nest without guards was an opportunity not to be missed. With a few casual swings of his sword, he easily shattered the nest into pieces. Subsequently, Haochuan discovered 3 more hard-shelled crab nests in the vicinity, all devoid of life, and he replicated his previous method to destroy them all. Soon after, the system announced the task's completion. Reward: 100 diamond sand, 20 red crystals. Haochuan felt no joy from the rewards. He was now 100% certain that there was an issue in this area. Returning to the giant sacred wood, he discussed the encountered circumstances with Xiling in the cockpit. Master, the radar has not detected any anomalies. I still feel uneasy. Xiling, you should find a concealed corner nearby. Sijing, accompany me to Luafei village. Although Haochuan had not intended to bring Sijing, he reconsidered, realizing that she could remain with the mole for support. Before departing, Haochuan distributed the items he had found on the Sea Spore submarine to everyone. Sijing received a soft armor suit, and she was so delighted that she immediately wanted to put it on, prompting Haochuan to cover his eyes and suggest she change in her room. The little spinach received plant mutation agents, curiously opened them, and were greeted by a unique fragrance. Finally, Xiling docked the giant sacred wood at the corner of the sea cliff, and Haochuan and Sijing traversed the interface to board the mole. Haochuan piloted the mole towards Luafei village, reaching the front of the village in less than 20 minutes. As they gazed out from the mole's landing window, Luafei village resembled an ancient edifice, steeped in the passage of time. Stay aboard the mole and await my signal, Haochuan instructed, handing one of the portable walkie-talkies to Sijing while taking the other for himself. Afterward, he donned a diving suit and approached the tranquil village of Luafei with a small propulsion device. The village appeared eerily silent, with no sign of life at its entrance. Directly ahead stood a stone tablet, its inscriptions obscured, but Haochuan could barely decipher the traditional Chinese characters spelling out Luafei village. Haochuan landed on the platform at the village entrance and swam forward, leaping over a curtain of water. With a splash, he lost the buoyancy of the water and fell to the ground. He stowed away his discarded diving suit and stood up, surveying his surroundings. The place seemed vast and desolate, the dim light obscuring any distant details, evoking a sense of being in a cavernous darkness. He turned on his flashlight, barely illuminating the environment. Walls covered in moss, a floor damp with salt, and peculiar stone-carved murals. Not far ahead, a glimmer of light appeared, seemingly an exit. Haochuan moved towards the light. Suddenly sensing danger to his left, he swiftly tilted his body, narrowly avoiding a short knife that grazed past him. Who are you? Haochuan shone the flashlight in that direction, revealing a scrawny boy with a bare torso and tattered pants. Glaring menacingly at him, one hand clutching a knife, the other raised defensively. Hello, I mean no harm, Haochuan attempted to communicate, but the boy, adjusting to the beam of light, leapt onto the stone wall, looking down at him, poised to strike again. Realizing further engagement was futile, Haochuan chose to escape the oppressive darkness. However, his movement towards the light enraged the boy, who jumped down and lunged at Haochuan's chest with his knife. Despite his fierce demeanor, the boy was gaunt and clearly no match for Haochuan. He shifted his body to evade the blade, then with a decisive motion, struck the boy's arm, knocking the knife from his grasp. Startled, the boy attempted to bite Haochuan's arm, but Haochuan seized his elbow and executed a technique that sent the boy crashing to the ground. The boy shot Haochuan a venomous glare before hastily retreating. Haochuan shook his head in disbelief. A sudden attack followed by an abrupt withdrawal was indeed peculiar. Had the boy been older, he might have faced more severe consequences for such an assault. Haochuan strode towards the cave entrance, emerging into the light. As his eyes adjusted, he beheld a meadow adorned with wild grasses and vibrant red and yellow flowers, leading to a gravel path that meandered towards distant houses. About 50 meters away, a cluster of homes could be seen, some even emitting wisps of smoke, suggesting someone was cooking. Looking up, he spotted a metallic surface glimmering about 100 meters above, with rust marking some areas. The bright illumination emanated from an artificial sun hovering directly above the village, small yet radiating ample energy, illuminating the land and nourishing the flora. Haochuan walked through the meadow, the scent of fresh grass invigorating his senses. Reminiscent of carefree weekends running on the grass with his sister back on Blue Star. Approaching the houses, he found the area strangely quiet, with no villagers in sight. Just as he pondered this anomaly, a cold arrow suddenly whizzed past him. His danger perception kicked in, allowing him to dodge the projectile just in time. He turned towards the source of the attack, spotting a man who, upon realizing his aim had failed, hastily retreated into a nearby house. Hey, I mean no harm, Haochuan called out urgently. Just then, another arrow flew towards him from the right, and he leaned backward to evade it. The assailant, relentless, loosed yet another arrow, prompting Haochuan to continue dodging. After several narrow escapes, his patience wore thin. Theo, they really think I'm a helpless kitten. He drew his energy sword and unleashed the green prison skill, instantly ensnaring the man in a tangle of vines. The man swung a kitchen knife at the entangling tendrils, but only superficial scratches resulted. The green prison could contain even the fiercest of beasts, let alone an ordinary human. Chapter 58. The Conquest of Force. At that moment, a burly man burst forth from the village, even more robust than the archer, charging directly at Haochuan with a fierce determination. Without uttering a word, he aimed a strike at Haochuan. Haochuan deftly evaded. But the man pressed on relentlessly, intent on bringing him down. Very well, let us engage, Haochuan thought, brandishing his energy sword to meet the man's challenge. Having surpassed the limits of an ordinary person through his bloodline enhancement, the man stood no chance against him. Within 2 exchanges, the man's weapon was sent flying, and he was kicked to the ground. Haochuan had tempered his strength, for otherwise, the frail man would have been severely injured from the encounter. Stop! A venerable elder, accompanied by a dozen villagers, approached rapidly, the one calling for cessation being the elder himself. Most of the villagers were ragged and pallid, clearly struggling with hunger, yet their spirits remained resilient, indicating they had endured hardship with fortitude. Who are you to harm others? The elder demanded furiously. I meant no injury. I was defending myself, Haochuan replied, exasperated. Did you not see that they attacked first? And who are you? It has been over a century since outsiders have set foot in Luofei village, the elder inquired. I come bearing a message. Is anyone here named Gigi? Haochuan asked, scanning the crowd. After a moment, a woman in her 30s stepped forward hesitantly, her voice barely above a whispered, I am. Haochuan handed her the hand-drawn letter, observing as she initially glanced at it casually before her expression shifted to one of grave concern as she meticulously absorbed its contents. She looked up at Haochuan with urgency, taking a few steps closer. What of Xiaoya? How do you possess this letter? He has passed. I found his last words and came to deliver them to you. At this, Gigi collapsed to the ground, weeping as she covered her face. The burly man whom Haochuan had previously knocked down suddenly interjected, Did you kill him? How would you know of his death if you were not related? His accusation drew the attention of all present, and Haochuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. I am an outsider. The system assigned me a task regarding Xiaoya's distress signal. By the time I found him, only this letter remained. He gazed innocently at the crowd, but the burly man seemed poised to retort at that moment. Gigi interjected, I believe him. He has no reason to harm Xiaoya. The elder added, We thank you for traveling so far to deliver this message. A guest is always welcome. Please, enter our village for further discussion. With the elder no longer pursuing the previous altercation, silence enveloped the villagers, and Haochuan followed them into the village. The houses were quite rudimentary, yet peculiar metallic materials lay strewn about the pathways, varying in size but all bearing the marks of time. Upon entering the elder's abode, everyone except Gigi dispersed. The elder invited Haochuan to sit on a straw mat, while Gigi prepared tea for both of them. Haochuan took a gentle whiff, noting the aroma of grass and earth. This tea is made from the wild grass at the village entrance, the elder stated. Taking a sip and smiling warmly, It's merely humble fare. Young man, I heard you mention a system. You must be a chosen one. At this revelation, Haochuan was taken aback. He had heard of chosen ones before, particularly from the native pirate leader, but it was unexpected for the elderly figure of this dilapidated village to be aware of such concepts. Old man, I awoke in this world without any knowledge of the tale of the chosen ones. Could you enlighten me? The legends tell that we are the descendants of the previous generation of chosen ones, the elder revealed, delivering a staggering piece of news that nearly caused Haochuan to spit out his tea in shock. While he had speculated about the origins of the natives, he had assumed they were primarily the indigenous inhabitants of the frigid water planet. However, the elder implied that others had traversed here before, leaving behind descendants, and they were among them. Yet, Haochuan scrutinized the elder's worn attire and the village's primitive conditions, pondering the grim state of these descendants. Sensing Haochuan's thoughts, the elder explained, after the ancestors departed, they never returned to as time passed. the descendants gradually forgot the sciences, leading to a regression of civilization. Haochuan nodded, understanding that this regression had culminated in a state of near primitiveness, with the villagers struggling for sustenance. Lacking even a single submarine, the elder proposed a tour of the village, and with nothing else to occupy his time, Haochuan readily agreed. In the village square, two youths were engaged in a sparring match, their movements exuding the essence of martial arts. "Bravo!" the onlookers cheered. "How many children are there in the village now?" Haochuan inquired curiously. "Fewer than 10. The birth rate is alarmingly low due to our scarce food supply." At that moment, a villager in the crowd suddenly called out, "Chosen One, do you dare to face me in combat? That is quite disrespectful," the elder admonished sharply. "Hey, Lu Bo, this outsider looks lanky. How can he be a chosen one?" "I refuse to accept it," a burly youth in the crowd shouted. The elder explained that this robust individual was the most gifted in the village, and none could rival him. Intrigued, Haochuan felt his competitive spirit igniting. He decided to challenge the strongest in Luofei village. He strode confidently to the center of the arena, and though the elder intended to intervene, Haochuan waved him off, signaling that he would proceed. As he stood in the arena, whispers filled the air around him. "Ali has trained in martial arts since childhood. He is sure to triumph. Indeed, Ali is the strongest in our village. He truly does not know the peril he faces." Hearing the crowd's praise, Ali, brimming with confidence, taunted Haochuan. "If you're scared, just concede now. Don't say I bullied you." In response, Haochuan burst into laughter, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Ali, bewildered, demanded, "What are you laughing at? There is nothing to worry about. Let us proceed." Haochuan stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing serenely at Ali. The youth named Ali had long harbored a disdain for Haochuan, thinking to himself that he could easily knock him sideways with a single punch. He charged towards Haochuan, his left fist aimed squarely at his face. Just as he envisioned his fist landing, Haochuan seized it with a firm grip. With a swift motion, he flung Ali to the ground, who quickly regained his footing and lunged at Haochuan once more. This time, he employed a claw-like technique, aiming directly for Haochuan's throat. Haochuan bent at the waist, deftly evading the attack. Ali attempted another grasp, but Haochuan spread his legs wide, allowing Ali's hand to pass between them, where it was subsequently pinched tightly. Ali strained to pull his hand free, but to no avail. Haochuan then delivered a powerful strike to his chest, sending him hurtling away. Struggling, Ali managed to rise again, still eager to continue the bout. The elder called out, "Ali, step back, you have already lost." Reluctantly, Ali retreated to the side, while the villagers fell into an astonished silence. Amidst their shocked gazes, Haochuan remained unperturbed, continuing to engage the elder in casual conversation about the past. Yet, he was acutely aware that no one in Luofei village would dare to underestimate him again. Chapter 59. The Onslaught of Mutants at Noon. In the center of Luofei village square, the elder and others prepared a substantial amount of their own provisions to treat Haochuan to a meal. "Come, chosen one," the elder said, pouring a cup of his treasured rice wine for Haochuan. As Haochuan lifted the cup, the rich aroma of the rice wine wafted towards him, awakening a long-buried craving. He had not tasted wine since arriving in this world. Under the envious gazes of others, he downed the drink in one gulp. After several rounds of toasting, the elder suddenly turned to Haochuan and asked, "Chosen one, could you share your insights on the situation outside?" "Lu Lao, you may call me Haochuan," he replied. "Currently, the radiation is gradually spreading, and with it, numerous mutants are emerging. It is only a matter of time before it reaches here." Upon hearing this, Lu Lao fell silent. In truth, Haochuan too was curious about how Luofei village intended to withstand the radiation. He inquired, "If the radiation arrives, how do you plan to defend yourselves?" The elder wore a pained smile and replied, "From what the previous generations have told me, there exists a celestial shell that can envelop the entire village, shielding it from radiation." He took a sip of wine and continued, "However, this celestial shell deteriorates with use. And now, after generations, it is on the brink of collapse. A celestial shell." Haochuan had never heard of such a facility before and proposed that Lu Lao take him to CITI in the heart of the village. Lu Lao led Haochuan directly to the celestial shell control device. It resembled a long, pointed tower, reaching skyward and unfurling like a great umbrella over Luofei village. However, The once grand celestial shell now bore numerous dents and fissures, with the most critical areas nearly torn apart. The only person who inherited the repair techniques, Wang Lao, passed away 2 years ago. I fear that if the celestial shell remains in this state for a few more years, it will be utterly ruined, Lu Lao expressed with concern. What do you plan to do then? Haochuan inquired, genuinely curious. Though he was not a survivor, he was still human and asked out of instinct. The old man has an ungracious request. Would you, young friend Haochuan, consider taking Luofei village with you? Lu Lao implored, suddenly dropping to his knees along with Ji. Taken aback, Haochuan stepped back, exclaiming, Are you joking? I am struggling to survive in the depths of the ocean myself, let alone take you all with me. He was no savior, nor a deity destined to rescue the suffering. Lu Lao fervently reassured him. Do not worry, our village has 30 hard-working individuals, and the chosen one will surely require laborers. We would be a perfect fit, but the giant god ship cannot accommodate such a large number of people. You need not care for us personally. Our ancestors left behind a submarine. If it can be repaired, we can pilot it and follow behind you, Dado. Haochuan was somewhat astonished. Where is this submarine? I would like to take a look. Lu Lao guided Haochuan to a vacant lot behind the village, revealing a rusty submarine covered in dust that was slightly smaller than the giant god ship and appeared to be a heavy-duty submarine. Haochuan observed it with great interest, noticing that its technology differed from their own. There was no energy core, rather, it utilized compressed uranium stones as a more compact and convenient power source, allowing for battery replacement to generate energy. Once depleted, the batteries could be replenished with uranium stones for reuse. This technological method was more convenient than an energy core, though it necessitated someone standing by to change the batteries during combat, resulting in brief interruptions in power. Although such interruptions were minor, Haochuan knew that time was of the essence. Even a momentary lapse could lead to death at the hands of a mutant. As Haochuan's gaze shifted upward, he noticed a weapon resembling a spire, the submarine's sole armament. Lu Lao, seeing Haochuan's focus on the weapon, explained, According to the records left by our ancestors, this weapon is called a laser cannon. Indeed, Haochuan praised. It seems the previous batch of survivors left behind some formidable weaponry. After touring Luofei village, Lu Lao awaited Haochuan's decision, expressing that the entire village would follow him. However, Haochuan did not rush to make a choice. He needed to ponder the matter further. Just as he intended to excuse himself and return to the giant god ship, Si Jing burst in, urgency written across her face. Kong Gu, a large number of mutants have suddenly appeared outside. It turned out that while waiting for Haochuan aboard the mole ship, Si Jing had grown bored and began to roam around Luofei village, only to discover a multitude of mutants approaching from several kilometers away. Wherever they passed, they captured beasts and transformed them into new mutants. Now, those mutants were less than 10 kilometers from Luofei village. Haochuan's expression turned grave. He was all too aware of the mutants' tactics. If they approached Luofei village, they would undoubtedly discover the entrance, leading to certain death for the villagers. Upon hearing about the mutants, Lu Lao retrieved a book and pointed to a grotesque creature depicted within, asking, My lord, is this what you mean by mutants? Haochuan glanced at it and replied, That is merely one type. Mutants are special entities born from beasts that have undergone radiation, varying in size and each formidable in its own right. An elder standing beside Lu Lao patted his chest, declaring, Regardless of whether they are mutants or aberrant beings, none can breach the celestial shell. Go prevent panic. Lu Lao had not informed the other villagers about the celestial shell's deteriorating condition. They remained blissfully unaware. Lu Lao shot the elder a glare and turned to Haochuan, saying, My lord, please consider our plight. Lu Lao, now is not the time for such discussions. Let us first fend off this wave of mutants. Haochuan replied. He used the mole ship's communication system to instruct Ziling to hastily pilot the giant god ship for reinforcements, realizing that it was now too late for him and Si Jing to evacuate Luofei village. The giant god ship would take time to arrive, so Haochuan planned to lead the villagers to the mole ship first. However, before they could reach the exit, 2 decayed hard-palate fish dragon mutants appeared at the village entrance. With their emergence, other mutants began to flood in. Lu Lao, activate the celestial shell's defense mechanism. Lu Lao, not lacking in sense, immediately instructed the swift villagers to initiate the defense protocol upon sighting the mutants. Their immediate priority was to halt the mutants' incursion. Clad in energy armor and wielding an energy sword, Haochuan charged into the throng of mutants, Engaging in combat with the ordinary mutants, Si Jing provided long-range support with her pistol, while other villagers wielding knives joined the fray, utilizing bows and arrows for ranged assistance. As a novice transcendent, Haochuan easily overpowered the ordinary mutants, moving through their ranks as if they were non-existent. Dispatching enemies with ruthless efficiency, limbs and blood flew in all directions, leaving the residents of Luofei village utterly awestruck, their gazes filled with admiration for Haochuan. Si Jing, brimming with pride, exclaimed, Kong Ji's abilities extend beyond these. As Haochuan and the others mounted their counteroffensive, the mutants began to retreat, almost driven out of the village entrance. Suddenly, an unforeseen twist occurred. A powerful purple-scaled venomous lizard mutant charged into the village, taking advantage of Haochuan's momentary distraction to kill 2 villagers. Chapter 60. The giant conch Haochuan swiftly closed the distance, engaging in battle with the creature. The high-tier purple-scaled venomous lizard belonged to the leader class, and defeating it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Just as Haochuan prepared to utilize an electric overload to bring it down, 2 more leader-class mutants burst onto the scene, accompanied by a dozen ordinary mutants. As the villagers struggled to cope, the celestial shell defense system finally activated. Haochuan looked up to see a faint blue aura enveloping the rusty celestial shell above them. This shimmering shield covered the area above their heads and the village entrance, preventing the mutants from advancing further. The mutants pounded against the blue barrier with all their might, but it remained unyielding. The mutants that had previously entered the village were swiftly dispatched by Haochuan, whose combat instincts were terrifyingly acute. Even when besieged by 3 leader-class mutants, he remained unfaltering, defeating each one in turn. As the villagers cheered in jubilation, Lu Lao doused their spirits with cold water. The celestial shell has not been maintained for far too long, and its energy is running low. I fear the defense system will not hold for much longer. Haochuan's expression grew serious as he contemplated a solution. However, even if a solution could be found, it would not afford them much time. A sudden, earth-shattering roar erupted from beyond the celestial shell, a sound deeper than that of a whale. Following this, a tremendous impact reverberated through the air, and the villagers were horrified to see cracks forming in the celestial shell. This is bad. A powerful giant mutant is attacking the celestial shell. Haochuan realized with growing dread that the source of the sound was some entity far more formidable than the leader-class mutants. Although Lu Lao has lived a long life, he has never encountered such a situation. In a state of panic, he anxiously asked Haochuan what should be done. With a grave expression, Haochuan decisively replied, The only option we have is to head towards that dilapidated submarine. Lu Lao, filled with doubt, inquired, But it hasn't been operational for so long. Will it even work? Haochuan reassured him, There are no alternatives. It appears to be mostly intact. It may still be functional. With that, Haochuan led the group towards the submarine left behind in Luofei village. As the shell of the sky continued to be bombarded, the blue aura around them began to wane. Upon reaching the submarine, they found it covered in rust, yet its structure remained largely sound. Haochuan opened the door to the control room and approached the central console to press the button to start it. However, there was no response. Si Jing, have you placed the uranium batteries properly? He asked. They are in position, she confirmed. Haochuan felt perplexed. The energy source was prepared, so why wasn't it starting? Then, a thought struck him. Could it be that due to its prolonged inactivity, the control panel lacked the instantaneous current needed to ignite? With this in mind, Haochuan took out his energy sword and overloaded the current, intentionally directing it to flow into the starting point of the control panel. In an instant, flames erupted, startling the surrounding villagers. With the activation of the high-voltage current, the control panel finally lit up, and the entire submarine roared to life. Bright lights illuminated the dim interior and exterior of the submarine, leaving the villagers, who had never seen such a vessel, in awe. Haochuan quickly initiated a self-diagnostic of the submarine, and once the self-check revealed no major issues, he felt relieved to proceed. Yet, just as they feared, the situation worsened. As the attacks on the sky shell intensified, the ability to maintain the blue aura diminished. Finally, with another strike, the aura vanished completely. Countless mutated beings, previously hindered at the village entrance, surged forward towards the submarine where Haochuan and the others were located. In this critical moment, Si Jing commanded the villagers to close the submarine's hatch, while the mutants clung to the exterior, clawing and biting. The submarine, already in a state of disrepair, faced new uncertainties with each passing moment. Fortunately, the submarine completed its self-diagnosis, and with the announcement from the control panel, it was ready to operate. Haochuan aimed the laser cannon at the direction of the village entrance and fired a shot. A deep blue laser concentrated at the barrel, and within 2 seconds, a beam shot forth, piercing through the village and resulting in an explosive energy blast, causing severe casualties among the mutants. However, the sheer number of mutants was overwhelming. Those that fell and those that remained barely alive became fodder for the newcomers. Fresh waves of mutants poured in, and as time passed, even the slower-moving ones arrived, including primate-like and canine mutants. Haochuan was uncertain as to why they existed in the frigid Mercury, but according to Xialing's speculation, it was possible that early mutants from the ice layers had entered the seawater to survive. Once again, Haochuan activated the laser cannon, which functioned like a harvester, continuously eliminating batches of mutants. Seizing the opportunity, Si Jing taught a few quick-witted boys how to operate the machine guns, allowing them to join the fray, significantly alleviating Haochuan's burden. Yet, he understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Si Jing placed several uranium batteries that had been inactive for a long time into the charging station and replenished them with uranium ore. She needed to manufacture more uranium batteries for unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed from the sky shell, and a torrent of seawater rushed in through the breach. Haochuan finally caught sight of the creature attacking the sky shell, a gigantic mutated mollusk resembling a sea snail. At least as large as 2 submarines, its 2 crimson eyes stared menacingly at Haochuan and his companions, while its decaying tentacles drifted with the water. The creature's gaze resembled that of a predator eyeing a delectable meal. And in an instant, a pair of tentacles lunged towards Haochuan, lined with countless barbs. He could already envision the fate of the submarine should it be ensnared. The shell was compromised. The surrounding mutants surged in. Swarming the area, Haochuan decisively activated the submarine's propulsion system. The rusty propeller began to spin slowly, gaining speed until the submarine glided through the water. While evading the giant mollusk's tentacle strikes, he unleashed the laser cannon, simultaneously crushing numerous ordinary mutants beneath the submarine. This provoked the mollusk, which extended all its tentacles into the shell, attempting to grasp the submarine. Haochuan found himself in a perilous situation, but just at that critical moment, the Jushinmu arrived. Xialing piloted the Jushinmu, while the younger members unleashed a barrage from their machine guns, eliminating many mutants and significantly relieving Haochuan's pressure. Seizing the chance, he burst forth from the shell and joined forces with the Jushinmu to counterattack the mutants. Although the laser cannon had a slow firing rate, its damage was extraordinary. The machine guns were tasked with clearing smaller mutants, while the laser cannon focused on the giant mollusk. Just when they believed the mollusk was on the verge of collapse from their relentless assault, it suddenly retracted all its tentacles into its shell and charged forward. The Jushinmu was struck violently, causing the submarine to spin 360 degrees and propel into the distance. Haochuan fired the laser cannon twice to push it back. But when he attempted to fire again, the control panel indicated that the laser cannon was overheating and required 10 minutes to cool down. Remaining composed under pressure, he shouted, "Everyone, retreat to the tunnel entrance." Chapter 61. Escape from encirclement. Upon reaching the tunnel entrance, Haochuan initially intended to depart from there, returning to the original entry point, where the space was more ample and conducive for the submarine to engage in combat. However, the giant mollusk seized the opportunity to attack, its hardened shell colliding with the submarine. Naturally, Haochuan would not remain idle. He maneuvered the submarine to evade its strike. Unfortunately, the mollusk collided directly with the area adjacent to the tunnel entrance, causing a cascade of debris to bury the entrance, trapping them momentarily. But the fallen rubble also pinned the mollusk beneath the stones, rendering it temporarily immobile. Yet, this would only be for a brief period, as it would soon break free. Fortunately, Haochuan seized the moment and aimed the laser cannon at the cracked section of the mollusk's shell, unleashing a deep blue beam that struck true. The giant mollusk emitted a pained, furious CRY.IT struggled with increasing ferocity, showing signs of breaking free from the rubble. In this critical moment, Xialing sprang into action, unleashing dozens of thick vines that snaked through the crevices of the stones. Ensnaring the giant mollusk tightly, she engaged in a contest of strength with the mollusk, restraining it and creating an opportunity for Haochuan. Indeed, Haochuan found his chance. He directed the other machine guns to fire at the fractured shell, targeting the vulnerable flesh within, which was its greatest weakness. Ultimately, as the machine guns concentrated their fire, the area of the shattered shell expanded, allowing the laser cannon to penetrate unimpeded into the mollusk's interior. Haochuan cranked the laser cannon's power to maximum. A beam as thick as an arm surged into the shell. They erupted like fireworks, illuminating the ocean with brilliant flashes of light. While the descending submarine crushed numerous mutants in its wake, as the mutants drew nearer, entering the firing range of the machine guns, the little spinach and villagers had long awaited this moment. Bullets filled the air, weaving through the seawater and taking down one mutant after another, turning the nearby waters murky with blood and decaying flesh. Under the cover of the murky waters, the mutants advanced swiftly. Unaware of the presence of radar, at 36 degrees east and 25 degrees northwest, Haochuan commanded, and the little spinach, having long practiced together, executed his orders with remarkable precision. The villagers, less accustomed to this coordination, struggled to respond, and soon the submarine's exterior was overrun with mutants. Haochuan decisively summoned Xiling for support. Her countless vines rapidly extended towards the fray, striking at the mutants. The scene descended into chaos as the mutants gnawed at the submarine's hull and Xiling's vines, while the little spinach prioritized targeting those mutants that had come too close to the submarine. After receiving Haochuan's orders, Shi Jing piloted the mole through the tunnel, reporting, "Brother Chuan, the tunnel is clear. You can proceed." Upon receiving this confirmation, Haochuan instructed Lu Lao's submarine to advance first, recognizing that these precious personnel were vital for building a formidable fleet and could not be easily sacrificed. Haochuan and Xiling held the rear, transferring the pressure of confronting the mutants to the giant sequoia. Yet, Haochuan remained unfazed, fully aware of the high level of synergy between himself and Xiling. The giant sequoia maneuvered expertly, its 4 machine guns effectively eliminating threats akin to a harvester cutting through grass. 3 small submarines occupied by mutants unleashed a furious barrage from above. The little spinach attempted to fire back, but the mutants evaded, proving to be as bothersome as flies. Xiling, Haochuan called, and Xiling unleashed several vines from beneath the canopy to ensnare the propellers of the attacking mutant submarines. "I can't hold out much longer," Xiling warned. "It's all right, that's enough," Haochuan replied, observing the vines being shredded by the propellers. "Little spinach, concentrate fire on those 3 submarines." United, the 4 machine guns focused their fire on one submarine, which succumbed within a minute, its hull breached and ultimately sinking. Following suit, the little spinach brought down the other 2 submarines as well. Recognizing the opportune moment, Haochuan commanded, "Xiling, activate stealth." Dark matter energy swiftly enveloped the giant sequoia, rendering it completely indistinguishable from the inky waters. Chapter 62. Successful arrival. The mutants lost their target, swirling around aimlessly like headless ants. Seizing the moment when the mutants were unaware, Haochuan stealthily piloted the giant sequoia into the tunnel. The tunnel was quite rugged, slowing their advance, and the mutants searching nearby could not detect the giant sequoia's presence. "It seems the dark matter's invisibility effect is quite effective," Haochuan praised. Just as they were nearing the tunnel's exit, a massive submarine at the rear of the mutant formation revealed a mutant with an oversized brain lounging in a seat. Although it lacked eyes, it seemed to sense something. It nodded, and 2 mutants with special abilities immediately appeared before it. One was a mutant with 3 dog heads, while the other was a humanoid mutant with enormous ears. The brain mutant sat up, pointing a finger into the distance, prompting the 2 mutants to spring into action, leaping into the water from the submarine. Moments later, they returned to report to the brain mutant. "You mean they have entered the tunnel?" The brain mutant communicated in a language only the mutants could comprehend. "Indeed, my master. I sense the scent of humans fading in the seawater," the 3-headed dog mutant respectfully replied. "Master, I heard the sound of the propellers receding," the large-eared humanoid mutant added. Upon hearing this, the brain mutant fell silent, remaining motionless in its seat. After a brief moment, the mutants quickly regained their order, their objective clear as they pursued the direction of the tunnel. The sound of their movement through the water alerted Xiling. "Xiling, have the mutants caught up?" Haochuan asked, sensing the giant sequoia's increased speed and realizing something was amiss. Xiling utilized the power of her vines to assist in propelling the giant sequoia forward, preventing a collision from excessive speed. Haochuan peered through the periscope, spotting a large contingent of mutants in hot pursuit. In this urgent moment, Xiling employed her freezing technique, creating icy spikes along the tunnel's walls. The mutant submarines collided with the ice spikes, halting their progress. This allowed the giant sequoia to inch closer to the tunnel's exit, but just as they reached this critical juncture, fish-like mutants suddenly surrounded them from behind. With their adept swimming fins and tails, they outpaced the other ordinary mutants. They lunged forward, landing on the giant sequoia's hull, desperately searching for a weakness to breach the submarine's defenses. The little spinach maneuvered their machine guns, firing at the fish mutants. While the majority were shot down, a portion still managed to cling to the submarine's exterior. Among them, the hard-palate ichthyosaur mutants posed the greatest threat. Even with the second upgrade that reinforced the giant sequoia with adamantine sand, it struggled to withstand the assault from multiple hard-palate ichthyosaurs. Soon, a small hole was forcibly torn into the submarine's hull. Though not large, Xiling's roots could seal the breach within a minute. Yet during this interval, several hard-palate ichthyosaur mutants had already infiltrated the interior. The mechanical puppet patrolling the giant sequoia was the first to detect the mutant invasion. Whirlwind throwing stars. The mechanical puppet unleashed its ranged weapon upon encountering the mutants. Two palm-sized throwing stars shot towards the hard-palate ichthyosaur mutant. One evaded swiftly while the other struck its left forelimb, causing it to stumble. Just as another mutant thought it had escaped, the throwing star circled back and cleaved its head in two. More hard-palate ichthyosaur mutants swarmed in, attempting to breach the mechanical puppet's defenses from all angles. Before long, the puppet transitioned from offense to passive defense. Roar. One ichthyosaur mutant seized the opportunity, pouncing from behind and knocking the puppet to the ground, rendering it incapable of halting the onslaught of the ichthyosaurs. The ichthyosaur mutants began to roam within the submarine, quickly encountering the little spinach. The little spinach, not inherently combative plants, felt fear upon seeing the ichthyosaurs. But with no avenue for escape, they armed themselves with the knives and sticks previously gifted by Haochuan to confront the ichthyosaurs. Unfortunately, if even the mechanical puppet struggled against the hard-palate ichthyosaurs, how could the little spinach hope to prevail? Soon, the little spinach began to retreat in disarray toward the core area. Meanwhile, Haochuan was fully focused on piloting the giant sequoia to evade the attacks from behind. They were on the verge of escaping the tunnel and could not afford to divert their attention to the encroaching mutants. Xiling, continuously employing her freezing technique, was rapidly depleting her energy and could not spare any strength to deal with the hard-palate ichthyosaurs. In this critical moment, the leading little spinach recalled the dragon scale stone that Haochuan had given them and hurriedly consumed it. The dragon scale stone, glowing red, was swallowed. The little spinach writhed in pain on the ground, but its aura frightened the hard-palate ichthyosaurs, causing them to hesitate in their attack. After a few minutes, the red glow faded from the little spinach's abdomen, leaving a faint rosy hue upon its body. A yellow flower blossomed atop its previously green leaves. Food mine spinach, adult. Quality, excellent. Description: the adult food mine spinach finally possesses its own weapon. Ray yellow flower. It was larger than the other spinach and had shed the fear that once gripped its kind when facing mutants. Instead of fleeing upon spotting the hard-palate ichthyosaurs, it charged forward, unfurling its small yellow flower. Beep! A beam of yellow energy shot towards the hard-palate ichthyosaur mutant, which, caught off guard, was struck directly in its body before it could react. The hard-palate ichthyosaur mutant stiffened, immobilized. The other little spinach, witnessing this, rushed in to swarm and dismantle it, sending blood and flesh flying. At last, the giant sequoia held out long enough to reach the tunnel's exit. Haochuan swiftly entrusted the steering to Xiling and rushed inside the submarine, swiftly dispatching all invading mutants. Once completed, the giant sequoia emerged at the exit, where Lu Lao and the others had long awaited. As the giant sequoia fully emerged, Lu Lao immediately ordered the use of the laser cannon. The narrow opening could not withstand the repeated strikes from the laser cannon, and a series of explosions soon caused the tunnel entrance to collapse. Effectively blocking the mutants' path, Haochuan promptly directed everyone to advance swiftly, seizing the opportunity for a strategic retreat before the mutants could emerge. Chapter 63. Xiling's second advancement. Half an hour later, several mutants with massive pincers broke through the rubble, gathering near the tunnel entrance. But Haochuan and the others had long since vanished. The brain mutant submarine was the last to arrive, and upon witnessing such a conclusion, it trembled in fury, kicking its attendants to the ground in rage. Moments later, it regained its composure, standing and pointing in the direction where Haochuan had departed. Following its command, the mutants boarded nearby submarines, a fleet of over 10 vessels surging forward. Meanwhile, Haochuan and his companions had already put significant distance between themselves. Inside the giant sequoia, Lu Lao grasped Haochuan's hand tightly, exclaiming, "My lord, Lu Lao, I'm not that old. Just call me Haochuan," he replied. "That simply will not do, my lord. You will lead us to glory, and the 24 survivors of Lefei village will follow your lead." Haochuan helplessly shook his head. After this battle, 6 people from Lefei village had perished, and many of the survivors bore injuries. They were currently being arranged for basic treatment in the medical facility. The Jushinmu was also somewhat damaged during the combat, but fortunately, it benefited from Xilin's symbiotic ability, allowing for a gradual recovery. Now, only. Haochuan glanced at the Luofei, which lagged behind. Its age showed significantly, and it would require Xilin's assistance to fully restore its performance. The Luofei was the submarine piloted by Lu Lao and the others. For ease of command, Haochuan had named it Luofei Xiling. "Do you still intend to connect with Luofei through symbiosis?" Haochuan inquired, cradling a warm cup of tea. "Master, at this stage, symbiosis is the quickest method, but it will significantly increase energy consumption," Xiling replied candidly. Haochuan understood. Even the small exploratory submarine, the Yanmao, had already consumed a considerable amount of uranium, or how much more for a heavy-duty submarine? It would be a substantial expense. Just as he pondered the pros and cons, Xilin's words illuminated his thoughts. The energy absorbed from the last defeat of the sea spores has already met the conditions for advancement. Once I level up, I will become much more powerful, and energy consumption will be greatly reduced though. Haochuan slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this crucial detail. That time, during the Fushui period, he was concerned that the Jushinmu would be isolated and vulnerable to parasitic threats, and thus hesitated to initiate the advancement task. Now, with the Luofei, there was no need for excessive worry, especially since Lu Lao and the others lacked practical combat experience. Surely, they could learn to deal with the parasitism of the sea spores well enough to hold on until Xiling completed her advancement. Haochuan immediately instructed the Jushinmu to find a suitable location to dock. After several minutes, they arrived at a flat and open seabed. Haochuan gathered the villagers of Luofei together, with Lu Lao standing at the forefront. "Everyone, the divine tree requires an upgrade, and this process will need your assistance. Master, please give us your orders," Lu Lao and the others spoke in unison. Subsequently, Haochuan briefly explained to them the knowledge and methods for dealing with the parasitism of the sea spores. After the meeting, Lu Lao divided the villagers into 2 groups. One would remain on the Luofei, ready to provide rapid-fire support in case of an attack, while the other would guard the Jushinmu. Ensuring the safety of Haochuan and the vessel the AS for sieging, it chose to pilot the Yanmao for patrol in the vicinity. After a simple lunch, Haochuan commanded the little spinach to remain on standby at the machine gun positions, while the mechanical puppets guarded the entrance to the core area. Only then did he feel reassured enough to enter the cockpit, ready to initiate Xilin's advancement task. "Would you like to start the task?" "Yes." With Haochuan's affirmation, the system initiated the task, and he felt a whirlwind of sensations before gradually losing consciousness. "Please select a rebirth world. 1. Collapse continent, 2. Deep sea world, 3. Dark world." Haochuan chose the second option, the deep sea world. Although he had gained 2 decent skills from the dark world previously, he believed that skills acquired in the deep sea might be more suited to his current environment. After a moment of disorientation, Haochuan found his consciousness attached to Xiling in the virtual world, though in the form of a sapling. He looked around and discovered himself submerged in azure waters with limited visibility. Occasionally spotting small fish swimming by. "I can directly absorb oxygen elements from the seawater," Haochuan exclaimed in astonishment, having expected to suffocate, only to find that Xiling was naturally suited for underwater survival. Thus, propelled by the currents, Haochuan drifted aimlessly. Curiously, despite wandering in the deep sea, he had yet to encounter any large creatures. Just as boredom began to set in, he recalled an important matter. "Oh no, I have no means of acquiring energy." He noticed that the sapling had not only failed to grow but had also become thinner, a clear sign of malnutrition. While Haochuan was at a loss, the system presented him with options. Similar to the previous advancement scenario, he faced a choice. The seawater lacked sufficient nutrients for prolonged survival. Please choose. 1. Absorb minerals from the seawater. 2. Absorb sediment from the seabed. 3. Strive to ascend closer to the surface. Haochuan pondered carefully. If absorbing minerals could ensure survival, he wouldn't see the sapling growing ever thinner. Moreover, striving to approach the surface seemed impractical. How could a drifting sapling exert effort without limbs? Ultimately, he deduced what he believed to be the optimal solution, to choose option 2. Absorbing sediment from the seabed. Soon, as the currents swirled, Haochuan took advantage of being swept to the seabed by a dark current to quickly take root. A sturdy main root burrowed into the seabed, firmly anchoring itself in the soil. Following this, a second and third root sprouted, ultimately forming a network of roots tightly connecting to the sediment. As the root system developed, decomposed flora and fauna from the seabed were absorbed, causing the sapling to grow taller, with its leaves gradually becoming lush. Just as Haochuan felt a sense of security, an unexpected event occurred. He had been observing a massive shark lurking nearby for several days. At first, Haochuan paid it no mind, as everyone knew sharks were carnivorous and would hardly take interest in a tree. However, the shark had not fed for several days, visibly deteriorating and becoming increasingly irritable. Finally, it spotted the divine tree, perhaps driven by hunger or curiosity, and surged toward Haochuan. That moment, the system presented another set of options. 1. Make friendly gestures towards the large fish. 2. Attack the large fish. 3. Remain still and observe for a moment. In this critical situation, with little time to think, Haochuan analyzed his options and concluded that making friendly gestures was the best course of action. After all, how could a tree attack? Yet, contrary to his expectations, the shark failed to comprehend that the sapling's movements were meant to be friendly. Instead, it interpreted them as a provocation, charging at him with increased speed. In mere minutes, the sapling's leaves were entirely devoured. Upon tasting the leaves and finding them unpalatable, the shark made a grotesque, anthropomorphic expression, spat them out, and swam away. Chapter 64. A new crafting table. Haochuan gazed at the bare branches, grief-stricken. Alas, all his previous efforts had gone to waste. What was worse, with so many leaves lost, could the little tree even survive? Just then, the system reappeared, prompting Haochuan to make a choice. Having suffered severe damage from the shark, his life now hung by a thread. Please choose. 1. Drift with the current and abandon rooting. 2. Strengthen root growth to recover from injuries. 3. Absorb seawater to heal injuries. Haochuan felt that all three options were unreliable. One seemed a gamble, while the other two clearly indicated that the weakened divine tree could not last much longer on its own. Ultimately, he resolved to take a chance. I choose the first option, to drift with the current and abandon the chance to root. Upon voicing his choice, the divine tree's roots redirected all their nutrients back into the trunk, causing them to wither away. Without the support of the roots, the divine tree returned to a floating state. Adrift in the deep sea, time passed. How long? He could not tell. The branches gradually withered, the decay creeping from the branches to the trunk. He knew that if the trunk also succumbed, the task would be a total failure. Was there truly no glimmer of hope? Haochuan felt a sense of confusion, his consciousness tethered to the divine tree, and now, as the tree weakened, it naturally affected his awareness. The dark currents swept the sapling far away. And just when Haochuan thought the task was nearing failure, a booming whale song resonated through the water. He strained to glimpse the source of the sound, and there it was, a colossal ancient whale swimming towards him. In a critical moment, as the sapling brushed past the whale, it managed to embed its remaining roots into the whale's skin, deriving sustenance from its flesh. The nourishment from blood and flesh was far superior to that from sediment. And soon, the sapling not only regained its original leaves, but also grew larger, ultimately transforming into a 300-meter divine tree. The whale, being larger, could easily afford such a nutritional expenditure, and together they swam through the ocean. Task completed. New skill acquired. Affinity for water. Drift with the current. Affinity for water. Reduces uranium consumption by 20. Drift with the current. Increases the probability of good fortune. Haochuan's consciousness returned to his body, and he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was exhausting. Those few minutes felt like an eternity. Leaving him utterly fatigued, he found the passive skill, drift with the current, somewhat underwhelming. Haochuan felt somewhat dissatisfied. Having expected to acquire something akin to a deep-sea sovereign or oceanic overlord skill, Xiling, awakening at that moment, happened to overhear Haochuan's complaint. "Master, it's actually quite good. This drift with the current will prove invaluable in critical moments." Haochuan pondered. "You're right. Perhaps my expectations were too lofty that it's already fortunate to have your assistance throughout this survival ordeal. Xiling, why did you not undergo any noticeable changes after your advancement?" Haochuan curiously asked. Xiling explained that the primary changes were indeed in her appearance. Upon hearing this, Haochuan immediately rushed outside to take a look. He saw that Xiling's original crown had expanded several dozen times, with the seawater cascading over it, creating shimmering blue lights. This transformation was a result of Xiling's newfound hydrophilic quality. With this passive skill, the Jushimu's speed would increase. Moreover, Xiling's massive root system had sprouted from the bottom of the Jushimu, forming a row of roots that drifted with the currents. These roots could capture minerals and organic debris from the seawater, converting them into energy stored within Xiling, or they could take root in the seabed when stationary, enhancing the stability of the Jushimu. From a distance, Xiling now resembled a colossal tree in the ocean, powerful and enigmatic. Haochuan accessed the system overview, and Xiling's information had been updated. Nature Spirit Tree. Quality, Epic. Description, Adult Stage. Traits, Cold-resistant, carnivorous. Talent, Symbiosis. Unlock, Intermediate Plant Technology. Skills, Dark Absorption, Healing Dew, Mass Confusion and Freezing Technique, Clone Technique. Aquatic Affinity, Flow with the Current. Symbiosis, merging with the submarine. Plant Technology, capable of creating specialized tools and equipment. Freezing Technique, fires a spike that, upon impact, will freeze the target. The duration of control is influenced by the individual strength. Healing Dew, consumes 1 uranium stone daily for energy, producing 3 drops that can heal most injuries. Dark Absorption, slowly absorbs dark matter in environments devoid of sunlight. Accelerating growth. Mass Confusion, temporarily induces confusion in the consciousness of aberrant beasts. Ineffective against mutants. Clone Technique, consumes a certain amount of energy to release multiple clones, which inherit a fraction of the original skill power. Lasting for 10 minutes. Aquatic Affinity, reduces uranium stone consumption by 20. Flow with the current, increases the probability of good fortune. The Purple Spirit grants 2 additional passive skills and simultaneously unlocks the intermediate nature crafting table. Finally, the long-awaited upgrade of the crafting table has arrived. Haochuan felt elated. Since the last upgrade, the items produced by the crafting table had increasingly failed to meet his combat needs. He hurried to the crafting table in the weapon room, and to his delight, he found that the previously somewhat worn plant vine-constructed table had transformed into a much more exquisite structure, adorned with numerous small leaves, radiating vitality. What excited him most was the new list of items. Upon opening the crafting interface, he discovered not only the old equipment he could still forge, but also new items. Venomous Fern Cannon. Quality, Excellent. Description, Area Damage, a projectile with an explosive shell containing multiple encapsulated ferns. Upon detonation, the venomous ferns will adhere to the surface of objects, releasing toxic substances for 10 seconds. Seaweed Underwater Combat Adapter. Quality, Excellent. Description, allows terrestrial weapons to maintain their water-resistant effect for 2 hours, though the power of fired bullets diminishes in water. Basic Plant Weapons. Quality, Ordinary. Description, Knife, Sword, Shield, Bow Types. Average Power. Truly a timely blessing. Haochuan clapped his hands in excitement. His giant divine wood ship had long awaited the opportunity to install heavy weaponry, and he had yet to receive any weaponry as a mission reward. Now, with the venomous fern cannon, he could address a significant shortcoming of the giant divine wood ship. Furthermore, the underwater combat adapter would enable his poisonous wooden bow and double-barreled shotgun to wield combat effectiveness even underwater. Even the basic plant weapons held their own utility, as the villagers of Luofei and the Little Spinach had been greatly lacking in weaponry. Now, they could each craft a set, providing a much-needed boost in damage. The crafting of the venomous fern cannon required venomous fern spores, gunpowder, iron. Haochuan scrutinized the crafting list. The gunpowder could be procured through trade. The spores of the venomous fern needed to be cultivated first. He took the parent fern spores from the nature crafting table and handed them to the Little Spinach for planting in the cultivation area. The remaining 2 crafting materials were readily available, so Haochuan immediately began the crafting process, starting with 5 adapters and 30 basic weapons, including knives, swords, and shields. Chapter 65, Searching for the Lost Land. Haochuan opened his task list to find that both tasks for Luo Fei Village had been completed. Eliminate the hard-shelled bone crabs near Luo Fei Village. Reward: 100 diamond sands, 20 red crystals. Deliver the hand-drawn painting to his sister. Reward: Zizi's handmade item. Luo Fei Villager Favorability 5. Upon reaching 10 points of villager favorability. Unlock personal advancement tasks. The hard-shelled bone crabs had already been cleared by the aberrants, and Haochuan's elimination of the aberrants could be considered a roundabout completion of the task. He had already given the hand-drawn painting to Zizi during their first meeting. Following the recent events, all surviving villagers had pledged their allegiance to Haochuan, rendering favorability somewhat irrelevant. He just needed to obtain Zizi's handmade item. Seizing a moment of respite, Haochuan sought out Zizi. She was in the planting area, learning cultivation techniques alongside the little spinach, as the Luo Fei ship planned to exploit the advantages of its large space for extensive crop cultivation. Zizi, are you busy right now? My lord, I just finished learning about germination conditions. There's something you need? Do you have a handmade item for me? Haochuan asked directly without preamble. Handmade item, Zizi pondered, her fingers brushing through her hair in confusion. After a moment of thought, she finally seemed to grasp the meaning. I do. I was supposed to give it to you that day. It's my brother's keepsake. He said it was very precious. With that, she removed a small bead from around her neck and handed it to Haochuan. Bead of longing, quality, excellent, description. A bead formed by compressing longing. Consuming it grants 2 to mental strength. Haochuan looked at the golden bead in her hand, feeling inexplicably odd. Could it be that the lad was engaging in some form of abstract thinking? Nonetheless, gaining 2 points of mental strength was indeed rare, so Haochuan accepted it without further concern. Estimating the time, he figured it was nearly time to craft the underwater adapter and basic plant weapons. Returning to the crafting table, he retrieved the crafted equipment one by one and called over Lu Lao and the little spinach to distribute the weapons among the group. All right, we can initiate new tasks now. Haochuan intended to refresh the task list to check. Aside from the unfinished symbiosis with the Luo Fei ship, everything else had been completed. Task list: explore the underwater ruins. Reward: lost items. Rescue 3 submarines infested with sea spores. Reward: armor-piercing cannon, heavy weapon. This was the first time a heavy weapon had appeared, and Haochuan's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a delightful surprise. However, rescuing them might prove challenging, as he would need to encounter those currently being infested. Never mind, let's first explore the underwater ruins. Haochuan input the coordinates into the control panel, and a navigation route quickly appeared. Purple Spirit, set sail for the underwater ruins immediately. The giant Divinewood ship began to move, followed closely by the Luo Fei ship and the Mole ship. They advanced with great momentum towards a destination several hundred kilometers away. On board the giant Divinewood ship, Lu Lao was quite satisfied with his hardleaf armor and willow leaf sword, while others opted for wooden crossbows, wooden blades, meteor darts, and various weapons. They were all grateful for Haochuan's consideration. My lord, this is wonderful. I finally have my own weapon. Thank you, my lord. Haochuan looked at their joyful expressions and smiled gently, saying, next, we will need everyone to work together to clear the obstacles on our path to survival. During lunchtime, what used to be a solitary meal in the control room had transformed since the villagers of Luo Fei arrived. Now, everyone gathered in the dining hall. Thankfully, the upgrade provided 12-person tables and 8 of them, or it would have been impossible to accommodate everyone. Observing the lively chatter of the crowd before him, Haochuan felt a sense of warmth. Their survival journey was gaining a bit of camaraderie. Sitting at the head of a separate table, Si Jing and several village girls brought over the prepared dishes. With so many people, there was ample food. Without the cultivation areas supporting the food supply, Haochuan would have hesitated to take in so many. Everyone, please take your seats, it's time to eat, Si Jing called out. And she and the village girls presented dish after dish, including corn broth, fish and dragon stir-fried potatoes, and spicy stir-fried tomatoes. The crowd enjoyed the meal, savoring the various dishes. So, how is it? Is my spicy stir-fried tomato delicious? Si Jing asked with a proud expression. Haochuan met her eager gaze and popped a piece into his mouth. Delicious, he said, covering his mouth as he made an effort to praise. If it's good, eat more. Si Jing happily served everyone several pieces of spicy stir-fried tomatoes. For a moment, everyone was immersed in happiness, forgetting to eat. After the meal, in the control room, Haochuan poured himself a cup of tea. He thought to himself that while Si Jing's cooking was decent, Her innovation skills were lacking. It would be best to limit her involvement in new cuisines in the future. After finishing his tea, he felt his stomach settle considerably, as the tomatoes and peppers had been at odds within him. Master, a dozen hard-nosed fish dragons have appeared ahead, Purple Spirit suddenly alerted. Haochuan's heart leaped with joy. It was the perfect opportunity to test the newly crafted venomous fern cannon. Just half a day prior, the little spinach had successfully cultivated the offspring of the venomous fern, and Haochuan had specifically purchased gunpowder and plant growth liquid from the trading market. With the aid of the growth liquid, the venomous fern seedlings grew rapidly to maturity, and he gathered spores and other materials to complete the crafting. Haochuan personally went to the weapon room. Approaching the heavy weapon control station and through the periscope, he spotted the school of fish dragons drawing near. Fire! Haochuan commanded, aiming resolutely before firing. A coconut-sized shell shot forth with a resounding bang, landing just before the school of fish dragons, followed by an explosion in the water. Countless fragments flew out, lacerating the scales of the surrounding fish dragons, and almost imperceptibly, spores latched onto the wounds. Growing rapidly in mere seconds, all the fish dragons were nearly infected with the venomous spores. As the venomous ferns grew to a centimeter at their wounds, they began to release toxins, and within minutes, the fish dragons succumbed to poisoning and perished. Witnessing such remarkable results, Haochuan nodded in satisfaction. In the future, all he needed was to acquire the armor-piercing cannon to pair with the venomous fern cannon, amplifying their area damage effects. Watching the vanquished school of fish dragons, Haochuan gestured for Purple Spirit to continue navigating. They were nearing their destination. Previously, the journey of several hundred kilometers would take 2 to 3 days. But now, with the upgrade, Purple Spirit assisted the submarine in swimming, increasing their speed 2 to 3-fold. Soon, the giant divine wood ship arrived at the designated sea area, and for some reason, Haochuan felt a noticeable drop in temperature as the submarine entered this region. From the observation deck, the surroundings appeared desolate and bleak. It was no wonder that lost items had been reported here. Haochuan could not help but murmur to himself, observing the stark division between the interior and exterior of this place. Outside, schools of fish thrived in a lively spectacle, while within, desolation reigned supreme. He commanded the submarine to seek a suitable location to dock, intending to pilot the mole towards the area where the items were believed to be located. Chapter 66. Relic Technology. Haochuan navigated the mole to the desolate region, where the mission indicated that the lost items lay buried beneath the earth. Utilizing the eagle-eye radar, he meticulously scanned the surroundings and discovered what appeared to be an artificial tunnel beneath him, the entrance of which was right at his feet. Instantly, he retrieved the underwater adapter and affixed it to the morphing vine, thereby granting it the capability for underwater operations, with a sturdy hardwood spade in hand. He began to excavate at the radar's target. The seabed silt was notably loose, and soon he had unearthed a pit. Inside the pit, a closed iron gate barred his way. This was the entrance to the tunnel. Strangely, after all this time, the gate showed no signs of rust. Haochuan immediately sensed something unusual. The absence of rust suggested that the materials used to construct this gate were not ordinary iron. He equipped the underwater adapter onto his double-barreled shotgun and fired several rounds at the lock. Yet the mechanism remained intact. It seemed he would require Liu's assistance. Haochuan opened a private message to Liu. Liu? Do you have any corrosive agents? Moments later, Liu replied, Boss, I do that. I will trade it to you right away. Haochuan hurled the eerily green corrosive liquid onto the lock and quickly stepped back to avoid any splatter. As the bottle shattered, the liquid seeped out, corroding the lock into a state of utter disrepair within mere seconds. After 10 minutes, the seawater had sufficiently diluted the liquid, allowing Haochuan to cautiously approach the gate. He grasped the lock in his hand and, with a firm tug, it disintegrated into metallic sludge, carried away by the flowing water. Gently, he pushed open the gate. Despite its long period of disuse, the quality of the door was exceptional. Exhibiting not a hint of stiffness as Haochuan swam through the tunnel, he found it shrouded in darkness, necessitating the use of a flashlight to discern his surroundings. The walls, constructed of an unfamiliar stone, revealed an unusually smooth texture when he touched them. Even a stab from his dagger left no mark. Truly remarkable material. A sense of elation surged within Haochuan. Upon his return, he would find a way to transport these stones for use in crafting formidable armor. Following the tunnel's direction, he soon arrived at a spacious area that resembled a square, devoid of any furnishings, save for a distant door shrouded in darkness. This place was indeed peculiar. With caution, Haochuan edged along the wall, feeling an ominous presence lurking within the emptiness. Though he exercised utmost vigilance, sometimes the seeds of misfortune are sown from the moment one steps forth. Just as he reached the midpoint of the room, a sudden burst of light erupted from the ground, revealing an iron cage that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. This was impossible. Haochuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. In that fleeting moment, he felt a slight disorientation, and then the cage had manifested. Even more astonishing was that the source of illumination within the cage was not a lamp, but rather a swarm of moths, waterborne moths, whose wings flapped to create currents that propelled them through the water. The cage then opened automatically, releasing the luminous moths into the room, which instantly brightened the entire space. Even Haochuan found the sight of the fluttering moths enchanting. However, he soon noticed that they began to collide chaotically, converging towards him. Mechanical moth, quality, common, description, technology of a lost civilization, actively attacks warm-blooded beings, so this swarm of moths is targeting me. Haochuan refused to remain passive. He swiftly drew his energy sword and unleashed an electrical overload. Countless strands of high-voltage electricity erupted from the sword, clashing with the mechanical moths, igniting a dazzling display of sparks as the delicate creatures succumbed to the overwhelming current. Haochuan felt the effects as the electric shock coursed through him, leaving a tingling sensation. Thankfully, for him, this was merely a minor inconvenience. Once the explosions and flames subsided, as he prepared to advance to the next area, he noticed that the shattered moths on the ground emitted a bright blue glow. All the broken moths began to coalesce under the influence of the bluish light, and when the radiance faded, a single moth emerged, now 3 times its original size. Advanced mechanical moth. Quality, excellent. Description, a one-time product formed from the residual energy of the deceased moths. What a fascinating creature. Realizing that the advanced moth had set its sights on him, Haochuan promptly dodged aside. Sure enough, a golden beam, as thick as a thumb, struck the spot where he had just stood. His double-barreled shotgun aimed at the chest of the advanced mechanical moth, and he fired several shots from close range, sending it hurtling 2 meters away. Yet, the moth remained unscathed, emitting a series of high-pitched sounds. Whether calling for reinforcements or mocking him, he could not tell. Maintaining his composure, Haochuan retrieved a parasitic grenade from his inventory and swiftly tossed it towards the moth. Unexpectedly, the creature did not flee but instead caught the grenade in midair, its curious nature evident in its inquisitive posture. Before the advanced moth could comprehend what was happening, the grenade detonated. Countless parasitic spores clung to the advanced moth, rapidly proliferating and enveloping it entirely within mere seconds. This outcome caught even Haochuan off guard. Typically, the parasitic grenade feasted on organic energy at a much slower rate. He speculated that the anomaly lay within the energy system of the advanced moth, clearly a product of superior technology, perhaps containing a higher energy yield. The advanced moth struggled against the relentless vines that ensnared it, its 3 pairs of appendages equipped with sharp spines, which it used to sever the parasitic tendrils in a desperate attempt to thwart their growth. However, the parasitic vines outpaced its efforts, their growth stimulated rather than hindered. Ultimately, the advanced mechanical moth exhausted its energy and collapsed to the ground, rolling helplessly. Haochuan approached, using his energy sword to slice through the parasitic vines and the moth's exoskeleton. Intending to dissect it for examination, as he made the incision, a bright blue orb caught his eye. Gently, he extracted it with his dagger and dropped it to the ground, bending down to pick it up and hold it in his hand. Core with depleted energy. Quality, excellent. Description, a technological relic from a bygone civilization, more efficient and safer than batteries, yet requiring a compatible charger for reactivation. It seems this core cannot be utilized without a charger. Haochuan placed it into his inventory, intending to study it further upon his return. Chapter 67. Composite statue. After traversing the square-like room, Haochuan stepped through the next door, entering yet another dark and narrow passage. As he swam, he illuminated his surroundings with the flashlight. Exploring the area with the aid of its beam that on the stone walls of the passage, he discerned what appeared to be a mural depicting a colossal, olive-shaped creature suspended in midair, with numerous humanoid figures gazing upward at it. The figures possessed 2 limbs and 2 feet, yet their heads were not round but rather olive-shaped. What could this be? Are they humans or something akin to humans? Haochuan quickly utilized the screenshot function of his system to capture the mural for future analysis. Upon turning a corner, he found another straight passage, which, upon careful inspection, revealed no anomalies. Nevertheless, a sense of impending danger lingered, perhaps born from his heightened anxiety. After all, what peril could a mere passage hold? Resolute, he withdrew his hardwood shield and positioned it before him, propelling himself forward with swift strokes, eager to navigate this shadowy expanse. However, midway through, he suddenly felt a sharp sting against his skin. Glancing down, he realized something had pierced his diving suit and lodged itself into his thigh. He hastened his speed, emerging from the passage into a vast, modified chamber. With no time to examine the interior, he swiftly scanned for threats before checking his wound. Thankfully, it was merely a superficial puncture. After a thorough assessment, he found no further issues, aside from the minor injury on his thigh that a complete examination would have to wait until he returned to the giant cedar. Removing his diving suit in the water would be tantamount to courting death. Finally, with a moment to spare, Haochuan turned his flashlight to survey the surroundings. The chamber was immense. The beam barely illuminated a few meters ahead. Reluctantly, he moved forward while keeping a watchful eye. Ancient columns adorned with carvings of fish and stone steps suggested that this place had once been dry. Otherwise, why construct stone steps? As he rounded the columns, a monumental statue came into view. Was this an octopus person? Haochuan paused, directing his flashlight towards it, illuminating the figure that bore an octopus head atop a humanoid body, holding an object he had never seen before, resembling a board. Its gaze was fixed ahead. After scrutinizing the statue and finding nothing particularly remarkable, he continued on, mindful not to touch it. After all, it could be rigged with traps. Proceeding further, he discovered 4 gold-trimmed sleep pods arranged in a row at the center of the chamber. Having never encountered such pods on the icy planet, he recognized them from the technology of Blue Star. Although they appeared different, their functions were strikingly similar. As Haochuan drew closer, a sudden surge of danger perception sent alarm bells ringing within him, engulfing him in a wave of terror. Yet, as he distanced himself, that ominous feeling dissipated, and he ultimately discerned that the boundary lay approximately 3 meters away. Not one to be foolish, he deftly circumvented the 4 dormant pods and ventured further afield. However, just as he intended to retreat, he inadvertently stepped on a loose floorboard, prompting 3 stone golem figures to emerge from the shadows, each sporting 4 arms and 2 legs, swiftly advancing towards him. Haochuan unsheathed his energy sword, preparing for close combat, only to be taken aback as these entities unleashed red lasers from their eyes when they were about 2 meters away, a blend of melee and ranged tactics. Rolling on the ground, Haochuan narrowly evaded the laser assault, but just as he dodged one, another golem's arm sprouted 2 green energy daggers aimed directly at him. He blocked the daggers with his energy sword, retaliating with a powerful kick to the golem's chest, forcing it back a few steps. At that moment, the 3rd golem approached him, standing still beside him. Confused, Haochuan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He quickly retreated, realizing that this figure was employing a mental attack, which explained its proximity. Soon, the 4th golem arrived, and as Haochuan leapt towards the laser-firing golem with a sweeping strike, it interposed itself, raising an energy shield from its arm.it. Was then that Haochuan comprehended the diverse abilities of the 4 golems. The red-eyed laser shooter for ranged attacks, the green dagger wielder for melee, the motionless figure for mental interference, and finally, the defender with its blue shield. Individually, each golem might be conquerable, yet together they formed a formidable team, each complementing the other's strengths and weaknesses. Drawing a parasitic grenade from his system backpack, Haochuan hurled one at each golem simultaneously. However, the red-eyed laser golem effortlessly destroyed a grenade with its laser fire, while the others used various evasive maneuvers to avoid the blasts, remaining unscathed by the parasitic grenades. As he contemplated a strategic retreat, a sudden thought struck him. Could these golems possess energy storage like the luminescent moth he had encountered previously? Activating his combat instincts, he perceived the movements of the golems slowing down to at least 1/3 of their original speed. He swiftly maneuvered to the side of the red-eyed laser golem. With the golem now within close range, it was unable to accurately fire its laser, retreating in an attempt to create distance. While the dagger-wielding golem advanced toward him, Though they moved quickly, Haochuan, empowered by his combat instincts, was even faster. Indeed, he spotted a protruding spot behind the laser golem, emanating a faint blue glow, an inconspicuous detail that had become apparent due to the wear and decay of the golem's exterior over time. With a swift rotation in the water, Haochuan thrust his energy sword into that vulnerable spot, forcing the exterior to shatter and reveal the blue core within. Grasping the core firmly, he yanked it free. And with the energy supply severed, the red-eyed laser golem collapsed, reduced to a mere stone figure at that moment. The green dagger golem lunged at him from behind, but to Haochuan, its movements appeared as if in slow motion. He effortlessly sidestepped, maneuvering behind the green golem to extract its blue core as well, rendering it powerless on the ground. As he prepared to eliminate the blue shield golem and the mental interference golem, he suddenly felt a sensation akin to having something siphoned from him. His combat instincts had expired. His legs weakened, causing him to tumble to the ground, just as the mental interference golem rapidly approached. Inducing another wave of dizziness, in response, he activated an electrical overload that a torrent of electricity, as thick as a man's thigh, struck the golem, yet it exhibited no signs of damage, merely pausing momentarily before resuming its advance. However, the electrical stimulation momentarily alleviated his dizziness, allowing him to swiftly swim towards the shield golem. Utilizing the green cage technique, tendrils surged from beneath the golem's feet, ensnaring it tightly. Though it was armed with a shield, sharp yet unwieldy, it remained immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Haochuan reached the shield golem's side and pried out the blue core. With only the mental interference golem left, he ceased evasion and approached it head-on. Thus, all four mechanized golems fell before him. Chapter 68. Guardians of the Ruins. As he closed in, the familiar dizziness struck once more. This time, Haochuan endured the discomfort, pressing forward. The golem, displaying surprising agility, seemed to recognize his intent, retreating slightly yet remaining within striking range. Anticipating its resistance, he retrieved a submersible propulsion device from his system backpack. Grasping the device with one hand and his energy sword with the other, he harnessed the propulsion's explosive short-range power to collide with the mental interference golem. Knocking it down, seizing the moment, he mounted its back and plunged his sword to extract the blue core. With all four mechanized golems vanquished, he stored the 4 energy cores in his system backpack. Initially intending to depart, he reconsidered and decided to collect the golems for further study. Thus, he took them with him as he prepared to explore other areas of the chamber. He directed the beam of his flashlight towards the previous 4 dormant pods. He keenly sensed something amiss. The circular indicator light on the closest pod began to flash, intertwining green and red hues with an accelerating frequency. Realizing that the earlier commotion may have roused whatever lay within, his muscles tensed, and he gripped his double-barreled shotgun tightly. With the signal light flashing rapidly, his heart raced in tandem. Suddenly, as he held his breath, the light ceased its flashing, and the pod emitted a mechanical click as it swung open. Floating above the pod was an olive-shaped, pale blue creature, one he had seen depicted in the wall murals. Guardian of the Lost Lands. Quality, excellent. Description, an ordinary guardian, yet not to be trifled with. Upon seeing the term ordinary, Haochuan felt a slight easing of tension, though his danger perception continued to caution him against complacency. Just as he contemplated his next move, the hovering pale blue guardian swiftly turned its head toward him. In an instant, a red light began to converge before it, swelling in size until the guardian thrust forward, launching the light at Haochuan. Beeping, he quickly swerved to the side, but his right arm was grazed by the light, tearing through his diving suit to reveal the vine armor underneath. The high-density wall behind him crumbled under the impact of the light. With a powerful push from his right foot, Haochuan swiftly closed in on the guardian's right flank. Swinging his energy sword with force, yet to his dismay, the anticipated damage failed to materialize as a translucent force field enveloped the guardian, nullifying the sword's impact. Realizing his attack had been ineffective, he quickly distanced himself, but the guardian was quick to react, once again orienting itself toward him to gather energy. Seizing the opportunity, Haochuan swiftly retrieved a parasitic grenade from his backpack and hurled it at the guardian. 2 grenades landed on it, detonating and releasing a swarm of spores, yet the guardian remained unharmed, its translucent membrane reappearing to shield against the parasitic spores. it became evident that he must first breach its shield to inflict any damage. Having concluded this from his failed attempts, he deftly evaded another of the Guardian's light projectiles and swiftly swam to the side. The Guardian's high-energy light attacks, though slow, packed a tremendous punch. Once the cooldown period elapsed, he unleashed the green cage ability again, causing tendrils to envelop the olive-shaped Guardian thoroughly. As it continued to gather energy, preparing to unleash another light projectile, the tendrils tightened their grip, significantly increasing its weight and causing it to lose balance and fall to the ground. As it hit the floor, Haochuan observed that its protective field had vanished altogether, revealing a critical vulnerability. The Guardian's shield activated while it remained airborne, but upon hitting the ground, some unknown factor prevented it from re-engaging the shield, forcing it to expend energy to free itself from the tendrils. Realizing this weakness, Haochuan wasted no time and approached it, driving his energy sword deep into the tendrils. As the sword penetrated, he felt resistance, likely the Guardian's form, and with all his strength, he pushed the sword deeper. A mournful howl escaped the Guardian as the energy blade fully embedded itself within. Noticing the Guardian's struggle ceased, Haochuan gradually withdrew the sword. Just as he did, a series of beeps echoed ominously. Something was amiss. He immediately dove away. Within mere seconds, a radiant red light erupted from the gaps in the tendrils. Blindingly bright, followed by a violent explosion. Clearly, the Guardian had activated its self-destruct mechanism just before its demise. Haochuan was thrown back by the shockwave, crashing against the wall before tumbling to the ground. My back. Moments later, he rose, rubbing his waist, relieved that he had reacted in time to avoid serious injury. Nonetheless, glancing at his diving suit, he noted several minor cracks had formed from the blast. Approaching the remnants of the exploded Guardian, he observed its once solid form now shattered into countless mechanical fragments strewn across the ground. These life forms appear to be entirely mechanical in nature. Including the sentinels, he prodded the scattered components on the ground with his sword, searching for anything of value. As his gaze caught sight of 3 other sentinels in the distance, a sudden wave of cold sweat enveloped him. The previously dormant stasis pods were now pulsating with a crimson glow. The explosion had roused them from their slumber. Moments later, the 3 olive-shaped sentinels awakened one after another, hovering above their stasis pods, their sensors scanning the surroundings before they once again fixed their gaze upon Haochuan. The intruder. In unison, the 3 sentinels began to gather energy, sending Haochuan's heart racing. One was already a formidable opponent. 3 concentrated energy points would undoubtedly obliterate him. He could not afford to remain passive. The green prison would take some time to recharge. Swiftly, he retrieved his plant shield, positioning it defensively before him. The 3 energy points struck the shield simultaneously, propelling Haochuan backward while reducing the shield to mere dust. Just as he braced himself against the energy blasts, the cooldown for the green prison concluded. He activated it once more, binding the 3 sentinels securely. Yet, scarcely had a moment passed before the vines began to snap. 3 sentinels were simply beyond its limits, especially considering they were animated mechanical guardians. Haochuan quickly approached, unleashing an overload of electricity that surged through the vines and struck the sentinels, igniting them into flames within the water. He then swiftly moved in to deliver fatal blows to each sentinel, taking heed of past lessons and retreating hastily after the strikes. 1, 2, 3. 3 explosions resonated, sending ripples through the water-filled chamber. After several minutes, the sea gradually calmed. Upon inspection, Haochuan found that the 3 sentinels had been reduced to mere remnants. He paid no mind to the debris on the ground and swam towards the 4 stasis pods. Upon reaching them, he discovered they had been utterly destroyed. It seemed they had fulfilled their purpose and were rendered inoperative at the moment the sentinels awakened. Checking his oxygen tank, he noted that it was running low. He decided to explore this room thoroughly before returning to the Ark of the Giant Tree for a refill. Continuing onward, he arrived at the opposite side of the chamber, where a tightly sealed door stood in the corner. As he approached it, he inadvertently stepped on a loose floor tile. Alarmed, he realized he had triggered another trap. Why were there so many mechanisms here? Before he could ponder further, 3 mechanical spiders, each the size of a human head, emerged from the shadows. Their abdomens were a deep crimson, round and dominating half their mass. Even submerged in water, their speed was undeterred. In an instant, they scurried towards Haochuan. What in the world were these creatures? He drew his double-barreled shotgun and fired 2 rounds. The pellets struck the mechanical spiders, creating sparks and slightly hindering their advance. However, this did not inflict any substantial damage. Haochuan activated his skill. Electrical overload. 3 thick currents struck the mechanical spiders directly, stunning them momentarily as they spasmed in place. After a brief moment, each spider unfurled 2 small dorsal wings, absorbing a portion of the electrical energy into their bodies. Haochuan was taken aback. They could absorb attack damage. Abruptly, he ceased the skill, and the mechanical spiders resumed their assault. The first spider lunged at Haochuan's head. He quickly raised his arm to block it. The spider landed on his arm, its mechanical fangs piercing through his diving suit. Fortunately, the protection of his energy armor thwarted its attempt. With a swift motion, Haochuan yanked the spider off his arm and hurled it towards another approaching spider, causing them to collide and tumble away. However, a third mechanical spider had already reached him. He brandished his energy sword to parry its leap while drawing a poison dart coated with energy disruptor from his other hand. Plunging it into the spider's mouth, to his surprise, the energy disruptor took effect. Perhaps due to the mechanical fluids resembling flesh, the spider's limbs began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Haochuan thrust his sword into its crimson, rounded abdomen, ending the mechanical spider's life. Scarlet liquid oozed from its body, spreading in all directions. That moment, Haochuan's danger sense tingled, prompting him to retreat decisively. Sure enough, mere seconds later, the crimson liquid ignited spontaneously, creating a fiery ring of flames in the water and incinerating anything contaminated, including the poison dart. At this juncture, the 2 mechanical spiders that had been knocked aside came charging back. Haochuan stood beside the flames, waiting patiently as they neared. He silently gauged the distance. When the mechanical spiders were about a meter away, he aimed precisely and swung his sword like a bat, launching one into the inferno. The spider, now engulfed in flames from the crimson liquid, could not extinguish itself. With a loud pop, the red sphere within it exploded from the heat, causing the entire chamber's temperature to soar, flames reaching skyward. The last mechanical spider found itself trapped in the fiery abyss, unable to escape. Realizing that it too would soon ignite, Haochuan, equipped with an oxygen tank, decided to retreat to the arc of the giant tree to replenish his gear before continuing his exploration. Upon safely returning, he replaced his damaged diving suit at the fabrication station and proceeded to cleanse himself. Once everything was in order, he examined his body in the lounge. He had not forgotten about the needle prick he had sustained earlier. On the outer side of his thigh, a red puncture mark remained, swollen and tender. He pressed around the wound, grimacing slightly from the pain, but nothing oozed out. Thus, he made his way to the treatment room on the 2nd floor, where a display screen awaited him. Lying on the treatment bed, he requested, "Xiling, please scan my body." "Understood, Master." Initiating scan. After a brief moment, Xiling informed Haochuan that there were no abnormalities in his body. Was it possible that he was simply overly anxious? Haochuan felt perplexed. He had distinctly sensed his heart racing due to the danger. Even now, a twinge of unease lingered. Yet, Xiling could find nothing amiss. What was he to do? He pondered for a moment and then realized. In his haste, he had overlooked the system's personal interface. Of course, this would provide a direct reflection of his health. Indeed, upon examining the interface, he discovered a new label: Lost Bloodline Parasite. Description: the genes of the lost have invaded the body. There is a high probability of acquiring the lost bloodline and being controlled by them. Haochuan gasped in shock. This place of loss was truly insidious, having concealed a bloodline syringe within the walls of the passage. And now, he had been infected. But how to resolve this predicament? He had no viable solution. Thus, Haochuan relayed the situation to Xiling, who contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps it is not entirely a bad thing. The primal bloodline within you may not be easily overshadowed by the lost's bloodline." Perhaps, Haochuan thought, he would set this matter aside for now. He retrieved several energy cores and 4 stone statues, entrusting them to Xiling for research. Meanwhile, he headed to the cafeteria for dinner, as he had been ravenous since the battle. Jing had prepared the meal on the 2nd floor, and Haochuan devoured it hungrily. Noticing his voracious appetite, Jing inquired, "What transpired down there?" After swallowing a mouthful of beef, Haochuan recounted the events below. "For now, I have no pressing matters. I shall accompany you back down." Jing felt compelled to contribute. believing she could not remain merely a cook. Besides, the two of them would be better equipped to face danger together. Haochuan agreed with her reasoning, but intended first to procure better equipment for sieging. Otherwise, he feared he might not only be unable to rely on her assistance, but might also need to protect her. After their meal, Haochuan browsed the trading platform. Poison daggers? No good. Diamond blades? Not suitable either. Energy shields? Unsatisfactory. That he quickly scanned through the listings until one item caught his eye. Energy focusing lens. Quality. Excellent. Description. Equipment of the lost, powered by energy cores, rapidly concentrates energy into a high-energy beam directed at a target, inflicting substantial damage. Damage increases gradually, peaking at 3 times the initial amount after 3 seconds. Perfect. This weapon was ideally suited for countering the lost, wielding their own weapon against their sentinels. Chapter 70. Re-entering the ruins, the energy-focusing lens had been discovered by a survivor named Zhang Zue within a sunken ship. Haochuan immediately messaged Zhang Zue to inquire about the price, then continued browsing the trading market. After flipping through several pages without finding suitable equipment, he mused that acquiring the energy-focusing lens would ensure he would not be overly passive in combat. He could search for other gear later. As he prepared to exit the interface, something at the very bottom caught his attention. Underwater mini mobile station. Quality. Excellent. Description. Can be used in confined water bodies. Upon activation, it provides a 3x3 square base station, allowing for the replenishment of various energies. This was excellent, particularly for exploring ruins, sunken ships, or caves. Haochuan analyzed that with this mobile station, he would no longer need to worry about oxygen depletion or food shortages, significantly extending his exploration time. Thus, he messaged the seller to inquire about the price. At that moment, the owner of the energy-focusing lens, Zhang Zue, responded to Haochuan's message. Hello, I require rare items or equipment in exchange. Would ores suffice? Haochuan asked. No, the energy-focusing lens is a weapon and does not accept ores. Indeed, Haochuan cautiously inquired, for the value of weapons far surpasses that of ordinary ores. However, he could not allow the other party to negotiate too aggressively. Although the energy mirror was excellent, its usage was limited to the energy cores found in ruins, presenting significant constraints. Noticing the lack of response from the other party, Haochuan sent another message that I can offer you heavy weaponry for submarines, a toxic fern cannon in exchange. If not, then so be it. After approximately 3 minutes, Zhang Zue finally replied, All right, let it be so. Haochuan chuckled softly. This transaction was certainly advantageous, considering that the toxic fern cannon could be mass-produced, and the number that could be installed on a submarine was limited. The energy mirror, on the other hand, was something he urgently required, making any comparison moot. As for the blue energy cores, he had 4 in his backpack. Before long, he and Zhang Zue successfully completed the transaction and obtained the energy mirror. The energy mirror resembled a small mirror, slightly larger than the palm of a hand, adorned with numerous ancient patterns, its frame crafted from an unknown silvery metal. Haochuan sought out Xiling and requested a blue energy core, which he gently installed into the recess on the back of the mirror. The intricate patterns on the mirror began to emanate a yellow glow from the edges, which gradually spread across the entire surface. When Haochuan held the mirror up to his face, he marveled. Still as handsome as ever, succumbing once again to his narcissism. He aimed the mirror at the wall of the submarine, moving it left and right. Puzzled as to why it was inoperable, he then pressed down on the back of the mirror, and suddenly, it emitted a brilliant yellow light, lasting about a second, as a beam shot towards the wall. Within less than 2 seconds of contact, the surface began to melt, forming a hole that grew larger and deeper with each passing moment. Ultimately triggering the submarine's alarm, Xiling's voice echoed through the intercom. Master, what is happening? Nothing. I'm testing a weapon, Haochuan replied, shutting off the energy mirror. Thus, he had confirmed both the power and usage of the energy mirror, which he could later teach to sieging. Satisfied, he stowed the energy mirror in his backpack. Just as he planned to leave, the seller of the underwater mobile station replied to his private message that I need to exchange for food, and it cannot be something like bread. You know, the mobile station lacks offensive and defensive capabilities, and there are very few buyers. Haochuan was keen to prevent her from overreaching, hastily outlining the mobile station's shortcomings. Very well. Then, please provide your offer. 10 gene of corn, 2 gene of potatoes. Haochuan contemplated before responding. Recognizing that 12 gene of food would roughly procure a small piece of equipment, Thus, his offer did not significantly disadvantage her. Add another gene of beef, and I shall gift you a seed. Oh, a seed? Her meaning puzzled Haochuan to at that moment. The seller sent over the information regarding the seed. Radiation-resistant seed. Quality, excellent. Description, seeds from a radiation-resistant shrub unique to the frigid Mercury, with significant planting difficulty. Once grown, it absorbs radiation within its vicinity. This item held far greater value than the underwater mobile station. Haochuan's excitement was palpable, while the difficulty in planting the radiation-resistant seed rendered it worthless to the seller. It was not so for Haochuan. With Xiling and the little spinach plants, experts in cultivation, as well as the advanced facilities in the planting area, he stood a high chance of success. He promptly agreed to her terms. Trading 10 gene of corn, 2 gene of potatoes, and 1 gene of beef. Soon, he received the radiation-resistant seed and the underwater mobile station. Xiling. This seed is called a radiation-resistant shrub, though it is difficult to sprout. Its value is evident. You must ensure it germinates and grows. He handed the seed to Xiling, who was equally thrilled to learn of such a plant's existence and promptly planned to collaborate with the little spinach plants on a cultivation strategy. Haochuan ascended to the second-floor lounge, where he found sieging counting equipment. How is it? Do you have any suitable weapons on your end? Brother Chuan, I only have these, she replied, displaying a handgun and a dagger. Haochuan fell silent upon seeing her weapons. It seemed he had not adequately prioritized her combat needs. He resolved to purchase more equipment when the opportunity arose, as she would be needed to assist during challenging missions ahead. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. He presented the energy mirror to Sieging. This is for me. Sieging was taken aback, not expecting Haochuan to gift her a weapon. That he detailed the energy mirror's function and usage, and she joyfully began to demonstrate its operation. After several attempts, she quickly mastered its use. Haochuan then exchanged a few words with Xiling before heading to the changing room. After donning their diving suits, Haochuan and Sieging swam out of the water-sealed compartment and returned to the lost territory. Following their earlier exploration, they directly approached the area where they had previously encountered the guards. Several hours had passed. The fires had burned out, leaving behind charred remnants of the mechanical spiders on the ground. Haochuan retrieved the underwater mobile station, opening it to reveal a transparent water-separating net that unfurled in the water. This net expelled the water from within, creating a dry area of 3 square meters, allowing Haochuan and Sieging to enter through the side curtain. He removed his diving suit's helmet, taking a deep breath. It was possible to breathe normally. It seemed the underwater mobile station indeed possessed the ability to enhance oxygen levels. He then took out bread and other food items from his backpack and placed them in the bottom compartment of the mobile station. Thus, a small resting station was established, where they could take brief breaks and eat. After thoroughly searching the vicinity, they found no valuable items, likely incinerated in the great fire. Let's go, Haochuan said, striding towards the tightly sealed door at the end of the room. Chapter 71. Unlocking the mechanism door. Upon reaching the door, Haochuan paused momentarily to adjust himself before exerting force to open it, yet the door remained unmoved. After several attempts, he still could not budge the door. Clearly, this door was mechanized. I suspect there is a mechanism involved, Sieging remarked from behind him. Haochuan observed closely and noticed an inconspicuous pattern at the top of the door. Being well-versed, he quickly recognized it as a Sudoku grid. It appeared that to unlock the next room's door, they must first solve the Sudoku puzzle. Within the grid were 3 groups of differently shaped stones: circular, square, and triangular, all randomly scrambled. Haochuan and Sieging needed to rearrange these stones into their correct classifications. He illuminated the Sudoku grid with his flashlight and pondered for a moment before moving the leftmost circular stone to the center of the top row. The stone emitted a faint blue glow, indicating it had been activated. Just as he intended to move the next stone, an unforeseen event occurred. A secret compartment suddenly appeared in the wall to their left, barely half a person's height. With a loud bang, the compartment swung open. Inside lay a mechanical centipede, curled up as if it had been dormant for a long time. However, sensing the warmth of living beings, its dark eyes instantly glowed red as it awakened. The mechanical centipede swiftly lunged from the compartment, darting towards Sieging, who was closest. Brother Chuan, help me. The centipede's movements appeared intricate, yet transpired in mere seconds. Sieging was momentarily caught off guard, frozen in place. Haochuan, battle-hardened, instinctively drew his energy sword and leaped down, landing directly in front of Si Jing, striking at the mechanical centipede. Clang! The centipede's metallic body absorbed the blow, sending it crashing against the wall, reacting quickly. The mechanical centipede twisted itself and crawled up the wall, its two antennae swinging menacingly towards Haochuan. Haochuan tilted his body at a 45-degree angle, readying himself defensively. At that moment, Si Jing regained her composure and drew her handgun equipped with an underwater adapter. Aiming at the centipede, suddenly, the mechanical centipede expelled a torrent of red liquid from its mouth, the force propelling it through the water, unaffected by the surrounding sea. Quick, dodge! Haochuan leaned away just in time. But Si Jing was not as fortunate. Her right shoulder was grazed by the corrosive liquid. The vivid substance rapidly corroded her outer clothing upon contact, akin to sulfuric acid, even affecting the soft armor beneath, leaving a trace of melting. I detest bugs the most, Si Jing exclaimed, hastily retreating sideways to dilute the red corrosive liquid with seawater. Glancing at her damaged clothing, she raised her handgun and fired multiple shots at the mechanical centipede. Overwhelmed by anger, she emptied the magazine, sparks flying as the bullets struck the centipede's body. Seizing the opportunity while the centipede was momentarily stunned, Haochuan swiftly thrust his sword into the creature's vulnerable seam. The softest point on its body, the mechanical centipede thrashed violently, but the energy sword was firmly lodged in its seam. Haochuan furrowed his brow, tightening his grip until the sword tip pierced through the centipede's abdomen. With a decisive twist of his wrist, he severed the mechanical centipede in two, which convulsed a few times on the ground before finally succumbing. Investigating the remnants of the centipede, Haochuan Si Jing spoke with a serious expression. And Haochuan had already contemplated this point moments earlier. He gestured for Si Jing to prepare the energy mirror a little distance from the entrance, ready to launch an attack if any creatures appeared again. Once everything was set, Haochuan swam back to the front of the 9-grid puzzle. After some thought, he moved the circular stone from the second row to the third position in the first row. With a click, the stone fell, yet nothing extraordinary occurred. After waiting for a moment and confirming that no creatures had emerged, he moved the stone again, this time relocating the square stone from the third row to the second row. Just as he placed the stone down, an unexpected event unfolded. A hidden compartment in the wall suddenly opened, and in the blink of an eye, 3 mechanical beetles, each over a meter long with wings, charged toward Haochuan. Si Jing was already prepared with the energy mirror. She aimed it at one of the beetles and unleashed a searing beam of light that inflicted significant damage within mere seconds, causing the beetle to plummet to the ground. She continued to direct the beam at the mechanical beetles, and moments later, the beetle melted into a puddle of metallic liquid, along with its blue energy core. Meanwhile, the other 2 mechanical beetles had engaged Haochuan in combat. He activated his electrical overload skill, causing them to convulse in the water, but as the current weakened, one of the beetles broke free from its electrical constraints and charged directly at Haochuan. Its head bore a pair of sharp horns. Haochuan twisted his body to evade its attack, causing the mechanical beetle to crash into the solid door, leaving 2 small punctures in the sturdy barrier. Had it struck him, it would have surely caused grievous wounds. Haochuan employed the green cage skill to ensnare one of them, instructing Si Jing, "Use the energy mirror to eliminate it. I will deal with the other." Si Jing once more aimed the energy mirror at the mechanical beetle, which desperately attempted to evade, well aware of the mirror's potency. However, the vines continued to entwine it, ultimately immobilizing its body. Unable to escape, it resorted to using its sharp horns to sever the vines. The energy beam from the mirror illuminated it, incinerating both the vines and the mechanical beetle in a blaze of heat. Haochuan, at a distance, fired his double-barreled shotgun at the last mechanical beetle. The pellets struck its metallic shell but inflicted minimal damage. Yet this provided Haochuan with an opportunity. He seized the moment and swiftly delivered a lethal strike to the beetle's neck. Its vulnerable point, the sharp energy blade cleanly severed the beetle's head, causing it to short-circuit and collapse to the ground. Haochuan retrieved the blue energy core from within, pulling it out, which rendered the beetle entirely inert. "This door is perilous, but I have an idea. Si Jing. Let us see if the energy mirror can penetrate the door." After the battle concluded, Haochuan shared his thoughts with Si Jing. "Brother Chuan, let me try," she replied. Si Jing raised the energy mirror and directed it at the door. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds passed, and small melting marks began to appear on the door, gradually expanding over time. If they could continue to project the beam indefinitely, it should eventually create a hole for them to pass through. However, this method would consume a tremendous amount of energy from the mirror, prompting Haochuan to wave his hand for her to cease. Relying on this approach was impractical. They should continue to solve the 9-grid puzzle. Chapter 72. The secret of the door. Haochuan instructed Si Jing to stow away the now scorching energy mirror, as their recent attempt had made it hot even in the frigid seawater. The lost technology of this relic indeed possessed remarkable capabilities, capable of crafting such high-energy weapons. Haochuan returned to the top of the door to continue deciphering the 9-grid puzzle. Having already moved the stones 3 times, he noted that the circular stones were just 1 step away from aligning in a row, while the square stones required 2 additional moves, once both types of stones were arranged in their respective rows. The remaining triangular stones would form a 3rd row. Based on this calculation, Haochuan deduced that he would need to move 3 more times in total. He gently pushed the last circular stone into the first row's first position. And with a click, all 3 circular stones illuminated, forming a straight line. At that moment, a brick on the ground shifted aside, revealing a hollow space. Si Jing, feeling tense, drew her handgun and aimed it at the opening. Preparing to shoot at the first sign of movement, a minute passed, yet no creatures emerged from the cavity. Haochuan swam down from above, slowly approaching the opening, where he discovered a box inside. He retrieved the iron box from the hole and placed it on the ground, scrutinizing it closely. Externally, it appeared unremarkable. He placed his fingers along the edge of the box, intending to open it. "Be careful," Si Jing cautioned from nearby, concerned that the box might harbor a trap. Haochuan held his breath. The moment the box opened, he hurled it into a corner and swiftly distanced himself. After a moment, seeing no signs of danger, they approached and opened the box, revealing a crystal-clear purple orb, about the size of half a fist. Purple spirit orb. Quality: excellent. Description: one of the keys to unlocking treasure chests in the Lost Lands. Collect the remaining 2 to open the chest. It turned out to be a key to a treasure chest located deep within the ruins. Haochuan examined the orb in his hand, noting a chip-like object at its center, which he assumed to be the key's core. Si Jing, equally intrigued, took the orb to examine it, exclaiming, "I love purple." Haochuan entrusted the purple orb to Si Jing for safekeeping and prepared to return to the 9-grid puzzle. Now he understood the operational mechanism of the puzzle. Each time he moved a stone, regardless of correctness, it would unleash some form of danger, as evidenced by their previous encounters with mechanical centipedes and beetles. However, when aligning similar stones in a straight line, no danger would arise. Instead, rewards would be granted, such as the purple orb found in the iron box. Thus, in the next 2 moves, as long as he did not make a mistake, one move would present a danger while the other would yield a reward. With this in mind, Haochuan felt completely reassured. He returned to the side of the 9-grid puzzle and prompted Si Jing to retrieve the energy mirror, which had cooled down somewhat. After confirming its readiness, he moved a square stone to the 2nd row's 3rd position. With a click, a hidden compartment opened in the ceiling of the room, and 3 mechanical serpents fell out with a clatter. As they landed, the mechanical serpents, each 3 meters long, awakened from their dormant state, surveying their surroundings before quickly locking onto Haochuan and Si Jing. The 3-meter-long serpent surged toward Haochuan, while the other 2, each over a meter long, swam toward Si Jing. "You seek your demise." Haochuan was already on high alert. Seeing the mechanical serpents, he swiftly drew his energy sword and cast the green cage skill. Green vines erupted from the floor, rapidly ensnaring the tail of the ascending mechanical serpent, followed by more vines that tightly bound it. The mechanical serpent struggled fiercely but could not break free. Suddenly, it expelled several sharp darts toward Haochuan. Clang, clang. Haochuan deftly swung his energy sword, swiftly deflecting all the darts. With a determined expression, he unleashed the electrical overload skill, sending currents surging through all 3 mechanical serpents present. Meanwhile, Si Jing dodged the serpents' lateral assaults while firing at their eyes with her handgun. Just as Haochuan's high-voltage current struck, Si Jing seized the moment to aim the energy mirror at the nearest mechanical serpent. The immense energy effortlessly severed the serpent in half, and she quickly replicated the action on another serpent. That moment, the current ran out, and the mechanical serpent regained mobility, rapidly evading the energy mirror's lethal strike. But it was now severely weakened. Lacking its previous powered, Si Jing pursued it, directing the mirror's beam as it attempted to escape. While the larger mechanical serpent was still paralyzed, Haochuan swiftly approached and, taking advantage of its vulnerability, extracted its blue energy core, rendering the mechanical serpent lifeless. Turning to Si Jing chasing after the crippled serpent, he shook his head and took his double-barreled shotgun, aiming and shooting with precision, causing the serpent to split in two at the breach. Brother Chuan, you're amazing. I envy your weapon. Si Jing Rema Haochuan was remarkably forthright, directly handing her the firearm. Although Si Jing's combat prowess was rather average and she had yet to advance, wielding a weapon was certainly preferable to leaving it idled. He disregarded Si Jing's grateful gaze and proceeded to open a second iron box. Primary mobile turret. Quality, excellent. Description: a small turret that fires energy spheres, capable of freely retracting and extending in seawater, automatically seeking targets within a range of 3 meters. This time, Haochuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Such a fine acquisition. With it, he could seamlessly alternate between offense and defense. After storing the primary mobile turret in his system backpack, he did not hesitate to push open the heavy door. The once immovable door, after the lock was disengaged, creaked open slowly under Haochuan's force. The pitch-black chamber beyond the door illuminated the moment it swung ajar, revealing a dim blue glow emanating from a large orb suspended from an ancient stone pillar. As the light filled the room, Haochuan and Si Jing could barely discern their surroundings. Low ceilings, vast patches of dried, dark brown stains on the floor, and a few empty iron cages haphazardly strewn about, all contributing to an eerie atmosphere. Haochuan approached the dark stains, crouching down to inspect them closely. Brother Chuan, what are these dark stains? They look filthy, Si Jing remarked with a hint of disdain, her innate love for cleanliness shining through. These are remnants of coagulated blood. Haochuan replied nonchalantly. It seems a battle, or rather a massacre, occurred here long ago, leaving the blood to dry and persist without decomposition for such an extended period. He then moved closer to the iron cages, which were more heavily stained with rust and blood. Gently touching one of the cages, he noted its almost complete decay. After a brief search of the area yielded little, Haochuan pondered, this shouldn't be the case. The cryptic password-protected door outside was too cumbersome to merely conceal these stains and cages. At that moment, his danger sense flared with overwhelming intensity. The veins on his forehead throbbing. A first for him to experience such a palpable physical response. Be careful, Haochuan shouted. In an instant, a blurred figure lunged at him, sending him tumbling backward. Brother Chuan. Si Jing swiftly drew her laser pistol, firing at the shadowy figure. At this juncture, the figure ceased its movement, revealing its true form. It possessed a serpent's head, its entire body encased in black armor, with mechanical arms brandishing sharp swords, while its lower half writhed on the ground. Defiler. Quality, epic. Description, an experimental specimen from the Lost Land, a fusion of machinery and flesh, an all-purpose assassin. The Defiler raised its serpent head, regarding Haochuan and Si Jing with a disdainful expression, as though they were mere insects. Haochuan rose from the ground, having narrowly avoided a fatal blow thanks to his heightened awareness. Si Jing, be cautious. This creature is formidable, he warned, raising his energy sword in vigilance. At that moment, the Defiler opened its serpent mouth, launching a small missile towards Haochuan. Damn it! Haochuan swiftly moved to the left. Swinging his sword with all his might, Jing fired at the missile, detonating it prematurely, the shockwave knocking her to the ground. Just as Haochuan's energy sword was about to strike, the Defiler deftly turned its body, blocking the attack with one hand while reaching for him with the other. Haochuan quickly unleashed an electrical overload, sending arcs of high-voltage electricity surging towards the Defiler, causing it to convulse violently. Its skin charred. Si Jing, we must retreat. The overload won't last long. Haochuan did not believe that relying solely on electrical overload would suffice against it. The two swiftly made their way towards the entrance of the ruins. As they swam mere meters from the cave's mouth, the Defiler pursued them, its gaze now filled with murderous intent. With a swift flick of its tail, several hardened scales shot towards Haochuan like arrows. He deftly parried them with his energy sword, the clang of metal ringing in the air. Allow me to return the favor, Haochuan exclaimed, hurling 2 parasitic grenades at the Defiler, though ineffective against machines. The grenades retained their lethality against the still flesh-bound Defiler. Taking advantage of the moment, the two swiftly swam out of the cave towards the direction of the great divine tree. "Brother Chuan, it's coming," Si Jing exclaimed in alarm, glancing back to see the defiler had shaken off the effects of the grenades and was once again on their tail. Haochuan grasped Si Jing's arm and urged her onward. But their speed could not match the swift undulations of the serpent-like creature. Just as the defiler was about to catch up, the great divine tree intervened. .4 bloodseed machine guns opened fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets that pockmarked the defiler's mechanical armor. Enraged, the defiler howled, abandoning its pursuit of Haochuan and Si Jing to charge towards the great divine tree instead. This maneuver played to Haochuan's advantage, allowing the pair to distance themselves from the creature. With the defiler's attention diverted, Ziling felt free to act without reservations. The toxic fern cannon aboard the great divine tree was already aimed at the defiler's direction. Witnessing Haochuan's retreat, Ziling promptly ordered the launch. A massive shell hurtled towards the defiler, detonating above its head and showering it with a multitude of smaller projectiles that engulfed it within the explosion's radius. Sensing the imminent danger, the defiler accelerated its serpentine movements, attempting to escape the blast zone. Just as it reached the edge of the explosion's reach, a small projectile landed beside it. The anticipated thunderous explosion failed to materialize. The small projectile lacked sufficient power, and the defiler's armor absorbed most of the damage. However, as it prepared to continue its advance, an excruciating pain suddenly coursed through its body. Lowering its gaze, the defiler discovered numerous small fern sprouts emerging from its flesh within mere seconds. These sprouts exuded toxins and continued to grow relentlessly. In a fit of rage, the defiler swatted at the sprouts, attempting to alleviate its suffering. Yet, the roots clung tenaciously to its flesh, refusing to be dislodged. And no matter how aggressively the defiler tried to purge them, the toxic ferns would regrow. While it struggled to rid itself of the ferns, a second shell arrived as expected. This time, the defiler had no time to evade. Caught squarely in the explosion's center, the toxic fern cloud enveloping it almost entirely. "Aya!" The defiler roared in fury, and just as Haochuan believed its demise was merely a matter of time. The unexpected transpired. The flesh and blood from the defiler rapidly drained away, leaving only its mechanical frame and skeletal structure behind. At this juncture, its mechanical body stirred to life, moving with its remaining machinery. While its flesh and blood arms vanished, it reverted to its primitive serpentine form. Now devoid of flesh, it no longer feared the toxic fern's harm. Machines are impervious to toxins. With hatred blazing in its eyes, it zeroed in on Haochuan, propelling itself toward him with alarming speed. Unyielding, Haochuan surged forward, his energy sword aimed at the defiler's head. A fierce melee ensued between Haochuan and the defiler, the battle raging for over half an hour. The defiler's mechanical body sustained countless cuts from Haochuan's strikes, yet he narrowly evaded its venomous fangs multiple times. Seeing the opportune moment arise, Ziling executed a duplication technique, summoning 3 doppelgangers beside the defiler. Each doppelganger manifested into a 1-meter-tall mini Ziling, extending numerous tendrils to ensnare the defiler. Haochuan seized the chance to approach the defiler, severing its mechanical serpent head with his energy sword. Yet, even so, the defiler continued to writhe. Ultimately, Haochuan gripped his energy sword with his left hand, plunging the blade into the defiler's heart, where its energy core resided. With a resounding explosion, the core detonated, and the defiler was deprived of its energy supply, succumbing to death. Chapter 74. Combat with the experimental subject. Haochuan gazed at the utterly lifeless defiler on the ground, finally exhaling in relief. This creature was indeed a humanoid weapon, an amalgamation of machinery and flesh, possessing qualities that posed a significant challenge. After briefly organizing his belongings, he and Si Jing resumed their exploration of the room. Haochuan sensed that the true nature of the abandoned land was on the verge of being unveiled. Returning to the bloodstained chamber, he discovered a half-open door at the rear, likely the very place from which the defiler had emerged. Si Jing appeared shaken by the encounter, displaying a hint of fear. Undeterred, Haochuan stepped into the pitch-black room, where visibility was severely limited. Turning on his flashlight, he found that the murky seawater impeded the light's penetration, resulting in minimal visibility. This must have been the defiler's confinement area, though the reason for its escape remained a mystery. Haochuan felt somewhat fortunate it had fled, The oppressive darkness and murkiness of the room would have made a confrontation with the defiler exceedingly difficult. As the beam of his flashlight illuminated the room-mess layout, he discerned several stone pillars standing in the center, each entwined with broken iron chains, stained with dried blood. The floor was marred with spattered blood, reminiscent of a gruesome slaughter. Just then, Si Jing noticed an exquisitely adorned box atop one of the pillars, seemingly untouched by time or seawater, indicating its high-quality craftsmanship. After swimming alongside the box, Haochuan observed it for a moment before stating casually, "This should be the chest containing the lost items we previously mentioned. If we open it and retrieve the task item, our mission will be complete." Subsequently, he exerted force with both hands to pry open the box. Yet it remained steadfastly closed. Haochuan then scrutinized the exterior of the box and ultimately discovered 3 circular indentations at its base. "Brother Chuan, could these indentations require the beads we obtained earlier to unlock?" Si Jing inquired curiously as she leaned closer. Haochuan nodded, thinking to himself that it must indeed be so that he retrieved the purple bead he had acquired earlier and placed it into one of the indentations. Instantly, purple patterns illuminated from where the bead was inserted, spreading across 1/3 of the box, leaving the other 2 indentations unlit. "It seems we still need to find the other 2, Haochuan remarked, directing his gaze towards Si Jing. "Let's split up and search." With that, Haochuan ventured left while Si Jing explored to the right. He proceeded along the room's floor and entered a narrow passage. After swimming through the several-meter-long corridor, he spotted a small door ahead, requiring him to bend down to pass through. Haochuan gently pushed the door, and to his surprise, it opened effortlessly. That he paused momentarily, sensing an unusual ease that hinted at a possible trap. Therefore, he drew his double-barreled shotgun and pushed the door wide open with the barrel, confirming that no creature obstructed his entrance before slipping inside. As soon as Haochuan entered the small room, the walls illuminated with a red glow, seemingly reacting to his body heat. In an instant, 2 dark openings in the wall unleashed a barrage of arrows, aimed directly at him. Prepared for such an eventuality, Haochuan raised an eyebrow and leaned back, narrowly evading the onslaught of projectiles. Just as one threat passed, another emerged. Suddenly, the ground began to crack, revealing a green vertical pupil the size of a palm. Fixated on Haochuan, it then used its fingers to claw at the fissures, forcefully prying them apart. In response, Haochuan hurled several parasitic grenades at the creature, which exploded above its head. The blasts inflicted little visible damage, but instead provoked its wrath. "It uttered in a stuttering voice, startling Haochuan as he realized this peculiar creature possessed some level of intelligence. Soon, it emerged from the ground right before his eyes. Mechanical upright lizard man. Quality: excellent. Description: one of the failed experimental subjects. A beast with mechanical components, a green lizard, towering over 2 meters, appeared before Haochuan, its arms and head adorned with mechanical enhancements. At that moment, Haochuan noticed a box in the corner of the area where the lizard had been imprisoned. It likely contained the remaining 2 beads, he thought. Seizing the initiative, he lunged forward while the mechanical lizard man was still regaining its composure, raising his energy sword and leaping to its right side, thrusting the blade towards its chest, where no mechanical structure was present. The mechanical lizard man reacted swiftly, blocking the attack with its arm, which rapidly transformed into a small shield. Haochuan's sword struck against the shield, and the lizard man attempted to counterattack with its other claw. Noticing the sharp claws on its fingers, Haochuan realized that a single strike could potentially strip away a layer of skin. In a hurry, he activated his green cage skill, ensnaring the mechanical lizard man in a multitude of vines. Seizing the opportunity, he retracted his energy sword. He observed the creature struggling to tear through the vines, only to find itself ensnared once more, and he sneered, biding his time for the right moment. Just as the mechanical lizard man was on the verge of breaking free, Haochuan swiftly maneuvered behind it and thrust his sword forcefully into its back. Where the scales were considerably softer than on its limbs, the blade met with minimal resistance and penetrated deep into its body. The mechanical lizard man cried out in agony. Haochuan knew that a single strike would not suffice to slay it. Seizing the moment before it could fully escape the vines, he decisively employed his electric overload skill. Streams of electricity surged through the mechanical lizard man, visibly scorching its skin. The high-voltage current persisted for several seconds, and the creature collapsed to the ground. The vines charred alongside it. observing the mechanical lizard man, which now exhaled without inhaling. Haochuan approached and severed its head with a single strike before discovering a purple blood bead within its body. After securing the bead, he leaped into the pit and opened the iron box inside, finding indeed a green bead within. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of any other valuable items, he returned to the main room and hastened in the direction Si Jing had gone to eye in another small chamber. Si Jing was engaged in combat with a mechanical clownfish, a creature modified to measure 3 meters in length. With a mouth full of sharp teeth and a bloodthirsty nature, Si Jing realized that her laser pistol alone was inadequate to kill it, only capable of inflicting injuries. The energy lens could potentially work. But the mechanical clownfish was remarkably agile, always managing to swim away just as Si Jing was about to channel energy, taking advantage of her momentary vulnerability to launch surprise attacks that left her in considerable distress. As time passed, Si Jing began to tire. The mechanical clownfish lunged at her again, its gaping maw mere centimeters from her face, and she could almost see remnants stuck between its teeth. She attempted to evade, but her declining stamina caused her to trip over the raised ground. "Don't know. This is it that I'm still young and beautiful. I don't want to die here," she thought, her expression turning to one of terror. She raised her laser gun, resolved to fight to the bitter end. That critical moment, Haochuan arrived, activating his battle instincts, which slowed the movements of the surrounding clownfish in his perception, with rapid and peculiar footwork. He rescued Si Jing from the jaws of the mechanical clownfish. "Si Jing, I'll hold it off. You attack with the energy lens," he instructed, and without hesitation, he charged back into the fray while his battle instincts were still active. Utilizing his swift movements, he jabbed with his sword and fired his gun, diverting the creature's fury. He could not slay it, but he could certainly vex it. Si Jing took cover behind a cabinet. And once she had fully charged her energy lens, she suddenly leapt out from behind, confronting the mechanical clownfish head-on. A massive beam of energy shot straight towards it. No, the mechanical clownfish barely had time to utter before its head was pierced.